No squawkers in a panel this full. It's interesting.
Here. My goodness, there's a lot of people here.
Let's get it started. People are
Tend to
waiting.
draw a crowd. What can I say?
Yeah, you did this. That's true. It's all thanks to Twonger.
I think they're waiting for the flat earthers to be all sad and dejected about the situation, but
About what situation?
Is it?
What situation?
Exactly. Lights in the sky, apparently.
Lights in the sky.
You know how I feel.
For the measurements underneath the 24-hour Antarctic sun.
Dude, my lip has been quivering all night.
I'm scared. Any minute now. Someone's going to come along and chant the Antarctic sun. That's why we're all here. That's what we're waiting for.
Why are we all here?
I was told there'd be cake.
I just work here, dude.
I knew you were paid shit.
Getting to the end of the year. People have time off, I guess.
Yeah. And guys, I just want to mention the perfect ideal woman is straight, smooth, and flat. Perfect woman.
No such thing as a perfect woman.
The perfect woman. Straight, smooth, and flat.
Misogyny.
Smooth. Flat. What are you talking
Exactly. Like little skeeter bite breasts. She's got to be small. She's got to be smooth.
What the hell?
What are you talking
about?
about?
Jesus Christ, dude. What the hell's your problem?
No big rounded women. I want flat women. I like nice flat women.
Yeah. Okay, bro.
You actually got muted.
That's
Guys,
hilarious.
a picture of the perfect woman is inside chat for your information.
Oh shit. The fuck?
Science. Evan, science, bro.
Y'all got any of that globe earth science?
All right, guys, I'm going to bed. I'll catch you guys later. Great panel, great show. W Heretic, W panel, and yeah, we'll see if maybe the flat earthers will cry about stuff tomorrow. Probably not. All right, CB.
See ya.
Later, CB.
Peace out, guys.
Yeah, like a week ago, I was thinking this quote unquote final experiment, it's no big deal, whatever. But I didn't realize how hilarious these Globers were going to be, man. Like they've just completely regressed on X and Twitter and really just everywhere. I mean, like you ask them how it proves the globe, and they pull out the what is it, the water droplets on a penny, and it's like what, like just send you back into 2015, man. It's been great. I can't complain. Next spiral should be soon, though. Until then, a moment of silence for the globe.
Do you guys agree that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is only possible on a globe?
Well, no, that's not the claim. The claim was it couldn't work on a flat Earth. But the problem is they never showed the flat Earth they were talking about. What they did, though, is they took a globe projection and slapped a flat Earth sticker on it. Then said it doesn't work. So that would be globe or math that
Right. So then, can you explain how it would work on a flat Earth?
Can you show me a flat Earth you're talking about?
No, because in my mind, it only works on a globe.
So show your globe then. This is a problem. You're the one who invoked sky magic. You said that giant ball of light in the sky is divining you information that a flat, measurable, practical use, observably flat surface is actually curved, and even though it's stationary, it's actually moving. That is a huge... I see why you want to run from your claim and say, show me the flat Earth. You would need to show your globe Earth that somehow you ignore the ground as your only proof of what the ground is.
We're not using the ground. We're saying...
No, you're denying the ground. You say, hey, I want to know what the ground is. Look at that light in the sky. It will tell you everything you need to know about the ground. And then someone's like, hey, dude, I doubt that claim. How did that sun tell you what the ground is? Then you say, well, I conducted a final experiment comparing flat to curved, and the experiment resulted in curved. You're like, okay, well, sure. Can you give me your hypothesis?
Right.
Nope,
Well, just
can't do that. Can you tell me what the flat version was? What did you use? What flat version? Nope, can't show that either. So what did you do? What you did was you took globe versus globe and then said either globe doesn't work or math doesn't work. And then said on a flat Earth, the sun wouldn't set, and then demonstrated a sun not setting.
Well, just imagine like a basketball and you shine a flashlight on it, or like just a table and you shine a flashlight on it. You're not gonna be able to get a 24-hour sun that makes sense in it. You know what I mean? If it was flat, that's all I'm saying. Because if you have a 24-hour sun on a flat plane, it's not gonna make sense for the rest of the Earth. But on a globe, it makes perfect sense.
Show a globe.
Show a globe?
Yeah, show this globe you're talking about. Well, how about this? Let's cut to the chase. Instead of showing the globe, where's the curvature at? Let's go back to the surface again. So your globe would be curved. Is there any curvature? Who measured it? From ancient times until now, is there a method to measure the curvature of the Earth? If so, who did it?
Well, we can imply the shape from observations other than just measuring curve, right? It's logical deduction.
Okay, like what?
like how I said, like you the only way you'd get a 24-hour sun is if it was a globe and it was tilted.
Well, okay, so let's see that. Where's that at? Where's
You
the
can't.
tilt?
What
Where's
do you
the
mean
globe?
where?
Where's that? Where's that globe? Where's that tilt?
What do you mean
Because
where
I was
is it?
told the only way you would not get a setting sun is on the flat Earth, because the sun would always be above your head, so the sun wouldn't set on the flat Earth. And then they show the sun not setting. What my take is, they demonstrated the flat Earth inside their worldview. Anyway, they're like, hey, on the flat Earth, can any flat earther explain why the sun sets? And then you can't, because it doesn't matter. You'll never be able to explain anything to these people. So then they're like, okay, hold my beer. I'm going to go all the way to Antarctica, spend like $250,000 and show you how the sun doesn't set. And then be like, oh, well, cool. Well, I guess the Earth is flat then, in your worldview. They're like, no, it's a globe. Why?
Because that would only work on a globe.
No, it works on a flat Earth because now the sun didn't set.
Why?
So
Why did he listen?
it stayed above your head. If the sun stays above your head, is that a flat Earth or a globe Earth? Which model has the sun above your head?
If the sun never sets in one place on Earth, that means it can't be in another place on Earth. Do you understand that?
Because what's going on there?
On a flat Earth. If it was flat and the sun was never setting, that means the sun is staying on one part of the Earth, brother.
Which flat Earth is that?
What's
Can I
wrong?
see that?
What?
What flat Earth are you using now?
I'm just imagining a flat Earth. That's all, man.
Okay, so imagine the flat Earth. You got the Earth is flat, and above your head's the sun. Will the sun be above your head or not above your head? If it's above your head.
It depends where you are.
Yes, on Earth. You're on Earth.
It depends where you are on Earth.
On Earth, the sun would be above your head.
Okay.
So would it be above you or not above you?
Yeah, it'd be above you, obviously.
Okay. So did they demonstrate a sun that's above you or not above you?
Crit, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that you're trying to run from your own claim. You think this demonstrates a globe, which would
it
be
does.
curved, but you don't want to show any curvature.
Okay,
and
just
you
hear
don't
me.
want to show any rotation.
If the sun is
and
above
you
your head,
use a flat Earth observation, but then slap a globe sticker on it, and you also want to use a globe projection and slap a flat Earth sticker.
No, don't bring up anything about projections or stickers. Just think about what you just said. So if the sun is above you, it's above you, right? And it's for 24 hours it never sets. And you're on one side of the flat Earth. So what about the person on the other side of the flat Earth?
That would be called observer dependency.
Right. So what about the other person on the other side of the flat Earth?
Where is that person at in your hypothetical? Who is that? What's their name?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. Is that supposed to be like Nathan Oakley? So you had Mick Toon on one spot and Nathan Oakley in the other spot.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So how did Mick Toon use this method? He called up Nathan Oakley and just yelled liar and ran away from the conversation. So he couldn't even use it. He couldn't even use observer dependency to get hey, Nathan Oakley, I'm in Antarctica. Cool story, bro. What's going on with you over there? How's the weather? I see the sun. Wow, that's pretty cool. Hey, Nathan Oakley, you're someplace else. What do you see? And Nathan Oakley, I see the Earth is flat.
No, we're talking about the sun.
Liar. Delete your shit. You
the sun, bro. The sun, bro.
There's no one here.
Let's put it this way. Do you agree that the sun can't be in two places at once?
Because why? Why couldn't it be in two places at once? The globe talks about superposition. It's in many
Jesus
places.
Christ, dude. If you can't agree with that, then I can't. I'm done.
I'm saying you don't
I'm done.
Your model. Your model is telling you that it's in one place physically, but by the time it gets to Earth, its physical location has moved thousands of miles.
So what? We're still on Earth.
Millions,
so what? That's just that's not relevant.
It's
not relevant.
Yeah, it is because you said
no, it's not.
Can it be in two places at once? According to the globe model, you've got it in one location, in another location,
Not on Earth. Not on Earth.
93 million miles away.
Not on Earth.
Yeah, on Earth, 93 million miles
No,
away.
that's not on Earth.
Why does this
Yes,
clown keep interrupting you?
Go, whoever that was, go ahead.
Who was that clown that just piped up?
I don't think it was a clown. Someone tried to say something, but they were a little quiet.
Yeah, so if you can't agree that the sun is only ever in one place on Earth at a time, then you're not worth convincing.
Well, you need to look up your own model because it's painful to quote the heliocentric to you and then say it's wrong and it's right at the same time. So it's right and wrong.
If you want to overcomplicate it and with red herring, go be my guest. Hey, Viking, what does that mean? 24-hour flat Earth solar elevation angle. Why do you keep writing that in the chat?
Have you heard of elevation angle measurements before?
I mean, just based on what it's saying, I can imagine what he's talking about. But what does it have to do with anything?
Well, we measure the sky by using angles.
Okay.
You know what angles are?
Come on, bro. Of course I do.
Two straight lines that meet at a vertex. Well, one of those lines is sea level, or any other horizontal plane that's parallel with sea level. All measurements of the sky require a flat baseline.
Oh, so you're trying to put a hole in the whole idea of just measure in the first place? I don't know where you're going with that.
Trying to. The globe was constructed out of flat Earth measurements. How it works.
It's a tangent line, dude.
Tangent to what?
Tangent.
Specific?
Tangent to a point on the surface of the Earth, my guy.
What point? Be specific.
Wherever I'm standing, wherever I'm taking the measurement.
From your feet.
Sure.
That's not how it's done.
Well, that's how I do it.
Yeah, under your feet is a curve. Isn't that line supposed to be straight?
I'm not talking about a line. I'm talking about a point.
Yeah, you're measuring angles. You don't have to change the goalpost. You're measuring angles. So the line under your feet has to be curved or straight.
Do you understand what a tangent line is?
Is the tangent line straight or curved?
It's straight.
Oh, no shit, Sherlock.
So what?
Just like the surface under your feet?
Yeah, and?
Lovely.
Oh, good. That was a gotcha. You got good. Okay.
30 seconds.
All right. So yeah, right. So instead of being productive, you just want to do gotchas. Hey, Jenna Massey. Good morning.
The process assumes 90-degree angles at the base, at every ground position, every subpoint of every star simultaneously. Parallel zeniths. How it works.
Yeah, T, they would be upside down relative to me if they're on the other side of the Earth, yes. No, I don't. If I see, I'm not sure what you're getting at, but no, I don't.
You will address the guy talking about people being upside down, but you're not going to talk about any of the diagrams that have been posted for you?
I mean, what am I supposed to look at? What do you want me to say about them? He's at least
the angle measurements were taken from the surface.
If you want to walk me through, go ahead. But you could walk me through one of the diagrams if you want. Nothing is upside down relative. Well, did you hear what I said, T? It's relative to me if I'm on the other side. But if I were to drive all the way to the other side, then everything would be right side up. And then where I used to be would be upside down relative to me. It's really not that hard to understand. Was there a specific diagram you wanted to talk about here? I see Amish posted some trigonometry thing there. And then someone showed me something that just explains the azimuth and the zenith.
You see all those right angles?
Yeah, so what?
Well, the baseline is sea level.
Yeah.
As we measure these angles from the surface, we don't measure them from the center of an imaginary bowl. And a tangent hitting a single point on a bowl just makes the bowl completely superfluous to requirements.
No, it doesn't.
Just a dangling sphere.
It's just not true what you said.
Horizontal baselines, 90-degree angles, parallel zeniths. It's just how it's done.
Yep, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it works perfectly fine on a flat plane. You don't have any of those things on a sphere, though.
you can take a tangent from a single point, and then you have a plane.
So what's the point of the sphere again?
If you're doing trigonometry, to get the angle.
We're talking about
you don't need to
measuring
be on a
angles to the sky.
right. You don't need to be on. You don't need to be. You can take an angle from a ball using a tangent line, dude. It's not hard to understand.
At every ground position, at every sub-point, there is a 90-degree angle. The baseline is sea level. Simultaneously, every single star at the sub-point, there is a 90-degree angle. It's how the process is done.
So what?
Well, there's just, 5,400 nautical miles of flat baseline in every direction you care to look.
That's not how it works, man. You're dense.
Great rebuttal. Well done.
I know. I would like to believe that you're not as stupid as you're letting off to be.
What are you basing your assessment of my IQ on?
Saying that the thing you just said about 5,400 of flat lines or whatever is retarded.
Well done. Yeah, really, really selling your point of view there. Anyway, when you measure the distance using these angles, you will need a flat baseline, and there will be 90-degree angles at the subpoint. That is
So
how
what?
it is done. Well,
you can
don't
do
have
that.
any of
You can do that on a ball, dumbass.
On a ball or on a tangent plane?
On a tangent plane from a ball.
So how do you get a 90 degrees at the surface, 5,400 nautical miles away from the observer?
See how stupid you are? Do you see?
It's just simple
You see how stupid you are?
No, I'm talking to you, the one who shut it up because he couldn't just explain how you can have a 90-degree GP of that star, which is hundreds of miles away from the observer. You have two 90 degrees there on the same straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GP of the observer and the GP of the star, meaning that you are not measuring that on a curving surface or curving tangent.
Dude, your mic is making some really weird noises.
Okay.
Yeah, your rebuttals to these arguments are absolutely ridiculous, Twongo.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Does that make you feel warm and tingly inside when you say that?
Yeah. So you have to rebuttal by talking about the person or talking about the mic. You can't rebuttal by talking
Dude,
about
if you heard the noises your mic are making, you would say the same thing.
It doesn't matter. You heard me.
Does anyone else hear that? It's like...
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
matter.
a
You heard me
tiny
too.
bit of feedback. It's all good.
It's very easy to understand. Very clear.
You couldn't rebuttal to the guy unless you talked about him. You attacked him personally. You talked about my mic, and you talked about the person of anti-globalist.
No, I already... well,
Yeah.
no.
You didn't.
So, If NASA has been lying to us,
If NASA, so now you jumped from the 90-degree GP of the star that is hundreds of miles away from the observer that have also a 90-degree GP on the same baseline. You jump from that to NASA. You don't believe NASA.
no, I'm just
I'm talking about,
dude.
I will talk about the person. I will talk about the mic. I will talk about the NASA.
When you start
talk
saying
about the topic on the table.
Well, yeah, when you say things like 90-degree GP from the star, like I lose interest, bro.
Because you're stupid. I understand.
No, I like
What do you expect from a twanger? Just twanging.
Just twanging, dude.
Yeah, just twanging.
Yeah, I sure am.
Anyway, that's why.
Anyway,
you asked about why Viking was posting that. That was why he was posting it, because at every ground position under the sun, there will be a 90-degree, and the distance along the baseline can be thousands of miles.
You don't need to do, and you don't need to take angles or anything to observe a 24-hour sun. You just look up and see the sun, brother.
Well, no, you have to get
you use these angles to navigate the surface.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
You do. That's how celestial navigation works.
Bro, you go there and you just observe a 24-hour sun. It's simple.
Okay, on flat Earth, nice.
Yeah.
We did.
When you use flat Earth angles in order to discover Antarctica, to map and chart Antarctica in the first place, you just use flat Earth angles. It's no problem.
You're questioning if we're even at Antarctica? Is that what you're saying?
No, you retard. I'm saying in order to discover Antarctica in the very first instance, they utilized flat Earth angles.
No, they didn't.
So just a hand wave dismissal.
I told you, you can do it on a ball.
That's all you guys have got. No, you said you need a tangent. You said a tangent plane.
You're presupposing a flat Earth. You're presupposing.
What use? You invoked a tangent plane. What use is the ball?
There is no use.
Oh, well done. Welcome to flat Earth.
There is no use of a ball.
No, there is. Right, you don't need to. That's the beauty of it. You don't need to use the ball to determine that you're on a ball.
Nice, because there is no ball.
And that's really. I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's really the flat earther's problem. Is he's unwilling to accept that you don't need to measure the ball to know it's a ball, and that's your problem.
You don't need to measure the ball to know it's a ball. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Exactly, sir.
So it's not a ball.
No, it is.
No, it isn't. You said it. You don't.
That's not what I said. There might be a language gap.
You said that there is no balls there.
That's not what I said. Now you're gaslighting.
So what did you say? You just imagined that there is a ball?
You repeated me verbatim and then you changed it in your mind.
What did you say? Just have to imagine.
Come on, bro.
You just have to imagine it? Repeat what you said.
He is called ground position.
Okay, it's 90-degree on the same flat baseline where the 90-degree GP of the observer is also. So it's like a part of a square. A straight line, it's the GP. It's a vertical straight line. It's the GP of the observer. A flat baseline, horizontal one, and another 90-degree line, which is the GP of the star. It's a part of a square.
Just navigating that tangent plane. No need for spheres.
Yeah, no need.
Yep, because they don't exist.
Hey T, I'll take that as a compliment, sir.
So are you good now, dude? You get how the final experiment wasn't final nor an experiment? And if you try to slap a flat earth sticker on the globe, you end up adjudicating globe, not flat earth. And if you end up listening to what flat earthers say, this final experiment is a perfect demonstration that the globalists either A, didn't listen to flat earthers, or B, didn't even listen to themselves. Which explains why it is neither final nor an experiment. And you will see people come in over and over. This will change absolutely nothing. Guess you ran off, or maybe he's making second breakfast. Flat Earth to Twonger.
I think he might still be coming to terms with the fact that he lives on a tangent plane.
He's like kind of scratching his head. He's looking up at the sky. He's like, huh. That is how you get an angle.
Never mind. Look,
So you don't know. So how do you know it's a
Told us about the sun, the moon, the stars, and space. That's all based on this globe idea. If that's not correct, none of it is. So it's pretty crazy when you think about it. You can debunk the globe and all of heliocentrism with a pair of binoculars on a weekend. Which is why this topic is censored. Because they don't want you speaking to people like us who are just going to go out and tell you to go to the beach and observe. They want you to think that we're talking about a disk Earth in space and whatever else. Yeah. Here's another one to make you think. Do you know what gas pressure is?
I mean, I guess, yeah, probably surface level. Just what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So the way it's defined is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of a container. Yeah. So air in a balloon, air in a tire, gas in a deodorant can, the gas in a soda can that then equalizes when you open it. These are some examples where we have gas pressure, right? It's the gas pressing on a container. Yeah? You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I said to you, I want you to give me gas pressure with no container, could you do that?
Myself, I'd probably not. No.
Yeah, because the gas needs to be pressing off a container. Right? So it's called pressing against a wall, a barrier, physically. So if you went to the shop and said, hey, I want to buy some propane, but don't worry about the canister, they'd think you're crazy. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, because gas will just disperse into the available space if not contained. Yeah, so you puncture your tire, you pop a balloon, all that gas is just immediately going to spread into the available space, the lower pressure space. Yeah, it's natural law. High pressure flows to low pressure. Hot goes to cold. Entropy. Yeah? Second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Okay. So the air you breathe every day, did you know that that's a pressurized gas?
No.
Right. Well, it is. So it's about 14.7 psi at sea level. And it decreases as you go up. But it's gas pressure. So what container is that air pressing off? What do you think?
Can you repeat the last question? A lot of noise in here.
What container is that gas pressing off to be pressurized?
I'm A globe earther would probably tell you the atmosphere or something. I don't know.
No, but the atmosphere is the gas. That's the gas pressure. What's that pressing off?
No idea. The vacuum of space or some shit. I don't even know.
That's not a container. That's a lower pressure space. So, like the air in a bike tire, the gas would flow into that. It would disperse into the available volume of space. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means we're not in space. We're in a container. Understand?
Yeah.
So these are the things we know. The Earth's surface is a topographical plane. It's motionless and it's contained by some means. We don't know exactly what. But we understand that it must be to have gas pressure that we breathe. Yeah? If we didn't have that, we'd all be dead. So that's a quick way to know that you don't live on a globe in space, because if you did, you'd be dead. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's interesting. I've never heard any of these things before laid out this way.
What's it making you think?
Nothing really specific. I'm just, it's just intriguing to me.
You starting to see the problem with the globe story?
Yes, like assuming all of these things are true, like it's it doesn't, like what they give to you to explain certain things doesn't necessarily work 100% of the time or at all even. So that's basically why I'm here. I'm trying to just kind of understand what's the other side of that, because you don't ever get the other perspective.
Yeah, you've only been told one side of the story, like we all were. If you want to hear the other side, you have to seek it out, like you're doing. So well done. I commend you for that. And yeah, this is it. It's very simple, everyday, logical, common sense things that when we think about them, completely contradict the story that we've been told about where we are. And that has big implications, right? Where we are, what we are, why we are, right? Why are we here? What is all this? Because the globe comes with a creation story. Yeah, you've heard of the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's the creation story for the globe. And it only makes balls in space. So if we know that the Earth isn't a ball in space, by consequent, it means that there's no Big Bang, which then leaves us with the question, well, then, how did all this get here? What do you think about that?
I think my like big issue that I have with these things like flat Earth is like it's hard for me to wrap my head around the scale of like a lie that big. Because if somebody tells me like the moon landing is fake, like that's something that's more like that's something like that's easier to tackle. Like I have trouble wrapping my head around these lies that are like of a global scale. I mean, that's like a huge thing.
That's understandable. It's because by your nature you're a good person, presumably, which is why you find it hard to comprehend that anyone would ever think to do this. And that's natural. and that makes sense. But as incredulous as you might be that people could be capable of such a thing, that doesn't change the physical nature of water, doesn't change the physical nature of gas pressure.
Yeah, that's what's so intriguing about flat Earth, because like these are things you can actually, like, it's kind of hard to build a rocket and go to the moon in your basement, but you can like get out on a lake with a laser or something and you can actually observe these things yourself. That's what makes it more interesting.
So we can speculate till the cows come home about who is doing what exactly and why, because we're not out here saying everyone is lying, right? We're not saying the teachers are lying. They're just teaching what they've been told to teach. We're not even saying everyone at NASA is lying, right? The majority of them are just doing what they consider to be honest work. They're getting told, hey, make this part. They make it. They don't see where it goes. So we're not saying that the whole, like, everything is a lie. Far from it. We're saying to start critically analyzing and recognizing what is real and what is not. And you have to use your own discernment and judgment to do that. So you need to take agency, you know? You need to be in control of your own mind instead of being blown in the wind by today's propaganda. So this is why we focus on what the world is telling us, what the physical, natural environment is telling us, rather than what some government mouthpiece is telling us. Because if we want to know what the Earth is, what are we going to look to? The Earth or the government? The Earth, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we do. That's what we recommend you do. Next time you go outside on a still day, have a look around, take note of what you're observing, and ask yourself, am I on a ball hurtling at millions of miles an hour with several different vectors out of a cosmic explosion? Just do the mental exercise of forgetting everything you've been told about a globe and just asking yourself, what can you perceive and figure out?
Yeah, that's what everybody should do. Yeah, it makes the most sense.
Well, you'll find like minds around here then. So yeah, check out those resources in the server that I sent you. Research, critically think, ask questions, and come here and discuss it.
All right.
All right, good talk. You're chill. Well done.
Nice.
Someone else, feel free to add some little things to think about. Or if you want to ask questions midnight, feel free, throw them out. I'm going to go on mute for a bit so someone else pick up. Good to hear you all, by the way.
What's up? Anybody want to talk about Zeus? I got a crazy story.
Soup.
Zeus.
Never met him. Yo, yo, what's up to the best channel going right now? Clay Undersill, what's up, man? Yeah, can you guys hear me? Yo, yo, can you hear me? What's up, display?
you mean?
5 degrees above the horizon, 90 degrees at my zenith.
No, because the horizon's constantly shifting.
But we can see things above it, can't we? That's the sky. And if you're going to say the horizon's constantly shifting, welcome to flat Earth.
What?
You have a geometric horizon, which by definition shouldn't move.
Well, here, can I just ask them real quick?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
why would the Earth be flat if the moon's round?
Why would a banana be banana shaped and grape shaped? Why
Right,
are
but
things
every other planet is round.
Sorry. Why are things different? You're asking me why things.
Every other planet is round.
Other planet? What's a planet?
They're
Okay, so
orbiting the sun.
Do you agree that Mars is round?
Hold on. Yes, these things in the sky look spherical, awesome, but the Earth isn't like those objects in the sky because when we measure the Earth, it's flat over distances of water.
What about the photos of it from the moon?
Yeah, you can't go to the moon, dude.
Well, then how come you can see the landing site through a telescope?
Really, can you?
Yeah.
You can, yes, actually you can. Do you look through a really good telescope?
I've seen it.
Show me a picture of that.
Okay.
Do you took yourself, not from an agency?
I didn't take a photo, I just saw it. But I can send you an image of what I saw.
Not from an agency.
Well, then I don't see what your issue is. I'm telling you what I saw, and there's images that reflect what I saw.
Yeah, images that reflect what you saw. What did you see personally through a telescope? Did you see the flag on the moon?
Yeah, I saw the shadow of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's there. You can see it.
Okay.
There's other landing sites that you can see, so...
Okay. So I'll tell you what. I'll grant you that you've been to the moon.
I never said I have.
No, that we have been to the moon.
Yeah.
Okay? I'll grant you that. But the water on the Earth still measures horizontal.
Because of how big it is.
No.
The curvature is so negligible.
Hey, excuse me, do you know what a rate of change of slope is? The slope intersect formula?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a deviation from horizontal at distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now according to the mathematics of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, that's 79.8 inches per mile squared.
What do you mean by a mile squared?
That's a rate of descent over distance, a deviation from horizontal.
Right, that would give a parabola.
Yeah, I know.
The Earth isn't a parabola.
I know.
So that can't be accurate.
What distance is the parabola used for? Is to distinguish a rate of change of curve from an observer over a distance.
The rate of curve never changes.
It does. It's a curve. Yeah, it's a curve.
The slope changes, but the rate of the curve doesn't.
Okay, so there's more curve at distance, right?
Huh?
There's going to be more curvature at distance. It's going to get more curvy. It's a ball.
It's just as curvy.
Yeah, it's a ball. We don't measure curved surfaces on water.
Right, but it has gravity that's attracting the water.
Yeah, which would make the water curve, but we don't measure that curvature of water over distance.
Yeah, the water curves all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't measure curving over distance. What are you not listening to?
I don't know what you mean by that.
We're talking about bodies of water, not raindrops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so bodies of water at rest lay horizontally. This is a utilized, practical, measured fact. Water lays horizontal.
Right, but here's what I'm saying. If you had like...
If the water lays horizontal, where's the curvature of the Earth?
Right here, let me explain something.
No, you don't need to explain. You just
No, I do, though.
No, you
Right,
don't.
because this is background information you need.
I don't need background information. I just need
But for my answer, you do.
And then we can move on.
Can I give... then I can't answer your question.
Go on, then.
Huh? Okay, yeah.
Go on, then, if it's that important to you. Fucking hell.
If you have a magnet that's in the shape of a sphere and you have something like Mercury, it's going to fill the outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to curve like that. That's how gravity works with water. That's why that works.
That water would be curving then, wouldn't it?
Hmm?
That water would curve then, wouldn't it? we would be able to measure that curvature, wouldn't we? Do we measure the curvature of water on the Earth?
You can.
How do we do that?
It would just be the same as measuring the land curvature.
Awesome stuff. So how do we measure curvature over distance? How do we do that?
There's a lot of ways to do it. You can do it by looking at a boat leaving into the
is that a measurement?
Into the horizon. I'm telling you how to measure it. You can measure how far that boat is and when it starts to appear to sink.
Okay, beyond what? The horizon?
Yeah. And you can measure then how far it is, and then from that you can get a general idea. But again, it's not easy to get an exact number.
Well, you're going to need exact. So you think that we can measure the circumference of the Earth by looking at a boat, do you?
I can help.
Okay. And what are we looking for the boat to do?
Start to appear to go down because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, but things appear to go down anyway due to perspective. Like when you look down a corridor, looks like the ceiling's getting closer to the floor. Now you know that the ceiling actually isn't getting closer to the floor, or you're going to hit your head on the ceiling when you walk down the corridor. That's just perspective. So
right, but you can still see the ceiling and the floor.
I haven't finished.
Okay.
All right, so that's why the top of the boat looks like it's going down. Is there anything else?
How come you can't see the bottom of the boat then? Because in a corridor, you can still see the top and bottom of it.
Oh, is that because it's gone beyond the horizon?
Right. Why would the bottom of it disappear and not the top of it?
Because it's gone beyond the horizon.
Right. What would cause that to happen?
Well, the horizon is the angular limitation of view of the observer across a horizontal surface. The horizontal surface still extends beyond the horizon where the boat is, but because you can't resolve that angle anymore, that's why you've got a horizon. Anything that's on that surface past the horizon, you would lose angular acuity too. So it looks like the bottom of the boat is disappearing over the horizon.
Right, but if that were true, how come we can see the moon? Which is so much further than that would be.
You're not looking across the surface here, dude. Unless you want to talk about moonrise or moonset, where you can't see the bottom of the moon. Same phenomenon there. You understand, in this instance, we're looking across the surface. The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view of that surface. Things that have gone beyond the horizon, which is the limitation of that angular view, start to disappear from the bottom up because they're also in that minimal angular view that the observer can't resolve. Do you see the image that I posted in the side chat?
I'll take a look real quick.
Cool. Well, that's a video, actually.
Oh, yeah, you've sent that.
Good. So the horizon's beyond where it should be, then you know this. The horizon for the observer at 8 foot should be 3.46 miles away. To make that simple for you, in front of the oil rigs. But the horizon's beyond the oil rigs, and the oil rigs are like 6 and 10 miles away. So
that guy's really standing higher up, though.
Yeah.
Like you can tell when it zooms out.
Yeah, it's 8 foot above the water.
But you can tell it's more than that.
It's 8 foot above the water. Would you like more videos? Or
sure,
people putting their cameras on the bench? Would you like that?
Yeah, have people tracked where that rig is?
Yes.
Like in maps or whatever? Okay.
Yes, they're static oil rigs. One called Platform Hill House, the other one Platform Habitat in the Bay of Santa Barbara. So can we have a good face conversation, or are you just going to go nutter?
No, I find it interesting.
Good. So it's 8 foot, according to the geometry of the ball, of an unknown radius, the observer's eye height compared to 1.225, and you multiply the two. Mm-hmm. The horizon in front of the oil rigs at 3.4 miles away, but it's not. It's at 10.10. So you're right. We should be able to measure the things, but when we measure it, you don't measure curvature.
Right, but that still doesn't explain all the other examples of the.
No, you said we were going to. You said that we were going to be measuring curvature. I brought up an observation where we should be able to measure curvature, and we don't measure the curvature of the Earth. If we were to use this horizon, then we would end up with a radius of 250,000 miles. You could reach up and touch the moon.
Right, but still.
Right. Still what?
If the thing was still going out, you'd still see it appear to sink.
Okay, but that's because of perspective. It's not because of the curvature of the Earth.
How would that work? Perspective.
I just explained it to you. You weren't listening. It's angular resolution. Things that go beyond your angular resolution limit. This is depicted by the horizon. That if they're on that surface that you can't resolve, well, guess what? You're not going to be able to resolve the bottom of the object. With distance, it's going to sink. It's perspective. It's not curvature, because if it was curvature, using the methodology of measurement, then the horizon should be in front of the oryx. We shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the oryx, but the horizon is beyond the oryx.
That is one example.
Oh, sorry. Would you like more? Would you like more?
Sorry for cutting you off.
There's photos of the Earth taken from the moon.
Okay, but when we measure the surface of the Earth, the water lays horizontally.
Okay.
Yeah. So horizontal water does not mean curving water, not a ball.
That doesn't prove That doesn't prove the Earth.
It
We
proves
have photos
that
of the Earth.
The Earth is horizontal. What are you talking about?
But we have photos of the Earth.
Okay, but when we measure the Earth, it's horizontal, not curving, like the ball pictures that you think you got from the moon because you can see the flag.
Right. So we can
measure the Earth.
We can conclude they've been to the moon, right?
Excuse me. Hello. Sorry. What are the name of those? What's the name of those?
Habitat and Hill House. Habitat and Hill House.
Habitat and Hill House. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Santa Barbara, California. So yeah, when we measure the surface of water, it lays horizontal. In actual fact, water is used as a leveling tool. So the surface of the Earth is horizontal then.
Right, but that still doesn't explain the photos and how there's something like a 24-hour day in Antarctica. That's what I don't get.
Sorry, I don't need to explain any of these. I can give you a measurement and a surface description. The measurement and surface description is flat. I don't need to explain things. The question is,
right, but if there's a photo showing like the opposite, that I think that would warrant some sort of explanation.
I guess they show opposite. How would we conclude that those images are real? I tell you what we do is we measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's like those.
How would they fake it?
Oh my God, it's like he's never seen TV before.
I have seen TV.
Okay, so you understand. So you understand.
How do we have video of?
So you understand that
taken from the rockets?
Manipulation's been around for 150 years. You understand photographic manipulation's been around for 150 years, right?
Yeah.
Good.
All the pictures of the Earth are fake?
Well, all of them.
So then why would they do this? Why would they lie about it?
Do you remember my answer to this question earlier?
No.
I don't know. I'm not interested in the motivation. I'm interested in the crime that's took place. Has the crime taken place? Measurably, yes. Why? I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, in a courtroom, determining motive is quite a key part of determining whether a crime has occurred and who's done it, but sure.
Yeah, we need to figure out if the crime's been committed, right? The motivation will come afterwards. But
They're not independent. They're not independent.
Yeah, but the crime would definitely have been committed, though, wouldn't it? It doesn't matter about the person's motivation. Could have been a fucking accident.
Not in every case. Not in every case. If you're trying to figure out if it was a suicide or a murder.
Okay. But something's happened, doesn't it? Someone's dead.
Yeah, but one of them is a crime. One of them isn't necessarily.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out if an event has taken place, right? To see if there's the motivation for it. So when we study the Earth, we figure out that water lays horizontally. I still can't answer this question about motivation. Do you know why? Because I haven't been able to interview them like they would in a courtroom.
You can determine things about people's motivations without having to interview them.
Okay.
Can I say something, if you don't mind, Jedi?
Yeah, sure, no problem, mate. What's up?
Yeah, so earlier you brought up angular resolution. I just wanted to point out that angular resolution doesn't do what you claim it to do.
What? What did I claim it can do?
So you said that angular resolution could explain why boats, we see them disappear in the horizon from the bottom up, right?
Okay, and how does it not explain that, being as we're viewing this with our eyes and we see everything in angles?
Yeah, so rather, right, what the angular resolution does or measures is when the 2 points denoting the length of an object are going to be too close for each other for us to see them.
Yes.
So, for example, if I look on the moon, I can't see the objects that are on it, like the robots or whatever, because their length is too small compared to where I am.
Yes.
So, for example, I'll send you an image right here in the side chat if I have terms.
No problem at all. So you understand do you understand the two factors that I explained with this? One, the limitation of view across a horizontal surface. This is an angle. The angle's too small to resolve at the horizon. So we can't see beyond the horizon, right? Good. So something that is beyond the horizon that's sitting on that surface has already entered that angle that you can't resolve.
Actually, that's not what. So if you look in the side chat, right?
You're not
do you see it?
Good. Yeah, I know. I know the phenomena of two lights down the road, and they look like one. Yeah, I understand that. Good.
Right. So these 2 points of light, okay, the middle of each point denotes the length of an object. When the length of an object relative to your distance from it is too small, the angle you're speaking of, the angular resolution, is going to reach a threshold, which makes it so that we cannot differentiate the object.
Yeah.
Because
so
we
you
can't see the two
differentiate the bottom of the
when it comes,
of angular resolution.
Sorry.
You're saying the same thing, but you don't seem to be understanding what I'm
Now,
putting
when
down.
it comes to, sorry, please let me finish.
It's just weird. But please
Can you
continue.
please let me finish?
Yeah, I've just said please continue.
All right, thank you. So when the boat is going to go forward very far away, what's going to happen as per the angular resolution, Rayleigh's criterion, is that the boat is going to become smaller and smaller, and it's going to converge into one point until you can't see it anymore. So that's what angular resolution would do on a flat Earth. But now we're speaking of a different phenomenon. It's not the convergence of 2 points into one. It's a boat disappearing from bottom up.
Yeah, would you like me to show you what's happening on a flat surface? You seem to be confused. Would you like me to show you? Would you like me to show you the phenomena on a flat surface of things disappearing from the bottom up because of the limited angle that the object is in?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
I know what you're speaking of, but that's not angular resolution. You understand that, right?
What speaking of? Please tell me.
I personally would like to see it no matter what. I want to see a diagram of it explaining it or an actual example of it.
You'll get about 5.
Right.
So I want to know what he meant.
No, but, sorry, what?
Oh, forget it. You're not listening anyway. Give me 2 minutes, mate. Excuse me, give me 2 minutes and I'll go and get you the video explaining the
That's
phenomenon.
right, mate. But I get what you're saying, right? Is that the idea is that if you imagine you have a boat that's going out from the shore and it's got a light on the left-hand side of it and a light on the right, eventually you'll see in the distance the two lights converge in the way that he shows in this picture.
That's what angular resolution would yield as an experimental result.
That's different to the boat.
Yeah, but it's the same.
Exactly.
It's
By the way, at all about angular resolution, what he said.
My colleague doesn't want to listen.
I found the oil rig.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
No, but it's not as far as you say.
Phenomena, but the two objects are at different distances.
Yeah. So you understand that this is not the phenomenon we're speaking of, right?
No, it is. It's the 2 points.
No. You see the top part of the boat and the bottom part of the boat converge into 1 point under the angular resolution.
Okay, what's the horizon? What's the horizon?
Your mom.
Are you serious?
Yes, because we're looking across a surface. This isn't an object or two, my friend. This isn't two objects or one object in free space that with distance is going to appear to shrink with distance or get closer with distance. Excuse me. The thing that we're talking about is a surface. We're looking across the surface, right? And how does the surface interact with the thing that's on top of the surface? With distance. The horizon is one angular acuity, but the boat has a different angular size. The boat, because it's above your eye line, majority of it,
is going to start descending downwards. That's why the boat also, because the boat is below you, looks like it's going up towards the horizon. But the horizon's the limitation of your view across a horizontal surface. So when the boat goes over the horizon, it enters that angle that your eye already can't resolve. So the bottom of the boat is cut off, and the top of the boat starts going down.
Yeah, but
So
you
it
have a
seems you
boat.
misunderstand what angular resolution
The
is,
bottom of the
but
boat
no,
would be the same distance away from you. So why would the bottom disappear first?
exactly. Basically, if it was really a phenomenon of angular resolution, what should actually happen is the top of the boat and the bottom of the boat should converge
yeah.
into one singular
Like, imagine
point.
the
That's
boat
not what happens. Rather, the boat only disappears from bottom up.
Yeah, like
So, yeah,
imagine
your
the boat has a
explanation is
huge,
incorrect.
really tall mast on it. Wouldn't the mast disappear first? But in fact, the bottom disappears first.
Have you not listened to a word I've said?
Yeah, I've listened
I've
to it.
absolutely listened to it, but look, it seems you're misunderstanding right now.
Man, seriously, I'm going to have to mute you if you keep talking through me. You're making this conversation hard. What did I say about the horizon? What is it?
Oh wait, I can't send an image.
No, what you need to do is answer the question. What is the horizon?
I just made some screenshots. Sorry.
Try again. What's the horizon?
Did I the horizon as you defined it?
What, and how did I find it?
I found the oil rig.
I'm asking, are you asking me for the definition you gave for it?
I asked you what I said. I asked you, how did I explain the horizon?
You said something along the lines of the horizon is like a distance at which objects, the angular acuity of the objects becomes so small that our eyes can't make them out.
Yeah, it's quite simple, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really explain it though. Still,
why?
Yeah, look, Jedi, it seems you're not even addressing what we're saying.
Excuse me. Why boats that go over the horizon, which is your limited angle of view across the surface where you can't see that surface anymore, when that boat goes over that limitation of angle, the bottom of the boat is on the surface. So as it keeps sailing away beyond the horizon, the bottom of that boat is in an angle that you can't resolve. So it looks like you...
Why not the
Yeah,
top?
because the top isn't on the surface.
My God, Jedi, look, you're repeating the same thing over and over again, right? It seems you're not even addressing.
You're not listening. Clearly not listening.
I did listen.
This
look,
guy.
I did listen. Do you understand?
No.
Do you understand what angular resolution should be?
No. Stop interrupting.
No, you don't.
This guy has just said why the top of the boat doesn't disappear first. Clearly demonstrating that he wasn't listening to what I said, because we're talking about things that are on.
Oh my God.
Why are you interrupting? We're talking about things that are on the surface. The top of the boat isn't on the surface. Now, is it?
Yeah, okay, that doesn't matter. Do you not understand?
It does when I'm not talking to you and I'm talking to him.
Why
Jedi,
Stop interrupting.
what have I been saying?
Can you stop interrupting?
Okay,
Stop
sorry.
interrupting.
Are you done?
No, because you keep interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
Every time you keep interrupting, I'm going to stop you.
No,
I was
I'm
talking
done.
to someone else.
Engage with him. Engage with him instead.
What? Because you don't want me to point out your stupidity and then help you understand it?
No.
Okay, can you just get on point, please?
Okay, let's get on point. Have you got a measurement of Earth curvature?
Okay, Jedi, are you going to answer my question?
When you say no.
The rhetorical tricks are shit, man. You just engage with the guy.
I'm trying to, but he's not listening.
I am listening. What are you talking about?
Okay, what did I say?
What do you mean, what did I say? You want me to narrate you every word you said?
Yeah, can you still man? Yeah, I'll tell you what. Can you still man my position, being as I've had to repeat it 5 times?
Yeah, it's just a trivial misunderstanding of what angular resolution is. Do you understand my explanation of what angular resolution does?
Yes. Do you
Okay, can you
understand
explain
that
it
my
to me?
rebuttal to that was the two different objects with different distances? The boat compared to the horizon? It's not the same with like two lights on a car that with distance they look the same light, looks like a motorbike. We're talking about two different things, the horizon and the boat.
We're talking about a boat disappearing from bottom up when it's going very far away on a supposedly flat surface.
Over
You
the
agree so
horizon.
far?
Explain that to you.
Do we agree so far?
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
Yeah,
You
look,
might
you're
have
gonna have
noticed
to
because I
listen
was.
if you want.
You might have noticed because I was talking.
Yeah, look, you're gonna have to listen if you want this discussion to progress, okay?
I've explained this 6 times. You seem to want to reassert your position. I understand your argument with regards to angular resolution and the formation of one light that becomes two because of the distance between the objects and the distance between you and those lights. Yeah, I get that. But we've got two different lights here. One's the boat and one's the horizon. They're not the same distance. They're not the same distance. They're not the same distance. I say it again. They're not the same distance. The boat is further away than the horizon. Get a different
Is the
camera.
bottom of the boat
What? On the surface?
negligibly away from the top of the boat?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, cool. So, do you understand what I'm saying or not? If it's negligible, the distance between the top and the bottom of the boat, it should not disappear from bottom up. It should converge under one point, as I was saying, because that's what angular resolution does.
Depends.
Whatever
On the
you're
side.
describing is not what angular resolution is. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was speaking. Don't cut me off when I'm speaking, please.
What's the angle to the bottom?
Hello?
Hello?
What's the angle to the bottom?
The angle to the bottom.
Speaking.
What's the angle to the bottom?
The angle to the bottom relative to what? What are you speaking about?
The observer and the thing that he's looking at. You see in angles?
Angle relative to the observer.
Why can't you just answer the question?
Because you're not asking it
Because
clearly
there's
enough.
no clear answer to that question.
What is the observer's angle to the bottom of the thing that you say he should be able to see?
That depends on the distance between you and the boat.
So you don't know?
No, it's dependent on things.
No,
it's dependent on things you don't
never
know.
mind. Look,
So you don't know. So how do you know it's above the resolvable
It's
limit?
dependent of unknowns.
God.
How do you know it's above the resolvable limit?
Never
since
mind
you
this
don't know
guy.
what it is?
I want to. Let me speak to Jedi, please.
How do you know it's above the resolvable limit since you don't know what it is?
So, Jedi.
Hello?
I asked you.
How do you know it's above the resolvable limit if you don't even know what it is?
Sorry, no. Heretics jumped in. He's raised a point that I was going to get to anyway. We might as well get there.
Mr. Mensch, can you send the image that I sent you?
Avoiding.
So you guys are going to avoid while saying that we're avoiding.
It's not avoiding.
No.
I've answered.
You haven't asked a clear enough question.
It is. It is. You're avoiding it.
You've said that there's no reason he wouldn't be able to resolve it. Then you tell us that you don't know what the angle is.
Right.
So if you don't know what it is, you
there's
can't
unknown
know it's
factors.
above the resolvable limit, then can you?
Right? There's unknown factors.
Clearly, you do not understand basic trigonometry. I'm not even like trying to be mean, but
Okay, what didn't I understand? Why didn't you answer the question? You don't know what the angle is, so how do you know it's resolvable?
the angle
Because if he did know it,
distance between you and the boat. Do you understand that?
No, that's not an angle.
That's one line.
that's how
Not
you
an
find
angle?
the angle.
You only two
Well, that's
lines
one.
for an
Are
angle,
you
dummy.
serious? You don't know that the angle between your vision and the top of the boat depends on your distance between you and the boat. You don't
Look,
know
it
that?
depends on, that's not the same thing as it being the distance.
What's cosine of theta? What's cosine of theta? Do
It's
you know
not the
what-
same thing as it being the distance, which is what you just said.
Right,
a
but
minute
you
ago.
have to know the distance to find it.
Okay, so what is it?
What is cosine of theta?
I don't know. We
equal
have no way of knowing because we're not there to measure it.
Show me a boat that's disappeared from the bottom up.
Heretic.
You've got difference with distance. And also, the boat has to be obscured by the horizon for you to say that it's physically obstructed. It's interesting, we went straight past the observation of the horizon being at least 10 miles away when it should be at 3.
That oil rig wasn't 10 miles away.
Yeah, it's not going over curvature.
Sorry, why would it be at 3? Can you explain that?
Because based on the radius of 3,959 miles, the equation for the height of eye of the observer to the tangent of the horizon is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, square root of 1 is 1. That gives you a geometric horizon tangent point from the eye drawn to that surface at 1.2 miles away. 6 foot observer, 2.8 miles away. In the observation that I showed earlier for the 8 foot observer should be 3.4 miles away. But in this
that wasn't the same oil rig. That was oil rig Holly, which is 2 miles away from the shore. It's measurably from Google Maps. You can measure that.
You have to say, Jedi.
And then you can look at Google Street View, and it's like clearly the same area they're looking at. So
sorry, I've never looked at Platform Hollywood in my life. What are you talking about?
Platform Holly. Look it up on Google Maps and go to the Street View. You'll see it.
Did you look up Habitat and Hill House?
Yeah.
Good. Can you go and look at those ones then, please? Because those are the ones that are in the image.
Right, but those don't figure. The oil platform Holly looks exactly the same as the other ones, and judging by the view from the it's the only one that you can see from the shore in the Street View image. They did a Street View image up by the shore.
Excuse me. This isn't a Street View image. This is a P1000 camera on the fucking beach.
Right, that wouldn't change perspective.
Oh my god!
Sorry. Did you watch the video?
I did.
Shut up. Did you?
And you think Google doesn't have good photo? Like, what I'm trying to say here.
Zoom into stuff.
Yeah, you can zoom in and see it.
Cool, awesome.
Zooming in doesn't.
What happened? Sorry, to have a P900 camera.
You don't have to zoom in that far to see it.
Okay. Do you see the video?
Yeah, they didn't have to zoom in that far.
You want me to post it again?
I saw it. They didn't have to zoom in that far. It zoomed back. It zoomed back with a wide. It had a wide-angle lens as it zoomed back, so it appeared as though it was a little bit further than it actually was because of the wide-angle lens. But
so this
you can see that it's
Platform Hollywood. This isn't Platform Hollywood.
But it is.
But it isn't.
It's the only. It's the only oil rig you can see from that shore, and in the video, it's the only oil rig seen at that shore. So, for me, that doesn't make sense.
Sorry, do Platform Habitat and Hill House exist in that bay? Go and find that, and then come back.
But if you could see that in the video, you would also be able to see Holly.
Those two.
You'd be able to see Holly, though.
We're looking at, you disingenuous little man.
But you'd
not
be able to
interested
see
in Platform Hollywood, Habitat and Hill House. Do you want me to spell that for you?
Right, but it's a place that you'd still see in the video.
You want me to spell that for you? I'll ask again. Do you want me to spell that for you?
No, I've already looked it up.
Good. So we're looking at those two, not the one that you mentioned.
But the one that I mentioned is the one in the video, clearly.
No.
But it is. It matches everything.
Does it really?
It's his answer.
Just with the shore and everything.
You're saying that this oil rig looks
as well. Can you prove that it's
this identical one can be seen? And
dude, you just said no.
The perspective you showed is exactly the same as a Street View. So what I'm confused is why that wouldn't be Holly, because
it's not. It's Hill House and Habitat.
Okay, prove it.
But it isn't.
I'll just go and get the video link from the YouTuber who made the video.
The YouTuber says that's what it is, but that's clearly not what it is.
Dude, Jedi, this is disingenuous on your end.
What? How is it disingenuous? Like, I'm going to go and get the video. How's that disingenuous?
Yeah, well, what is that going to do?
How? No, fucking explain to me how that is disingenuous, you fucking idiot.
Because we've all seen it.
To go and get the video.
Chill out, bro.
Disingenuous.
Chill out.
Because it doesn't prove anything.
Chill out, dude. You're the only one getting so mad here.
Well, because someone's called me disingenuous for trying to go and get a video.
Chill out.
No, it's because you're saying no to everything.
You know, if you get this angry, you're going to get a stroke, bro.
No, I'm not. Oh, for fuck's sake, what's the point of talking to you people?
But all I'm saying is, if you show me a video of an orange and like it says in the video it's an apple, I can tell you it's clearly not an apple. So that's the same thing that's going on here with this oil rig.
What you can do is you can go down to this base and take the observation yourself, right?
But why not just look at the other observations people have made?
Okay. Like what?
Because it seems as though the person who made the video... Can I explain, please?
Like what?
It seems as though the person who made the video mislabeled the oil rig as the other one that's more farther out.
Is that what happened, is it?
Yeah, because you'd be able to see multiple oil rigs then.
Oh.
You can. 2 is a multiple of 1.
Right, there are multiple in that area. It's right by.
Yeah,
Holly
so
is
there's
right by a
2.
bunch of
That's
other
multiple.
Ones. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, good to go.
That doesn't mean it's that one though.
It does. That's
No,
what we're
it
fucking
doesn't.
looking at, you dumbass.
Well, then how come the map shows many more that are right within the distance?
Where? What? Which
Look
ones?
on Google Maps.
What are we
you can
supposed to
measure
see?
the distance. There's oil rigs that are much closer to shore that would make sense that you'd be able to see.
How close?
2 miles.
Within 2 miles.
Within?
Around that area, yeah. It's within the area that you should be able to see. Definitely within 3 miles.
Yeah.
Which oil rig are you saying that is?
Hollywood.
There's Holly, just called Holly. There's that, and there's.
And what is his position?
What do you mean?
Where is he standing?
The photographer?
Yeah.
In the street view, it's on the shore.
Yeah, where on the shore? Get us all that info, because he has that. He gave all that info.
Chill.
You're just coming along after like 5 years, just saying, no, those are different rigs. It's never even been in contention.
But they are.
No, they're not. You're just one idiot saying that. Where is he standing?
Right, but
show me on Google. Show me on Google where he's standing.
I can't do a share.
Because he did it. So why don't you do it? He did it to back up where he's looking out.
I can't send images.
When the camera zooms out, if it's really the platform he says, you should be able to see about 6 different platforms. You can't.
Show it.
Dude, I can't send images.
That's too bad for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't send them either.
Right.
Rest in peace.
Actually, that's good for you guys. It's a nice excuse. You need all of the excuses you can get. I can't. He's upset.
Well, yeah, because I can't send images. I wish I could.
He's being disingenuous and trying to use.
Yeah, they're being really disingenuous, trying to lie about what we're looking at.
I can't send it.
Literally can't.
He's lying about what we're looking at, and he's got a good excuse not to have to support his lie. So good for him.
I'm claiming he's lying.
You strike me as a frustrated and angry man.
That's nice.
Might I point out a quick suggestion? Sir, instead of getting angry that you can't send the images, how about you send it in a DM to one of the mods in the room?
Okay.
Just saying.
He doesn't want to be able to actually share his shit.
Of course
his
not.
excuse is not to.
Yeah.
Could have thought of that
Well,
surely on his own.
Yeah, well.
It's just harder to lie when you have to back it up,
You are such a dick.
Well,
yeah, so
speaking the truth.
So sir, let's see this through so we can all be assured that you know what you're talking about. And that's it. Simple.
Wait, here, let me look back at the video real quick.
Well, why doesn't Themo Panator help you out? I mean, he came in to cheerlead your claim. You should see 6 rigs from where he's standing. He's probably known about this for as long as you've been talking about it, which is maybe like 10 minutes. And he's an expert. So why doesn't he help?
I can't.
Dude, I'm getting it.
Oh, you didn't hear what Mick just said?
I don't
go back
have
to
it.
that excuse.
Dude, relax. I'm getting it.
Cheerleader right now. Relax. The pressure's off of you right now. It's on the cheerleader. Relax.
Angry man. You're also going to die of a stroke at this rate.
Oh, that's a nice deflection.
It's bad for your blood pressure to be.
Yeah, whatever you can do to get off the point. Yeah, that's a good idea.
It is bad for you though. Genuinely,
Yeah, just keep talking about that instead of what I said. That helps. That way, maybe the room will forget your lie, and then we can just kind of whistle past it. I definitely forgot. You talking about me having strokes made me have a stroke. I went completely off of what I was asking you about. It worked. You got me.
Wait.
So, JF, who are you going to send it to? Just so that individual can be prepared.
Here, wait 1 second.
I'll send it to me. To be fair, I'm actually quite interested in this this argument. It's a new one. I have my doubts, but I'm open to it.
Okay, wait. This is taking a bit. So where was the where it said it was, just so I can cross-reference, just to make sure.
You've already fucking known that?
Dude, where is it?
The fuck? Now you gotta ask me where he's standing. You already claimed to know that by telling me what he should see, you doofus.
No, I just want to know what he claims.
Yeah, you already clicked yourself.
So I can contrast it, compare and contrast.
Do you want the original video?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 2 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Heretic. So one would think you would know all this information before sticking your nose in the ring.
Yeah, you're like, he should see these other rigs. Where's he standing, by the way?
I want to know where he claims to be standing. I want to know where he claims to be.
You already know that.
No, I don't. That's why I asked.
Then you're just placing them wherever you want to, obviously, you doofus.
So, sir, if you don't know where he's at, how do you know what to argue against? Because it sounded like you're saying, "Oh, given
I want to know where he claims to be, because I could be wrong."
You should already know that. You obviously are wrong, since you don't know where he's even saying he is.
Right, I don't know where he claims to be.
Okay, so thanks, Jedi. So how did you know to begin with that, he's in said position approximately, but if this Google Street View is in this position, close to a place that you don't even know where it is, how do you know that what he's looking at can't be what you say it is? Or can't be what it is being said that he's seeing?
Because I'd like to compare it.
So you don't know to begin with.
I'd like to confirm.
Okay, so you want to confirm something you didn't know prior.
Yeah, you're just saying no, those should be different rigs. They're closer. They're these other ones without knowing where he's even said to be or anything. You haven't looked at his video to try to cross-reference that with where he should be.
I don't have
Nothing.
The video.
All you're saying is the rigs must be closer. It's these other ones. Just believe me.
I don't have the video.
Yeah, I know, you don't have the video. You don't even have the source for this material. Never even fucking looked at it. Don't know the first thing about it, and you're just trying to say, no, they're just other rigs that are closer. That's the extent of your reasoning.
Right, because you asked me to debunk it.
So would it be fair, sir, to say that... Oh, go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry. No, please. I just want to say, no one asked you to debunk it. I was just going to explain it to you. I didn't say debunk it. I'll just try to have a good faith argument about the observation. That's all I wanted to do. And now, half an hour later, we're talking about other oil rigs and whether we can trust this image. Oh, for fuck's sake. I've dropped the 2 videos in the chat. You go check out yourself. Sorry, mate.
No, I was just going to say, so would it be fair to say that, whatever your name is, JF, can I call you JF?
Sure, yeah.
Would it be fair to say that all along you've just been speculating that this probably couldn't be the case given the likelihood of what you think it would be, given what you have seen in Google Street View, without ever actually investigating the crux of the argument and the actual claimed information. So it's just basically a wild guess, in other words.
Yeah.
Your cheerleaders got spooked and abandoned you.
Dude, I don't care.
All right. Well, at least we all know you're just guessing.
Yeah.
The whole point of this conversation, some guy said that is, we can measure the curvature of the Earth. Let's look at a boat and figure out why it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to say that it's disappearing from the bottom up when it goes beyond the horizon and you believe that the Earth is a ball, then the horizon's geometric curve based on that observer's eye height. Things are going over the hill, so the boat that's on the other side of the hill, the other side of the horizon, can't be seen by the observer because the fucking hill of the Earth is in the way. This is making a claim to where the horizon should be, to be physical and cause that obstruction. Now, the reason why we bring this observation up, and many others, is we can estimate a distance to the horizon based on objects in our field of view that we know the distance to, like the oil rigs. We're at the beach, use Google Maps, the oil rigs are 6 and 9 miles away. We look at the horizon after we zoom it in, and the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, where according to the mathematics based on the sphere, it should be in front of the objects, not behind them.
All right, here, I'm getting the map up real quick.
Yeah. But so basically, are we bringing back that flat Earth shit again? All right, let's see it.
I mean, we're in a flat Earth room, dude. What do you think's going to happen?
Really? I think it might happen. But you can never predict, So, you know what I mean?
No, I'm sitting there shaking my head. I honestly don't.
Those kind of things, Never.
What can't we figure out?
I don't know, dude. I just have to itch my balls 1 second.
Okay. That's fun.
Hey. Wait, so where's the evidence of the flat Earth? Or you're gonna show on your screen, right?
The water. You know what water is, right?
Yeah, but how can the Earth be flat? When I drink water, it's coming down at a curvature. So that means
the glass. Oh, hold on, dude. Before we start rambling off, you know the glass that contained the water, right? You know that before you took a sip out of it, the water was laying horizontal on the surface. Even when you tipped your glass, the water was horizontal on the surface, right? You know this.
Bro, the friction,
you understand that, right?
My friction is creating fraction.
No, we're just talking about the surface of the water. So the surface of the water lays horizontally, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now, if 73% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water lays horizontally, the Earth can't be a curved ball.
But if I lay horizontally, it could be a different story.
I think I've just wasted my time. No problem.
No, I'm just saying. No. What? Dude, come on.
Like I just wasted.
You're not even looking at my argument. You're just saying, hey,
if I lay down. Excuse me, you just said if I or you lay down. That's not a rebuttal or inquest into what I said. That sounds stupid.
You can't. Wait. How can you have a motor if the Earth is flat? Think about it.
What are you talking about?
The cake is round. So therefore, it has to be an equal and opposite reaction. So if you think about it, round has to be round because the booty is round. You know what I mean? But a lot of things are flat. It makes it look like it's flat, but that's just all the other ones. You know what I mean? Those are other people that are flat.
Chode, are you high, dude?
You know what I'm talking about?
No, he's low.
Chode, you sound
I'm low off the high? Oh, that's crazy.
He's a moron.
Yeah, you sound very inebriated. Let's put it gently.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, that explains everything.
I mean, bro, you're just saying that I'm inebriated, bro.
It's just the diversion that J. Fjord needed.
Yeah. So Chode, if you, which is a great name. If you heard what I said, if you heard what I said you sound high as fuck or inebriated. I could be wrong, but this is how you're coming off. So if you are, that would explain this disconnect that you're having with the room. Now, if you're not, then you're probably just dumb as fuck. I don't know what's worse.
I don't know what's worse, man. But dude, flat Earth, dude, like that's really smart, dude. So.
What?
Do you think that that's smart or what?
Well, I don't think you'll ever know if it is or isn't, buddy.
Yes, I will.
Joe, can you even spell the word smart?
I found out because this woman's inebriated. Okay.
Right. Dude, can you even
brace for the impact?
Man,
yes.
Can you even
and basically, dude, you're flabbergasted. You're flabbergasted.
There it is.
Yeah.
Knock it off a fuck up on. Found it.
Probably couldn't even spell the word inebriated if you wanted to. So let's get back to JF. I think he's had ample time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't control the room, but I would much more appreciate that than dealing with the chode.
Well, I muted him so you could see, yeah. I forgot where we were.
I think he was verifying the coordinates or something, the position the guy was in.
Yeah, he was just lining up the rigs.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah.
Cool.
So first of all, I find it odd that he would only zoom up onto one of the rigs and not all of them, because it appears as though some of the other ones are not in front.
You don't even know where he is, dude.
I'm watching the video.
Where is it?
I have a question.
Because I'm looking to when he zooms out.
A question for anybody in the room, if they want to answer, you can, or you don't have to. But if you had the opportunity to have a custom role for a month.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, for real. So if you had the opportunity to have a custom role for a month in here, what would it be?
I don't know.
A custard roll?
Yeah, I'm supposed to get a custom role, but I never told them anything because I don't know. I already have legendary status for my role over here.
Well, just keep that.
I know, I'm like, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that.
Keep that one.
I'm trying to find the best way to like exactly recreate the view in the video. So if I can do that, then that makes this a lot more interesting. Well, I'm not going to do that.
Well, that's the best way.
It is, but this is the second best.
I guess. I mean, half an hour later, and we're still trying to do this.
Yeah, I mean, these things can take time.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I'm actually getting somewhere. Okay.
Flat Earth isn't real.
What'd you say?
Get a better
not
mic.
real, potato.
Just get a better mic.
Man, you're feeding the trolls.
Potato?
Real good.
Yeah, I mean, you got a potato for a mic, obviously. I'd rather talk to P-Boy than you.
I love people.
Your mic is trash. It's like, seriously, just shut up. Every time you open your mic, it sounds like there's a fucking rain shower, dude.
Are you fucking wanker?
Okay, here we go. You got any globe Earth proof?
No, I'm not Glober or whatever. I'm on the fence.
That's boring.
To you, it's boring. For me, it's just me not really caring. Doesn't change much, you know. I'm saying it doesn't affect my lifestyle, the shape of the Earth much.
It affected it enough that you would end up here in this chat.
Okay. That's not really a good point.
That's an effect it had.
How do you know that's just an assumption?
Man, you're arguing with a dude who probably agrees with you.
So what?
You're saying probably again, assuming.
Yeah,
I said I'm on the fence.
Oh, okay.
You're trying to categorize me. This is what you're doing right now. Trying to bait me into saying, oh yeah, I actually do agree. Oh, so you're a flat earther? That's what you're gonna say?
I'm sorry, I thought you said you did.
Just don't talk about it.
Didn't. You're just gaslighting right now.
Just don't talk
That's like
about
a really
it.
Jewish tactic, you know. What did you say?
Oh God, okay.
I'll help you not talk about it by putting you on mute, being you don't want to talk about it. Have we figured out how far away platform fucking Hill House and Habitat is yet?
I still can't recreate the view.
JF, did you or did you not locate? JF, did you or did you not locate in the video the part where he actually outlines his coordinates?
All right, yeah, I'll go back there.
Why didn't you do all this before you made the stupid claim?
Sorry, I'm just telling you what I thought. Nothing that I'm saying is binding, all right?
You're just grasping at straws, I get it.
Yeah.
No, dude, my mind is open.
So you're guessing as stated before.
Camera placed on guardrail between cafe and restroom.
I like how this guy is trying to recreate the scenario with a Google, what is it? A Google Maps or Google Earth Street View camera, which is what? Hundreds, if not, dozens of times less powerful in terms of resolution than the thing.
It's just to prove that he is where he is. To prove the validity of everything.
So how do you expect to do that?
By looking at clues at what's around, so at that point I can assume that the video is authentic.
Okay, around not necessarily just the oil rigs themselves, which require high power zoom to actually.
No, I'm talking about the surroundings.
Okay.
Looking at with the video.
So, like, I guess the beach, the shape of the shore, and
making sure everything figures,
Okay.
Because if this actually proves that you said it does, then this is pretty big.
All right. Well, good luck with that.
And it's an extraordinary claim that I think requires extraordinary evidence.
Well, you go and figure out if the cameraman's where the cameraman says that he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
He also gives you the coordinates. You can see and put the camera on the tripod. You can see all of that type of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see the shops and the pier in the background. You can isolate those on Google Earth if you want to. It'll put you on the beach. We'll get there.
Well, I think it's applying the same level of scrutiny that we apply to other video evidence.
He's applying the same sort of scrutiny that we did almost 5 years ago to the video, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. But like the hardest part, I think this is just a warm up because the hardest part will be figuring out that it's not CGI.
I don't think it's CGI. I'm just making sure it's the same place.
Well, I will insist on you as a listener here. I will insist that you demonstrate that it's not CGI.
I don't think it's CGI.
It's all right. You don't have to listen to the anti-flat earther, dude. Peter, do better. Stop being a prick. See, the thing is, he can go and recreate this image if he had the gumption to go to this location with the camera. Can't go to space, Peter. Come on.
Hey, Peter, don't you have a bicycle to ride downhill every which way that you go?
Oh, shit, he said that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Thank you for asking. I just did. So, I just did like half an hour ago. I swear. So,
you should go back.
Anyways,
for another half hour.
Let's not overdo it.
My bad.
Maybe P-Boy knows something we don't. Something that would prove the Earth's aglow.
Maybe.
Which way is down?
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Horizontal to what?
The Earth, the horizon, the plane of the horizon.
And which way would that be?
It's called down. You just said it.
No, which way? Relative to something. Anything.
So perpendicular to horizontal, which is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that.
Okay. And you're assuming a flat Earth here, correct?
No, down is where the fucking floor is.
So you're assuming. It's a yes or no question, dude.
Get to the point, dude. You just answered it. You're asking them the same question multiple ways.
They don't like it when they get answers because they think they have gotchas and they're like, damn, it didn't work. Well, maybe I'll just try it again.
You just ask it a different way. Get to the point.
Okay. So gravity acts towards the center of mass of the Earth.
What? What's gravity?
Since when?
Gravity is the curvature of space-time. This is measurable. This is demonstratable.
There we go. 2 different types of gravity in one sentence. Well done, you. That was quick.
How is that 2 different types?
Mass attracts every other body of mass to the center of the Earth, but the actual causation is the distortion of space-time. So the mass actually isn't acting upon the mass; it's the distortion of space-time between the 2 masses. Two
causes
different.
that one describes the other. They're the same thing.
Different mechanics for gravity.
No, one describes the other.
No, it doesn't.
Matter curves space-time.
Excuse me.
Which causes matter to attract matter.
Excuse me. One supersedes the other.
Sure, okay. What's your point? They still describe each other.
No, they don't, because one supersedes it.
Okay, matter attracts matter, which causes...
It doesn't. As you just pointed out when you said the curvature of space-time, that's not the matter attracting
which causes matter to attract matter. Matter curves space-time, which causes...
Excuse me. You're not listening to what I'm saying. The matter isn't acting upon the other body of matter over a distance. It's not attracting it. That was Newtonian.
So what is it doing then?
Excuse me. That was the Newtonian physics, mass attracting mass, that you thought was the same thing as Einsteinian physics with the bendature and warpature of space-time. The 2 masses aren't actually acting upon each other, as the old idea said. It's the distortion of space-time between the 2 of the objects that creates a gravitational wave. So 2 different things. But I'll agree, things go down. Okay, and what?
Down. Which way is down?
Where the fucking floor is. We answered this one earlier.
Yeah, why are you asking the same question?
Okay, you're not. Okay.
You said it was to the center of a sphere, didn't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Have you got a measurement of that sphere so I know how far away I am from the middle of it? Guess not.
You turned his mic off. You can't even hear what we saying.
Weak.
You gotta go on Wiki. Okay, guess you gotta watch a Mutoon video. You guys, it's gonna take 20 minutes.
That's right. JF, have you figured anything out yet?
I'm making sure the number of oil rigs matches the view. Because the one that you shouldn't be able to see, I'm just making sure because there's there's 7 that you should be able to see and 1 you shouldn't be able to see. So I'm making sure there's 8 in view just to confirm this.
What would you mean by shouldn't be able to see?
Yeah,
according to the curvature of the Earth.
The horizon is behind the oil rigs. It's not about the oil rigs.
Right, but
hey, how about this? Might I suggest, sir, why don't you share your screen and we can all walk through it? No? Okay.
All right, I'll do it.
Globers don't know what down means.
It means towards the center of the Earth.
The center? Where's that?
The core of the Earth.
Like the core of a ball?
He walked right into it, that Glober. He walked right into it.
How far away is this center of a ball? How far away is this center of a ball?
The radius of the... I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. How do you think we measured this radius or whatever?
Because you can measure the distance around the Earth.
Can you?
Yeah.
That's what so how would we do that?
Get an airplane and just keep going in one direction, and you'll end up back in the same place.
Direction like east or west?
It doesn't matter.
Oh boy.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
No. Yeah, keep going in one direction, and you'll end up in the same place.
So if I just keep going south, I'll end up on north, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's how did you think Christopher Columbus got to America?
Christopher Columbus.
Oh,
wow, I hear that in a minute.
Okay.
How do you think?
That's a bad analogy.
No, but legitimately, how?
On a boat.
Right.
On an airplane.
He said an
right. He went the.
Like
you're missing my point here. I'm talking about the direction he went. If the Earth was flat, he wouldn't have wrapped back around to go to the U.S.
Who's he?
Christopher Columbus.
He went west.
Right.
And west
you know why he went west? Because he thought he was going to get to the other side of Asia.
Hold on.
Right, but there was another landmass in between.
My friends, you have a misunderstanding. We're using cardinal directions here: north, south, east, and west.
Mm-hmm.
So east and west are circular, right?
What do you mean?
Relative, yeah.
They are circles around north.
Around north?
Yes. So that's why they called the North a pole. It's like a pole that your compasses point to. And when you travel around this thing, like there's a piece of string between you and the pole, and you go west like Columbus did. Well, if you went west enough, you end up where you started from, because east and west are circles.
Yeah.
Good.
Around the pole.
You don't need a sphere to travel in a circle, dude.
What I don't get really about everything here is...
Wait a minute. Address that point.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that further? Sorry, I don't understand what your point is there.
All right, so north is a point, like magnetic north. This is an area on the Earth, right, that your compasses point to. So east and west, the circles around that point. For example, you can put a magnet on your kitchen table and get a compass. You can point the compass to the magnet and it will face north. Choose a direction, east or west. You'll end up where you started from, because it's a circle around a point.
And how does that disprove
point is in the middle?
Spherical Earth?
Sorry, it doesn't disprove spherical Earth. I'm just pointing out to you that the surface doesn't need to be curved for you to travel in a circle. It can be flat as well.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, so that is evidence for nothing then. Got it.
Yeah, Columbus is evidence for nothing. You're absolutely right.
No, that's not evidence.
Correct.
That's not evidence against or for Earth.
You got
as
it.
you just said.
You got it. Columbus is evidence for nothing. You got it.
No. Your analogy.
So he went west, and he went in that same direction.
West because
according
he
to
thought
you.
he was going. Okay, sorry.
According to you, he went west, and he went in that same direction.
Yeah.
You could do that on a flat Earth as well. If he's going west, that means he's going in a circle. If you put going in a circle, basically, if you were going in a circle and you just going in one direction, which would be west, you got north, south, east, and west. So it's going in a circle around the north. So it proves nothing. You're right.
What map projection are you using for your?
We're only talking about directions.
No, we are. We're talking about east and west.
Directions, right.
Yeah.
So
that needs projection.
What projection are you using for your model?
We're just understanding what north, south, east, and west are. And
so what projection are you using?
He's trying to move the goalpost. You brought this up, going west. You brought it up.
Yeah.
So you say he went in one direction and he came back on the other side, correct?
Yes. So I'm trying to make
Going
a
in
point
one
here, and I
direction.
need you
Wait
to
a
answer
minute,
this so I can make the point.
No. We're not moving on to projection because your globe projection.
No. I'm not moving on. I'm asking
We
you.
want to stay right here. We want to stay right here.
I am staying right here.
Okay.
Answer the question.
We're staying in the direction. No, we're staying in the direction. You already made your point.
Yes, I'm. Oh my God.
Your point was Christopher Columbus went
You just
west.
answer the
Wait a
question
minute.
so I can make my
your
point.
No, your point was Christopher Columbus went
No,
west.
I haven't made my
came
point
back
yet.
on the other side. That was your point. So we're going to stay on this particular part of the point to prove
that
to
was my
you.
point.
And I'm staying on
prove
that.
to you,
I need you to answer
and
the
we're going to
question.
stay on this one part of it to prove to you
One question.
that you can also
Answer
do
one
that on the
question.
flat Earth.
Answer one question for me.
What globe projection am I using?
Yes, that's
what
all I
flat
want.
Earth projection am I using? We're not using any projection at all.
Okay, so what map are you using then? For
We're
this?
not using any map at all. This is not our claim. This is your claim.
So what shape do you think the Earth is?
This is your claim. We don't need no shape. The Earth is flat.
So the Earth doesn't exist. If there's no shape, then it doesn't exist.
Why wouldn't it exist?
I apologize, Killer.
Nobody said a terrestrial body didn't exist.
So what shape is
Somehow it doesn't
We're
exist.
talking, sorry, my friend. We're making a surface description. You understand that flat is a surface description and horizontal is an orientation? None of those things denote a shape.
At all.
Flat implies a line.
And then you moving the goalpost again. You said Christopher Columbus.
I'm not moving goalposts.
Went in a certain direction, and now you moving on to.
Okay. Are you using the normal? Are you using the standard flat Earth like map that has?
I'm not using anything. This is your claim.
I'm using to make a point. Can you just answer yes or no fucking question, dude?
Your claim. Your claim. I know. Let's go over it again. You made a claim that Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth was a globe because he went.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain that.
Hold on.
You keep talking
over him.
Let me finish. He keep talking over me. I'm just trying to go over it.
Okay, go.
Over me. I don't know why.
Go.
You made a claim. You put to Jedi, right? That Christopher Columbus went in one direction, which is west. You and Jedi agreed to that. He went in one direction and came back on the other side. So that would prove exclusively that it's a globe. Jedi responded to that. There is no further questions because you made a claim. Jedi and all the flat earthers in this room responded to that by saying that it's not exclusive to the globe because it also could be done on the flat earth.
Okay, and I am asking you this question to further probe on that point. What projection would you use for your map?
For what?
For your map.
For what? A map for what?
For your map.
What map? You didn't present a map.
The maps
flat Earth model.
This is the reason why I'm asking.
Have a model.
Right.
We use maps.
That's kind of a problem then.
We use
the
maps.
problem is you don't have a
No,
model.
The globe don't have a model.
Yes, it
The
does.
globe is the model.
You don't have a model.
Yes,
The globe is the model.
and it explains
model
why
is
you
it?
have something like a 24-hour, day on in Antarctica during certain seasons. It's the reason that you have a 24-hour night then.
JF, go and do your homework.
Yeah, the globe don't have a model. Now we're talking about
What is the model? Oh my lord.
We're going to keep
Yes,
to
it
your little
does.
point.
So incredulous.
Okay, we're going to keep to your point about directions. You have north, south, east, and west. Do you understand Jedi's point? Before you move on, you talk about models. So your statement when you said that it's only exclusive to a globe model that you don't have is
You
wrong.
do have it.
Don't have a model.
We use it to make predictions every single day.
Have
No,
you ever
you
seen a
don't.
globe before? How do you think? How do you think they
Just trying to because Jedi brought something to you. I just want you to respond to it.
How do you think they predict when an eclipse?
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Wow,
When-
your
how do you think
recent
they predict
statement. My bad, dude. Your
Don't talk
recent
over him.
my bad. Your recent statement to Jedi. This is a conversation between you two. Your recent statement to him when you said it was exclusive to a globe model. That
I never claimed that.
But you did. You said that's how Christopher Columbus proved that the Earth was a globe. That means that it's exclusive to a globe.
He knew the Earth was round, so he assumed when he traveled around the Earth through the Atlantic Ocean, he didn't know that continent was there, so he hit that instead of going to the other side.
And he went in what direction?
He went west, trying to go east because
he went in one direction, right?
Yeah.
So you already conceded that he went in one direction. So you understand that he could go in a circle,
laterally around the planet,
right? And he could go in the circle, traveling around the North Point, going west.
Okay. Let me make my point here. If you assume the standard,
it's not exclusive. Stop trying to make another point in there.
No. I'm making the same point.
You're trying to get away from.
I'm making the same point. I'm making the same fucking point, and you're not listening to me. You're talking over me right now.
Let me make another point here. That's what you said.
No, you're talking over me.
Yeah, because I'm trying to keep you on the same point.
I am going on the same point, and you're saying I'm not.
You're not. If you're making another point,
you don't even know what my point is. What is my point then?
Your point is that Christopher Columbus went in one direction and traveled on the other side, and that proves the globe, which means him doing that would not prove the flat Earth, which means, AKA, he proved the globe. That means it's exclusive only to the globe. That's your point.
Hey, Baby Glurf, technically
if you say anything different, it would be a different point.
Baby Glurf, technically this man is correct because you're being so sloppy with your statement.
I just let Jedi say it.
You're being very sloppy with your statement.
I guess you don't like it.
This is just semantics.
You're not qualifying your statement correctly.
This is just a semantics argument then.
Yeah, what?
No, it's not. It's what he said.
Can you let me make my point?
What are you talking about? I'll let Jedi explain it to you.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, how do they predict something like a solar eclipse with the flat model? Because they use the round model.
I didn't know you had a PlayStation or a video, whatever that thing in your picture.
Right?
It don't sound like Jedi.
Right? You know what I mean?
It don't sound like the guy that responded.
So, do you want to predict solar and lunar eclipses, do you?
Well, yeah, they use the round Earth model for that. So
no, they don't.
But they do.
Okay, what do they do then? What do they do to predict it?
I'm just about to tell you. So, do you know what the Saros cycle is?
No, can you explain it?
Okay, so the Saros cycle was developed over 3,000 years ago by the Babylonians and Sumerians. It was predicting or making predictions of the eclipses in the sky based upon the pattern that they observed through hundreds of years of observing them. They realized that there was a predictable pattern based on 18s or 19s or something, one of those two numbers. So we've been using the Saros cycle, and NASA still uses the Saros cycle today. Nobody makes predictions of these things. They have post-dictions because these things have already happened in this repeatable nature. There's no geometry involved in this, my friend. The only geometry is how we measure.
For the path of totality, though. The path of totality.
Excuse me.
Right?
Excuse me. So the only thing that we've got better at doing is the timing of the events. We can say that we have an error of totality, but we kind of get it wrong pretty much every time. Also, the time when the eclipse arrives and leaves, sometimes we're a few seconds out on that as well. But the Saros cycle has always been involved. The Saros cycle, the only geometry that's involved in that is measuring the elevation angles to stars.
And I quickly
Okay, I've looked this up right now, and this is based off of the globe model.
No,
this is based off of orbits. Yes, it is.
The Babylonians, 3,000 years ago, was there a globe model then?
I don't know.
They didn't predict the area of totality. They didn't predict the area of totality, though.
Yes, it is relevant because it was 3,000 years ago before the globe model was introduced. The globe model was only introduced about 250 years ago.
That's just not true.
Right, it's before they discovered that it...
That is true. The Saros cycle, go look it up.
Another thing, they never predicted the area of totality.
I didn't say that they did.
Right,
but I said that we've got better over time, but there's no geometry in this apart from measuring the elevation angle of the stars and the moon, because that's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
You know who Eratosthenes is?
Yes, I know who Eratosthenes is, yes.
Boy.
What I don't get is
when did he live?
Talking to some amateurs now.
2,000 years ago, 2,500.
Okay, you claimed the Earth model was 250 years ago.
Yes,
was measuring the radius of the Earth 2,000 years ago.
Excuse me. You know who Huygens, Kepler, Copernicus are?
Can you explain?
Yeah, so Huygens, Kepler, and Copernicus, they're the guys that came up with the model of the things in the sky. That's originally where the model comes from.
No,
so yeah, we have. Hold on, I'll finish. We have ideas from the ancient past, if Aristophanes even existed, but we say that he did. Yeah, we got people who thought that the Earth was a ball, but to model these things using the measurements, that didn't come around until 250 years ago. Huygens, Kepler, Copernicus, these guys.
Do you know what a model is?
Well, yeah, you don't have one.
No, we do.
No, you don't. You have a mathematical extrapolation taken from flat Earth angle measurements. You don't have a model. You don't have a science. That's correct.
Can you just give me the definition of a model?
It depends what type of model you're talking about. Are you talking about a scientific model?
Yeah, scientific model.
Awesome stuff. Have you got a scientific model?
Yeah. That's how we make predictions about
So
literally everything we look at in space.
Sorry.
So you're using a scientific method then?
Yeah.
So your model is made up from scientific experiments and made up of scientific theories then?
Yeah.
Oh, well, give me the scientific theory then.
The theory?
Yeah. You say you have a scientific model.
The model is the Earth. You just say no to that.
Scientific model or not? If it's a scientific model, that means it's validated with a scientific theory, which is also validated with a hypothesis test using a scientific method. Do you have that?
Yes, people do it
this whole conversation
all the time, every single day.
Awesome stuff. You know the size of.
Please show us. Please present this scientific evidence.
Yeah.
The fact we just went over this, and you said not to.
Starting with the dependable variable. Starting with the dependable variable, if you know what that is.
You just said not onto solar eclipses. We've just been over this, and you already denied it. So it doesn't. There's
no, he hasn't denied it. He hasn't denied it. He's trying to point out to you that you don't have a model. You think that you do, but you don't. You definitely don't have a scientific model. If
we don't have a model, do you have a model?
For fuck's sake. No, we're not.
You don't know he in the category error.
Yeah. Scientific models for geometric claims. Okay, if you think that's going to happen.
Okay. Let's say.
I'll tell you what. Let's say
we don't have a model.
Let's start with the origins of your model. How is your model?
Here, I'm giving you this for a second. Let's say we don't have a model. What do you propose?
Whatever we're going to do, if we're going to model something, we're going to have to take some measurements, aren't we?
Yeah.
Good. So first measurement we're going to be doing is the Earth. Well, that measures flat, and we can measure the angles of the stars in the sky.
How do you measure it flat?
Water.
Water is perpendicular to the Earth's curvature. It could. Water just acts in the direction of gravity, which you already say not on to.
Really? Perpendicular to the curve?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really
using what measurements?
My God.
Sorry, it's not my God.
Oh my God. Your God is measurement.
We've already been over this.
No, we haven't. This is a totally different conversation.
Gravity? No, we went over this very, very recently.
Gravity is speaking in measurement?
My friend, we've just conceded that whatever we're going to do, we're going to be making measurements. You've just asserted that vertical goes into the center of the radius and is a tangent to a curved surface at a perpendicular. Have you got a measurement of that curved surface to make your model?
I don't, but other people do.
Okay, so the other people, how did they measure the surface of the Earth to be curving?
I just told you, Aristophanes.
Sorry, say that again. Aristophanes. What did Aristophanes do?
Yeah, how you do it?
So, I mean, you're going to get to a flat Earth measurement at the end of this conversation.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Sorry.
So what did Aristotles do?
My brain is just actively melting because you're just.
Then fuck off.
You just say "nuh-uh" to everything I say.
No, actually,
Actually, we agree with you. Yeah, we gonna use measurements. What did he do?
Literally agreeing with you, trying to have the conversation.
No, because every time I go in detail, you say "nuh-uh," and when I speak of it,
Did we
you
say
say
nuh-uh? You kind of proved
No one said nuh-uh. No one has said nuh-uh.
Yes, you directly said
no. We did. We asked you, can you show us? That's what we asked you. Can you show us? That's what we asked you. Actually, we didn't say no to your scientific globe. We didn't say no to your measurements. We asked you, can you show us?
Show you what specifically?
How? What did Aristotles do?
What is the method?
The method that
You
he
should be able
used.
to demonstrate it.
Yeah. What did he do?
Okay, so here's a very simplified explanation. In two different locations, far apart, you take two sticks. One of them is directly pointing at the sun, so there's no shadow. And at the same time, there's a shadow on the other one because it is at a different angle.
Oh. At an angle.
Okay. So there's no curvature in here at the moment, dude. You're just standing underneath a light source, and then you're not standing underneath the light source, and you're measuring two angles.
In both versions, they're pointing straight.
I thought it was our turn to talk. It seems like P-Boy only want to talk when we talk.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's just not true. First of all.
Oh, excuse me. So you haven't showed us how you've measured curvature. What you've got is 3 points on the triangle and measured angles. 3 points on those triangle. Yes. The sun.
No.
In the sky.
You're misunderstanding.
Oh, now who's saying no?
No, you're misunderstanding. That's what I'm saying.
Nuh-uh.
Okay. All right.
So you haven't said anything apart from this. You got 3 points on the triangle because you've measured angle. The sun, the well underneath the sun where there's no shadow, and somewhere that's not underneath the sun, there's a shadow. That's a stick. That's 3 points on your triangle. The sun, the well, and the stick. Because the stick isn't directly underneath the sun, it's casting a shadow, and you can measure the angle. It's a key word in this. You can measure the angle. Now you've given us 3 points along a triangle. Triangles have three straight sides. That means the distance between the well and the stick, that's 500 stades. That's a straight side of your triangle, isn't it?
No, because one of the sticks is at an angle relative to the other one because of the Earth's curvature.
Because of the Earth's curvature. You're supposed to be measuring curvature, not begging the fucking question that it's existing.
Right.
How's
you can't assume the Earth is a curve before you take the measurement.
Well, okay.
What other assumptions did Aristophanes make? One that the surface.
Do you assume that I have a pair of testicles?
Dude, I'm asking you about the argument that you brought up. There are two assumptions within what Aristophanes.
Begging the question.
What was that?
I'm just going to point it out to you. One, he thinks he's on a curved surface, so begging the question. Is there anything to do with the light rays that he made an assumption about? Can you remember?
Straight, I guess.
Yeah, they're all parallel to each other, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. So these are assumptions. What did he actually measure? An angle between three straight sides. No curvature. He's measured no curvature.
Okay, then why is there a shadow?
Why is there a shadow? Because, all right, dude, if you stand underneath a light, you're not going to cast any shadow, are you?
No.
If you walk away from that light, you're going to start watching your shadow increased in front of you.
Okay, but relative distance, you're not moving.
Right.
You understand that, right?
Right.
You understand that.
You're not going to behind.
Hold on. 500 stadium away, not underneath the sun, there was a shadow. Well, yeah, he walked.
Do you know how far the sun is?
No. Do you?
93 million miles.
You like moving the goalposts, don't you?
He does, doesn't he?
No, that's irrelevant to the
this is your
a
claim.
minuscule difference.
But
it does not
well, you
affect
should know the
the-
difference. Then they're like, this is your claim. You kind of like moving on to another subject.
No, you're saying I'm shifting the goalposts when I'm trying to explain something.
Because he's explaining the angle measurement that you brought up.
Yes, and I'm saying the fact that you think it's like that is not like relevant because of how far the sun is.
No, it's not what we think. That's how it's done.
Sorry. Aristosthenes, did he know the distance to the sun?
No.
No, that's right. He had to make an assumption, didn't he? He had to make an assumption, didn't he? That the light rays from the sun are coming in parallel, even though we can measure
that angle to measure the distance.
Excuse me, still talking.
Okay.
Even though we're just measuring an angle to it. So this is the thing that Aristosthenes did. He imagined that the Earth was a ball, and he was standing on the outside of that ball that can be represented by a protractor. The sticks were converging into the radial point of the Earth. To sun's light, well, that was parallel, which caused the shadow on the stick. His measurement was angles, dude. He's measured no curvature. He's made assumptions about the spherical nature of the Earth and the light rays from the sun. Now, we can do this on a flat Earth. You do this every single day when you walk out from underneath a light source, and then you can turn around and measure the elevation angle up to that light source, like the sun. The same fucking thing. It's not a proof of curvature, dude. There's too many assumptions. The measurement that he took is going to require 3 straight lines, though.
Okay. Sorry, but I do have to go. Good talk.
Oh, so no response to that?
No, because I have to go.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Okay, sorry that I have to go eat dinner.
So my
bad.
Listen, his mom's calling him to dinner. Let him go.
Yeah, let him go. Tell her the Murphy's flat.
It's mac and cheese tonight.
Talk about Aaron Toss.
All right.
Nuh-uh.
Nice character attack.
Just go. You got dinner.
Yeah, well, you said the debate's over. You got to go. I hope we can talk shit about you.
Okay. Well, hope you guys get better.
Who's getting cold, man?
So JF, are you ready yet? Oh, he fucking left.
Oh, that was his friend. Yeah, he told him to go.
They're having a sleepover tonight, maybe.
We gonna wreck some flat earthers. Holy shit, these guys are smart.
Fuck, man, I was hoping for those those confirmed coordinates. You know, God damn it.
Yeah, from Christopher Columbus in a plane.
You know, for a while I was getting confused because P-Boy and JF, like, they kind of sounded the same. So just by listening, I was like, JF, like, you're jumping again, bro. Like, you know? But then I looked, it's a totally other person. I was like,
yeah, I did something.
Dang it.
Yeah, he went all the way to Aaron Tossides from Christopher Columbus. I like, once he said that, I said, oh no. We talking to a youngin'. I ain't hear that one in a long time.
What, Aristosthenes?
Christopher Columbus.
Oh, Christopher Columbus, yeah.
In a plane, I never heard that at all.
Guess we learn something new every day.
I swear he was about to say correlations when he said he had scientific studies. I swear he was about to say we had data and statistics and correlated statistics in our scientific study. I wanted to wait for him to say it, but Jedi jumped on him right away. Just got rid of the whole scientific thing.
People say trigger words to me and I jump up to attention straight away. Got a few people in the chat. It's good to see you all. Welcome. If anybody's got any questions about the flat Earth, please unmute yourself and feel free to do so. If you want to defend your position that the Earth is a ball, then that wouldn't be a problem at all. But please unmute yourself. The last conversation's ended, so we'd like a new one. Loads of people in the chat. Give a shout out to Elijah, Big Daddy Flair. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. Gemsy's in the house. What's up, Gemsy? We've got somebody called Hawk Jungle. What's up, Hawk? How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Heretics around. Kembo's about. What's up, Kembo? Mick, we've heard Mick as well. What's up, man? Good to see you. Morvis is in the house. Myth is here. Peter's here. He's unmuted. Papa Bone. What's up, Papa Bone? Hello.
What's up, Jedi? What's up, OG? How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. Just, listening.
Good stuff.
Hey, guys.
Hey. How are you?
Ichigo.
We have Vitali at the bottom of the server. Let's look at the names I don't recognise. Shaggy, Dan. What I spoke before. Runzis. Runzis.
And Dan just showed up.
No, what's up, my friend? How are you? Welcome everybody to the channel, to Flat Earth 2024. Sounds stupid, right? So please unmute yourselves and troll us. That'd be great.
That's a good track.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
And I heard car blinkers going on because swore it was crypto in the house.
Nah, it's me, bro. I'm actually Ubering while talking about flat Earth at the same time.
All good. Just because crypto comes in here the last few times, and he's been driving too, and always. I'm like, oh shit,
that's good shit.
All good.
When I woke up this morning, I had a thought about flat Earth, and it's like, that shit makes no sense.
Go on, Ntwanga. What thought did you have?
Well, how would you have like a sun just circling around the Earth like on the top for no reason, like on the top, like it doesn't make sense.
It depends on what the sun is, right?
Well, I mean, either way, you can't have like a ball just just rotating around above us. It doesn't make any sense physically.
Okay.
That will be because you might be missing certain variables of the mechanisms that operates the heavens above, and that will be okay to not know that kind of stuff, because some people might tell you and draw you.
Well, I have a basic understanding of physics.
Yeah, but when you say physics, you imagine that you're talking about the sun being a fireball and doing all these things that you imagine it to be, but you cannot demonstrate or verify it. And you think that's the physics that you think makes sense. But in reality, it's complete nonsense, where you're actually thinking that makes sense. You're thinking that nonsense makes sense. And just because you don't comprehend the mechanisms in place of the heavenly body, you think it doesn't make sense.
Is that what you think?
You said that doesn't make sense exactly, because it's a wonder, it's an unknown. That's why
I know, but I can know how physics works right here in my house, right? And so when I apply how physics works,
Huh? Hey, Genzi, do you believe in flat Earths?
Your house is not the celestial bodies. So your house.
Yeah. What? Answer the question. Why? Well, that makes an assumption. That's an additional assumption that you're making.
Your house in a horizontal frame of reference makes sense, right? Water level, horizontal. You use a water level to establish the first brick.
Right. Why wouldn't I apply what happens here?
That makes sense, right? But then the globe that you're trying to portray doesn't make sense because it goes against all the senses.
There's no way this guy's an actual flat earther. I've never seen an actual flat earther in person.
Wow, you're weird. You got anything better?
Does this guy really believe that the Earth is flat?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him and be polite? His name's Gemsy.
And he believes that the Earth is flat?
Like I've told you, maybe you should ask him. I've given you his name.
If he unmuted his damn mic, I asked him 12 times.
The thing is that you jump in the middle of a conversation. We were trying to.
I don't care, bro. Is the Earth flat or not? Like, goddamn. Yes or no?
It measures, right? As a horizontal frame of reference, right? So the waters don't curve. So as a description, the flatness of it with a tolerance, because we have topography, right? But there is no curvature, so it is flat because there's no curvature.
Okay, so how come when you look in the sky, you see goddamn round stars? Because if we looked in the sky and the stars were flat with our other planets, then wouldn't we see the flat sides of them too? That as lines?
Also, when I look at the sky, I see birds, and I know we're not standing in a bird.
Space is fake, dude.
Space is fake?
That would be the preconceived idea.
So what's up, bro? What's up in the sky? What is it?
You're observing the phenomena of the sky, and you're saying that you see the phenomena, therefore you're standing on the phenomena that you're observing.
Dude, that makes no sense.
It does.
Except that's what he's saying. Go ahead.
I didn't hear him. Can you repeat that? Actually.
You said it didn't make sense, and now you're saying that you didn't hear him. Which one of those two, David?
He said another point after I said that, and I did not hear it at all.
Okay. Jamesy, just repeat your point, mate. He's got a problem hearing.
Thank you.
No, he said when he looks at the sky and he sees the phenomena of the heavenly bodies, he says, they have a certain shape, therefore what I'm standing on, it has a certain shape. Because
no, I did not say that. I said when you look up in the sky, how come you don't see lines that are bright, which would be the sides of flat planets?
Why? Sorry. No one's making the claim that planets, those things in the sky, are flat. Where'd you get that from?
Because if the Earth is flat, then all other
What was the person?
No, because the Earth is flat.
I googled blue marble, and that was the first picture that popped up.
Yeah, I mean that's just clearly Cinema 4D with the DaVinci Resolve filter.
Where'd the rest of it go? Where'd the rest of marble go?
Right.
Why would?
And if it's a marble, then where's the pool table? Like there are many questions here.
Yeah, why would 60% of that marble be showing and not the rest of it? That's weird.
I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the real image, but whatever.
Right, the real image of
have you seen the papers on mirror genomes?
Yeah, but look at that shape. Have you ever seen that shape anywhere? The image of that.
It looks like a ball to me, but we all know that
looks like a ball.
We all know that's 3ds Max Maya. They got the Houdini render engine.
With the L on the bottom, it looks like a ball.
I mean, that's a typical V-Ray giveaway.
Brother, it's cut off with 2 L angles. One going down a little bit.
2 L's to make a W.
And
Everyone
then
here knows that.
It's like a V, brother. I'm saying 2 lines that make the L. One going to the right that way, and one going straight across the bottom.
Typically, L is like a 90-degree angle, whereas a V is
I'm saying is, where's the bottom of the sphere? Slow guy. We're looking for the bottom of the sphere. Where'd it go?
I don't know. I guess they couldn't render it. Probably ran out of memory. Maybe it crashed.
They couldn't render it? Damn.
I think that's
weird.
what happened.
How the fuck are you rendering the whole top of something and not the bottom?
I know. I mean, actually, have you seen like the Phong model for spherical rendering?
No, I want to see where you can make a ball.
So it's kind of beautiful. It's literally just a dot
I want to see that same picture matched with the ball somehow.
But like, it's like if you have a parallel light source and a spherical object, the light in any given pixel is just the dot product between the normal vector and the light direction.
It sounds good. Until you
It's
get a
cool.
picture
It makes sense. Like only the angle matters.
It doesn't make sense until you produce it. You have thoughtful words.
Do you even know what a dot product is?
But are your actions going to match your thoughtful words? Your actions should match your thoughtful words of deceit, right?
My thoughtful words of deceit. That's true.
Yes, they're words of deceit until we can demonstrate the thing you claim, which is.
No, I'm just saying it's a render, and I can tell it's a render because of the artifacts. I was describing one of the artifacts.
No, I understand, but the government tells you that's a real picture they took of a sphere somewhere.
Right, but I know better than the government.
They say that's the first picture we ever took of the Earth, dude.
Correct, and I've never seen a ball picture ever match anything like that.
Right, because the government just doesn't know the math of like the Phong lighting model. They don't know about the dot product.
When have you ever took a picture of a beach ball that just looked like half of itself?
You're right. I mean, it's because of ambient lighting, bounce lighting. Clearly, they didn't have the compute power for GI at that moment.
But you can't reproduce it. I'm just saying, nobody thinks that's weird. That
you're right. I mean, just like it's like the Blinn model before Phong came along.
Yeah, it's an actual video game. Yeah,
it's real simple when you can put the real image and a fake one side by each. But when you got nothing to compare this to, dude, like, good luck, man.
I mean, like, you just look at this inside chat. Clearly, they were doing the Blinn Phong model, but you were using the wrong exponent, and that's why it's so sharp.
Democ's still perplexed by magic.
I'm perplexed by you taking a picture that matches that.
Right, you can just see that they were using the wrong exponent for the specularity, and they didn't include GI, global illumination, because they couldn't compute bounds at the time with limited hardware. This is so emblematic of the time. The rendering technology back then.
Demonstrate the right thing. I think he's done something when he demonstrates the opposite and proves the opposite.
What are we, like 20 minutes from Rob's fucking freak out?
Yeah, we are.
Right.
Rob, bring us a picture that matches that with
20 seconds.
Ball.
Clearly, they weren't even like interpolating across the
black background.
They're even doing it was like clearly like vertex space lighting, not like pixel space lighting. You can tell as well.
Right, I can tell Rob doesn't know how to take a picture of a sphere that's going to look like that.
Oh, I don't want to talk to you. This guy's talking to you, bro. Let him talk to you. He's tearing you up.
Yeah, right. He's a flat earther. He said the Earth's flat 100 times. What's he tearing?
Right. No, see. Here's the model that they should have been using. Clearly, they were missing the ambient pass. They were only doing the specular pass and the diffuse pass, and that's why it's not accurately displaying. Right? Clearly, they fucked up when they were doing their Phong reflection.
And how would he be tearing me up by showing your fake ass NASA photos?
Hell yeah!
Exactly.
Are you crazy?
Clearly, they knew about ambient lighting.
We are. Why not?
They knew the rendering equation.
Let's talk about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica this scene and how it totally debunks flat Earth.
How you need a sunset on a globe? Let's talk about that. So did you see a sunset that day in Antarctica for your globe to be proven?
Yeah. When you're at the top of a bottom of a ball, that's what happens.
So you didn't see
Was it going clockwise or anti-clockwise?
It was
it's the southern part of the planet, right? Things are supposed to go the other way, right?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Except for the sun, right?
Oh, good catch. Man. The sun was going...
Right, it goes both ways. Yes.
It's going counterclockwise.
At the same time, yes, sir.
The northern
where he told you that.
Result.
Where he told you guys.
It was Jenna's catch, actually.
Where he told you that everything that's been predicted by the globe has happened down there.
No, it hasn't. I've never seen your ball rendering.
The sun is doing exactly what we said it was going to do.
No, it's going.
I've never seen a ball from a ball's perspective.
Sure, you just heard it. You just heard it. Now you're an expert. You just heard it. Now you're an expert.
Brother, I'm waiting.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Crit.
We're not waiting to hear a radio announcer.
I forgot about that claim because it's been other things have been more important. But that's part of the globe lore. The globe lore is counter or clockwise rotation in the south.
Of the stars.
The sun's a star, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, no shit, dumbass. He didn't see Polaris, that's for sure.
No, what stars did you see?
Yeah, he's seen the Southern Cross.
I'm asking you a question, retard. In the north, what'd you see when you saw the sun for 24 hours above your head?
Yeah, the sun for 24 hours doesn't happen until June, buddy.
for 24 hours. It happens above your head when it does.
Yeah, the fact that there's 24 hours.
I don't care when, retard.
Listen,
We're
there's
looking
24
for a
hours
sunset.
of sun. I'm trying to explain to you. Let me get it out.
Explain a sunset on a globe for us.
Hey, I'm going
How does
to.
the sunset work again, Rob?
I'm trying to.
What happens with the sunset?
You keep talking, dude, over and over.
The sunset proves the globe.
I know.
Right?
I heard it.
Rob?
I heard
Remember
that.
your old proof?
I'm trying to talk.
Spin opposite the sun in the south.
I'm trying to have a reply here. And the bottom line is this: the only object that you can have geometrically having this, a 24-hour sun in the south,
not setting or setting
in the north, simultaneously is a.
Is it setting or not setting?
It's over.
All year.
It's over.
So
it's over.
all year in the north.
Relative to your position on the earth, relative to your position on the earth, it will set or not set. Yes, depending on what time of the year you're at, where you're at.
Hey, which direction did that Antarctic sun come from? East or west?
Which way did it tell you it came from? Or journalism? Which way they tell you?
He doesn't know.
This is a question.
No, I do know, but I don't want the answer to come from me. You won't believe me, so that's
not how this works. I know the answer.
You don't know anything. Okay, so why would you ask a question if you already know the answer?
Because I want to see if you know.
Okay, and I told you I do.
He wants to watch you squirm, bitch.
I told you I do know.
You don't know.
Okay, I do know.
Rob,
I do know.
Rob, which way did the sun come from in Antarctica?
The same way Whittinger said it did.
East or west? Did it come from the east or did it come from the west?
Same way Whittinger told you.
Did it come from the east or did it come from the west?
Rob doesn't know.
No, it's not about not knowing. I do know, but I'm not
going to say
which way
did it come from, Robbie?
I'm ashamed of you, Rob.
Where did it come from, Rob?
No.
The east or the west?
The same way Whittinger told you.
The same way is not a direction, Rob.
East or west? Which way did the sun come from? In Antarctica, east or west? Which way did it come from?
I'm not answering that question.
Oh, okay.
You're retarded. It's okay.
Fucking retarded. Come from the east.
Nice try, Flat Earth.
Nice try.
Nice try. Get out of here.
I'm years ahead of you,
Robbie boy. Listen, Robbie boy. It should have been coming from.
Listen, calm down. You guys are talking over everybody. Now you guys.
The globe is over. Your buddy Rob's telling you.
The globe is over. Okay, Democ. Your mustache is over since the 70s, bro.
Your globe sunrise sunsets are broken.
It's just a big cope nowadays. I mean, if you have predominant flat earthers coming out saying it's,
I know.
Explain this. It's your job to explain it.
Shut your ashtray. Shut your ashtray. We're talking. Close your ashtray lips.
Then explain it. Then explain it.
Shut your ashtray, no glober.
An official flat Earth Discord has been shut down and is no longer
official
active.
No globe retard.
Yeah, you guys
talking about
are a joke. You're the joke of the civilization of humanity.
Because you just can't be wrong, even with evidence. Even if we proved the Earth was round, you would not want to believe it.
I didn't say I couldn't tell you. Again, you're just being lying. I'm telling you I can't.
I told you 20 minutes till Rob freaks out, man.
I said I'm not going to. I didn't say I can't. Two different words. Words have meanings. Learn them.
Where is the sunset? We're looking for the sunset.
But when I give you an exact word, you can't understand it.
But Rob, it was an eminently relevant question. It behooves you to answer that. What are you doing? I think you're throwing.
No, because I told you the answer. It's the same way Whittinger said it does.
The word same way is not a direction, Rob.
Doesn't go against your.
Right, but it's relevant to understand it in relation to the other stars, and so I think you should give an absolute direction. I think that was clearly relevant. And I think you abstaining from doing so showed a lack of knowledge that put like a dent in your credibility.
Well, cool.
You know what put a dent in your credibility is the 24 hours flat Earth.
I can't know, Mommy. I can't know the sun, Mommy.
That don't make it true, dude.
Can't
answer. There's chaos in here, dude. It sounds like shit.
I will not answer this question.
There is chaos in here. Like your model just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's really chaotic.
All right, guy.
Show us a globe model, you fucking smartass.
All I'm happy about is that there's predominant flat earthers that are no longer flat earthers, and there's a majority of them going away.
That's a contradiction.
Good job.
Only just begun.
They're not a flat earther if they're not a flat earther. How can they be a predominant flat earther if they're not even a flat earther?
I need you to go get the Google print out of the
You guys are so afraid of losing your
delusion for the rest of your life.
Yeah, the delusion.
Okay,
Rob, shut up. Your other buddy's talking.
I'm gonna start muting.
Order.
I'm gonna start muting. Order.
So, are you familiar with like the mirror genome shit? I'm actually curious. You have like DNA in your bio, the emojis.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? What does this have?
Have you seen the paper that was on like risks of having mirror life from like the research? You know
okay, no, it's off topic. Remember, medical stuff is off topic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah,
well, actually, reverse the abiogenesis.
To keep it ordered, because Judge says order. I would love, because this is how this has to work. Now, you flat earthers, and I'm not saying that in a negative way, you would have to still explain what that means now.
What means?
You can't. Okay, let me stop.
If the sun doesn't set on flat Earth, then never set. What the fuck kind of crack are you smoking?
Okay, you guys
Instead of asking questions, explain this still. Explain that still.
Explain
it's your
what?
duty to come out and say this is how the 24 hours.
You got a question, or are you just gonna fucking flip flop all over the place, man?
Chat GPT's broke.
No, but Cells, what are you even saying? You're being incredibly vague. It's hard to understand what you're even saying.
No,
you need to come out and prove it now. You need to show why that is. Why is there 24-hour sun?
We know that.
You guys got to give him a chance to get it out. Okay, let him get it all the way out and see.
Wait, is this how science works?
If he's speaking from knowledge or if he's speaking from ignorance, and you'll know for sure exactly where he stands. Right now, I don't think he's been able to get out exactly what he wants to say.
Go ahead, Cells. What do you got to say, Brady?
All I'm asking for you is now that you see that that's a thing, you guys have to explain it instead of just asking questions.
Bro, it's always been a thing, man. I don't know where you've been, but it's always been a thing.
The 24-hour sun until just recently.
The sun has never set on flat Earth, you fucking idiot. Listen up close.
Again, ladies, please. Again, which way did the sun come from in Antarctica? Came from the frickin' east. It should have come from the west on a globe. You guys fail.
Or it should have came from the left side.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So go explain that.
It should have went clockwise.
Right.
Instead of counterclockwise.
Because if I in the north, right, if I in the northern hemisphere of the globe experience an east to west sun, and I suddenly go antipode from that, I should experience a west to east sun. But that didn't happen in Antarctica, globies. Listen up. Listen carefully. That shit came from the east and went to the west. Observed due north, right? But it came from the east and went to the west. It should have come west and gone east, dum-dums.
No, dum-dum. We've done exactly what it would say it would do.
No, Duffy
you already
said
are afraid to answer, Rob. Shut up. We're talking to Cell.
Yeah, Duffy said it was going to do both things. It was going to be in the sky and go clockwise.
No, this is ridiculous. You guys are just lying, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Your son is lying.
We could go back and clip it.
You can't lie. They were there. They recorded it. Wait till the information comes back. You guys are done, dude.
So what, Rob? The stars go clockwise and the sun goes anti-clockwise?
The sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
How about the stars? Which way do the stars go in the south?
Flat Earth numbnuts.
Which way do the stars go in the south, Rob? Rob, can you answer? Which way do the stars go in the south?
I'm not answering fucking flirt questions. You answer questions.
Listen to this retard motherfucker we got on here. Rob is the most retarded person. I hate to say it. But he can't even answer a question left to right or fucking south. Come on, dude. You're the globe. You're the globe champ.
It's what Woodson said.
Can't answer questions, globe champ.
Well, if what Woodson said is true, and you have to use what Woodson said, he said now using the AE globe projection, you explained Antarctica with more than one sun. Or
so now there's more than one sun. You're telling me you're going
to honestly talk about the whole point.
Or
AE projection of a globe map. And your son.
No, there's no or. There's no or. It can never be two suns, no matter what.
Two things. Or you explain it as the cycle of the sun in the south has a longer range than yearly, which explains why in the past other people said the sun did set in the same time.
This is so absurd, dude. Listen, okay, I just want to get this out, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, dude, because this is just the end of it. If they were at a set position in Antarctica, okay, let's say it was on the fucking flat Earth, some kind of flat Earth model. If they were somewhere along the outer rims of it, there's no way in rational thinking that a sun could revolve around that one area it's been 3 days now, or 4 days, and never go anywhere else around the Earth. It's literally in one spot going around them. So even on a flat Earth model, it doesn't work. How can the sun go around them in one spot and finish and take care of the rest of the world every day? What are you talking about? What are you guys doing?
Are you spiraling, dude?
Cool. Okay, why don't you stop worrying about spiraling and listen to the words, man? Because they hurt.
Bro. I can't hear you, dude.
I can't hear you through your spiral, Rob. I mean, east to west, buddy, everywhere on Earth. Not possible on a globe, bud.
What are you talking about? That's the way it works on a globe. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Welcome to globe Earth.
Linda. Hey, Linda.
Bro,
words don't hurt.
That's the same way they get down there.
Oh.
The sun rose east and went to the west.
Yeah, it's okay.
Relax.
They see the sun in Antarctica at the same time the sun was coming in.
Chill.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We saw the sun in Antarctica. Okay, it's not a big deal. Chill out. It came from
it is a big
east and it went to the west. But if you're in Antarctica, antipode from the Arctic, right? You should experience it going from west to east, buddy.
No, but you don't, and no one says that, but you
don't. Yeah, exactly.
No.
You don't, because that's fucking absurd. Because it doesn't happen. Because
you're the only person on Earth that says that. You're the only person on Earth that thinks
amazing how that works.
You're the only person on Earth that thinks that.
Amazing. East to west for everybody on Earth, Robbie. East to west, everybody on Earth. North, south, and every direction and every location in between. I know it's hard for you to cope about, because you know as well as I do that it goes from east, it comes from east and goes to the west, everywhere, including Antarctica. Which, if your Earth were a globe, it shouldn't happen that way.
That's exactly what they proved down there when they showed that it does that. And it's the same thing the globe predicted.
Oh my God.
What are you trying to say?
They proved a flat Earth then. They proved a flat Earth because you can only have an east to west sun in Antarctica on a flat Earth, buddy.
What are you talking about,
and
dude?
the sun doesn't set on flat Earth.
You don't comprehend
this is ridiculous. No, I comprehend it makes no sense. Because like I said, even if this is true with the sun sets, how can the sun go around one position?
The sun is not going below the dirt and water on flat Earth. I've already told you this for 20 years, Rob.
And like the rest of the world.
The sun doesn't set on flat Earth, Rob. Learn this.
Okay, cool. It's irrelevant to the conversation.
So now when you look up and film the sun not setting, Rob, what does that mean for flat Earth? No sunset.
They can't like the rest of the world from one position.
Flat Earth proof, Rob.
This is clown shit.
Watch your donut sun in the sky. Watch your non-spherical sun in the sky, Rob. Do a circle.
We repeat ourselves every day.
A horizontal circle hula hoop, Rob. What does that mean? It's breaking him, isn't it?
Are you out of your mind, dude?
It's flat Earth proof. It's breaking him that the sun doesn't set.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes the right way for only flat Earth.
Delusions of grandeur, dude.
Delusions of direction for Rob.
Yeah, delusions of direction.
He can't answer.
What does that even mean? I can answer anything you guys.
Answer.
Any question
Imagine a grown-ass man can't even answer a simple question: east to west or west to east.
Can't answer a question, dude.
Clockwise.
I know how you guys work. I'm smarter than you, fucking idiots. I know how you guys.
Yeah, a guy that sits there. Listen, take your vow of silence elsewhere, Bino.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, listen, Robbie. Listen, Robbie, all we've been hearing from Globers.
The only way is
Globers is that the celestial bodies move this way in the north and then this other way in the south, which would mean that you would have to experience, for Earth to be a globe, you would have to experience in the south, right, upside down on the ball. You would have to experience these celestial bodies moving west to east. But as you said, Rob, and we both agree, that doesn't happen. Why doesn't it happen? Because the Earth is not a fucking globe. Oh my God! So you're back to you're arguing with yourself.
The stars move clockwise,
east to west, not west to east.
The stars move clockwise,
east to west.
What does that mean? On which side?
And the best part about it is.
On which side, Rob? Top or bottom?
No, hold on. Jesus Christ.
Top or bottom, Rob?
The fact that it's a globe is the only reason that the stars that are all moving the same direction seem to be moving in opposite directions. A globe model. I have a globe model in front of me, dude. You're an idiot.
No, a globe model you haven't never had.
If your Earth were a globe,
Yeah, you're staring at it with the God's view.
Dude. Oh my God,
buddy. When we live on Earth, do we stare at Earth at a God's view, Rob?
This is low rent.
Yeah, I know you're low rent. You're low hanging fruit.
No, you're low hanging fruit.
You're really low hanging fruit. You guys are
Rob.
Like, it's okay.
You order flat earthers from Wish.
It's okay, Rotten Apple. You're about to hit the ground.
Yeah. Okay, Rotten Apple. Okay.
Yeah, so much for the finality of this whole thing, Rob. You've found yourself anew.
I know, sure, buddy.
They should have called it the new beginning experiment.
Sure, buddy.
They should have called it the vow of silence for Globers.
I know.
They should have just left you to hanging grains of sand from string in your garage.
See, the one thing about me is, like, I don't live my life where I walk around and people call me stupid or think I'm stupid. But
you just come in here to spur.
Your whole life is people thinking you're stupid. Don't you guys
Rob, what you're trying to do is you want to try to remain flat Earth, globe Earth topic relevant, because as soon as it's no longer relevant, you're the flat earther on Gem server. They're gonna go after.
I go back to YouTube channels and argue with the black people.
Rob, they're gonna start calling you the Christian conservative. No. You're the next flat earther.
No, Kurt, I already have another job. I argue with the fucking black people on YouTube channels.
Dude, they just dropped a complete mockery YouTube music video about Catfish Rob. Singing the tune.
Yeah, right. Let me see. Pull it up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Rob sings the blues. Hell yeah, that was fun times, dude.
No, it was Catfish Rob.
No, I didn't see that. Yeah, bring it up. I want to see it.
Okay, yeah.
No, hey, any publicity is good publicity, man. Don't forget to share, and sub my channel on YouTube, man. I'm gonna get a podcast going here soon.
They're already pivoting to you guys as
dude. I got 60 subscribers. I don't give a fuck. Listen, I go on the internet to have some entertainment, man. You know what I'm saying?
You should have 1 million. You should have how many ever Globe subscribers already.
I know. I'm so dumb, man. You got it all figured out.
No, it's here the top.
Any publicity is good publicity, right, Rob?
Yeah.
There you go. That's the truth.
See, right here, Rob, this is the one. My A-hole by the Repeater. This is talking about you in your butt, and you're saying the N-word and the R-word, and you're talking about being a catfish and using sock accounts to take people down. You're
I'm
the
a
next
catfish in a river.
If they take out the flat earthers and they move on past that topic, you're at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah. Good. Hey, you can put whatever they want.
You don't like it, though.
You're a basement berry.
No, I love it. This is what I want.
Well, that's why you're trying to repopulate the server with flat earthers.
Yeah, that was Retard the Gem server. Hold on, that was Retard the Gem server.
You're a low fruit like a basement tomato.
They used to love me there, and I was Captain America to them. Then they called me Captain Flag. It all changed up, They changed it up on me.
Yeah, they changed your name, which wasn't nice. That was
you're not nice.
Well, don't say that. Okay, don't say that word because it's a slur.
Yeah, but that guy. Oh, sorry.
Okay, saying Captain F word is a slur, and they're very big.
You gotta remember that guy is not in Gems. He's not a friend of Gems. Gem doesn't like that channel, so he's just doing it to make fun of all.
You like they used to, Rob?
Oh, I don't. No one ever loves me. If you love me, you better have some serious help.
Poor Rob.
I like you.
No, I don't like that.
Rob, you're like the big sour tomato of fruits.
Man, listen. The problem is, man, I'm like a big conspiracy guy. I've been a shit since early
tomatoes, Rob.
93, man. And I've seen it all and done it all, dude.
Brother, without you, we wouldn't have a person that.
I want to get rid.
Yeah, right. But without you, Rob, we wouldn't have a person that refuses to answer a simple question like a third.
Well, of course, the conversation will continue with them.
Yeah, the conversation totally carries on when you don't answer.
Which way did the sun come from in Antarctica? East or west? Oh, that's right. East or west.
What really made me realize the reality was the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, all these conspiracies, even flat Earth, at the end of the day, if all the shit we say is true, which I still believe a lot of conspiracies are true, we're not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to go raid the government. I'm not going to kill the president. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just wasting our time doing more constructive things.
Nobody would say any dumb shit like that anyway.
You can't say stuff like that.
Yeah, you would just change the idea of physics by doing them and presenting them and sticking the peer review being you over some other guy.
It would accomplish nothing. It would accomplish nothing. So you're basically saying you're just wasting.
What would accomplish nothing? What you're doing right now, we know.
Oh my gosh, dude. I have more respect for a crap stain in a urinal at a gas station basket than Rob.
I mean, Rob, if you were a flat earther, you might halfway be, usable. Because, I do like the way you like to go out in your garage and hang it, grains of sand and balls, and then show us the opposite of everything and then demand that it's true, which makes no damn sense. But, at least you do that part. A lot of Globers won't even get away from their computer. They're just Google happy everything, right? So, I can give you that part, that you at least got off your ass and went in your garage and tried to do something, right? Because I got off my ass and did a globe experiment, and showed how the globe couldn't be possible. And nobody's reproduced it and showed me how it was wrong either. That's what I was waiting for you to do in your garage, but you guys can't do that, I guess. Can't reproduce anything. Yeah, that experiment you need to do in your garage actually would be get a big ball, 8 to 10 foot tall one, right? Put a little camera on there, stick it on there, stuck, right? Little pinhole camera. Then move object out of your view. Make sure the object on top has a letter or a marking on it. Stick it right there. As soon as it's out of your view, keep it stuck right there on the sphere. Make sure the sphere doesn't move and neither object moves now. Now you want to take your eyepiece, your pinhole cam, raise it vertically up. And now you can tilt it like so. You got to keep it right. It can't move forward any. Can't move back. Can't move just vertically up. And you can tilt it now to look down at the ball a little bit. You're looking for the number or the marking you put on the object at the top, like the helicopter pad. And if you can't see it, in reality, once you think something's out of your view and you go vertically up, you can look down and see the bottom of it. But on a sphere, you shouldn't be able to, and that's what that'll prove. Go reproduce that and come back. I implore you to. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where a building with something on the top of it, any kind of marking, right, that you can read, an H or anything, where you go away from it, it's out of your view, whatever, on an island somewhere, pick a hospital on something, go up, swim away, whatever, boat away, or on your ball, get your object.
Yeah, I can do that actually, dude. There's a bridge by me. There's a bridge by me that's got a tower on it. It's got a light on it.
Right, but I want you to get a real sphere too.
And I'll
so
go
you can
away
see
from
what
it,
the attributes of a real sphere does. That's about a 10-foot diameter sphere. You need a 10-foot. Listen, Rob, you need a 10-foot tall
you
sphere.
listen. Why are you telling me what
Because
to do?
I used an 8-foot tall.
Go do it. Why don't you go do all this stuff? This is so
on the internet.
stupid. Why would I go? Why would I try to go prove your bullshit?
No, you can't debunk it.
We debunk it all the time. That's what we do.
No. That debunks the globe. We don't prove the globe. No, that debunks the globe, Rob. And if what you're trying to do is undebunk the globe,
dude.
You should show how I'm wrong. I just did with my thing.
No, you didn't. You're some guy in Discord, dude, with no fucking credentials, no fucking education. You're trying to say you know more.
Stop. Okay, hey, D-Mock, I think I agree with Rob here. You can't debunk the globe because the globe's never been proven.
Right, he won't show it to us. You're right. I agree with you.
It'd have to be some kind of evidence presented for the globe before the evidence could even be attempted to debunk.
Man, lay off the drugs. Lay off the drugs, guys. The globe.
It has to be touchable and physical.
At it and wave to it.
So it's got to be mental evidence, Rob? Is that what you're looking for?
It can be any. It doesn't. There's no amount of evidence. You guys have an insurmountable quota for what you consider evidence.
Are you looking for Christmas evidence like belief?
No, there's no beliefs involved. You don't have to have.
You want a Merry Christmas evidence, right? A gift wrap.
No, I just said we don't. I just said we don't. No, I just said we don't.
East to west.
Oh my gosh, this woman! You are just goofy. We just
told you, buddy. It's over.
Don't get us a little bit down the name.
Have that.
I just want to ask
the Globers predicted exactly what it would do, and it did it. So
Rob,
you can laugh all you want. You look like an idiot.
So the Globers predicted flat Earth. Cool.
Well, cool, man. Yeah, sure we do. If you believe that, then you're just lost.
Have a fifth grader read you the answer from Google, and when they can answer it and you can't, what does that mean for you, Rob? Globe champion.
Nothing.
A fifth grader can outdo you. Damn.
Cool, man. Well, that's your claim, not my claim. I can claim anything too.
He can read words. You can't. He can say stuff
Says
like
who?
east and west.
Where is this even going? This is not
The child can say east and west and west and south. Rob is not allowed by the
anything
DOD.
to avoid the actual
Department of Defense will not allow you to.
You guys divert. You guys deflect. You guys digress.
The Department of Defense
you guys have
is diverting
nothing
you.
to say.
We know.
You guys can't
got a
even
good
beat
tactic,
me.
Rob.
Knox is
Diversion.
the lowest form of Glober there is. But I'm still
You're like
here
a Cyrano
handling you
diverser
guys.
globe.
This
I
is
thought you were
hilarious.
you're not top tier Glober, Rob?
Are you out of your mind, dude? I'm bottom of the barrel, bro.
Well, who's above you?
I'm a bounty hunter. I'm basically like a bounty hunter. I'm Boba Fett of the Globers.
Yeah, Boba Fett was top tier. There wasn't any
damn it. Yeah, well, he was just, like I said, I'm a bounty hunter, dude. I ain't worried about the intellectual shit. I bring the argument of reason and logic to you guys. And understand that I've been where you guys are at, dude. I'm the same person. I believe in all the conspiracy. I believe the government, and I believe they're lying.
A simple question and you couldn't.
But
you're talking
the simple
fast
fact
as
that you
fuck
guys,
like you're selling micro machine cars.
Okay.
Stop selling us micro machine cars, Rob. Slow down.
Hey, okay. Well, how come when I
Please talk a little bit.
how come when I bring up a fucking UFOs or aliens and fucking flat earthers, they totally
UFOs and aliens and gish galloping about shit that this doesn't even matter.
Okay, so you just interrupt my fucking statement just to make some irate statement of just judging someone's character about something that I have a gripe with. Why I might not be interested. Again, yes, you did. You did though. That's
why don't you and the government figure out what UFO is?
It's a gish gallop.
I know.
About shit that doesn't matter.
You don't even know what a gish gallop is.
Yeah, we're sitting here you're like, oh yeah, no, you're trying to jump to different topics like UFOs.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain
because the Earth is not a globe.
You keep interrupting. I'm trying to explain. You keep interrupting. I'm not coping at all. I'm just trying to explain, dude. So when a person like anybody else outside the club says, "Hey, I think there might be aliens. Maybe whatever whole universe full of things you haven't found yet. Maybe God created more stuff," and all of a sudden, instantly, you're out. You know what I'm saying? Like you're telling me that you guys don't believe in space and going cool. If the Earth is flat, that's one thing. But to say you don't believe in space and there's other planets out there in a whole universe, I mean, that is just something that. How do rational people? How do you say yes to one thing and no to another thing when you know for damn sure the other things are? I mean, come on. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous.
You're just talking shit, Rob. Shut up, man. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're in a cult, dude.
Rob,
you're in a cult.
Let's go. Okay, if we're in a cult, then how do you think showing something that they know is already a lie going to help that?
Because it's just you gotta repeat to people that are in the cult, man.
Okay,
gotta repeat to them.
Really? Is that how you deprogram?
No, you have to make. No one can change your life for themselves.
You can tell if you're in a cult. If you're always preaching faith and you never have any evidence for what you're saying, that's when you know when you're in a cult.
Yeah, cool. I've never preached faith one time. Your whole system is based on faith and belief. Belief that the guy on YouTube is telling you the truth. That's all it's based on.
Which guy on YouTube?
Any guy that you ever, anything that you ever read in is a guy.
Which guy on YouTube?
I don't know which one. I don't know which one got you. What was the first person you watched? Who was the first flat earther?
Maybe he means
so you
Dave McKean or McToon in Antarctica on TV.
Stop it! Because we're going somewhere now. We were cooking. Who was the first one? Who was the first person you introduced you to this?
Well, you don't know. That's my point. You don't know who I've watched on YouTube.
Well, because they all have different paths. Again, but there is somebody, right? There is somebody that first introduced you to this, right?
On YouTube, no.
No. Okay, who was the first person on YouTube that you ever watched the flat Earth thing about?
Probably some debunker. I don't even know anymore. I think it's a black guy who liked Japanese anime, and he had like a samurai. Like he started each video off with like some sort of like quote from a Japanese anime where it's like, "My dad was once a samurai warrior." And like my dad before him, I will also be a samurai warrior. And also he like pretend like he acted like he had a sword and then cut through the truth. And then went on to play some clip of a flat earther talking on some Discord server or something. And then he debated the person not even there and kind of basically told them how.
Yeah, I don't need to know. I don't really need to know all this.
I watched Bruce Lee.
We're totally
a long time ago.
I could probably find him. I think.
Well, no, I'm not. It had nothing to do with him. I don't care who he is.
Bruce Lee made a speech a long time ago, Rob.
So my whole point was everybody. I know. Everybody has their own origin story of how they became to be in this community of being a flat earther or truth earther or whatever.
The solar eclipse. That's how I became a flat earther.
Yeah, like I know mine for sure. Mine was Bro Sanchez. When I went one time, I was looking around and something came up, and it was this guy, Bro Sanchez, talking about flat Earth, and I went on the panel, and that started my whole social media doing this shit daily thing.
So this what I'm saying with your story was you heard flat Earth, you went on the panel, you triggered, and now you've been in the free fall spiral ever since.
Oh, I didn't say that at all. Why would you add that, man? As I'm saying, I know. Are you trying to make
because you haven't recovered from that first day?
Yeah, because disingenuous. That's not how you talk to somebody.
Hey, were you ever on
talk to somebody and adding shit? You can't just add shit to the story that I didn't tell you.
Were you on Bro Sanchez's back when Dredd was around, or after that?
I've heard you talk about Bro Sanchez. You hate the dude.
Well, yeah, I do. I hate what he's about. I hate what he stands for.
You know that's where Brenda showed up too, right?
I don't think it's okay to prey on weak people. Listen, I don't think it's okay to fucking propagate lies as facts. And then when people start getting like faith in you and like knowing you, I think it's really sad when there's people in the chat saying like he's God and shit, and like it's gone a little far, man. Like he's not God, dude. He's a man. I mean, there is an extreme scenario of this where some people are lost, man, and they're sad, dude, and they hurt inside, man.
You don't even believe in God, Rob. You don't even believe in God. So why are you saying that?
Why? That's what I'm saying. You say that out of nowhere.
Did he trick you, Rob?
What proof? He never asked me. No one ever asked me that. He just said that, dude. See what I'm saying? You guys are so far into the hate and anger, man. You're so far into the hate and anger now.
Yeah, Rob,
it's crazy.
Rob, you're projecting, brother.
You're projecting, mate. You're projecting.
I'm projecting. He just did it. I didn't project anything. I'm just giving a rational explanation.
Rob, you don't have to.
What are you doing?
Okay, you don't. You know that you're a Christian conservative. If someone tells you you're
I didn't say that either. This is lunacy. Look what you guys are doing. Can you see yourselves?
Slow down, man. Calm down, brother.
But it's so important right now because this is a perfect example. One guy tells me this is what I am. The other guy tells me what I am. I never said anything what I was.
Okay, identify.
Well, how about you just let a man speak? Man to man, without trying to have some kind of ulterior motive of making someone look stupid or fuck up, and just have a real conversation like human beings about truth and facts. Why can't we do that? What is wrong with truth? We want to find the truth.
Because your truth is that flat earthers are some kind of dangerous cult. That truth is a no-fly zone for some people. There are people in flat Earth who have escaped cults in the past. There are
you know what? If you have a no-fly zone, then maybe you shouldn't be flying.
Rob, be quiet. There are people on the globe side who escape cults. There are people on the flat Earth side who escape cults. When you come in here and then say flat earthers are a cult, you're discrediting all of their lived experiences. You're making a harmful, dangerous place for them. There are people on the globe side who want to tell you what it's like to be in the cult and advocate for the globe without hyperbole about what flat earth isn't. And this is the type of crap that happens when you say things that are objectively wrong.
Well, humans are fallible, man. But it's easy to influence angry people, man. It's easy to influence the angry, lost people. That's where it's susceptible to this. And the bottom line is this, man. If you follow people who talk in circles, they're the one who's going to end up busy. Wake up, man. We are being lied to.
Well, but you're the one behaving like someone in a cult, Rob. It's you.
Okay, cool. I know it feels that way to you, but I'm not.
But what's the number one thing?
That way. It is that way in reality, and we can all see.
The one is be subjective, man. Hold yourself to the same standards you hold everybody else to. Like Democ, if you want to say all this stuff you want to do and do this, why would you? Right off the bat, you want everybody to do something. You haven't said one time, I'm going to do
on
this.
On the internet, my name is Democ. Look it up. You type it in, the experiment pops up.
I've seen the experiment, man.
Anybody can do it. DEMMOCH.
I understand. It takes a lot of effort.
Rob, I found them. The first person I ever saw related to Flat Earth, his name was Greater Sapien. And what he did was like he takes clips of people on podcasts or live streams, YouTube videos of a flat earther, cherry picks one thing they said, like a 5-10 second clip, and then spent like 10-15 minutes debunking it. That's the first person I found on YouTube. It was a debunker, and they purposely drove the algorithm into that.
Yeah. Were you a flat earther before at that time or no?
No, I guess they would say I was curious. I was like, hey, what's going on? How can I find out more content about flat
What made you curious? What made you curious?
I was on I was on Facebook at the time. So this is like 2015. And I was into the Apollo program. And I was on a Apollo program conspiracy page. Like it was a conspiracy theory. And
for the moon landing. Yep.
The moon landing, the Apollo program. And while on there, I just had some very low-level questions. Like some of the anti-Apollo people raised some things. Some of the pro-Apollo people raised some things. And I had posted a few questions, and some people I got hounded. I got like Wolfpack. And the Wolfpack came in and just started accusing me of being a flat earther. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Then you looked into it.
Yeah, my question was really simple. It was like, hey, what happened? Why did they just stop going to like space, and or something like that, right? I don't remember what the question was. Really, really small. Like, why did they just stop building Saturn V rockets? Why would they? Why would they do that? What replaced? Because it was the meme where it shows rocket technology 1960s, rocket technology 2015. Phone technology, 2060s, phone technology, bus, right? Back and forth, one by one. All science, engineering, physics has increased except for space travel. So I said, hey, there must be some reason. Why did they stop making spaceships, but they kept making missiles and, whatever.
Yeah. I understand.
So then,
I did the same thing, man. I did this. Yeah, honestly, it's exactly like my little path that I had one time too, man. So
I got Wolfpacked, and I'm using the term Wolfpack specifically because there is a lot of neo-Nazis who are pro-Apollo program. A lot, okay? They really think that Nixon's Apollo program was a vindication of their worldview. That had Germany won the war, there would be all kinds of space civilizations right now. And that's when I found out that they were using flat Earth as a buzzword, a dog whistle for Jewish people.
Oh, I got you, yeah.
So then I'm like, okay, so then after I looked into it, I'm like, are there actually flat earthers? Like what? I tried to look on the page too, and no one was identified as a flat earther. They were just pointing at people, calling them flat earthers. And then when I looked into it, I'm like, yeah, this is dumb as shit. I don't know why, and why even be so intellectually dishonest?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and then after I looked into it more and more, and I seeked out some flat earthers and some globalists. And I went to a globalist Facebook page and a flat earth Facebook page. I go, hey, I'm kind of confused here. I got a couple questions for you guys. And they're like, yeah. And I purposely picked out a globe page because the globe page was called like the flat earth ended or something like, or end the flat earth or something along those lines. And the description of the Facebook page was, we've got the multi-interdisciplinary fields of study experts in the globe model who will answer all your questions about the globe perfect down to the very last detail. At the end of these conversations, there will be no doubt in your mind that the earth is a globe.
Like, it didn't happen. It didn't happen for you.
They basically said it was a trap and troll group. Like, cause I joined. I
got you.
I asked a couple questions, and they just time you out. They, eventually I got kicked from the group, and the guy who runs the group said, hey, Crit, you did. We don't get very many people like you. who are actually curious. It's mostly flat earthers who are trying.
All right, so we got the part where you found out and you're curious. Now, where was the part where you changed over? Like, who was the first guy that you like kind of hung out on his YouTube videos watching?
None.
Was it like Dubay or whatever, or someone like that?
I was on the first 24/7 1.0, but I didn't talk. I was just kind of like in the text chat, and I would say a few things, and then it just disappeared one day. It was just gone, and I was like, I guess that kind of sucks. That it's gone.
Yeah, that's the big thing. It's like quitting cigarettes, man. Go ahead.
Well, no one told me what happened. And then just one day I came across it again on YouTube, and it had been like 4 months. And I kind of joined, and Gio, I talked to him, and he's like, oh, yeah, I wondered what happened to you. Like, how come you didn't join the server after we made a new one? And I was like, yeah, at first I thought I got banned, but then I looked for it, and I couldn't find it. And then I found it, and I was like, oh, it's like a different server maybe or something. I tried to join it, and then it was like a different guy who was in charge. Because it was, I guess you could say, okay, let me rephrase that. Because, it was ODTV. Because it was originally his Discord server.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So I heard some, I would say not.
So you were never like, really watched the Dubay stuff and all them guys? And
No.
The Flat Society?
Yeah, because that stuff was all about how it's not a globe. I was more interested in how it is a globe or how it is a flat Earth. These sort of not that ideas have always been for me kind of like worthless. Because you could
so you're actually old school about this guy. You're like one of the originals. Then you never really went
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So, I just wasn't very active speaking until 2.0, until Flat Earth 2.0.
Gotcha. So you never did like live streams on YouTube and shit, went on any panels like that? It wasn't your thing?
No. I mean, I had, at the time, I had a Facebook account, and I had Discord to play like D&D. And then when I got rid of Facebook, because the whole thing about like, time, like basically like striking people's accounts, and you get like locked for like 30 days and shit. I'm like, I'm out. What basically got me off there was I posted this meme, and it somehow flagged some algorithm to be pornography. And I was like, okay, it's not pornography. It just had a lot of skin in the meme. And so then my account was locked for 30 days, and I tried to get it unlocked. And nothing worked. And finally, after the 30 days expired, I got used to not using Facebook anymore. I was like, oh, it's over, right? I'm not even logged. It's been 30 days. Then I got an email that says, we've reviewed your report and we've overturned it. I'm like, so are you claiming shit? And then I just got pissed. I'm like, fuck this. I deactivated my account. I go, and I love it. I haven't gone back since.
I hear you. I don't use that shit a lot. So you're basically saying that you're not a flat earther or a glober. You just don't.
No, flat Earth. 100% is flat.
Oh, okay.
100. No doubt in my mind. The solar eclipse proved it for me.
Yeah. What about the when the moon and the sun are going to be out in Antarctica in a couple of days? Anything?
The sky. Does the sky prove anything about the ground?
You just said lunar. You just said lunar eclipse. It does it for you. That's crazy.
Yeah, it did it for me. I'll tell you why it did it for me. Because I had used that as my proof of the globe. That this observation was only possible on the globe. It was the only thing, the only model of all of creation that could explain the solar eclipse was a heliocentric model. And then when I finally looked up at it and saw, I was under totalitarian, or other the word is, whatever. I was right under it. And I was like, this is amazing. Because I remember seeing them in the past, like as a kid and stuff, and not really paying much attention to it. And this one, I took in the whole thing. I was out there. I was ready to go.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. So you're out there. Yeah. So you seen the whole thing. You took it all in, and you made a conclusion.
Yeah.
You're telling me that. Yeah. But you're saying that conclusion that you made, man, just looking up in the sky.
Yeah.
Debunks all of the conclusions that like learned men and scientists have studied and done all the
had nothing to do with
prove it.
Had nothing to do with those.
Yeah, but we know what eclipses are. They prove the globe. They can only happen on the globe.
No, they can only happen on the flat Earth.
No, but it's been proven otherwise. As I'm saying, like there's other.
By who?
Who are you? Who are you to say that though? Dude, you have no credentials, no ability to say that. You have no measurements, nothing.
You don't need that. You don't need any of that. All you can do is make an observation, and I observed.
What
you saw?
Okay, then Winston made an observation. Well, when we say that, we say Winston made an observation.
Yeah, if what
it's so weird.
True, yeah, if I saw was true, in that an object passed in front of the sun, they were about the same size.
Oh,
right.
This is crazy. No,
the moon wasn't. The moon wasn't even visible that day. I thought.
Well, no, it's not visible there. No, it's not visible there right now, but it will be in about a week, I believe.
No, I'm saying in the sky when I somehow when I look back, I tried to remember like a solar eclipse. I thought I had seen the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, and the moon pass in front of the sun. That's not what happens. You don't see the moon at all the whole day.
I don't know who told you that, man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you need to look this up, dude. The solar.
No, I know this is an old Bro Sanchez thing. Like, why can't you see how come you can only see it when it starts going over it? Why can't you see it when it's next to it? It's just, I mean, this is like a hilarious argument. I know that argument, dude. It's hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing, when you observe a solar eclipse, there's nothing in that observation that we even remotely ties to a heliocentric model.
Yeah, but do you think the fact that you can't explain it makes something true?
Yeah, I can explain it.
Okay, go ahead. I want to hear this. Can you just keep it short at least? I don't want to hear it for 5 minutes.
The sun moved across the sky. It intercepted some other object or some other phenomenon that was about the same size of it. It was blocked. It blocked its view to us, creating nighttime or effectively nighttime. And you saw this because I live in an pretty remote area, and we've got like fireflies. The fireflies were tricked. They started they activated and they became nighttime. The birds stopped singing. Everything, all the animals, all the creatures suddenly believed it was nighttime.
Yeah, but come on. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I was thinking there too, that explains the day-night cycle. If you see the sun, that's nighttime. If you see the sun, that's daytime. If you don't see the sun, that's nighttime. And you can manipulate the sun to create day or night.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that when we see nighttime, that it's just the sun being blocked by some object that you don't know what it is, but it's being blocked.
Or the sun out of view. The sun is no longer whatever it's doing to create day.
So is that your whole thing of why you think it is?
Yeah,
I mean, if that's true. I mean,
the Earth is
honestly,
the Earth is stationary, and the sun moved.
Yeah,
something blocked, or the sun changed in some way, creating nighttime during the day.
Rob, remember, all you have is a pile of those stories. That's your evidence of globe.
Yeah, repeatable experiments over and over. And the fact I'm saying
repeatable experiments. Your wishful thinking your wishfully thought interpretations aren't repeated experiments, bro.
Okay, here, Rob, let me
talking about experiments that have been repeated by other people. I'm saying everything. If you believe that his explanation, what he just said, is more plausible than
like the solar eclipse is what has you hooked, Rob. You have a pile of
the
those.
Scientific explanation is way better than Crick's. Dude, come on, man. The scientific explanation has numbers and measurements.
Science doesn't make it
because inside. Hold on, man. Let me finish.
Because everyone thinks you're highlighting the religiosity of it.
No, I have no religion.
Let me finish, please.
Old Haas.
Yeah, dude, you're like one of the.
He literally said in his description of the said activity, he said an object of unknown or some kind of paranormal, whatever he said. He didn't even know what it was. We know we call it the moon. And we know what it's made of. It has dust. We've been there.
Hold on, Apocalypto guy. Rob, just listen for 12 seconds. Have you ever seen the movie Apocalypto?
Yes.
when the witch doctor and the king emperor weirdo guy gets away with madness at the point of the eclipse. You're one of the people at the bottom of the pyramid freaking out and saying, yay, it's time for the guy to exert his authority because there's an eclipse occurring.
No. See, that's a misconception, dude. I have no boo.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like the government. I don't like the police.
Scientific, repeatable experiment.
I got mad guns.
Do what he does.
Again, misconstruing who I am, dude. You think I'm something I'm not.
Bottom of the pyramid guy cheering on the witch doctor and the king emperor doing their madness in Apocalypto. Yeah, you are.
No, never that guy. Never.
Okay, here, Rob, look at
I'm
this.
from Michigan. We don't do that.
Magic moon ceremonies.
We don't do that up here, bro.
Okay, Rob, look at the GIF there and the image. Where in this observation do you get anything that would key you in to either a curved, rotating Earth or heliocentric? Where what data point? What are you using inside this observation?
Okay, so that right there proves that those are two spherical objects crossing in front of each other. So that proves that the moon and the sun are at least spheres, right? So that proves that, right?
Okay, well, hold on. Pump the brakes, okay? Number
Circles.
one, where did you get the moon from this observation? Where's that at?
The moon's in front of the sun.
You know this how?
Because you can see it with telescopes and infrared cameras.
No, the moon was completely invisible that day.
Okay, then how about this? Okay, then type in the same picture, but let's see the infrared fucking photo of it. Come on, Crit. You're not dealing with a fucking Hmong here, dude. You know damn well you can see the moon. You can see what anybody can see. Hold on, you can buy a telescope
infrared.
Put up. No, with a fucking solar lens on it or whatever it is. You can see the fucking moon. Stop it, dude. You can see the craters and shit on it.
Now, Rob, what you're doing is dishonestly pointing to some compiled composition photo that you're wanting to call infrared while you spaz out.
Here.
Get a grip, Rob.
Is this what we're talking about? This infrared photo? What do you see?
So, Rob,
here?
the globe says that it reflects light off the Earth to see the moon. In an eclipse, you're not
Rob's referring to some
the Earth, right?
I don't see anything.
Is he still here? Let me type back in. Yeah. Okay, Rob, dude. Seriously, dude. Like, come on. Give me the goods. Where are you? How did you get the moon from this observation?
Yeah, where's your solar filter image, Rob? Show us that one too. He said solar filter or some kind of imaging device. He said that made him see the moon in front of the sun. Where's that at? Even if I could believe that and I could think it in my mind, hey, it's the moon. Now, how do you, if other people think it's not, and it would be like me and them 50-50, who would be correct in this situation and which one of us could prove it is the question.
I mean, the best part, too, is like where the globalists will be like, hey, one of the reasons the Earth is a globe is because only the heliocentric model can predict the solar eclipse. When you look into it, though, when you fact check that, it's not. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict these. So then you're like, well, that's kind of crazy. And then they'll tell you flat earthers can't predict. And you're like, okay, well, sure. I can't predict a solar eclipse. It takes some very difficult math. Can you predict them? Oh, you can't either. So does that make you a flat earther? Well, no. Okay, how about this? Can you dive into the math and pull out the variable in the mathematical formula that's like curve and rotation? You can't do that either. So what can you do with a solar eclipse? The same thing I did. Look at it. And then try to say this is only possible on heliocentric. How? How is it only possible on heliocentric when these observations predate all the heliocentric models? All of them. Every single one of them. Copernicus never used his models to predict solar eclipses. Very
boom. Gotcha.
Got me with what?
That's a composite, dude. Wake up. You naive, gullible fool.
It's called Earthshine. this phenomenon is called Earthshine.
No, that's an admitted composite.
Yeah, long exposure.
No, it's not. You can see the fucking moon. It's real, dude.
Yeah,
You asked for a fucking picture, and I showed you, bro.
Lies.
You guys don't want the fact you don't want to accept it is your problem.
Show it at the beginning of the eclipse, then. Show it as the eclipse begins.
Yeah, let's move the goalpost. Hold on, guys. Move it up. Pick it up. Let's go.
No, it's called play the video, retard. It ain't moving nothing. Play the whole
I just
fucking
showed you a
video.
picture
They did
of the
not
moon
just
in
take
front
a
of the
picture,
sun,
dumb bitch.
and now you guys want to talk about something else.
It was.
I
So
just
no
told you.
videos.
I
So
just
no
fucking-
video, tree hugger.
Oh, now you want a video too.
No,
Now you want to hug a composite.
You guys,
Look
stop
at the
real quick.
fucking insurmountable amount of
Rob, here is the goalpost. This was the goalpost right here. Okay? Both a photo and a GIF. All you did was show some sort of debooking, composite image. Okay, so you could say,
no, that's a real image. That's a real image of of the sun with the filter on it.
and here, this one too, then, huh? These are real images of the moon?
I mean, Occam's razor. Is it a moon or is it something we don't, some object that we said a parallel of paranormal fucking entity or something? It was crazy, dude.
I know it's not the moon, is what I know it's not.
Shit looks like they got airplane towers or towers on the sun. Look at that. Look at the little red dots. It looks like they got antenna towers on that bitch behind the moon, huh?
Whatever it is.
It's called the sun and the flares going off the sun. You guys are.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, dot everywhere.
You can get a telescope out and watch this shit, dude. Why don't you just get a telescope?
Have you ever seen an eclipse, Rob?
Yes, man. I'm 40.
In real life?
Yeah, absolutely. Multiples.
Yeah, so have I.
Exactly. We all have.
I watched it with my eyes, right?
The problem is not that
you guys seen the details of the moon.
Have you ever seen in between them, Rob?
Yeah.
Has any globe ever seen in between the sun and moon during an eclipse?
Yes, because there is some eclipses where you will see the moon in the blue sky. It appears as
I said
gray.
in between them. During that time where your guys' picture has a total black covering the fucking other object called the sun, right? You got black and then you got sun, right? In between those two things, where's your video of the 93 million mile fucking gap, Goof Troop? That's all I want to see.
How about this?
You want pictures from the dark side?
I want to see in between. No, that's not what I said, retard. Bunch of retards that can't repeat.
I got news for you, dude. The dark side of the moon ain't too dark.
In between, I want to see the 93 million mile gap, you ignorant motherfucker.
Okay, there is. There's 90. Because
Rob,
there's 93 million miles between that picture Chris showed you and you showed me. Where?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. No,
between
actually, there's
those objects that look like they're rubbing each other's butt.
I want to answer your question. No,
they look like they're rubbing each other.
Yeah, I know. You can be fooled by magic.
So where's in between them?
Oh my God, he really did pull a rabbit out of his hat. Must be a rabbit in the hat
somewhere. All we're looking for is in between them. You got one of those fancy filters of that? Stupid.
Okay, Rob, look at this. It's Forbes in on it. They explain why you cannot see the moon during an eclipse, a solar eclipse.
Yeah. Oh my God.
There's more sources too.
Yeah, with your eyes, you can.
No, look at
filters.
Can you? I asked. Can you see the moon? No. During a solar eclipse, you cannot see the moon itself as a distinct object because the side facing
with the human
Earth is the dark side of the moon, which is not illuminated by the sunlight.
I know. With the human
invisible.
eye.
It's invisible.
Okay, you made your point, and your point is not very good.
Okay, so let's do Occam's razor.
I want to debunk it right here.
Can it be? Is it possible for the moon to be invisible?
No, the moon is visible, and I'm trying to get to that, but you're like, you're just trying to keep going because you know it's coming. The debunking of your bullshit you just said. And the bottom line is this: when the sun and the moon, when the moon is right in front of the sun like that, the sun is still so big that it has like a ring of light that goes around it. And that's enough light to go past the moon and come to the Earth. That's why we don't go completely nighttime. It doesn't go nighttime. It gets like dusk, and there's still light. And with that light, with the right telescopes and the right equipment, they can look at it, and they can fucking take a picture of the fucking dark side of the moon with the minimal light available. This is science. It's a fact. They have pictures of it. This is absurd.
Yeah, you're not understanding your own model, which is a problem. You said the moon is not invisible. Here are 3 sources: Earth Sky, Astronomy Magazine, and Space.com. They describe the moon as, drumroll, invisible.
I know, because your reading comprehension levels are just
right there.
You said, like you said, fifth grade.
The moon is invisible during a new moon.
Can I try to explain and see if I might be able to help?
No, thank you. No, thank you. We're doing something right now. Okay, we're literally right in the middle of a conversation.
No. In other words, what I'm saying, I'm going to try to explain what Rob Knox is trying to tell you.
For fuck's sake, dude. We'll open up the floor, okay, when we get a chance. Okay, we're trying to get good, clean audio clips. And also your mic is like a hot mess. Sounds like you got dunked in like an aquarium or something. Through your fishbowl. Okay, so Rob, which one is it? Is I'm completely dumb, or all these sources that you must agree with, because you said they're the scientists that are better than you, they're in on it.
Oh, smarter, not better. So, you can be better than them.
Well, better with articulation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sure some of those guys get hookers and fucking, do all kinds of weird shit. I'm not saying they're good people. They're just smart people.
Wait, is Rob denying his own scientific gods now? He's denying his priests? Really?
I don't have that religion, bro.
He denounced them. He had
Rob, are you denying the veracity of your priest's word? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't have no priest, buddy. I don't go to church.
Well, isn't space.com and those other sources your priest?
Why would they lie, Rob? Why would they lie to you, Rob?
Why would who lie to me?
All your people that you thought you could believe.
Oh, they have every reason to lie to me.
Well, they just believe it's invisible.
Oh, see that again. Hold on, because you guys are trying to make the correlation between I have to believe these people in order to believe the facts.
Well, no, you said that.
Hold on. I'm not saying no. You're presupposing that on my fucking beliefs, and I'm telling or what do you call my beliefs? Because I don't really have beliefs, like I said. But the bottom line is,
did you take a picture of that moon, or somebody else?
If a person I hate tells me that 1 + 1.
Yeah, you did. You brought the guy.
And it doesn't matter that I hate him or distrust him. It doesn't matter what he did. If he tells me 1 + 1 is 2, then I know that that's the truth. I mean, he can be the worst guy, the best guy. It doesn't matter. Facts don't care about feelings, and they don't care about who's saying them.
Why are you equating
Santa Claus to be real
and a globe with 1 + 1 = 2? Why are you equating it as if it's the same level of fact, Rob? Why are you doing that?
Because, man, we left the surface of the planet, went up real far, dude, and looked back and waved at the planet. You guys can't accept it.
We got pictures of Santa Claus. Don't you know that? It's got to be.
You don't see that, but you know damn well there's not a picture of Santa Claus. This is what I'm saying.
There's a million of them, dumbass. Your mom probably has one of you when you were little. Don't be fucking stupid.
Okay. There's a picture of it too.
You sitting on Santa's lap or sitting by him one time, probably. Don't lie.
Hey man, this is a personal issue. This is the hardest part. A personal issue and come to the realization that you've been duped.
So none of your friends or none of your kids or nobody ever goes to visit Santa at the store or nowhere. It's about Christmas time, Rob. There's no Santas out.
I still have one kid that does. Yep.
Take a picture of one.
Have the fun.
Go film or take a picture of one.
As I'm saying, dude, listen to your logic, though,
you need for a globe.
I mean, if that's what you want to argue, like, man, it's like the argument.
No, that's what you're doing. You're saying, "Hey, Demont, go get me a picture," and then explain that Santa's real.
No,
then write some math on a paper.
No, I didn't say a picture.
And then get the majority to.
I said human beings. I said
get the majority to agree with you, Demont, that Santa Claus is definitely real. So once I get 70% of the fucking people to agree with me, then all the rest of you 30% can fuck off, right, Rob? Is that how you do it?
No, No, that's not how I do it. Like I said before, we've had multiple human beings leave the surface of the planet, go
see
far
Santa
enough.
Claus?
I'm almost done. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, I'm
They went
sorry.
far enough.
Yes, you did the
They
whole
went
time, but
far
go see
enough.
Santa.
They went far enough where they can look back and wave to the planet and say, "Holy shit, that's our home." I mean,
Rob, you're chanting, bro.
You have to come
You're
with
chanting,
you
man.
have-
You're chanting.
Wow.
You're chanting your religious beliefs at us now. We don't need to hear that. These are just
it's not
claims.
religious beliefs. There's no fucking Goldberg Jesus. There's no Goldberg Church. There's not a religion.
Of course there is. It's the globe itself. That's your Jesus. You have eyewitness testimony,
The globe is
right?
our home. We live here, man. We have a responsibility to make the best of this planet what we got. And by propagating this fucking nonsense and making people dumb by the day is not helping anybody. It's putting us back years and years, creating generations of dummies. Hope you guys aren't teaching your kids this shit, dude.
See, there you go. See, this is how I know you're in a cult. Because when people, leave the cult, when they begin to question the rhetoric of the leaders and the, the doctrines.
There is no leaders in the scientific community. There's no leaders.
There is. There's
not. Your misconception is just absurd.
Oh, okay.
You sound like a religious nutball.
So one of the leaders would be Albert Einstein, wouldn't it?
No, he's not a leader in anything. He's just a scientist who gave us a lot of good information. He's not a leader. People might look up to him.
He was a scientist? Okay, great. So what scientific experiments did he actually perform?
Oh, my God. Come on, man. I'm not going to do this bullshit. Well, then what did he perform? Okay, well, this is the dumbest arguments. He was a scientist. You know damn well he was. And that's where the conversation would be like, wow, why are we going to do this little piddly?
That's great. I appreciate your incredulity. Can you tell me what scientific experiments he performed?
Yeah, I had to look them all up, dude. I'm not a scientist, see?
Right. So neither was he, because there's no experiments you can point to.
Okay, here we go.
But you believe him anyway.
Pseudo
right?
shit.
You believe the pseudoscience that Einstein proffered, don't you?
Cool, man. Sure, buddy.
Don't you?
You can try to make yourself sound smart and convince yourself.
I'm not even. That's not what's going on. See, now
you're a dime a dozen.
Poison the well.
A dime a dozen. You want to be hustlers.
I know. Isn't it crazy how there's so many of us that can just undo all of the silliness that you come in here and claim? Yeah, there's so many of us.
Oh yeah, I know. They're just lining up, ain't they?
I asked you a very simple question.
You can't even tell the truth when you lie.
And now your priest hasn't done anything that you say he's done. So I've already taken apart your argument, and now you're going to go ahead and assassinate my character, right? You're going to poison the well. Isn't that what you're going to do? So self-reification. Now you're using words out of context. You don't even know what you're saying.
Well, I thought I joined the party, dude.
Right. So how many experiments did Einstein perform?
More than me and you.
Okay, just give me one of them.
Nah, I don't want to.
No, you don't want to. Oh, I know.
Yeah, because it's a totally irrational thing to bring up in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, it's
bring up an Einstein experiment.
It's non-sequitur.
Like Einstein wasn't a scientist. The guy
somebody came along and
there's videos of the guy giving lectures. There's video evidence of the guy giving lectures.
Great.
No, because you're being ridiculous.
So he's not actually a scientist, then he just gives lectures? Is that what scientists do? They give lectures?
Oh, sure, they give lectures in their spare time. That's what they do. They're scientists. They talk amongst themselves and learn. That's what they do.
So they lecture the cult members on the rhetoric and the doctrines of the cult.
They're conversing. Seriously, man.
You just said he did lectures. Now he's conversing. Are they lectures or are they conversation? Which one are they?
Yeah, no, I had to buckle up, I guess.
Which one is it? Is it a conversation or is it a lecture? You said lectures. Is that what scientists do? They do lectures?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the
you don't know what they do.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what the colloquial term was. Maybe I wasn't supposed to use lecture, but he talked to at schools and shit. He talked to scientists. He conversed with everybody. He's a very well-known scientist, known to have many breakthroughs in the theories of fucking relativity and all this type of stuff. So yeah, he's a very well-known scientist.
Nonsense, Rob.
He was involved in the making
nonsense.
I mean, come on, guys. This is known.
He's chanting. They're chanting again. Why aren't you chanting?
Bro. He literally just knows the bare surface. He's literally skimming the surface of everything. It's so hollow and everything he knows.
You don't need to. There's nothing to know. That's what I'm saying. You guys are looking for the wrong place for the fucking for the Scooby-Doo villain, man. The Scooby-Doo villain is not the fucking flat Earth.
What are you talking about, Rob? You're waffling.
I'm not, man. There's so much other stuff that you just distracted from, dude. The real shit.
You're waffling and you know it.
You got duped by people who want to make some fucking hangouts and social media places and make a couple bucks. You guys got duped by them.
Whatever helps you feel better. What else would you like to accuse us of? Do something else. How about something else, Rob?
Nathan Oakley said that you couldn't go there. You'd be turned back at gunpoint.
There you go. There you go. Okay, great. That's a good one.
They bring up proof of him saying
have a sound clip of that?
Yeah. Yeah, right here. Right here. Look at it.
I want to hear it. Okay. I want to hear that one.
And McToon also has the audio files of multiple times he said the same thing. You can't go there if you turn back. And he also said on live stream that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Great.
And now that he's a liar, how could you associate and believe somebody and follow somebody that you know will lie at any cost to achieve social stardom?
That's great.
You're hanging out with the people that you hate.
Listen, Rob, you got to chill out, bro. I need the context also of these particular quotes that you're about to post for me.
Yeah, I just posted the one. It was Nathan Oakley's social media post in 2015. He said it all went
back in 2015.
Yeah, he said it, man.
So
he denied he said it because the context is he said something and he denied it, and then it came to be true. And now
I'm asking you what the context is of his particular.
No one wants to.
Rob, what is the context of this particular post?
Integrity. The integrity of a man who's supposed to be preaching to people every day about something to be true when he himself lies about things being true.
Great job avoiding the question, Rob.
No, that was a perfect answer.
You're
going to have other things to do. You can still come in here and hang out and talk. You know what I'm saying? You can still do all this.
Rob,
not going to go nowhere.
What's the context of that?
That's a double negative, Rob.
Rob, is your spirit animal an eel?
I would say worm.
Yeah, you might have that. You might have it on me there. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
No, cheetah.
Whoa.
Yeah, slippery as an eel is for certain, but he's dirty like maybe a grub.
There's just so many things, man.
Yeah, my favorite, Rob, was when you said, "What's Gishcop? I'm not Gishcopping." Now we're talking about something 180 degrees than we were just speaking of 10 minutes ago.
Well, the conversation.
No, you've been jumping when you don't like it. That all you have is a pile of these crummy little
I only got so much time.
Spazzing.
I always feel like I got.
You got plenty of time.
Yeah, for you guys, not for me.
You've been in here for 2 hours, spazzing the whole time. If you're the one with science on your side, actually.
Do you want to give the chicanery and the obfuscation a break? Yeah, you want to be honest for a change, bro. Wake the fuck up out here.
That's my problem, man. I'm always too honest, dude. This is what happens. People don't like honesty. People want to have their shit reinforced and shit and make them feel good, but you can't do that.
Bro, if you engage in any more chicanery, I'm going to start thinking you're an F1 driver, bro.
Kiss me now, and I will leave forever, Ricky Bobby.
Constantly changing lanes, constantly changing horses, constantly changing the tangents, always talking about something different. You're just a waffler.
All right, Mike. Hey, are you watching your guy, Critical Thinker? Are you an Aussie? or Kiwi? Are you watching your guy, Critical Thinker? He's telling the truth.
That guy is whacked.
Oh, come on. That's what I'm saying, man. How are you going to have a community when you guys hate each other and call each other shit? And it's just, there's no camaraderie, man.
Dude,
how would you want to jump?
Why would I want to be camaraderie with this dude called Critical Think who can't even tell me what flat Earth is, but he's debunked it?
Oh, whatever, man. It's just the whole point, dude. It's like the NWO. Remember when the NWO had the red wolf pack and the white wolf pack? Now there's you guys have all kinds of colors, 64 colors in a box, man. All kinds
hey, Rob, do you think everyone that attends Yankee Stadium is a carbon copy of one another? No, they're there to watch the Yankees. They're there for the baseball game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a terrible analogy.
Yeah. Well, why do you're just so desperate to think that everyone here is latched on to some charlatan priest like you have? Yeah, that's your last. Yeah, so much for this thing being final, bro.
And I can prove that because
worse than ever.
And the proof is, I can prove that it's not last on or religion because I never even thought about this shit on a daily basis or go to church.
Yeah, until you found out that it was a myth.
No, until in any type of religious way. So therefore, it can never be a religion. There's no pray to nobody. There's no gods. It's just based on
into it.
You were born smack
dab into the middle of it, Rob.
Well, no, there's a science of why you
lack curiosity. You lack discernment.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's science, like space fact. Like, if I take a piss, I know that fluids that went through my system, into my urinary tract, into my bladder, coming up my penis, into a toilet. But if I could there's a lake in my belly, and a guy opens a damn door in my dick, and it flies out. I mean, which one's more logical?
No, you wake up in a puddle every morning. That's where it starts for you.
Yeah, well, I wake up in a puddle. Did it rain in my room? Probably not, right? I mean, the mental gymnastics you have to do is just too much.
You do sound like someone who would own a leaky waterbed.
I don't have a waterbed. Those are like 1990s, bro.
You did.
I had a waterbed in the 90s, of course. You weren't cool if you have a waterbed. You never banged a fucking chick in a waterbed, dude?
Okay, that's why I didn't want to go to degenerate.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying it's good times. Man, Mr. Crit, dude. I did a couple hours. I do gotta go actually, but thanks for having me, man. But please stop by and just say hi to Jim, dude. Fucking talk a little bit about it. You got different views, man. I know you're gonna get fucking. It's gonna be hard, but you can handle it.
Why is it hard?
Well, I don't know. Because if it wasn't hard, you would have already done it.
Why? No, dude. I've been to Gems like many times.
Not since this thing and been on VC.
No, do you know why the last time I stopped going to Gems and why I did?
Yeah, I'm just asking you to come over.
I recorded the last time I was at Gems.
Yeah, it's a crazy debacle, but you can handle your big boy.
I literally recorded it, and one of the moderators said they're going to work on to make sure that doesn't happen again, and they haven't got back to me yet.
I got you. Well, be a warrior, man. If you see me in there,
I'm working on something right now.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's for me, it's frustrating when the globalists are allowed to ask you questions and mute you as the proof that they want an answer, and you can't address that. You can't be like, "Hey, I just got asked a question, and they want an answer, and they're muting as their only proof that they want an answer. Their answers and their needs and wants are extremely crossed. And that's the problem. I said, if somebody's asked a question, they should be given enough leeway to at least answer. then the person can say, hey, okay, this is what your answer was. What they'll do is they'll tell you answered and you didn't answer at the same time. Therefore, you have to try again, but this time you're muted.
Dude. I don't understand.
Yeah, it was interesting too because normally they don't show mod logs on that server. They'll just be like, "Hey, mods make mistakes or mods do something." I got the whole mod log. They showed me exactly what happened, when it happened, So, yeah, I've been waiting too. There's one of the mods where I have been there a couple times after, just very short, when that one mod wasn't around. Because he basically, as soon as I pop in the chat, he's just hovering over my name to mute me. He's that triggered.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Well, like I said, if hopefully it'll be able to happen.
So that's what I said. If they want flat earthers, they should demonstrate they want flat earthers there by muting.
Yeah,
them.
no, they do get pretty wild. But yeah, they're running a little bit light on mods, so there's not a lot of mods to help keep people kind of quiet.
Well, look what happened with.
But Jump does want like one-on-one conversations to be able.
Yeah, look what happened with Pete yesterday. Pete was getting trolled by a mod. He says, "I'm going to block you," and the mod said, "If you block me, I'm going to ban you from the server."
Yeah,
he said, "Well, stop." He said, "Stop trolling me."
Yeah, but that's Pete and Savage. That's kind of like kind of like old enemies. So they kind of.
Yeah, but eventually Jem had to step in and tell Savage, either you're a mod or you're an interlocutor. You can't be both. You can't be part of the troll team and be modding at the same time. If you're trolling with your mod hat on, that's why they only got people.
Well, that's not my. Yeah, hey, I'm not. That's not my business, man. I'm not management.
But I'm saying, like, you want people to come there.
Yeah,
then you need to tighten your shot group up and make it for a place people want to go to also.
No, that's no doubt about that, dude. It goes for everybody. That's for sure. If you want people to converse, whether Globers are, you gotta be able to let people speak, man. I definitely agree with that. And you guys had me speak fucking crazy over here today. This is insane. I don't think I've ever seen that much talking by one person over there. I mean, I guess but they get interrupted. And it's not as cordial as this. I'll give you that today. It was a good one.
Hey Rob, what's this other server you guys talking about?
Oh, I'm not saying no names here. Quick to give it to you, but I gotta get out of here, guys.
We'll talk about it later. But yeah, generally you can't do cross-platform stuff, and we were kind of like already brushing the edge of that rule.
Yeah, I still think it'd be cool to do like something like where you guys bring Oakley in and bring us in. I think that'd be cool, man.
Yeah, I know it'd be great, but we need to find a globalist who's willing to take questions.
Well, no, I'm saying bring Jem himself in here. Like he'll be all of his Discord people. Like Nathan comes in here with his one icon, but he has everybody with him. Like Jem could do that. Like Jem could come here with everybody with him. It would just be him speaking. You know what I'm saying? And that would be like just like we'd be like doing what Nathan does. Except it'd be like a globe. It'd be more fun for you because you guys have Globers over you instead of just listening to Nathan. I'm not saying you guys don't like Nathan, wink, wink, but I'm sure it'd be more fun to have fucking argue some Globers. But anyway, I do gotta get out of here, man. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, take care, Rob. Come around anytime.
So Snacks is in the chat trying to like ask me questions, but his replies keep disappearing.
Because there was complete. I was deleting them because there's complete non sequiturs, and he was running away. I had him pinned to the mat. He had freaked the fuck out like years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago. He tried to say, explain seismic shadows and earthquakes in the flat Earth, and then his proof was linking a paper that demonstrated it on a concrete block. And his claim was that a seismic shadow and earthquake is only possible with a molten iron core. And you're like, okay, so your concrete block has a molten iron core and is a sphere? Then he got pissed, and I said, he goes, what's your explanation for it? I'm like, well, I didn't claim it. You did. He goes, well, what's any explanation other than what he said? And I said, here's a Chinese philosopher who believed divine winds caused earthquakes. Then he asked for a citation. I'm like, yeah, well, here, I told him to Google it. Here's the guy's name. Use any resource talking about this guy. And he tried to Google it and couldn't find nothing. I posted the screenshot there. Couldn't find one Google hit. He literally doesn't know how to Google someone's name. He was just trying to, you see, his questions were all like really this sort of passive aggressive, sort of like gamma posting, asking you how, why, he doesn't get it.
But Snacky is one of the most dishonest people on Discord, bro. I swear to God, it's just so like dumb, man. Seriously.
He used to be on the same server that I was, that hosted a lot of podcasts, when I was doing this thing called 2D Tuesday, and he had Snack debunks everything. And he had like a nervous breakdown in the middle of his own show, and they told him, like, you can't come back. You just can't freak out like that on people that we invite to the stage. You've got to at least have some sort of decorum, like a thermonuclear meltdown. Like he started just like literally scream, like a little toddler who's being pulled into the ball pit.
Oh, I love toddlers.
Yeah, it was the most cringe thing I ever heard.
Yeah, Snacks was getting upset with me about how I was like, yeah, NASA fooled everybody, dude. He's like, well, how did NASA fool you? And I'm like, yeah, it's all the fake spacewalks and all of their cartoon ball Earth images. Well, how did they do that? Swimming pools, computers, studios, green screens, underwater camera crew. Why do you need an underwater camera crew in a training pool? Right? I didn't even quite get that far with him, but if the dude's been in here that long, there's no hope for him. Rob spaz out enough to leave. Poor Robbie boy.
So this quote from Nathan, which I find fascinating, that they grab something that's 10 years old and out of context and ran with it, I guess for those who are undiscerning will probably just go, yep, totally lied. I'm not even in the mood to defend Nathan or anything like that. It's just another example of, like, you guys are going to take something out of context and then run with it, and you don't think anybody's going to pay attention? What are you doing? Very fascinating.
They're not very good at this. That's generally the problem. Why they get so pissed off? Why he called up? Inside McToon's worldview, he was talking to a Nathan Oakley from 10 years ago. Like he wasn't talking to Nathan Oakley current time date group. He was talking to the Nathan Oakley from that video who was just musing about the possibility of what Antarctica could or couldn't mean.
Yep.
Nathan's like, a lot has been said and done since that video. Use all of what I've said. Not just that one snippet from a one musing a decade ago. And then he broke down. He had a psychological break with reality.
You know, every time I come in and I see that Rob is in here, I always hear him yelling, talking really fast, and hyperventilating. Like, dude is always freaking out. It's too much.
It's like clockwork.
Yeah. I'm like,
it's a wind-up toy.
Like chattering teeth.
Well, he embraces his online persona. He is Rob Noxious, right? So I don't think he has any shame or problem with it, right? Like this is who he is online. So I suppose I gotta give him props for being consistent with his online persona.
Yeah.
Like the Rumpus and the Ruhif, they've done the same thing. You know, that this is a gag that they're playing online. I mean, I had a friend of mine or family, who I was gonna say friend and family is a family member who was a reoccurring character on a talk radio show. And it was fun. You know, it was like he had a name and everything, and he worked on, you know, the voice, the way his voice sound and what he said and his skits and everything. And when people found out, like it was a local show, it's like, holy shit, that's them? They were floored. They were like, dude, you are like, that's amazing. Like, because they had no idea that they weren't sure if the person was some sort of gag or whatever. And, you know, the whole lore was he called up the show one day and just started talking. And then the host said, okay. And then, you know, gave like a jab at him, you know, kind of like a funny name. Like, okay, Rob Noxious. And then all of a sudden he became Rob Noxious. But he didn't. There was a different name, you know, obviously. But, you know, that shtick is like same thing with Rumpus. Like, wow, dude, you are just a Rumpus. And he's like, damn, I could be the Rumpus. Yeah, Rob was really bummed out about when when you guys started mentioning, the counterclockwise rotation, I think he wasn't really prepared to even address that.
Yeah, no, when I hit him with the east to west, west to east, like really think about it thing, that's when he spurred bad. He was like, "Bleh." Yeah, that shit, because he's like, it all goes east to west, and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna happen on a globe.
I remember, I forgot that was part of their claim. I didn't forget. I knew it was part of their claim. I just haven't been thinking about it. But that's huge.
It's huge. That's why I had to stop and ask Rob. Okay. Yeah, the boys, and they went to Antarctica, right? But which way did the sun come from? Because if it came from the east, the Earth is flat. If it came from the west and circled around your head, okay, I might concede to a globe. Right, but it came from the east. So, and instead, that's their claim. The stars and shit move one direction here, and then a completely different direction in the south. But that was not observed. So, yeah. Poor Rob. Poor Robbie boy. Well, that's funny. Rob Noxious got his nickname Rob Noxious when he was 12. So you never age past 12, Rob, and you've always been obnoxious. Well, now we know. That's pretty self-explanatory. Wow, it all makes sense now.
Oh, he's looking in. Rob, I wasn't calling you out. I was just using it as an example. I didn't actually mean like you got, like whatever. I wanted to say something that was understandable without invoking, some sort of like personal information. That's kind of funny. He leaves but still listens. Like. Well, it was something like this. Okay, so my it was a family member, and they called up a talk radio show, and it was like, this isn't the right name, but it was like they went back and forth, like some sort of discussion, political discussion, and then the host says, "Okay, Mr. Weisenheimer, if you think that's the, whatever the case, then explain this to me." And then he said something that was really powerful, like really intuitive, that just sort of dumped on the host. And then the host kind of liked it. The host was like, damn, most of our callers are just like, abject retards. And here's a guy who I basically broke decorum and called him Mr. Weisenheimer. So then after that, it was like a weekly call-in guy, or not semi-weekly. It'd be like, and now, Mr. Weisenheimer is going to discuss, why the I-5 bridge, doesn't need a second pedestrian lane or whatever,
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Has there been a satellite been able to take a picture of the full image of the Earth?
No. From space? Yeah, no full from space.
No, none. As a matter of fact, if you ask any like ChatGPT, Meta AI, and you demand real photos of the entire Earth taken from a camera, you press it enough and it'll tell you there are no single full frame pictures, photos of a globe that are not like CGI, composite, fisheye, or wide angle lens.
And the reasoning behind this is because there's no satellites able to, like, the capacity of the satellite, or that satellites don't exist?
I mean, I'm sure the satellites exist. Perhaps they're not nearly, number one, as high or as far away from the Earth as you've been led to believe. Number two, the Earth could, right? I'm speculating here. I'm not saying I believe this one way or the other, but the Earth could be a lot bigger than we were all led to believe as well, right? So if it's too big to fit in one single frame and you can't get far enough away from it to fit it in one single frame, you see the problem here?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, but
okay. So, well, hold on. The globe excuse for why they don't have this is because they can't go high enough to get a full image of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason. If you're a globe proponent, if you think the Earth is flat, the reason why they can't do this is they can't go high enough. It's the same answer for both cosmologies.
Yeah, so what's the issue with this evidence that I just posted in chat? I understand this isn't like a citation or anything, but it's just a satellite image, or images, I guess.
Well, how about what's right with it instead of what's wrong with it? Start going over the who, what, when, where, why, how, all the information. Give all the data you possibly can.
I'm not really trying to make a claim here. I'm just asking, what's the issue with this?
What's the issue for it? Advocate for it instead of saying,
yeah,
why this photo? I mean, I'm tabbed out, but you want me to tab in? Give me a reason. I'm kind of in the middle of something. What's the reason why this photo's good?
Yeah, you're good. If you want to tab out, that's fine. But it's just, I believe that the satellite that took these images to be true. So.
Okay, so you believe something. So why should I believe what you believe?
No, that's fine. If I'm not saying you should.
Okay, so how are you advocating for a photo that's based solely upon belief?
Hey, Krita, I'm not advocating for anything. I'm asking what's the problem with this image from a satellite.
Okay, what's the for it? Instead, until I can give you a problem against it, tell me what's for it. What gives this image or photo or composite? What makes it good? Before you could say what makes it bad.
Yeah, so because I don't have.
Give me a way to get a balls and strikes. How do you call a ball and strike here?
Yeah, so for one, not a scientist, nor did I actually see the satellite launch myself, right?
Okay,
so it's all kind of.
Yeah, hold on, I see it. This is .gov, so NOAA.gov, so that's not NASA. Okay, so what are you looking at here?
Yeah, that's fine then. So the issue with this image is .gov.
No, for you, right? So is everything .gov good, or what are you looking at?
Brother.
Which one?
I don't know why we're going all in these different directions. I just asked if there's an image, or if there's a problem with these images taken from the satellite. So which satellite? Is the refute? Yeah, I can post that for you here in a second.
No, just you read it. What does it say? What satellite is it? Read it. What's that? It's right there.
I'm sorry. I guess you'll have to tell me.
You don't see the name of the satellite?
Goes east? Is that what you're saying?
Is that what it's called, right? Or not? Or incorrect?
I believe that's the series of satellites.
A series of satellites now. It's not just one.
Yeah, such as like there's advancements, so they have first generation, second generation. I might be wrong.
Well, okay, how about this?
I'm not a satellite expert.
We'll look here. Which photo is good?
So real quick.
Hold on. Which one? So we got top row or bottom row?
Yeah,
which
crit,
one?
Crit, real quick. If the issues with
quick.
Yeah, but if the issues with the website, then what's the point of debating the images? You said it was .gov.
Is that a fact or is that not fact?
That you have a problem with .gov websites?
Did I say?
Yes, you said the problem with this is because it's .gov. So
no, I didn't say that.
Okay, Crit. Then why did you bring up the .gov? So you would
looking at this website that you posted.
Mm-hmm.
It's a .gov website from NOAA.
This is correct.
Okay, and these are all the photos this one satellite takes. Which one represents the Earth?
Yeah, all of them, but
all of them. They're different. Okay, so they can't all represent the Earth. Which one is a photo of Earth?
We'll just say the first one.
So why not the second one?
It is, but for the sense of the debate.
Why not the third one?
The third one is too.
What about the fourth one?
Yes, they're like I said. Firstly, they are all representations. Yes.
Well, representations, so not actual photos.
No, they're. That's what a photo is. It's a representation of that time.
So it's not a photo then. It's just a representation.
No, that's what a photo is. It's a representation of the time, such as the image updates every 10 minutes. So this photo was taken 10 minutes ago. The second photo was taken 10 minutes ago. So Kurt, real quick. Kurt.
So what photo represents Earth from space?
Hey, can I just get a baseline here, though?
That's a new definition. A photo is a representation of the time.
Yeah, for example, like if I take a picture with my family.
Yeah, what about the people who used to do the royal portrait paintings?
Hey, I'm not trying to go down this other path.
Paintings.
Hey, can we just stay on this?
No, those were a portrait of the time.
That's great. Can we stay on topic with this?
Yeah, so hold on. Let me insert something, and then I'll let you guys get back to it. I can go to .gov. In fact, I do it all the time to find out if I'm sorting my recyclables correctly.
Yeah,
so it's not the .gov. It's the water balls. Maybe you caught my meme that triggered you. The water balls.
You didn't trigger me at all, buddy. But
it's not the station you're looking at, the pro wrestling. It's the pro wrestling itself.
Okay. So are we in agree that we can use this website or not? Because if we agree...
You were wanting to somehow umbrella all .govs as being...
No, not at all. I linked a website. No. I linked a website that had satellite images. That's all my claim was. If we don't like this website, that's fine. So
yeah,
I'm not going to argue for this website. I'm not going to argue for this website.
Representations of the time, right?
Is the issue with the website or not? Hello?
Who cares, dude? There's not a real photo of the entire Earth. Like, I sat here with the fucking AI. I said, that's not a photo from a camera that's CGI. Does a real photo of a globe Earth exist? It tells me you're correct. The most images of Earth are CGI or composite images. These images, right? It doesn't say photos. It says images. Are available on NASA, ESA, and other space agency websites. And I pressed it a little bit more. So you're saying there isn't a real photo from a camera of the entire Earth. I get told that's correct. There isn't a single direct full-frame photograph of the entire Earth, okay? The reasons don't even fucking matter. There it is. Sorry, I got real passionate there. I wasn't trying to be an asshole, but I'm like, dang, fucking talking on about a fucking website. Who gives a shit?
Well, it's because the website has the sources that I'm quoting from. That's the reason why I'm quoting from the website. So if the issue's with my sources, that's fine.
I kind of like, Fritz questioning here. So let's go with what's right with it. So apparently, let's take these images at face value. This is supposed to be the Earth in its totality, yes? A giant sphere of the Earth, yes?
It's a 2D image, right? We would both agree that we can't see, for example, Asia in the first image, but yes, I think we both agree here.
Okay, so we're gonna believe at face value that this is presenting to us the sphere Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, unless this is a gotcha question. Okay. Yes, we can't see Asia in the first.
No, it's right? not. It's not a gotcha question.
Yes, then yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then that is that sphere. Does it have a value as far as radius is concerned?
Yeah, that then opens up that question, right?
Okay, so great. This is how we figure out whether or not these are any good. This is how we scrutinize things. I want you to go with me, and we'll scrutinize.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is see if we can measure any curvature of the Earth that's consistent with the photograph that you think this is. So can you show me on the Earth where the curvature is so that we can measure it?
We're still using the image as a reference, right?
Well, no, it's not giving us any values. So we actually have to go ahead and get a value in reality to see if it's consistent with what you've presented as an image. We want to figure out if this is false or true, right? Because you're asking us what's the problem with it. So this is how I would scrutinize it. Okay, they give me an image. This image shows the Earth apparently to be some kind of a sphere. Now, if the value of the radius of that sphere is consistent with this photograph, I just need to go out and measure that curvature in reality. So where can I measure that curvature in reality?
Yeah, I understand your question, and unfortunately I can't get it. So I would agree with you then that would then debunk this image.
There you go.
Cool.
Wait,
yeah, thank you.
Other people in this world that actually believe that the Earth is flat?
Yes, they really do.
There are really people here that believe that.
Yeah, they genuinely believe it.
The Earth is flat. It's a flat thing.
Yeah, the ball is only on TV, in the textbooks and the movies.
Is somebody at a blacksmith? What is going on?
Yeah, someone in the background is working hard.
But the thing is, why are you guys this retarded, this disabled, even though there are ways that you can actually prove that the Earth is round?
Go ahead. That's what we're waiting for, so go ahead.
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Present it to the class.
Well, the horizon, for example. When you look up, upon the horizon, why does it curve?
The horizon is curving to you?
Is it not curving to you?
Oh, what? On the X or the Y?
They want proof for curvature.
Okay, if you're talking about longitude and latitude,
if you're seeing the curve of the Earth on the X-axis when you go to the beach, you're claiming a tiny Earth.
No, if you look upon the Earth from a beach, you can literally not see a part of it because it curves. And it curves on 26 miles.
Oh, that sounds like you're shoehorning your wishful thinking into this situation. Have you not ever taken a drawing 101 course?
A drawing 101? I'm a chemical engineer.
Well, so that would be a no. Maybe get down to the local art class.
But why would I do that?
Then you could learn about perspective.
Perspective is evidently art, but it's also engineering. Think about it.
Okay, then you should have no problem understanding vanishing points. You're shoehorning the curvature of the Earth that you've wishfully thought is causing that.
Well, civil engineering proves it. There's a reason why the sun sets.
What, that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, so why does the sun set?
The Earth is round. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
Oh.
Why does the sun set if the Earth is flat?
And you were telling us that we were retarded. That's funny.
Why does the sun set if the Earth is flat?
Well, okay, so you're saying that the Earth is apparently blocking out the sun.
We're not saying anything. We're asking a question.
Well, because it leaves.
No, I think that is what he said.
No, he said, why does the sun set if the Earth is flat?
Because the Earth is rotating around.
I'm asking you.
No, as a flat earther.
TTK, please just give him time to answer. Just give him time to answer the question, please.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Well, you said he didn't even ask a question, Moth King.
That's not what I said. I said he's not making.
Okay, let him do his talking for him then. It's radio chaos. Let's sit on the sideline and listen to him.
I'll ask the question for you. Oh,
so you're gonna divine his thoughts. This should be good.
No, I'm asking a question. I actually.
Yeah, he asked the question. He said,
"I'm asking a clarifying question." Yeah, I know what he asked, and I'm asking a clarifying question. Right? The clarifying question would be: are you trying to ask me whether, just because the sun apparently goes away, we don't see it anymore? I'm asking you, is the Earth blocking out the sun? Is it something physical that's blocking out the sun as it apparently moves towards the horizon and then disappears?
Yes, the Earth is blocking out the sun because that's how rotation works.
Okay, so then the horizon would be the physical tangent point of the sphere Earth, yes, that we could measure to, predictably?
No, but you don't understand, the Earth has a rotation the same way that we're rotating around the sun.
I just asked you a simple question about physical Earth curve, and now you're moving on to something.
No. Okay, let's break this down then. Fair enough. Ask your question, and I'll answer that specific question.
So now he's going to guess.
So the Earth, this physical horizon that's blocking out the sun and boats in the distance, as you're talking about everything on the ocean, right? So this is a physical thing blocking things out in the distance, yes?
Yeah. But you need to understand there's a rotation to it because the Earth is spherical. No.
Right, friend. We're not going to talk about rotation right now. I'm asking you about the horizon. You said we look out over the ocean, stuff disappears because the Earth is blocking it out. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's just stick on one thing at a time. We'll get to rotation in a minute.
You're ignoring very important facts.
I'm not ignoring anything. I'm asking you if the sun is being out by physical Earth curve that you claimed earlier. Because you go to the beach. Okay, no problem. And that means that it would be... the physical Earth curve would be at the same location, right? Because the Earth is a sphere. It never changes. It's not a yoga ball that we can blow up and deflate.
It's an oblong shape.
So physical Earth curve, right?
It's not a sphere.
Oh, it's oblong.
It's oblong. Yeah.
It's oblong. How oblong is it?
If you think about the rotation of the Earth, I'm answering. If you think about the rotation of the Earth, it actually bulges out on the equator, and because it bulges out on the equator, it has there are certain places on the Earth where gravity are actually different. It's different at certain places. So if you go to the North Pole and you in your gravity on the equator, believe it or not, it's actually two different gravities you're actually experiencing. It's really cool.
Bro, you're gonna have to stick with one, friend. You have to stick with one claim at a time. You're making a lot of claims. I'm gonna ask you to support just one of those. So I want you to excuse me. No, you're just blabbering claims at me. So I want you to get me the curvature of this oblong shape at the equator.
You're chanting.
Oh, you can't prove it. So you're chanting your religious belief at me, but you don't have any evidence for it, right?
But I can't prove it to you in person.
So you can't prove it. So you came in here insulting people and kind of just, ad homing them. How could you be so retarded to believe that the Earth is a ball, and you don't even have any evidence or proof for it?
I do.
You see the problem?
You said I'm going to prove it to you.
I can prove it to you. But what you're asking for is...
He can. Okay, now he can.
I can.
He can.
Oh, okay, now you can. Okay, he can't.
But I know you don't believe in Google and stuff like that. You don't believe me. You don't believe people.
No, excuse me. I don't like to be accused or gaslit or anything like that. Don't tell me that I do or don't believe anything. I need you to give me the hard, solid physical evidence that is going to prove this oblong shape that you're talking about. How are you going to do that for me?
Is China spying?
I just asked you for I'm just asking you for the proof that you just said now that you have.
I'm answering your question with another question. Is China spying on the USA?
Holy crap. Did anybody here make claims about China spying on... Wait a minute, this is a flat earth server, friend. I have no claims to make about China or the United States. Why in the world are you bringing this
rolling? You're spy.
Why are you freaking out? I'm asking you a very simple question having to do with the geometry of the Earth.
Hey, rolling.
And I'm answering your question too. Is China spying on the?
Did I make any claims about China or the United States? Did I make any claims about that?
I want to know how you feel about that. I want to know because
it sounds like it's Moth Turn's King. Moth King's turn.
Yeah, I think it is.
Question because
so you've avoided the entire topic, and now you're moving on to something else. Which this is not the channel for that. You know, if you want to talk about China and the United States and spying and, you know, international relations and stuff like that, you've got the wrong room, friend.
Yeah, Moth King, your tag team partner ran out of the arena, so you're up.
I don't know him.
Okay, well, you're just tagging in for him earlier. You're in the ring now. Welcome.
No, I was just asking a question. Just asking a question. There's no reason to be, you know.
He was
I don't know why you're so emotional.
I said, welcome to the fray.
What's up? Can you answer my question?
Ask it again, and start.
Why does the sun set? Why does the sun set if the Earth is flat?
Why does the sun set if the Earth is flat? Well, you see it and then you don't see it. I mean, if you're asking questions about why, nobody here made any claims as to how it would happen or why it would happen. But, you know, you see it and then you don't see it. That's what we observe. Is that what you observe?
You don't know?
Of course I don't know. Right, I didn't make any claims about it. Do you know why it happens?
No, I'm asking you. Because you have the model.
So you don't know and I don't know. So neither one of us know, right?
Just because you're talking loud doesn't mean you're making a point. Listen.
Friend, I'm not trying to talk about it. I'm just saying you don't know anything about it either, so I guess we're at an impasse. We're good, right?
Moth King. Hold on, Moth King. I've got digital images. I don't dare call them photos, but from my camera, film. I won't call it that either, but moving picture. But it's at sunset. The sun sets, and then 10 minutes later, I still had my camera out. I wish I had the entirety of the thing. You know, it was about a half an hour, 20-minute span. After the sun had set, you know, the good old-fashioned sunset like you see on the calendars. Sun go bye-bye. End of the day. You know, mind you, the sky is still lit. But the point is, 10 minutes later, I'm zooming in at that area, and what do I see? I still see the reflection of the sun on the surface in that local area. Well, if the sun had set beneath a geometric curve, this spherical ball, well, what's going on there?
What do you mean you see the reflection of the sun?
I see the reflection of the sun on the surface of the water. The sun is set, though. My point is, what is the sunset? Well, apparently the sun's just going away. It's somewhere else, and it's just not seen anymore. It's not gone. It's not gone beneath an edge, because there it is reflecting on the top of the water. So when it's no longer daytime here, it's daytime somewhere else. The sun's always above. The sun's always above. This idea that you guys have, your idea is that the Earth is spinning, creating this. It's lunacy. I would just encourage you to go out and observe some sunsets. And I could dig through my 400,000 pictures and clips, but even then, you would say, well, how do I know that this isn't on a foggy day and the sun's in the distant mist and you're showing me a reflection? Yeah, it surprised me too when I saw it. But I just encourage you to go out and observe these things and see if the story they've given you adds up. That's your best bet. Not arguing with us.
None of that answered my question.
Oh, okay.
That's also kind of a loaded question because the sun apparently now in a couple places on Earth doesn't set. So it doesn't set every day in certain places. So I don't know. What are we supposed to draw from that particular observation?
The sun sets everywhere.
Really? Well, there's a bunch of globe proponents that say that it doesn't. In fact, they observed that it doesn't. Just this weekend, in fact, there was a huge expedition to show that it doesn't set.
That's what I was going to say. So much for the finality of that
where
Antarctic field trip.
Antarctica.
He's not even. Yeah, he's not even. Yeah, I don't know. It's not as big a deal as that pastor thought it was. I don't think.
I guess not.
I mean, you didn't prove anything. You just said it doesn't say nothing.
Well, the burden's on the story that the sunset is created by the Earth spinning.
Wait a minute. Is he saying that there's a burden of proof here? Who made a positive claim? Who did that?
You did.
Okay, what did I claim?
That the Earth is flat.
Okay, no problem. So I observe the Earth to be flat. I measure it to be flat. Everybody does. Do you use maps ever? You realize those maps that you have, all the maps that you use, those were made, even the topography maps, all that stuff, made measuring the Earth flat.
So we're admitting that we made a positive claim.
Right. So the globe proponent uses the Earth and measures it flat, and then he says it's a globe. Can you help me out how that makes sense?
As long as you admit that you made a positive claim.
Dude, I made a positive claim. The Earth is measured flat.
Unless you have evidence. Everywhere I look on the horizon, it presents, it appears, it reveals itself to be flat. So horizontal baseline elevation only goes up from the ground. It doesn't go all directions. So that would be retarded. So yeah, it's flat, brother. How else could you demonstrate elevation increases going north, south, east, or west, forward, back, left, and right, and not up? How could you prove the ball that way? Simple, right?
Well, he's not making any claims about the ball. I don't think he's claiming that the Earth is a ball. He wouldn't believe that. He uses maps. The Earth is measured flat, so he knows better. Yeah, we're making a positive claim that the Earth is indeed flat. It's being used and navigated and observed that way every day by everybody. So I guess the positive claim is standing since there's no rebuttal to that particular claim.
There's no
there was no answer to my question.
There's no 360 Google or GPS, brother. We're looking for the 360 Google or GPS. That would be what you're looking for, not the flat one. So come back and talk to us when you can print out a Google sphere or a GPS sphere with all the cities and states and runways and highways and actual mappage on there, dude. Not just pretty pictures of dirt splotches.
And the one thing you want to key in on is look at that legend on there. That's a straight line distances.
Yeah.
Not curved line distances.
Yes,
that legend will show a straight line covering vast distances. Like you'll see a map of, say, America or Africa or Asia, and you look down at that legend, and do they show a curved path or a straight path as the short line distance for the scale of that map?
Straight long lines and dot to dot lines, sir.
So where's the curve being represented?
You don't represent curves on a gridded out flat plane map.
You do in geodesics, though.
Brother, I'm asking you for the 360 fucking ball. Where's the Google or GPS ball you guys hold so dear that doesn't exist? You have a flat screen on your phone that's giving you exactly what Crit's telling you. A fucking horizontal flat line. Just a straight line from point to point, and it's accurate. How could that straight line be accurate on a ball? Don't be so damn silly, dude.
That's a backwards question, but okay.
So you don't have any accuracy with your ball. You don't even have one. You have flat, accurate maps with flat, straight lines to everywhere. No curve.
No, we use GPS.
Where's the middle part, Pop? We'll print out the fucking sphere from that, stupid.
Okay, so now you're resorting to ad hominem.
No, it's called print out the sphere you're saying you go by, not a flat screen of GPS, goofy. We're looking for the thing that proves sphere GPS, not flat phone screen. I know you understand your screen's not fucking sphere, right?
And I know you understand. And
so
I know
can
that
we
you
get the non-flat version of what you're trying to present to us with the non-flat values and the non-flat measurement and the non-flat perfect straight lines? Silly boy.
Okay, so in a flat Earth, you would have two-dimensional.
No, we're looking for the 360 ball. Stop.
Yes.
We already know what a flat Earth is, dumbass.
We have three-dimensional coordinates.
No,
Why do we have
we're looking for the globe
if the Earth is flat?
No, we're not looking for ifs.
It's not if. It's not an if. It's
Brother,
geodesics.
If you go by GPS, show me the GPS sphere, the 360 one we can use, you fucking idiot.
Okay. So you were getting on to the other guy about ad hominem.
You need to produce this shit. Concede or produce.
I just told you, geodesics, dude. It's how we have
print
fucking
out
GPS.
The fucking spherical model. I want to buy one. I want to buy the globe ball map of GPS print.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know it's retarded. It sounds pretty dumb, doesn't it? That it doesn't exist, fucking idiot.
No, your shit sounds retarded.
That you can't print out a ball. That 2024, these guys can't print a ball.
Why is the shadow of an oblate spheroid Earth?
Why don't you have a ball map in 2024?
Spherical. Why is it spherical and not flat?
What, your non-ball map that you don't have or can't produce? The flat map is not a sphere, young man.
Is your whole argument just based on that?
A flat map is not a sphere. Let's get back on track. We're looking for the spherical GPS map.
Are you familiar
Yes,
with
we know you don't have jack shit for a spherical map. You can never produce a spherical map. Oh my God. Sphere for sphere. Remember this, dummy. Not flat balls. Little Jimmy flat ball.
Yeah, we literally have a globe, like those globes that you can spin and put on your desk. That's a globe map.
Where's the Google one printed out with your highways and runways and shit on there? And the distance is retard. Can you hear me, retard?
See how I mentioned like
I don't want a plastic fucking
and all these other arguments.
Brother, we're not looking at Play-Doh balls with colored blobs. We want to see some substantiation, some motherfucking verification that that's your Google map.
Okay,
with the highways, runways,
geodesics, GPS.
cities.
Go check it out, brother. Go check it out.
No, brother, I need to go be able to buy one in the classroom. You need to take that one to the classroom and replace the fake dog shit. When you
I guess you need to go buy a fucking brain.
No, the one that says not for educational
to be able to know if you have one or not.
The globe that says not for educational purposes right now in the classroom, replace that with the real Google one, please. You guys are doing these kids a disservice, liars. You're showing them poop splotches on a fucking sticker ball with no information. No distances, no lines, no cities, no countries, no highways, no flight paths.
You're making a positive claim about the shape of the Earth.
And then where's the sun route on your guys' favorite GPS map?
But you don't have a model.
How does the sun work on the GPS map? How do you draw that on the map? How do you draw the sun's path in Antarctica? How does that work?
What are you talking about?
On the globe map, which globe map do I use?
Someone else mentioned the rising curvature. You didn't have any response to that.
2024. No one knows how to work.
Like you just think that they're going around. I don't know.
These dudes are broke.
Audio chaos. Enough.
Yeah, this is chaos right now. Let's try to get some
response to that.
You guys don't shut the fuck up. You're supposed to shut up and have an actual conversation back and forth one at a time.
And we're trying. When I tried to have an actual conversation,
no, you're not. You're talking to yourself.
And call me fucking idiot and all this other bullshit.
Let's just take a breather, guys. Let's just reset here.
Brother,
I'm fine. I haven't resorted to any ad hominem, and I'm just presenting.
All right.
Okay.
Davis. So maybe we could just everybody take a deep breath. Let's reset for round 2.
Yeah, we're looking for a spherical printout, brother.
Demok, come on, listen.
Yeah, Demok.
What do you want? You want it 3D printed and served to you on a platter or something?
Okay, this is one. I'm going to take over here for a second. So we have somebody that made a claim about geodetics and geodesy. So the WGS 1984, that particular geoid, can you show me where we got the value for the radius of that geoid, please?
The value for what? Geodesics done in 1984?
Radius. No, there's a geodesic or a geodetic model. It's called the WGS 1984 geoid. Okay. Where did the value for that radius come from? You brought this up. I want you to show me or tell me or how they measure the radius.
I didn't bring up that specific. No, I'm speaking of contemporary modern geodesics, which is mostly done predominantly using satellites, not people that were like circumnavigating.
Oh, what satellites?
The satellites in orbit, in Earth's orbit.
Which one?
There's a myriad of them, literally.
Those satellites.
Rainbow unicorns.
Wait, so satellites in Earth's orbit, or you consider them rainbows and unicorns?
Hold on, bro.
Hold on, dude. Just
bit of some kind of machinery, right, around the Earth, apparently, according to you. That would require the Earth to be a sphere. Where did the radius come from for that particular sphere? Where was that measured?
Well, the radius would be an artifact of the Earth being a sphere. Okay, so that's how you get a radius.
What the heck are you talking? No,
meaning that it's intrinsic. It's an intrinsic property of the sphere.
How did they get that number?
In order for there to even be a radius, it's going to have to be spheroidal. But you're saying that it's flat.
Oh boy, you got circular logic. I want to know where that radius value came from, so they know how to put these satellites
geometry class,
so that they can fall around this sphere that you're talking about. Where did that radius value come from?
Holy shit, bro!
They had to know the number before satellites were a thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. Before they put the satellites in the sky, right? So how'd they get that number?
I'm not referring to their measurements, right? Their measurements were taken from circumnavigating the globe.
You don't have any dipshit.
I'm referring to what measurements?
You're saying that that's how they measured by going around the Earth?
That's got to be
what was the method of measurement?
There was Eratosthenes before them that.
Can you walk us through that?
What is Eratosthenes? Could you explain that? Yeah.
Bro, can one person talk at a time?
Are you not familiar with the story of Aristotle?
No, we are. I'm just wondering if you are.
Okay, so then why would I need to recant the story to you?
Demonstrate
to make sure that you know how it actually went. To make sure.
Okay, it doesn't seem like you all know. It doesn't seem like you all know.
We're asking.
We'd just like you to walk us through it to see if you understand it and if it actually.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, then he would have observed that when the sun set, there would have been no shadow cast on both obelisks that were a certain distance apart. Okay, yet when he made this commute, he found that there was a shadow being cast on the obelisk that was further north on the globe, right?
Okay.
This is just a very basic, simple proof of the Earth being.
All right, cool. Let's keep it basic and simple. So he was commuting.
Bro,
yes.
Oh my god.
Are you sure?
Are you saying? So what are you implying here, that people in the ancient world did not travel?
I never said that. I'm just asking. So you're saying he was in one place.
That's why I asked what you were implying. What are you? Yes, he went from one place to another place. So then it doesn't sound like you're familiar with the story of Eratosthenes. And I would go.
I'm very familiar, my friend.
It doesn't sound like
traveling.
So, Creation Bear, maybe he can. Like, you're right. We're questioning something that you haven't presented. Could you present us with the primary source data for this Eratosthenes observation that you're talking about? Just go ahead and post that for me.
Sure, got you.
Now, I want primary source.
Oh my god!
Not a tail.
The nitpicking, but nobody has a model of a flat Earth. That's crazy.
There's no model.
That's interesting. That's right. There's also no model of the globe unless you can present one.
Not true.
Okay, are you aware that Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson both said that this observation could also happen on a flat surface that has a light source that is more closer to the surface? It can happen two ways. It can happen on a sphere, like you said, or it can happen on a flat surface.
Can we get a primary source for that? Can we get the primary source for that? And can you link it, please?
Carl Sagan saying that?
Yeah, and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Put Carl Sagan, Eratosthenes, and
just.
Right, if you made the claim, you're going to have to go ahead and back it up.
I'm not doing that. It's super easy to find.
Okay, well,
Carl Sagan the surface of the Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean.
Could you link that?
That's great.
That means
anyways,
that sounds pretty flat to me.
Our friend is trying to get the primary source data for Eratosthenes, and then the other gentleman was asking about something, a model. Yeah, so could you post a globe model for me?
No, because I asked you first. I never made a positive.
Yeah, I know. I told you we don't have one. Didn't you hear me say I don't have one? So I want to see the globe model. You can show me.
Okay, there's no substantiation for what you're saying. Thank you.
No, I didn't claim a model. If I was trying to claim a model, I would substantiate the model that I was claiming, right? But who here claimed a model? Did anybody claim a model?
You made a.
When did I claim a flat Earth model? Hold on a second, Demok. So I want you to go back to the live stream, and I want you to get me saying that we have a model of the flat Earth. I want you to go get that.
Nitpicking, didn't you say that you...
This is not nitpicking. This is actually you accusing me of something that I know I didn't say, and now I want you to support it. Otherwise, you, my friend, are a liar.
You said that there is no model for a circular Earth, right? A spherical
Of course,
Earth.
I said there is no model. No, I said I asked you if you had a model for the globe, and you said yes.
There's no model.
Where is it?
So
there's no model for what?
There's no model for flat Earth. There's a lot of models.
I know, I said that already. What are you... I keep repeating this. No, there is no model. No. Now I want to see the globe model.
Why do you keep asking?
Because you said there's a globe model. You said there's a globe model. Get it for me.
Can you put it in the chat? Let's see it in the chat, please.
I mean, you could just go.
I mean, you're saying there's a model.
I need you to provide support for your claim.
We're not going to go looking for your proof, so just put your model in the chat. We'll take a look.
You don't have to look for my proof.
It's not there. Don't worry. It's not there. Don't worry for that. If it was there, you could put it in the chat, but we all agree here. There is no globe model. There is no model for reality, period. So let's just move on. Unless you want to put it in the chat.
This is what you were saying, the same shit you were saying to me, bro.
Okay. Why would I say something different?
Did you
if
provide
there's a model, we'll put it in the chat. No, he didn't, actually, though. It's longer.
There you go. That's why he said the exact same thing. Yeah.
I mean, you want me to post a ball in the chat? What do you want me to do?
Okay, listen. If you're saying there is this thing that exists, put it in the chat.
I'm dumbfounded, but okay.
All right, well, let's take a look. You're saying there is a model. I'd like to see it. Let's put it in the chat, or there is no model if you can't put it in the chat.
We've all been dumbfounded.
And don't post a photo of basketball, please.
We've all been dumbfounded by a non-existent ball that you can't print out today in 2024. 3D printers don't work, AI, computers, all this shit, generate all the information. It's all pointless because we can't print out a ball with the actual mapping on it and the distances and stuff. Isn't that weird?
Wouldn't that require like an Earth-size replica?
No,
you would need to know the size.
Don't be retarded, man.
Okay, so check out Eratosthenes' worldview.
Go
it's
redo
20
it.
pages.
Go redo it.
Friend, I asked for the primary source data. Have you not provided any primary source data?
This is his writings. It's a PDF. I can't link it in the chat right now. But here.
Also, Carl Sagan says they need more wells and obelisks in order to determine if it's a sphere or not.
Papers make it a ball. So if I hand you a stack of papers, that means there's a ball around you somewhere on you?
Do you have substantial evidence that he said that?
PDF papers mean ball. That's crazy.
What? No, it's his writings. You asked for the primary sources.
Writing stuff down, right? But does that mean a ball if I write stuff down?
No, that's okay.
You asked for the primary source about how Aristophanes did his project.
How did he
and
do
I'm
it?
telling you, these are his own writing, bro. We already
Right, and now the next step is to explain to him why there's flaws in Eratosthenes'
No, I want to know exactly how he did. Did he
There
ride
you
a
go,
horse?
CB. I posted the model in the chat.
Did he walk or ride a horse?
Amazing. That's amazing.
I think he rode in a fucking chariot. I mean, I'm not sure why that
Where
matters.
was he at?
Hey, I just asked for a meme. Can you guys give me a meme of Robert Simmons in the chat, please? Thank you. Continue.
I mean,
there's
that's the model, bro.
The model? How come that doesn't match reality, though?
What do you mean it does?
Do you ever go? Just hold on real quickly. Do you go outside often?
Yeah.
Do you observe the sun rays ever? Have you seen parallel sun rays before?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, where?
Ball Earth debunked.
In midsummer.
Midsummer. So what's your observation where you're seeing parallel sun rays? It's my understanding that all light diverges, if you know what that means.
Of course.
I've come to learn that there is no collimated light sources at all.
I guess you've never worn polarized glasses, dumbass.
Hold on a second. All light rays diverge, even like a laser beam.
Did you hear me?
Diverges.
Have you ever wore polarized sunglasses? Do you go outside?
That allows you to see sun rays parallel.
Yeah, it does. Kind of how they work.
Okay, I'm
pretty sure it just filters out certain sunlight rays. It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think that allows you to see parallel sun rays. Because the sun rays are diverging.
He thinks the P inscribed on the lens is for parallel.
If I post it in the chat,
once you go polarized, you can't go back. I get that, but
if I post in the
I
chat,
think he was wearing Pollock sunglasses.
If I post crepuscular sun rays in the chat, what would you have to say about that?
You'd have to explain what that is first.
Yeah, they're not parallel sun rays. I'm saying light rays diverge. Do you know what that means?
It's funny how you guys love perspective, but you guys also bring up.
We're trying to teach this guy. We're trying to teach this guy about how light.
That's also a part of perspective.
Easy, Gramps. Isn't it almost bingo time down at the
you guys love
home?
Perspective so much until it comes to crepuscular rays. It's hilarious.
No, but I'm not. You're getting hung up on the crepuscular thing. Regardless.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
No, dude, we're not even got through the point, friend.
So are sun rays parallel?
You put on polarized shades and you're seeing parallel sun rays. He's dreaming.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't happen. First of all, and again, light rays diverge. Period. So corpuscular rays, anti-corpusculars are just examples of that. Again, even a laser beam diverges. So there is no collimated light sources. Even the sun is not that. You can clearly go out and see light rays diverge. It's very easy to see. And putting on glasses doesn't change that. That's actually kind of funny. I've never heard that before.
If you have a table, and one light source in your house, you can actually reconstruct.
Not dumbfounded. It's just not true.
It's a lie.
You can reconstruct the Eratosthenes experiment on a flat surface, and it'll give you the same result.
It dumbfounds me. I'm sorry that Gramps would cheerlead for your bullshit, but go on.
Who's Gramps?
It's just kind of shocking to say that, though. Like, putting on glasses would make light rays not diverge. It's a pretty interesting claim.
Even on the ball Earth, you guys admit that light rays do diverge.
They don't even know whether they're looking up at a real 24-hour sun or a refracted image.
Wait, actually, that's so kind of funny because Grandpa posted an example of a corpuscular rays in the chat with train tracks that appear to be converging while saying they're diverging. So, I mean, first of all, you got to get your terms correct. But then to go, he's posting a non-parallel light rays in the sky. Easy. Thanks for proving our point.
Yeah, the beach ball lines should go together and then go apart and go together.
They would be diverging in the foreground, dumbass.
Diverging in the foreground. You talking about the light rays or the train track?
Yeah, the train tracks. When you take a picture up close, they're wide right here where they start, he's saying, and then they appear. They don't actually. What you would need them to actually do is diverge globe people. So what he's saying, you understand? Like, yeah. So the appearance of them up close, it's a far gap. Like you can walk through the doorway. But the farther away you get that hallway, it looks like a small thing that you couldn't fit your pinky through, right? Right. It converges at the end of the picture or the idea in perspective, not in reality. Now, in reality on a sphere, those street lines that go out straight or go away from each other have to converge to each other, like the train tracks. That doesn't happen anywhere. So if the train tracks are globe proof, that's pretty stupid.
I don't think they understand what a collimated light source is. If they could show us one of those, that'd be nice.
I just want to see a rainbow, rainbow boat.
Sun during an eclipse. There you go.
What did you say?
Look at all the diagrams, right, of the globe's explanation for eclipses, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the orthographic diagrams, and it'll show converging sun rays. What happened to parallel? What happened to divergent? Suddenly they're convergent.
Could you put an example of what you're talking about?
It's like the Death Star is focusing its beam straight on the Earth.
In the chat.
The moon. It's shooting its circles down as the shadows everywhere. Instead of your tree, you get little circles, concentric.
Why? Look at this diagram. It always shows that the sun is like huge and it's towering over the earth, and all the light rays are shooting from the top of the edge and the bottom of the edge down to the earth. In reality, that sun's a long ways away in that model, and it becomes smaller, and all the lights diverging from the center of the star. And they're making rays that shoot out in every direction. This one's showing it as if it's shooting down into the sun.
One light beam on the whole side of the earth at all times. Yeah, just one laser light. Yep.
Misleading as fuck, right there. That's all. That's what we were taught. That's in every book in school right now. That's right there. That's
you have one time zone for half the earth. It's one light. Everybody gets it. That's what it is, and love it.
That's a bad example there. Oh, just keep coming with them too. Damn, how many more can we possibly get?
Shit, even in a lab when they use a 3D.
And then let's ask Twonger real quick. Twonger, you said something about models. So what do you think about these?
Are these accurate?
Well, hey, listen, I just Googled eclipse models, and this is what comes up. These obviously this is your stuff here. This is not flat earthers creating these things.
That last one is the best. Great.
All this shit you're posting in the all these the eclipse shit.
Yeah,
that's in textbooks. That's in textbooks, bro.
Yeah, those are diagrams.
Those are textbooks.
Why don't they show parallel light rays then? Why would they not match the thing you posted?
They're trying to explain what an eclipse is.
Okay.
But they're trying to show you a falsehood right there. They're making the sun bigger than the Earth, when in reality it's so far away that the light rays would not diverge into the moon like that.
They're showing the perspective, dude. They're not
showing you the wrong way to look at it.
Oh, why would they
you imagine it the wrong way?
Why would they make that if it's wrong?
You literally can't recreate that in any situation.
They're not trying to accurately represent light rays, bro.
Oh, that's weird. Why would they not do that?
Because they're trying to show we're trying to show what causes an eclipse, dude. Are you retarded?
Well, you're not doing that by
trying to bend reality to make it work for your ball Earth. That's what's happening.
You're not showing the cause of an eclipse without 3 spherical fucking objects in a lab and manipulating them, and you getting your little ass underneath them and rotate them around each other, and make sure the sun one's big as the fuck as it's supposed to be. 1,800,000 little fucking Earths.
That's not the important part.
Oh, that's the only part.
Hold on,
guys. Why are the sun rays in the diagram converging?
They're not.
Well, what are the lines coming from the sun to the?
There's no individual rays there. That's just representing light as a whole.
Yeah, they're showing it converging.
No, they're not.
They're literally showing from the top of the sun to the bottom of the sun, converging down into the moon. They're showing that. You don't see that?
I don't think he knows what converging means.
Right.
Coming together.
Let's gaslight now.
Well,
they're coming together.
I'll post an example where both are shown, where it's converging and diverging. You're like, well, just ignore that part. Like, well, no, this is you posted a way sloppy version. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to be representing. This cartoon that you posted, but I've posted like 10 of these, and none of the light rays are parallel at all. So,
ironically, the magazine cover one shows the best depiction of the conception.
That's funny. This is funny, guys. They're saying there's a model. There is a model. Well, how come none of them seem to match?
Yeah, it's a cartoon comic book. We're looking at it right now.
To explain that model, we have to show you a bunch of falsehoods.
Cartoons that aren't real.
It must be in a museum somewhere, this model. Which museum is the model in?
Should be in a lab. Or the Smithsonian.
Is it in the New York Museum? Can we go and view?
We do have one, guys. It's called an orrery. They make a real big one. It's called an orrery. Sits on a horizontal plane, and it's a bunch of little balls next to each other like a paperweight. And it sits on your desk, and you can spin them horizontally around each other. None of them go down, below, under, or around. They all go horizontally around each other above the Earth, the desk. It's cool.
So Creation Bear posts what Twonger calls diagram, which, as far as I can tell, are even more detailed than the supposed model that he basically posted, which is a diagram. So
what are those diagrams supposed to be showing?
So in conclusion,
showing that the thing you posted doesn't match.
Yeah. So in reality, let's just do a quick recap. We don't have any primary source data for Eratosthenes. We don't have any globe models being presented. And we also don't have, I'm recapping, bro. It's kind of rude. You know what I mean? Like, let me finish. And we also don't have any measurements of parallel light rays on Earth. So, in conclusion, what are you guys doing here, other than just making claims and not supporting them?
I mean, you did the same thing. I just said for flat Earth.
What claim did I make again? I'm sorry.
We don't have a model. We told you.
That the Earth is flat.
No, that's what was observed and measured, unless you have something to the contrary.
That's a positive claim.
Yeah, I know. I just told you that. Remember the maps that we were talking about? Remember the maps? Okay, so I've told you that we observe the Earth to be flat unless you observe it in another way. Do you observe the Earth to be curving?
Bro, I literally just said for all of those things that you've named, there is none for flat Earth either.
What are you talking about? What things did I claim? The maps?
Oh my God. Instead of actually having an argument, you just try to like nitpick.
What did I claim? I'm asking you so far.
Come on, dude.
So far, I haven't made any claims except for what we observed and what we measured.
Listen,
and I asked you about maps, right?
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, you can't nitpick one thing that I said, right? And then make a point out of one thing that I said.
Yeah,
I literally made a whole. You can do whatever you want to, but it doesn't make for a good argument.
So today, because I want to, I'm exposing the fact that you don't have any model to present. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat, even by you.
According to you.
Those are the claims I'm making. No, I mean, do you ever use a map? How about Google Maps? You use that?
Yeah, but like math.
Okay, so that's a Cartesian coordinate system. That is a flat Earth. So you use a flat Earth every day to get from one place to another. Are you aware of that?
We use math to judge distance. That's not the same thing.
We use math. We don't measure distances. We just judge it by using math. Are you freaking retarded?
Don't judge it by using math. That's measuring? You just said just say it with me.
Oh, so we measure it. So how do we measure it? How do we measure the Earth to get these maps?
With math.
You don't measure with math. I'm sorry, you measure with tools, not with math. Are you aware of that?
This guy is hilarious. I love it. Man.
Yeah, because you don't have any rebuttals, so now you're going to talk about me, right? So that's ad hominem.
No,
I'm asking you, what kind of tools are we using to measure the Earth? Or are we using math? Do we just make up numbers and then call that distance? Or do we measure?
Distance is a measurement. It is a tool.
Okay, great. So what is a distance measured from, let's say, Polaris to where you're standing?
How am I supposed to know that off the top of my dome, bro? Come on, dude.
Well, I know the answer to this. So we use elevation angles to do that. That requires a flat Earth to get that angle.
Oh, here we go.
You didn't even answer your own question.
Come on, we're doing the math now, slow-mo.
Yeah, we're doing the math, but I'm using a tool as well. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Wait, who said slow-mo? Because if I start slinging ad hominems, it's going to be crazy.
You being in here is an ad hom to the globe. Go ahead, brother.
Don't divert him. So elevation angles. Do you know what those are?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, an elevation angle is taken from an observer on the surface of the Earth to the star using a tool called a sextant. Now, to get that angle, you must use the Earth as the flat plane, and the GP of that particular star that you're getting an elevation angle to is directly above, or the star is directly above that GP across the surface of the Earth, which is, of course, flat. You can't get that angle unless the Earth is flat. So even the maps that you use, the latitude that you get on the maps.
Can you explain why you couldn't get it unless it was flat?
Because you can't get an angle from a curved surface. Unless you'd like to show me how that would be done. But that violates geometry. It's impossible to do. The definition of an angle is two straight lines measured.
Can you
Who's chiming in there?
Can you let me answer? On paper, yes, because on paper nothing is curved. All right, if we're talking about math.
What the hell, dude? This is in reality. These angles are being measured. You realize that, right?
Listen, you're applying something that's done on paper.
No, this is done in reality. The elevation angle is taken in reality. How do you not get this?
In reality, you cannot look at something and judge the curvature by looking at it.
No one said anything about curvature, friend. You're the one bringing up curvature. I'm talking about the Earth being measured as flat.
No one has measured the Earth as flat, bro.
Of course they do. It's the latitude on your maps. Aren't you aware of this?
Oh my goodness gracious.
You don't even know how it works. You have no clue. You become incredulous as soon as I point it out.
I mean, to be honest, Eratosthenes didn't measure the Earth at all. So, are you sure that no one measures it flat?
Yeah.
Or are you just saying that to feel comfortable? I think you might be just saying that to feel comfortable because
no, I'm not.
No one measured curvature.
Okay, well, you're telling me to look at a map, right? When there are globes that you could look at, there's all types of different measurements that you can use.
What do you practically use a globe for, dude? Tell me what you practically use a globe for. You're out in reality and you've reached a problem and you go, I know what would help me with this, a globe.
What?
In reality, right? You've reached a problem. There's a dilemma and you're like, I need to solve this. I know what would help me solve this, a globe. Trying to do something and you're inhibited by lack of knowledge of something. How do I fix this thing? How do I solve this problem? And then you go, a globe would help me. And you go get your globe and you do something with it and it helps you achieve a certain goal that you were trying to achieve.
Okay, so we're saying that the Earth is two-dimensional. that what we're saying? I'm confused on what you're saying.
But there is a two-dimensional aspect to it. You can't have one as the others without one. You can't have one without the others, right? You've got length and width and height. Yeah, space, volume.
Can you answer my question?
So we're going to measure solidity, right, and liquids, in respect to that.
That would be 3D, right? By the way. You said 3 axes.
3D, yeah.
Yeah, you will. Sorry,
so one aspect of that is because you've got one dimension, length, you've got 2 dimensions, width, and you've got height, three dimensions. So you can't have ones without the other. So we are dealing with certain aspects of 3 dimensions. We're going to look at each one, right? And we're going to do things in reality, practically, using those concepts. Right?
Those are not the 3 dimensions. The 3rd dimension is area.
And horizontal. But tell me when you were out in reality, right, and you reached a problem, a dilemma, and you went, I've got a globe here. This will help me solve that.
I mean, that's a loaded question, but okay.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's a loaded. It's a leading question because you can do things practically with your flat maps, but you can't do anything. What are you going to do practically with your globe?
T-Dub, but you would
sit on the desk and look at it and tell people that's what you live on.
T-Dub, but you would also agree when we want to solve a 3-dimensional question with a 2-dimensional answer, right?
To incorporate all of them, right?
No, sorry.
You're working with 3-dimensional reality, physical reality.
Right. So you want to ask? Can you just answer my question?
I did.
You didn't.
What was your answer?
Dealing with 3 dimensions. So of course we're going to include all 3. Right, we're going to at stages. We're going to deal with more of those aspects of reality.
Sorry. So
tell me when you went out into the real world and you had to take a globe with you in order to achieve something in practicality.
T-Dub, if you would let me explain,
answer the question.
Right, and I am answering the question. If you would let me explain, okay. So it would be incorrect for us to say, plot this point with an XY coordinate, but you can only use the first dimension, such as a single point. Would you not agree? And so there would be no reason to use a 2-dimensional tool to solve a 3D question.
He didn't ask you that. He asked you where would you use it, dude.
Bro, these guys are insane.
Right, but
where would you use a globe, dude? It's real simple, man. Where would you use it? What do you need it for?
This is
Look
my
at
premise.
the curvature of the Earth.
So as long as we agree with the premise, no. Hey, as long as we agree with the premise, then I can work on a conclusion, right?
Like you can make all kinds of other questions, dude.
Right?
I know you won't answer the question that you were asked.
Yeah, you're missing the point of the question.
Time I've ever had to use a map.
What is the point of the question? What's the point of the question?
For practicality.
Where do you need a globe, man? The thing's fucking useless. That's the point of the question.
My map had a purpose, right? And every single map that I've ever used to get somewhere had equidistant grid system on
it. He just made the example of what you're talking about. You're using math on a 2-dimensional surface to figure out a 3-dimensional surface. So what are you talking about? Like he answered your question.
He's not asking him to figure. He's not asking him to figure it out. He's asking what task in reality requires it.
A 3D task.
Exactly.
If we're using a 3D object, then we need a 3D task.
No, bro. What task in reality do you do that requires the Earth to be a spinning ball? That you have to take that into account.
Well, the Earth is a spinning ball, so.
Oh, tell us.
Oh, Lord. You're not going to get the point of the question. Maybe the other guy will.
Yeah, the pregnant pause there was incredible. Well, the fact that you can't answer is incredible. I think that proves that.
I literally just answered the question 3 times.
There is no task. Let's clarify what the question was. We're looking for a specific task. You just said, well, no, it's a ball. That's not a task.
Yeah,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Somebody repeat what I said, please.
You said, well, the Earth is a ball. We're asking for a task.
When you ask the question,
can I say the task just to keep the conversation going?
He said you use it to see the curve. Is what he said.
Has there ever been any instances? Was there any instance in your life, right?
Yes,
when you
there was. If you would let me answer.
A globe.
Yes.
To complete a task.
My answer is yes, T-Dub.
Okay.
Would you like to keep asking the question?
I'm just waiting to hear the task.
Can you give the example? What did it involve? What was the problem?
I can give you a silly answer and I can give you a serious answer. Which one would you like?
How did it help you?
One time at Space Camp.
Any answer. Fuck.
Wow, they're malfunctioning, bro.
Oh, Moth, you malfunctioned when you couldn't answer the question. So we're going to move on to McDonald's and see if he can answer. Go ahead.
Nah, B, I want to hear what you used the globe for your example of. Go ahead. You said you had two. Come on, bring it forward.
Yeah. So the serious answer, right?
Example.
Give your real example. Yeah.
All right, let him cook, bro.
Okay, so the serious answer would be for flights.
My.
Because with a flight, right, that would realistically be a 3D plane, right? I'm not trying to be ironic there with the plane word, but we need a 3D, I guess, void for a plane to exist, right? If we want to just talk about walking around on the ground, that would be like 2-dimension, right? Because there's no z-axis.
No, sir. Flat Earth is also a 3-dimensional concept.
Yeah, I don't know where we're getting 2D from.
My thing.
Yeah, you're saying that a globe turns it into a 3D? Is that
no?
Am I confused?
I was asked when would we use a 3D globe?
He's talking about changes in the vertical as well as in the horizontal.
And you said airplanes, right?
Correct.
Airplanes use globe to navigate?
No, that was not my claim at all. When would we use a globe? A plane, like for example, plotting flights.
Where do you take a ball with you to use a plane flight? Where do you take a globe with you to fly around in a plane? You take a globe with you and say, "Look, I'm going to take this pilot,
flights,
and I'm going to put." Hold on, brother. Stop talking over me. It's the problem. So when does a pilot take a
American retard doesn't understand what plotting is.
I know. You're another talker over. So when do you guys take your plotting marker on your ball into the airplane? I'd love to see this live and put a dot where you start.
Holy shit, have you ever heard of a computer? Are you that retarded?
What do you mean? A ball's retarded? We know. That's the whole point. What we're trying to prove
to you. They don't. To answer your question, they don't.
They don't use a ball. Okay, so what's the ball for? Who uses it for what?
When they're planning flights. But they don't use it in the plane.
And a ball
they take like a tape measure or something.
Definitely don't use it. The pilots definitely don't use it.
Can I may address this?
Stop talking
can
all
I may
over
address
each other,
this?
guys. Pitch data. Plane flight, pitch data.
Yeah, so the guy that made the data for the airplanes, he used a globe and a piece of a tape or something.
Give us the data.
Can I address this real quick?
That's not my claim, no.
Please.
The fuck?
Hey, Dimok, can I address this real quick? Explain to them.
You can. But I just want to point out that he just said planes. Now he said not planes. But go ahead, brother. Take him out.
Plotting flight.
Appreciate it. So, guys, if you look into the navigation aids being used within the MCU FMC in regards to specific aircrafts, the computer that utilizes the flight data, they use a specific map system which has airways, intersections, and so forth, right? Based on VORs and other radio signals and other mapped out pinpoints, right? But this grid system itself, right, to make it very easy to understand, the foundation thereof is based on longitude, latitude, and meridian lines. This makes the grid system, and from this they can draw the positions within, if you would imagine it within that map, right, that is within this computing system in regards to whatever system might be used. Depends on the aircraft. Anyways, the foundation is that the whole flight routing, you gotta imagine there's imaginary invisible lines that the plane follows, right? They just don't fly because they make up a route. The route is already there. The computer just follows the pre-programmed lines, which can only exist because they are foundationally linked to longitude, latitude, and meridians. And from there on, the position is determined, which means, make a long story short, longitude meridians and latitude lines are fundamentally derived from sky observation or celestial observation, which requires a flat horizontal baseline, which means the very thing why we can actually navigate the sky is because the Earth is flat.
Can you prove that it requires it to be flat? Can you prove that?
Well, how do you celestial navigate? How do you come up with longitude, latitude, and meridian lines from the sky?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to prove your claim.
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Well,
Yes,
let me post you a GIF for simplification.
Locations on Earth and their relationship to each other have been determined by way of looking at the sky and finding out where certain things in the sky appear to be at certain times of the year. And to do that, right, you're using the apparent angular position above the plane Earth. That's how you do it.
You go along the horizontal, the star will appear to be above that position on the horizontal. Keep going to it. Yeah, and that's the whole point of it. Is say, okay, if I go to this part during this time, it should take me to this spot or this plot of dirt that actually goes. So if the stars go out horizontally as far as the dirt, I don't know where, we're globe, huh?
So, yo, right quick, I got a question for Spheroid Plane Boy McDonald's. Let me know when you're available. I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Bet. So you say that planes use a spinning ball. Is that correct?
No.
They don't? I thought you just said they do.
My claim was we would use a globe to plot out a flight.
No,
okay,
they use aeronautical charts.
Hey, just right quick, I want to steal man's vision. I'll bounce after this point. I just want to ensure something here. So, are you saying that in order to plan a flight path, I need to use a globe, but when planes interact with this realm, they use it as a stationary topographical plane? Is that correct?
Oh, I have no idea. It could be.
Okay, but you're saying that you use a spinning globe in order to plan flight paths. But in actual fact, what I'm trying to figure out really is just runway orientation. If you're going to say, in fact, that the Earth is spinning, I'd like to know why all runways aren't laid east to west so that they could take advantage of said spin.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty interesting.
So that the planes could take advantage of a catapulting type of motion to cap on the Earth spinning. Right? Then I think about if the Earth was actually moving and then the plane attempted to interact with that moving Earth, what kind of stress would the landing gear components be under if the ground was moving and the plane was moving at the same time? I think that would be actually kind of slightly catastrophic. But again, it was your question. I just had those questions to ask you. But you say it's just a planned flight path, so I'll withdraw. Thanks for the space.
No, those are some good questions. I actually never thought about that. I wonder why they aren't like that. Do you happen to have a reason for that?
Yeah, and see, when you say those are good questions, right? These are the questions that we should be asking of the people that make the claim. Because the claim is 1,000 miles per hour spin at the equator. So that means if I have an airport located in like South America, that place better be laid east to west so that I can take advantage of that amazing spin. Because that's a hell of a lot of available energy that the globe should be using.
Yeah, there's a lot of torque. There's a lot of anti-torque, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we both agree here.
All these different things, right? So again, I don't see this happening, but thanks for the space. I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Yeah, no issues with what that guy was saying. I just can't. I don't know why not all airports take advantage of that. Something to look into.
The very simple reason is that the Earth isn't spinning.
Yeah, can I say something to Mr. McDonald while he's got an open mind about this? Do you know that Greenland is actually on a globe? Like the globe that you see on the teacher's side, you see Greenland. If you take Greenland and you put it over Africa, it'll damn near cover 99% of Africa. But in reality, Greenland is 20 times smaller than what it actually looks like on a globe. It's incorrect on a globe. It's literally stretched 20 times larger than what it's supposed to be on a globe. Do you think that would have some kind of problem if you're plotting a course with an airplane that takes only a select amount of fuel? a
Yeah,
continent.
of course. Yeah, if
a
we're not
landmass
using
can't get.
corrective maps, I guess, yeah. That would be catastrophic to anything.
What is always
missiles,
what is always very important is that the only way planes fly these days is because we have certain constellations in the sky that never change. Therefore, you have a perfect latitude, longitude, meridian lines that from there on you can build a map within the sky, which the plane utilizes to get from A to B. There is no ground, except for VORs, there is no ground, nothing on the ground that the plane needs to utilize. It's just basically a grid system derived from the sky. Good thing that the sky never changes. It's a beautiful map.
I would say that the planes actually do stay in communication with cell towers the entire flight.
Oh, of
I hope
course.
so.
Yeah.
Of course they do. There's always a coverage of ATC, right? Every pilot, every sector pilot enters, and it's to say his flight level. Okay, let's say for example DHL 737 on flight level 350, and then the center guy from that specific center is gonna say radar contact, and gonna repeat his flight level and so forth, right? So with every step a pilot does, even if it's just pushing back the aircraft and starting the engines, they're going to contact ground and ask for permission to do that. Even furthermore, the very first thing that the pilot does is get ATC clearance, which means he's going to contact clearance and ask for DHL 737 requesting IFA clearance to Frankfurt, for example, right?
Because it's not his plane. You got to do that with anything that's anybody else's. You got to do everything, just like a police. Everything has to be documented, the mile, everything.
Yes.
And
it's very precise in aviation.
Right. And then there's movies about people, jokingly, it's got like certain famous people as actors or whatever, where they sit there and their only job is to direct plane flights to make sure they don't hit each other. So the elevations, the orientation of where they're going, and so they have to know, like, this flight is leaving this place at this direction at this time, and it's going to take this path. And this flight might intersect it, so they either have to wait a second for each other, or they have to fly above or below each other. And then some of them can cause turbulences sometimes and stuff like that, but they have to know that. So every plane has to be formatted over a grid, like a horizontal grid with a circle path around it, like a radar path, right? Just for, it's just easy to grid it like that, form like a dartboard. And then all the flights take place over that. And but it's not a ball. It's just
based
a flat. Yeah.
Right, so they map them from an overhead view, right? And they also have their altitude, not elevation. Elevation has to involve land. You need to be standing on land to declare an elevation. But if you're up in the sky, it's an altitude. So they're applied overhead along with their altitude so that they don't, again, as was just mentioned by Brother Democ, collide with one another in space.
Yeah, and this would be like the XYZ axis that's missing the W, because there's no arc depth. It just has a horizontal reference, XYZ, length, breadth, width. That's just the three things over the flat plane. You can have a dip, a valley, a hill, or whatever, right? Then you can have the length of that and the depth of that, the distance in front of you and behind you and left or right. So the Globers are missing another axis. They're missing the spherical axes in their math, all their math. I don't know what the hell they're talking about ever, really.
Well, I think the big thing that they're missing out right off the rip is convergence and divergence, right? The aspect of us observing consistently level and plumb, and they're going to come along with the fine print. Oh yeah, those plumb lines are all converging at the magical epicenter of Earth.
And see, on that grid, like on the dartboard grid, if you have four airplanes if there's a center runway in the center, and they all four take, like one goes north, one goes south, one goes east, one goes west from that direction, they're never going to hit each other. On a sphere, they would eventually fly those directions and actually have a chance to wreck into each other.
Hey, sorry, I missed it. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
One more system I would recommend to look into, which actually Boeing came up with, is the vertical awareness system, which gives a topographical 2D view of the ground beneath, which shows that even with 260 nautical miles zoomed out, with mountain hills and valleys, the plane does not depict any supposed curvature that should be visible at that type of distance. Therefore, the plane's instrument with its given systems gives testimony of a topographical planar surface that it's flying over. There's no disputing that.
That's awesome. So, real quick, Demok, can you say again about the missing fourth value? What W?
It's not a real thing in reality. It's just something that I'm pointing out. We're missing the arc depth drop dip perception of reality for the math of not a horizontal plane of reference. If you have a horizontal plane of reference everywhere, it automatically goes out that way, in front of you, behind you, on the left and on the right. You have height, you can go away from it. You have breadth and you have width on that flat plane. Now we're looking for the depth perception that's perceivable to show the attribute of itself, which would be another axis of arc, right? That goes down below that, right?
Yeah, the second.
Yeah, but I believe your keyword there was plane. With anything with a plane, there's only an
X, Y, Z is plane. I'm saying we're looking for the spherical math. Why do we only get height, breadth, and width of plane?
Let me see. Let me double check me. You might be right.
Well,
because you're going to need more math. You're going to need way more math for the spherical attribute of how the lines in the North Pole, or the idea of that, go away from each other. See, on flat they don't go away from each other and meet up. On the globe they do with that math. Where is that math at involved in the calculations of what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I think I'm getting stuck on the word plane though, and I assume you're just using a 3D plane instead of like an actual 2D plane.
Yeah, just a horizontal idea of reference. If a gridded out plane and we're standing in the free space of a fucking grid plane, yes. You're not going below that grid plane, but you guys are. Do you understand? You're missing that other axis of like another dimension.
I get your logic and your reasoning there.
The fourth dimension you need to bring into reality to go underneath everybody and around and back in front of them and behind them.
Yeah,
you understand? Yeah. So that means your reality underneath their reality, on the side and in front and in back, like on a sphere, brother. Not everybody on the same plane of reality.
Okay, Demok,
the math isn't. I'm just saying the math isn't right. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you have a logical fucking framework of thinking, you understand a sphere the way it works. And if you put a plain checkerboard on top of a fucking sphere and you do the X, Y, Z for that, where's the rest?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, yeah.
Can we use that analogy right there? Checkerboard on top of whatever. Checkerboard only
where's
has
the rest? Where's the rest to prove that it's not the checkerboard, son? Use that logic. That's what we're looking for, the globe math.
Are you done? Checkerboard is a plane, right? We both agree, right?
Well, checkerboard sandbox. We'll throw some sand on there to have topography. Yeah, we're good now. And a little bit of water. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, can we just look at the checkerboard itself?
No, we're trying to find the spherical math. Why the fuck would you only look at a checkerboard if you're trying to present me that I'm wrong about only a planar math surveying of X, Y, Z, and you're saying you're correct without the fucking W?
I don't know why you're presupposing that I'm just going to say that you're wrong about something. I said I agree with your logic and I understand your conclusion to your logic.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then. Yeah, but with that following, you should then produce the rest of the procedure that's presumed of a fucking arc radius or value below itself. Do you not understand?
Yes. Now, may I submit a counter argument?
Well, just go ahead, brother. Just go ahead. Don't re-ask me questions in the middle of it. Then just go ahead.
Okay. I think the issue here, and feel free to correct me when I'm wrong after my statement, is you're using the word plane like a 2D plane, such as a checkerboard, right? I understand you want to add some like buildings and stuff, and that's fine, right? But if we need to transverse or just walk around on the 2D plane, that would be an X and Y axis, right? And then the Z would then be, I mean, it all kind of changes, but
the mountains, the hills, the valleys, your outside in your front yard, you got the little gully or the thing that holds the water, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that, right?
So we have depth, brother. You're not including the depth of flat Earth. Well, I said throw some sand on top of it, right? Then you'd have cliffs, mountains, valleys, hills, right, on top of your checkerboard. It's still a planar with you still have to add your other fucking XYZ, all three, brother.
And to be fair, there would also be stuff underneath it, right? Because then that would impose
it would have a thickness. Yes, the checkerboard has a thickness to itself to be an existence of itself to be a thing. Yes, it has to have a yes.
Yeah, so that's more of like a.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. We have that math. That's what that covers, and that's it. It doesn't cover the spherical. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And I agree with you. I agree with you.
So let me ask. Okay, I thought you were gonna. Yeah, okay, I got you. We're good,
brother. I'm not trying to gotcha. I'd let you know.
So McDonald's, let me jump in and ask you this: have you been able to find a drop over distance that's substantial enough to reinforce the observation of a globe?
No, brother, I don't.
And this is what I think you and Democ were discussing, right? The X, Y, and
it was not.
Well, if I could allow myself, or sorry, if you could allow me to finish up my point, just in saying that the X, Y, and Z based on the plane, if you want to take the X and Y, let's say X traveling left to right, Y traveling to and from, to and fro, the Z elevation being, or the Z axis being the actual elevation, things going up and down, if you will. But what I was referring to then from a standpoint of what you guys were discussing, the Sagitта, the drop over distance required, is that not the aspect? What was it that, and well, you jumped in and said it's not. So what is it that you guys were actually, or you think in your mind's eye, you guys were talking about?
I don't know. That's why I asked Democ for some clarification.
Gotcha. All right. I just wanted to jump in with the idea or the ask of the drop over distance because that's the thing that seems to be missing. And again, this drop over distance, we can't even get 1% of the number that they claim to demonstrate the drop. Just want to walk that out with you.
Yeah, there's no horizontal increase in altitude or elevation going towards the horizon, ever. It just doesn't exist. It has to on a sphere. That would be your W. The we factor. Wee!
Well, the globe is an L, so no W there.
You're right. The globe is a loss. You're right.
In CB, thinking about this, brother, I don't know of anything in real life that is literally worth 1%. Can't even find the 1% of it yet. All these people spend all this time investigating it, right? We can't even find the validation of it, even to get 1% of the claim. It's not there, and they're still biting it. As Jim Carrey said. And they're
promoting. They're promoting, brother. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. They're promoting less than invest. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, they're promoting less than 1%. They're actually promoting it, not even understanding it, actually. Wow.
I love dartboards. I love rainbows. I love everything that debunks everything to do with spheres. It's crazy. Ball math. Well,
if you look at a dartboard, right, you take the bullseye as the North Pole, and you take
yes, sir, I always have.
outer ring, where all the numbers are. Don't throw the dart there because you won't get any points. Guess what? That's Antarctica. 1 degree of 360 all around through circumnavigation observing the North Pole. South
now, nobody asked that. So where does the sun go when it disappears?
You don't know on your globe maps? 2024, imagine that. Someone's asking us, where does the sun go? On a globe map, a glober doesn't know how the sun works or where the sun goes.
I'm asking on a flat
I know. I'm pointing out that you're asking. I'm glad.
Wait, Democ, I want to try some Demokian principles on our friend Moth, is it? Yeah, Moth King. Moth King, I want to ask you a question. Are you aware of time zones?
I'm not answering any questions because I asked a question and you're answering a question with a question.
This is what's called flipping the burden. So I'm flipping the burden onto you, and I'm trying to engage you on the Socratic method and asking you, do you know what time zones are?
Do you know how to answer a question?
Do you want to keep flipping the burden? Because I can't.
I'm not flipping the burden. You just said that that's what you're doing.
Question, because I don't understand the globe model. I can only steelman it partially.
I don't understand the flat Earth model, so I'm asking you a question to clarify.
You can understand, or if you know about time zones.
Okay. Do you know where the sun goes on a flat Earth model?
Yeah. So I'm attempting to walk with you, right? So again, if you know about time zones, right, then you know that it's 12 p.m. for somebody somewhere at some point in time. And with the confirmation of it being 12 p.m. for you cannot talk while I'm answering your question. And if we know p.m. for somebody somewhere around this place, and to boot, not only are they seeing the sun overhead of them, they're also observing level locally. So now we have the confirmation of the sun going above, orbiting the Earth, and we also have the confirmation of observing level locally wherever we are while the sun orbits above us. I hope that answered your question.
No, you didn't answer my question.
Then I can't help you.
The sun goes where it goes, never under your toes.
That's a good one.
That's copyrighted.
Where else would it go? It's not going down below your feet. That's what you need to prove. We know, and you can film it go above your head in the North Pole and the South Pole the whole fucking year. 24 hours, 24 hours, 24 hours every day, up to 6 months each place. Not setting. Now, where does the fucking sun set? That's what we're looking for. Because last time I checked, the sunset proved a globe, not a sunset. So flat earthers know the sun doesn't drop below the dirt and water. That would be retarded unless you can prove it.
In the chat.
So where does that leave us, brother, right now? All you guys have is proof that the sun doesn't fucking set for whatever you call north and south. That is almost the whole fucking year between the two. And it's above the ground, filmed, never setting. And it's moving, not the earth. What does that tell you, brother? Sun tracing a loop above the stationary ground and east to west. Or clockwise, not counterclockwise. Where can we find that counterclockwise sun and moon? Huh. Doesn't exist. All these things that you need for a sphere to appear, but not far or near. What?
I was asking if my question got answered yet.
Question about what? The sun goes where it goes, but not between your toes. Is that not the answer?
No.
You asked where the sun goes. It goes where it goes, bro. What other answer do you need?
Like
it doesn't go down below your feet ever.
It just doesn't go under you.
Fuck, dude.
So if so the sun rotates, right? So
it appears to, yes.
Okay. So the sun rotates, and we don't rotate because
yes, sir.
Demok, why the hell would you answer that question like that?
What happened?
Did you hear his question?
What'd he say?
Glover,
maybe I didn't. He's kind of talking low, brother. Maybe I didn't hear him. Maybe you got me. I don't know. I might not have heard him correct.
I don't know if rotate's the right word.
I just got him.
Right. The sun doesn't rotate. The sun orbits the stationary Earth.
Goes in a circle above your head like a hula hoop, like you film it, man. I mean, I don't know what he's calling rotate, Killian. That's all. I'm sorry. I don't know what his. Yeah,
that means that the sun is spinning, right? The sun is not spinning. The sun is orbiting. Correct. The lights are orbiting the Earth, right? The Earth is a stationary topographical plane, and the lights go around and around from east to west in a clockwise direction.
Right. They call that orbiting for some odd reason when it's not going below your feet. The orbiting they're looking for is below your feet. So, yes, I kind of misspoke, in a sense of speaking. But only because most of the Globers, some of them don't have a comprehension of even what the fuck they mean by orbit. They think filming it above their head all day means it's setting and orbiting. They're supposed to prove a setting orbit last time I checked, right? So I might be wrong, but I'm wrong and right. in a weird way.
I would love to hear them say that it does go under their feet. Does anyone want to stand on that? No pun intended.
What?
The sun.
What do you mean?
Does it drop below?
Okay.
It's you guys just don't understand astrology, or just
we're asking you. Hold on a second. Let me just try to get through to him, because this is actually funny that he doesn't understand this. If I point up, I'm pointing at the sky. But if I point down, and I just below me, underneath there would be on the globe, there'd be the core, and then on the other side of that, there's the ground and more people, and then below that is the sky. So when you see a sunset, you're seeing the sun go below you, right? You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Wow. Okay. Should I draw it for you? I mean, I put a drawing in the chat. Okay, do you understand that? You know what antipodal means? Hold on. Do you know what antipodal means?
Hold on. If you draw it, just draw it with the earth flat so I can understand your mind.
No, I'm not.
Holy shit, dude doesn't even understand his own
about your worldview. We're talking about your worldview.
You shouldn't. I've never expressed a worldview.
You don't get to bring your own version, though. That's the thing. This isn't a BYOB or build your own earth.
I'm questioning your worldview.
Don't worry about that. We already told you what our worldview is. The sun doesn't go below you. But in the globe side of things, hold on, brother. I'm trying to help you out here.
Well,
on the globe,
you're not answering any of my questions that I'm asking.
We already answered it. Then I'll clarify that for you. The sun does not go below you. Whereas on the globe side of things, it would have to.
Telling me where it doesn't go doesn't tell me where it goes.
What do you mean goes? It doesn't go anywhere. The sun's above you always.
Why? Hold on. Who muted me again? Why did I just get muted? I'm having a conversation.
Just try to understand, bro. We'll focus on the globe side for a moment, so you can understand why we're saying below.
I'm not asking anything about the globe.
So you can understand why we're saying it doesn't go below you. Then maybe that'll make sense.
Listen,
can we just? Dude, oh my God, you're being intentionally thick here.
You're literally
not.
You're mumbling and your mic is dissolving. Just like your argument that you're not making, blah, blah, blah. Get your mic sorted out, bro.
That's why you got to
ask one more question.
Because you don't.
I'm going to ask one more question. And then I'm going to let y'all answer it. Where does the sun go on a flat earth?
We've already answered you this multiple times.
No, you said it doesn't go below your toes.
No, what did I say? The sun, I'll answer it for you again. The sun is above you always. Whatever the sun is.
So where it goes out of your perspective.
Doesn't
That'll
go
make sense
anywhere.
It goes out of your perspective. Like anything else above you that goes far enough away from you will go out of your perspective into your vanishing point.
Okay, well, there are stars that like literally don't go out of perspective.
They also do the same thing. They're not billions of miles away. Yeah, they also do the same. You're assuming that the distance of these things, but you're incorrect, and that gives you a disillusion when it comes to your perspective. That's all that's out.
You got it, bro.
You're not seeing.
I mean, I literally do. That's exactly the reason.
All at once.
Exactly. So some of the stars are out of your perspective too. Like the North Star, if you go south far enough, it becomes out of your perspective. You can't see it. So it'll literally go into the horizon the further you go down.
So
the reason why we brought up the whole go below you is to understand that the difference between our worldviews. One side of one worldview is absolutely cooked when you have to say the sun goes below you. The fact that you don't want to talk about that is a good example. All we're saying is that doesn't happen, and what we're saying makes a lot more sense. The sun is above you always.
No one's trying to say goes below me. Obviously, in my world, quote unquote worldview, the sun is like stationary. What are you talking
about? Oh my God, dude. Okay. This is just embarrassing that you can't understand your own worldview.
Around the sun. Are you okay? Are you good?
You don't get what we're saying. Dude, okay, so it's literally called a sunset, right? I'm standing at the beach and the sun is going down. Where is it going?
We're going. The sun isn't going.
Okay, I understand. But the sun is going where? Even if we're I get it, dude. I understand what you're saying, but either way, the sun.
That question.
He's asking in relation to you as you stand there, bro.
This guy's too bricked and dumb. This is his own worldview. He's struggling to understand his own worldview. This is crazy. Do I have to like put a cartoon in the chat for him to understand?
If the sun is always in the sky, then why is it night?
Whoa, man.
Wow.
What's going on? See what you did?
I'm sorry.
King? No, Moth King. Yeah, Moth King, listen, in daytime, sun in sky, you see it above you. The earth spins, so in your paradigm, as earth spins, you're on it. In middle of the night, sun no longer above you.
Spins which way, I might add, just in a circle around that light source.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't like to talk about this point when the sun, in relation to where he would be beneath him. I think he realizes how absurd that is.
We have to put it in the chat. You're not making any, but there's the graph in the chat, dude. I understand that would be the earth that's moving and the sun would be stationary in your worldview. That's already clear. But the fact that the sun is now in relation to you below your feet, essentially. I don't know why they can't understand that. Let's just do this for a moment, Mathi. If I were to point down, what's down there? Can we just kind of walk through this together? I'll pop you off mute if you want to walk it through. Or he left? Yeah, he left. How do they not understand this, right? It goes sky, or it goes outer space, sky, earth, or earth, sky, outer space.
Outer space doesn't exist.
Thank you, I agree.
I think it gives them a glimpse of how they get a little view of how he ran. Right? Shit.
Hey, Creation Bear, I'll play your game. Ask your question.
Do you understand what I mean by how you have an antipodal position? Two people would be antipodal. You're familiar with that term?
Are you talking to me?
Whoever just called my name. Yeah, that's who I'm talking to.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Familiar with the term? Are you? I just did. I'll ask it again. Are you familiar with the term antipodal?
No. Tell me.
Okay. So I'm on. Let's just say the Earth is a globe. I'm standing on one side of it, and you're on the opposite side of me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on the top of the ball. You're on the bottom of the ball, essentially. Right. So we both point up. We both raise our arm above our head, pointing at the sky now. Mm-hmm. Are we pointing in the same direction or different directions?
Different directions.
Great. So let's say the sun is above me. Is the sun below you?
Yes.
There we go. So when we say the sun's not below you or under you, that's what we mean. The other guy's like, well, no, what? It doesn't. He's struggling to understand that. So that's all we're saying. The sun does never go below you. You have to say that there's sky and a bunch of other things like outer space.
So you don't believe in the sky?
The sky isn't real.
How is that?
What is the sky?
How is that the conclusion that you ended up with, my friend?
Well, because this other guy said the sky's not real, and you said I agree. Why else do you think I came up with that conclusion?
Who said the sky's not real?
Globe Lord. He literally just said it. Globe Lord, do you think the sky is real? Globe Lord, is the sky real?
Dude's he's trolling, bro.
So why'd you say you agree? Why'd you say you agree?
I think he said outer space.
Listen back.
Do you understand?
So you don't believe in outer space?
Hell no.
Okay. So what is it? Where are the stars living? Are they on Earth?
In the sky?
What are stars?
Grandpa's pretending that he
what are
stars?
Like
months already.
Yeah. What are stars?
You tell me what you think stars are.
I don't know what they are, so I'm not sitting here making a bunch of claims about where they are, how they are, why they are, when they are.
It's a celestial body.
Oh, how do you know that?
How do you know?
From the stars.
Well, let him stand on that, Wolfgang.
You could see it.
See what?
How else we get there to find out what it is?
With our eyes.
I see stars too, but that doesn't tell me what it is. An object.
You guys are so fucking brick.
So what else?
Creation Bear. What's that principle called?
It emits light, but it's not an object.
Right now.
An object. Would you consider a rainbow an object?
Yeah, rainbows don't emit light.
No, I'm just asking. I see some.
No, I wouldn't say it's a physical object. No,
there you go. I wouldn't say that about an illusion.
So do you think stars are not emitting light?
I'm trying to answer your question. You're like spamming questions without trying to accept an answer.
Well, you're just too slow to answer them, I guess. Go ahead.
Well, you're talking. You're yappuccino through the answer.
Good one. What are you, 15? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I see a rainbow, but I wouldn't consider that an object. So not every light phenomena that's taking place in the sky has to be some sort of physical object. Okay, well, that's what I'm seeing in the sky, some sort of light phenomena taking place up there.
So what is reflecting off the star to make that light phenomenon?
How do you know it's reflecting anything?
Well, what else would it be? It's not emitting it, it's reflecting it.
How do you know it's not emitting
that?
How do you know it's not emitting
okay, so what is it then? If it's not emitting, it's not reflecting.
Even in your worldview, it's emitting light. Even in the globe side of things.
I understand it's emitting light because it is.
So then why are you talking about reflecting light?
Because you're saying it's not emitting light. You already said it's not emitting light.
I did not say that.
Oh, so it is emitting light now. So it is an object.
Yeah, this is... Oh my God. I already answered this. We don't know what they are, when they are, why they are, how they are. You said, well, so they're reflecting? Who said they're reflecting? Oh, so they're emitting. I don't know what's taking place. I see some sort of light phenomenon in the sky.
We went through this like 6 months ago with this guy, and he's still pretending like he doesn't know that we don't claim what the stars are. He's like, well, what are they then? What are they then? Like, you don't
and
know.
Where are they?
You didn't know 6 months ago.
So they must be here then. It's like, we're not saying anything about that. You don't even know what they are to then make a bunch of claims.
You know that principle they just described before about two people standing on opposite sides of the earth, opposite poles. What's it called again?
Antipodal.
Retardation.
Yeah, retardation. Yeah. AKA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Globism.
Which is funny. Like,
Hysterica.
Moth King in the chat was like, what? That doesn't happen. And the next guy comes in, he's like, yeah, of course it happens. I actually love those moments. Those are my favorite.
Man, the Globers are spiraling harder than ever after getting their final experiment. That's weird.
Spiraling harder than the globe and their globe model through space. But the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, though.
Yeah, McToon's freak out was comedy gold. This guy goes all the way to Antarctica, sees this thing that he's been desperate to see. Who does he call? Not his loved ones, not any friends or family. He puts it straight away back on Discord, like the basement dweller he is, to yell at some guy from England that he's never met.
Sad.
And do you know what's funny about that? He ranted for however many minutes, like a 10-minute rant, and notice how he never said, "See, we proved the globe." That's why he's so mad, because he realizes that this whole endeavor that he got there doesn't even allow him to say, "We proved the thing that I've been trying to prove for 10 years."
You think you'll spend that money on trying to find the curve rather than finding what the sun does across a flat plane?
Yeah, I could have went to Bedford Level in England instead of all the way to Antarctica to answer a question.
It's hilarious. Do you know, because we've heard them today saying, "Oh, I'm not doing your fetch quest. I'm not doing your fetch quest." Really, this whole 24-hour sun thing was just a great fetch quest that we made the Globers do. Made them spend $500,000 to take some of us over so we could get a look at what's going on over there. And we're just in the same position, still flat. But now we've had a free trip to Antarctica on the Globers' dime.
Exactly.
That is the best part of it. We got free eyes on the place that not everybody gets to go to. Well said, Wolfie.
But they videotaped a 24-hour sun, though, didn't they? Aren't they going to be able to say? Aren't they going to be able to say that this disproves the flat Earth because the sun should be on the other side of the flat Earth model?
No, they can only say we have a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth because there's no curve.
They went to a different place of Earth to study the sky.
Again, yes, I understand that for 2,500 years we've been looking at lights in the sky we can't verify to tell us that we're on a ball. But now, how are they able to get the video of this 24-hour sun, though? Like, this is kind of an issue.
It's not an issue. Why is it an issue?
How were they able to? The sun goes on the other side of the. So it'd be sun, night, and then sun on a flat Earth.
Why are you saying that?
Because the sun would be on the other opposite end of the...
Obviously not. The sun is doing what it's doing, and if it's showing a 24-hour sun there, then the sun's 24-hour there.
Okay, so on the other side of the flat Earth, there'd be the sun, the daylight, and on the other side on the firmament, then it would be nighttime, and then in Antarctica, when it wasn't supposed to be there, it'd be there. So how was that?
It sounds like you've got an idea in your head about how it's all laid out and how the sun is doing what it's doing.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time.
So what medium is the sun in, and how does it work? How does it do all that?
It's the position of the sun that's the problem, though.
Well, what is it? Is it a physical
Again,
thing?
if the sun is on the other side of the flat Earth model, and then it's nighttime in between the two, and then it's sunshine again in Antarctica. So that's an issue.
Well, I suppose it depends if you're assuming some kind of map, and then it's assuming the sun's position, location, and its influence of light, and where that extends through the medium that it's in. But that doesn't change anything about the surface, right? So if a table measured flat, doesn't matter how long you stare at the light bulb in your ceiling above the table, it's not going to change the fact that the table measures flat, is it?
Yeah, but Cyclone, what if I go to Antarctica to look at said table?
That's right. You're going to get some more questions about the light bulb, but the table's fine.
What if you make that light bulb start doing circles above the table? Would it change the table then?
Nope.
Wouldn't have thought so.
It will change the shadows on the table, though, and you never know. When you change the shadows, the table might start to change.
Well, if you've got shadows, then it must be a spherical table.
Right?
Plus, ain't according to the globe claim that the sun's meant to be like 360 Earth sizes closer. Now, if it starts circling over the ice over there, shouldn't it be a lot warmer?
Well, I just love how excited they all were about this, and now it seems like their excitement has turned to madness.
Trolling, LARPing, yeah.
Probably because it didn't answer their question, it's created more questions. Fried their feeble little
Well, they're even going back on, I mean, we've got them in here, we're asking them, right, what does it prove? And they're saying, well, it's not supposed to be definitive. So they're saying the final experiment is not supposed to be definitive.
So the final experiment, to jump in, to say, the final experiment has led to an inconclusive conclusion.
Yeah. So it's not final. It's not an experiment.
Yeah, it's probably final because it'll probably be any time that they do it. And yeah, it's not an experiment either. That's probably why it won't do that again.
I think we should
do like a final experiment too.
I think we need a what is it, a quality assurance check when you carry a test out on an experiment that was conducted? What's that called? When you verify the actual experiment was conducted appropriately.
Peer reviewing.
They need an audit.
Well, they're trying to find out what causes the sun to do circles, if it does.
Alrighty. Okay, who's next? Shout out to Britnet, top of the leaderboards. No one's here more than Brit.
That's not true.
Yeah, there he goes. You're here more than me, my guy. Obsessed. I'd be obsessed too. What's with the rebranding too? Like W Wolfgang Cyclone, we just stick with the W marketing, we rebrand and create socks and stuff like that. We just, stand on who we are. Yeah.
This isn't a stock account. This is my main account.
You understand what I'm saying, though? How many times have you rebranded now?
Yeah, I'm not committed to any particular aesthetic.
I would honestly switch it up too, so people don't realize it's the same goofball here every day. Holy!
You'll always be Yui.
Like, do you have friends, a girl, better things to do? Go ahead. Okay.
Is there any Glober that this was final for? Is there any Glober that's now walked away and said, I'm satisfied, I will no longer engage? Because as far as I can tell, they're all still at it.
If it was final, you can go home.
Who is this final for? Could we find one person?
Brent, is this final for you, buddy?
Yeah.
Why are you still here?
I didn't say it was final in the sense that I've stopped having fun here. It's final in the sense that whereas before I might have.
That's a concession.
Exactly. I can't quit. Right? It's like a heroin.
Hey, what is the most fun you have?
I like debate, right? I like the sport of debate, and that's what I'm here for.
You like hearing the other Globers get burned down.
Also, that is fun to watch as well.
They all love it. It's like a masochistic thing.
Yeah, they do.
It's funny. They're like, I'm here for, it's like a zoo. I'm here for the content. It's like, well, no one goes to the zoo every day. You have a problem if you're at the zoo every day, bro.
It is an addiction. It's like a zoo, which
and they're like, and they think it sounds good for them to be like, oh, it's like we're coming to the zoo to make fun of you. Like, so their idea of a good time would be to go to the zoo every day and just hurl insults at the animals, thinking that makes them some kind of superior person where everyone at the zoo would be like, who is this dickhead?
Was you again? Yeah, I bought a yearly pass. I'm here every day.
At the camels again. Telling them how much smarter than they are than he is than them.
But I really
dissectioned.
Britnet, there's really big resignation in regards to your character.
What, sorry?
There's big resignation in regards to your character.
Resignation? What do you mean?
Oh, I think that's not an English term. I think it's just a German term.
No, it is.
No, we've got resignation. You're saying he's defeated.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's very quiet.
Yeah, but that's because I'm trying to not get permanently banned again. So.
Wise move.
Wait, that would be a good thing, though. Then you could actually go on and do something else, dude. Like,
Okay, correct.
I mean, dude, honestly though, I'm just looking out for you, man. Like these are my friends. Like Wolfgang, dude, I've been hanging out with Wolfgang for a while. These are my people. I'm here with my friends doing my thing. Things we actually enjoy. You're here with people you don't like, you beef with, and you're here more than me. What the fuck?
See, this is the thing. This is the thing about it, though. They do actually like us. If they could choose a friendship group, they would choose us because they know that we're actually sound and fun to hang out with.
Chads. Yeah,
like,
Chads.
I guarantee now, all these Glober guys, they don't like hanging out with other Globers. Like, you guys are kind of retarded and boring.
They are
hang out
boring.
with cool flat earthers.
Yeah, they are boring. I don't know if you have heard of
They're
Globe
insanely
Gangs,
boring.
but I
Crazy.
sat in a room with them and they were doing physics lectures, and I was like, "Look, I don't come to Discord to do physics lectures, right? I mean, that's
What kind of physics were they going over?
I just deafened myself and didn't pay attention. So
How up isn't up and down isn't down.
yeah, stuff like that.
That kind of physics.
But I mean, like a separation bet, like Cyclone says, I don't hate all of you, right? Some people here I quite enjoy.
I know.
Yeah, they love us. You wouldn't go and hang out somewhere every day full of people that you can't stand. I mean, that's just not a thing. That's the funny thing about it. They have to like force themselves to act like they don't like us, when in reality they do. I mean, there's the odd one that's actually insane and doesn't actually like us because they think we're like a threat to society or something. But guys like Britnat and that, they can recognize what's actually going on here, even if they can't really bring themselves to admit it.
Hey, listen, man. It's folks like this that can continue to drive.
Sorry, Stevie.
No, my bad. I was just saying that it's folks like this that continue to keep the panel full, and you guys could just go away, and then wouldn't it just die off if no one showed up?
Why would I want it to die off?
Well, that sounds like y'all's goal. It sounds like your goal.
Didn't Cyclone just literally say, "I'm not here to like destroy you because I don't think you're a threat to mankind"?
No, but I'm just saying the final experiment isn't it their goal to sort of just like have this thing go away?
Well,
you guys could do that if you didn't show up.
Final experiment isn't even accepted by like basic globalists. This is like the fringe group. It kind of highlights the fringe part of like the anti-flat eartherism. That you got, powers combined, mega church super pastor, like some dude who thinks he's literally Batman who plays with Star Wars toys. The guy who keeps like Dave McKeegan. All his videos are always been his final flat Earth debunk that really just straw man a flat Earth and then say how at the end. And since he can't think of how, then he's done until next episode. And the last guy, I'd never heard of him until this. Like some wolf pack. I mean, the dude is bizarre. Just not to body shame or anything, but holy shit. Damn, dude. Like you really are that upset that someone thinks the Earth is flat? You've got some problems going on. It kind of shows you that a lot of these people are kind of like the bottom rung of society, but they fancy themselves as some kind of like super intellectual. But instead of realizing that they are the bottom of the barrel as far as like what humanity has ever offered, they got to find someone to punch down at. And the world is becoming more and more inclusive to more and more ideas and people, and they're running out of people they can punch down on.
What? I just can't. I keep chuckling at the idea of the irony of McToon's situation. Like, you think all these years ago when he started his channel, he ever thought that he himself would be standing in Antarctica on Discord yelling at a flat earther? This is how far the whole thing's taken him. And the fact that he's still, it's taken him to the ends of the earth, quote unquote, and he's still on Discord yelling at flat earthers on the internet.
That's what I mean. It's like, go do something better with your life, dude.
Well, even like a flat earther who said, no, thank you. I do not wish to participate in your meth field symposium about the sky. And he's like, you will participate. And if you don't, even in Antarctica, he can't find anything better to do with his day than to call up.
Yeah, that is so true.
I know, isn't that
It's the same
amazing?
thing.
Like,
It's the
he's
same
in
thing I thought.
Antarctica.
Yeah.
So the majority of humans never get that experience, but he's so wrapped up in his internet drama that's the only reason he's there. He's only there to yell at Nathan Oakley on Discord. Like, he's not having this human epiphany that he's supposed to be having. And you can tell that's what's like burning him up a lot as well, because like, fair enough, that reaction, if he'd actually proven a globe, if he'd actually done something that was actually arguably globe proof, then you could maybe do a little chicken dance around and yell at Nathan Oakley. But he couldn't even say, look, I've proven the globe and you're a liar. He never said the words, we've proven the globe, because he knows they haven't. So all he could do was say, you lied when you said we couldn't go to Antarctica. I'm here. I'm yelling at you on Discord from here. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, it is actually very terrible.
Dude, that was so stupid, especially the whole gun thing, as if he proved that he's literally exploring every single inch of Antarctica. He's literally in a fucking designated space where like people, tourists and stuff can go. That proves nothing.
Yeah,
they can't even go. They can't even go past the red flags.
They're literally just walking around. They're literally just walking around like in a small fucking circle on like a patch of ice. And
Wow.
As if that proves anything.
I know what he should have done is like broke protocol, walked his happy ass to the South Pole when he got that thing there, and then called Nathan Oakley. Said, you told me I couldn't do this stuff. I went off reservation. I broke their rules and no one tried to stop me. He's like, I'm standing right where they told me to stand, when they told me to stand there, and no one's pointing the gun at me. Look, well, yeah, you're complying.
To prove the point, you should have not comply and steal some of these crazy vehicles they have and then just drive off and see what happens.
Yeah, it's so bizarre that it's like, even if you think you won now and you've proven the globe, can't you use it to explain any level of disagreement? I mean, I can use my flat earth to explain disagreement. It's called tribalism. They refuse to accept the flat earth because they would rather be on the winning team than accept what their own eyes, their own lying eyes tell them, their own lived experience. They think they've picked a better team, and that's it. That's the full explanation. And it also explains why they keep doing it. Well, on his globe, the experts like Michio Kaku and whatnot said there's baked-in explanations on how to handle disagreement, and Mick denied his own model, calls up Nathan Oakley, and has little kittens on camera reenacting that movie from the Wrath, that scene from the Wrath of Khan, just screaming, like Khan.
Who was recording him do that?
He was standing in front of one of the cameras that should have been recording the sun.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's even better.
Imagine being a grown man and you're so triggered by Nathan Oakley that is so wrong about everything that you're still in Antarctica and you need to call him and then freak out like a little child and run around. Like he was like freaking out as if he was, I don't know, having a fight with his wife or something.
One of the best explanations I've seen, though, is a globalist said, dude was just up for 24 hours. He probably doesn't have a lot of experience with sleep deprivation and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, go take a nap, eat a Snickers, do something, shit.
Sidebar, but still a question. Have you guys seen his charts? McToon's measurement charts?
Yeah,
No.
the like the 1919 type stuff that supposedly surveyed across America.
Well, they're shadow measurements, spherical excess, claims spherical excess.
It's having to do with like the French did part of it, and then later on it was completed by America.
I guess I just looked on the cover page of it just to see that he has these published numbers. Again, his backup of the radius, and then the spherical excess numbers. If you actually look at it, they're really bad. Like they don't actually go beyond. I think it's like 15 degrees, I believe, something like that. So I didn't want to take anything away from the topic at hand. Obviously, smashing accordingly.
Yeah, that's old school, or that goes back a while. Where they're like, yeah, if you are on top of 3 high level points and you shine mirrors at each other, and then take an azimuth to each person, and then add up those that triangle, it's more than 180 degrees. And you're like, well, yeah, how much more? Like 180.2. Plus or minus like 5 degrees because of just variation in the way people hold compasses or whatever. You're like, dude, that's like so within the margin of error. Like, I don't know what you're on about right now.
I'm looking for it right now. I'll share it as soon as I find it. Apologize for not having it right away.
So they're like anti-flat earth globalists. You finally got proof in hand to show you got a globe. Are you open now to take any questions on the globe? No. Like Rob came in here. Let's talk about the sun. And Jenny's like, yeah, what direction did the sun move? I'm not talking about that. I kind of totally forgot. That was the second half of their claim. Their claim was the sun would be visible for 24 hours and it would move clockwise across the sky.
No, wait, did it move the other way or is it contradicting the claim?
It moved counterclockwise.
So it was contradicting the claim?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's funny.
Flatzoid has the thing too where the spot where it's supposedly about to go behind the mountains, it kind of glitches out for a couple, like some frames there, like the sun. So they're not even sure. Like, hey, how come it acted this way, like right when they got close to the sun or the mountains? And it's like, oh, it just got pixelated or something. And why was it dropping down, gets pixelated, and it then rises back up?
Yeah, Crit, I posted in the side chat. If you look at the numbers, there's nothing beyond 25 degrees, which I find interesting. Or 27, sorry. Just off the cover page.
Oh, okay. Like a 27 degrees over or like 27
difference, yeah. Like so the whole idea is that they're measuring the difference in angles, as you said earlier, right? And between these two, the different elevation spots, and what they're looking to do is basically confirm that there's this great difference in angle between the two elevation spots in order to reinforce this observation and claim of the globe. But again, if we're going and looking specifically at the numbers and being like, specific about the numbers shown, there's nothing beyond 27 degrees. I would imagine that if in fact we were dealing with a spheroid, we would see all kinds of angles beyond 27 degrees spherical excess. Does that make sense, or am I way off in right field? And silence, that's a bad thing, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I get what you're putting down here.
Yeah, and it's I'm asking questions of what they're saying. So what they're showing. And yeah, see you in chat, and if you want to explain this to me, because you're a globe proponent, please feel free, because I would love to talk about that evidence if you want to back up your boy McToon. Came to me.
So whoever's on iMessage right now, just chill out.
I'm scanning, looking for it. I'm like, who's off mute? Who could that be? Oh man, I was looking for a hand in the cookie jar.
Heretic.
Heretic.
Bro.
Sorry, hot mic.
Oops. He came
My
back.
bad.
There you are. Yep, you're good.
Okay, my bad.
Alrighty, so who's next? We have normal rats. I'm sure Rich Evans is just waiting to spiral. Mushcane, Myth, Logic, Lowrider, AC, Hawaii, and yeah, C as well. Who's trying to cook, bro? Who's trying to cook, bro?
1%, that's all we're asking for. 1%. I found a new soapbox to stand on, CB. 1%, the 1% soapbox. 1%.
I'm here for it.
Well, I'm saying, right? Not the claim, the number, and again, any Glober that's in the chat, please feel free to step up and correct me, but I'm going to steel man your model. So, claim on the table is 3,959 miles from the absolute epicenter, magical center, the crust, out to the crust, being 3,959 miles. That's the claim rate. So that's the overall claim, the macrocosm claim. Then when we look to the smaller number, again, I asked for 1%. So take a 100-mile sample set, and I'll say, give me a 1-mile drop over that 100 miles observed. It technically should be 1.25. I think 1.26 miles to be completely correct about it. But I'll accept. I'll chop it down to 80% of what it actually should be, and I'll ask for 80% of 1%. Right? So I'm asking you for 80%, 1 mile of that 1.25 mile drop in real life that you can demonstrate to prop up your globe claim. And that's where I withdraw.
I can't do it, bro. They won't do it.
You see the 24-hour sun, huh?
That's okay. No, listen. What I just said was about the Earth. It was about the crust, about the middle, out to the edge. Right? I'm not looking at the sky just yet. We're not going there. You're going to jump to the sky. That's a leap of logic, a leap of faith, even if you will. Right? We're not ready to do that yet. We still want to. We want to look at the ground and figure out that. Go ahead, please. All right, bet. So that 1 mile drop over that 100 miles traveled doesn't show up. And this is why I say I'm asking for a 1 mile drop over 100 miles traveled. That's literally 1% of your claim. And you guys can't even show up to give me 1%. A passing mark would be 50%. 1%, you can't even do that. And you believe in this thing.
You sure you're not asking too much of them, Cooley? Or...
Dude, it's 1%. I think I could actually go to my children, and they could give me 1% of something that I ask for.
Are you debating someone in chat, or are you just inviting everyone to debate?
No, I'm talking. I literally just said it. The intro to that little segue, right? I'm going to steel man your model, and anybody from that of a globe proponent can step up and correct me, right? I made a whole bunch of statements, and nobody stepped up to say nothing. So are y'all just quiet? You chicken, or are you not interested in talking about it, right? Like CB said, who's trying to cook? I stepped up. I threw a little bit of meat on the floor to walk with.
Yeah. So, anyways, what was your thing again? I'm sorry.
All right. What is your understanding of the radius of the spheroid that is the claim on the table being examined?
What was your 1% thing? Dude, I was doing other things.
I have no, but I'm saying, right? You're asking me about this, so I'm going to go back to the beginning, right?
That's fine. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Right. So I'm going to ask you, do you know what the spheroid, what the radius of the spheroid claim is?
No, I don't.
Hey, Bet, do you have the advantage of being near a Google that you can check the question to?
No, I'm working on my wife's birthday gift, and it feels like I'm doing molecular science. I'm trying to put Eevee cards in a Pokemon pack, right? Because she loves Eevees, and I'm being super careful. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys have ever done it.
Don't break the covalent.
Some nerdy shit, bro.
If you break your covalent bond, then she'll definitely know you've been monkeying with the packaging.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to glue it and everything, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm working so hard to not rip it.
Well, go put yourself on mute. Go do that, and come back when you're ready.
Yeah, bro. I just don't want to be talking and farting in the wind, right? I actually want to. If I'm gonna fart, and I
get
dinner.
Are you talking about me? I'm sorry.
Let's smell it, damn it. Go ahead.
Are you guys talking to me or someone in chat?
I was trying to engage with you because you asked the question of the 1% that I was talking about, but obviously, on an intellectual capacity, you're not able to give me your attention to walk through the numbers.
No, I can. You just asked if I'm near Google, and I said I'm not.
All right, so okay, that's fair enough. Fine. So from a standpoint of the radius, again, from the middle of the spheroid out to the crust, right? There has to be a number to that. Now, the globe side gives us that number. Again, it's 3,959 miles. Now, you're familiar with what a radius is, correct?
Yes.
What would a radius be?
A radius of something?
Yeah.
It'd be diameter and a half, right? Half of diameter?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Perfect. Yep. Half the diameter. So from the very middle of that circle, right, or a spheroid or whatever, something that is a perfect spheroid or a circle, from the middle of it out to the end, that's called the radius.
I mean, you would agree that we can get the radius of any object, right? We just need the diameter. But sorry, that might be irrelevant. Sorry. Just keep going.
Well, all right.
Just keep going.
We're examining the spheroid claim again.
Yeah, I got you.
3,900. Okay, fine. So when people say we're too small to conceptualize the actual drop over the distance. Because again, if I'm on top of that ball and I move from one location to another location, do you agree that there will be a drop involved?
If you move from one location to another location at the peak of your measurement? What?
Okay, again, so I'm starting at the top of that ball.
Right.
Right? And I'm going to travel out. I'm going to walk to another location. Do you agree that when I update my location to another location on that ball, there's going to be a drop involved?
Oh, yeah, I would agree.
Perfect. So, again, the overall number claim is 3,959 miles from the middle out to the edge. I'm going to start at the very top of that ball, and I'm going to travel 100 miles. Okay?
Sure. Like, sorry. Wait, but this is math, right? So then we can calculate the curvature with this?
Well, not really, because we're not going to
the radius. We have the radius.
Right, but we're looking at it from a standpoint of what is the overall claim, right? So the overall model claim, and then I'm going to go in and look at a small sample of that model in order to examine it, basically walk it out in real life to see if it's actually there. Is that a fair ask?
I don't get how we're dancing around the radius, though. Because to have that next component, right, we would need the radius. Or, sorry, not the radius, the curvature. Because we would both agree, right, that if, for example, we ran the numbers and curvature doesn't happen until, for example, 200, but you only go 150, right, we would both agree, yes, you shouldn't see curvature or a drop, sorry. But if we ran the numbers and the drop happens at 200, then I'd be like, yeah, you should see a drop. If you don't see a drop, then yeah, I would be inclined to believe that it's more flat.
Right. And that's the problem when we're looking at the claim of the number. So when you're looking at a spheroid that measures 3,959 miles from the middle out to the edge, the crust, right? When I'm standing on that crust and I walk out 100 miles along the crust of that ball that has a claimed radius of 3,959 miles, right? I'm not even seeing a 1 mile drop over that distance that I travel. This is where I say the 1% required in order to prop up the globe. Does that make sense? Are you understanding what I'm saying now, brother?
Yeah, no, I get you. So my question to that, right, and I guess this is where I'd have to do my own research, is at what number would curvature happen? Or how strong is the curvature, I guess? Like, when would we see a noticeable drop, right? Because if we remove the globe from the equation, right, this is just like a yes and no kind of deal, right? Yes, we should see drop at this. If not, then it's a false, then it's not claiming what it should be, right?
Right. So here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see the required drop over distance that's required in order for the globe claim to be true, right? That's one. We don't see that. We investigate the number. We don't see it in real life. We say, okay, it's not there. We then look to every single built form that exists within this realm. Every single built form is built to a principle of level, and you cannot escape that. Level, 90 degrees to that, is plumb. We observe level and plumb everywhere we go. Period. It's literally where we stop.
Sure. Can I tackle your first little thing there?
For sure.
Yeah. So to that, I would say, what would be the curvature calculation? Because we have the radius.
What
and we
would
have
be
the diameter
calculation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Old dude dropped it in the side chat for you, brother. The model's right there. Put the numbers on.
Oh yeah. Give me a second. Let me get to it. Oh, this big thing, the old dude. What posted?
Is there numbers are listed on the right?
Oh yeah, perfect, awesome.
Models run out.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Low in mind. The obnoxious one is here.
So we're saying that. Oh yeah! Wow. So if we travel 1,000 miles in one direction, we can't There's no drop.
Well, brother, like, okay, without doxing yourself.
No, I don't mind.
Where are you located?
Indiana.
All right, bet. So you're in the Midwest.
Yeah.
From a standpoint of like, and I'm gonna keep this like on a minuscule or a really small level, basic thing. You go outside in your backyard and you decide that you're gonna build a deck. Right now, you're gonna put down the joists, put down the beams, and are you gonna invest in a level to build that deck?
I'm sorry, but this will be relevant to this image, right? Because I just had to study this image.
Oh, 100% it is, and I'm so glad that you asked for clarification on that because you're gonna really double down on this entire thing now. So,
okay, yeah.
Again, you're gonna go in your backyard, you're gonna build a level out in Indiana, and you're gonna observe level, right?
Will I use a leveler to help me build a deck?
Not a leveler, but you're going to use a construction level, a bubble level, to construct the deck.
Yes,
correct?
You're right.
Put that right. So when you lay your beams, right, your main structure, you're going to infill the infill frame with the joists, and then you're going to put your finish your deck boards on top, right? But the entire time, level with you. Now that level may range in size depending on, the types of jobs you've done in the past. They may be 12 inches in length. They may be 6 feet in length, right? I've seen levels as long as 12 feet that they use on commercial jobs. Now, from a standpoint of us going to visit our friends, maybe T-Dub who's in the chat, or even just ask him, he's going to go build a deck in his backyard. You think he's going to use a level to build it?
I would, if he wants it built right.
Bet. So again, I'm keeping this really small, right? To the point where I'm going to say this deck can be as small as maybe like a 10 by 12 off your back door, right? Whatever. But I'm saying to you, regardless of the size, you're going to use a level to construct these two decks in these two different places. Now, based on the spheroid claim, the distance from the United States of America to Australia is something like, I think it's 9,000 miles or something like that, right? So go back to that chart, look up what the drop over distance is for, I think it only goes as high as what's the biggest numbers got listed on the chart on the right-hand side?
3,000. Oh, sorry. No, I don't know. The drop. Yeah, 3,959, right?
Right. So to walk out the distance between North America down to Australia, that distance, we would have to look it up to verify. But even at 1,000 miles, I'll just pick out 1,000 miles, there would need to be 128 miles dropping over that entire distance from you in North America out to him in Australia, right? That means we're going over a curve. We're going over a ball. Now, I'm going to ask you, do you believe that your deck that you're constructing to a principle of level is going to be different? Literally, it's going to be upside down relative to him in Australia? And I'm asking you this question, honestly.
Sorry, hold on. Give me a second. I'm lost in this drop measurement. Drop as in XY axis?
Well, brother, again, if you need to picture a tennis ball or a basketball in your mind, right, or even look at the model that's in front of you posted by old...
I got to pull it up in front of me. Yes, I'm looking at it.
So you got to imagine that if I'm standing on the very top of that, say at the 12 o'clock position, and I walk over to the 3 o'clock position, right, all of a sudden, the person that was standing upright is now standing perpendicular to the person to the point that he was originally at. Right? That would be the drop over distance. I'm going to travel over that distance of the curve, right, to my next location, and I'm going to look for the drop over that distance. Issue being, again, I'm observing level the entire way I go in real life. So I'm asking you, how are you able to have observations of level everywhere on the crust, yet there's a drop over distance that needs to be there in order for it to be a spheroid? Is this making sense now, or you're still not getting it?
Can you use I think you're about to go on an analogy. Maybe your analogy will help me.
My analogy? Well, I was building the two decks.
No, in Australia, if we go to Australia.
Yeah. So, well, my question to you was, if I'm in, thanks for the call back on that. If I'm in North America, right, then I would go to Australia, and you're telling me that I would be upside down relative to our friends in Australia.
Correct.
Which doesn't make any sense because, again, we're observing level in the 2 decks that we built in Australia and also in Indiana. Correct. So my standpoint is, how do we have these 2 observations of level in real life building the decks? How does that work simultaneously with the globe claim?
Doesn't that have something to do with gravity?
All right, you appealed to gravity. I'll withdraw after that. Sorry.
Oh wait, what's wrong with the gravity claim?
Well, gravity is a fictitious force. If you want to walk down gravity, we can talk about it too.
Yeah, I mean, unless someone else wants to chime in, why not? Let's fill the airwaves.
Let's just go this basic. How, in any way, shape, or form, does gravity have anything to do with that chart that old dude pasted up?
I don't think it has something to do with the chart. It's just
excellent, because that's what you were discussing.
Oh, I thought we were talking about decks and being level in Australia versus North America.
Again, what would gravity have to do with it?
Well, isn't there like a ball and a bevel, right? And it sits there and shows you like the angles?
Well, the ball would be showing you its relative buoyancy within its own contained system, right? That ball that that ball of gas, so to speak, that you're looking at locally, right, is showing you up and down. The bubble is trying to get out, go up, and the medium within that container is at the bottom of the container. So you're only being shown up and down locally. So we're trying to figure out how do you
locally, as in relative to like the center, right?
Right. But when you keep going from place to place to place, brother, we see this happening everywhere we go. And in order for us to be able to, let's say, in order for us to continue with the idea of this magic center, we have to bring in gravity. And again, gravity is not a force that we see on a continual basis that we can say, yeah, this is why it's happening.
I got you. Yeah, no, I agree, and I see your logic. Yeah, I would love to talk about this another time, maybe. But that's interesting. I'm just interested with gravity now.
Well, again, brother, before getting to the gravity claim, right, the plain basic observation locally, again, is this idea of level everywhere. And we observe it locally, then I go to another location, I see the same thing. I go to another location, no matter where I go. I can go to China, I can go to Australia.
I agree.
All places, right? So again, when it comes to the idea of us seeing, even across the state of New York as an example, a 100-mile drop that would be there to actually show 6,600 feet to show that drop over distance, it's not showing up. All that we do see is the further we go away from objects, the smaller they get.
Not true.
Sorry, say again? Not true? Sorry? Like, come on, you're going to cut me and then you're just going to run away. Please say what you needed to say.
I don't know who that was, but it wasn't me.
Yeah, no, I got that. So
yeah, I just want to make sure.
So no, it's all good. If you've ever been up in an airplane or had the opportunity of going up the side of a building, perhaps with a view, going up the side of a building with an elevator. Here in Toronto, Ontario, we have the CN Tower. I got to go down there and visit it a couple of years ago. But going up the side of the CN Tower, you're looking out at the horizon line, you're looking at the cityscape, and the higher up you go, the further out you see. That's the other thing that we don't see happening is, like, if we're dealing with a spheroid, as we go up in altitude, we should be able to see some kind of convexity, concavity show up. That doesn't show up. The higher up we go, the further out we see, which suggests an infinite plane. However, we know it's not an infinite plane due to the fact that we have containment. So that's another side topic to get into.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
How much curvature would you expect to see at that elevation or altitude?
No idea.
I mean, might it just be like below significance?
So let's think about this. In order for me to look for your claimed curve, I have to go to another location, correct?
Wait, no, I said might it be below significance?
Well, I'm asking you though. Isn't it always where we have to look to the horizon line in order to look for a claimed curve? We have to do something with the horizon line in order to...
What does that have to do with significance?
Well, brother, I'm asking you the question, right? Ultimately, we're seeking out the evidence of your claim.
Objecting to relevance, it sounds like.
Right, and I'm asking you from a standpoint of when I'm in one location, right? Immediately where I am, I see everything in the same reference frame, if you will, that I see the built form around me, all buildings, should I be in the advantage of a built form, all buildings built to a principle of observing level. I can pour a glass of water. I can watch water actively seek its level while the water settles, right? If I'm had the advantage of being near a coast, I can see out the coast and the fact that the water is seeking its level, right? Although there may be tides and whatnot. But from a standpoint of me continuously updating my location, right, everything remains the same wherever I go. So for me having to look out at the horizon line to then say, aha, I see the curve. Well, okay, let's go over there, right? Let's make recordings of what we see locally here. Let's go over to that location, right? Travel 100 miles out and look for a 1 mile drop in order for us to verify that that's actually there. But again, we don't see that drop that needs to be there in order for the globe claim to be true.
How do you know that?
Wait, how does any of that connect to significance?
So if you were conducting, let me ask you a question. If you're conducting a survey, well, no, if you were conducting a survey of the land, what would you, how would you survey the land itself?
Sure, I'm objecting to this question as well. How is this relevant?
Because by surveying the land, picking different points, right, you can conduct a literal survey to figure out locally in one spot, when you say relevance, locally to one spot, what the relative land is, lay of the land, if you will.
Do you even understand what I'm asking you? Can you repeat my question back to you just to make sure we're tracking?
You're asking me what the local, if it's basically we're at too small of a point to observe the grandness of the curve, correct?
No, that wasn't what I asked you.
I apologize profusely. Please go ahead and re-ask the question if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Might the curvature you expect to see at that level of elevation, or altitude, elevation, whatever, be below significance?
Right. So, are you familiar with the overall globe claim of the sphere, what the sphere is?
Again, objecting to relevance. How does that respond to anything I've said? How does that advance a convo? Like, what does that make at issue more likely?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. It's like the talk to a podcast in here.
It's significance. There is no curvature to be significant at all, so it doesn't matter.
Explain to him why it's not significant.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, that's his word, and it's not.
Not really. He asked you.
Because presumptively, virtually everything is going to signal.
Explain it. Explain why it's not.
Oh, yeah, because presumptively, in the sea of everything, there's so much noise out there. Very little is signal. If you're making a claim of, like, there's the signal, you got to demonstrate that. You can't just presumptively have it your way.
What is the issue here?
What is the issue right here? I think it's...
They're doing the whole, like, what's the significance? there is no significance. There's no curvature to see at all or measure. So
is anyone in this class taking stats? I'm insane.
I'm waiting for the bendy surface. Bendy surface, 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball that can fly from an ever-expanding world of darkness while it's accelerating and decelerating simultaneously.
Kiwi, you asked the right question, Kiwi. You said, do you know about the overall claim? He does.
Well,
you would need to know that to know what the significance would be, Goofy. That's why you're not tracking.
That's the whole point.
Like, to what extent is that?
We should drop the soy lattes as well.
I appreciate the pullback just from a standpoint of Rhea. Again, like I'm saying to you really, really honestly and meekly, we observe level everywhere we go, right? And you're going to say,
I'm not asking about invariance or variance.
Sorry?
I'm not asking about variance or invariance.
You know what the most triggering thing might be? Every day when you wake up, the earth is moving beneath your feet, right? The only moves when there's an earthquake or you're drunk. That's all. But it doesn't move. So yeah, I hope every time you wake up in the morning and you get on your
I can hear it. I hear what Killian is saying.
Nothing is moving underneath your feet. Always remember.
Killian is saying that his observation is invariant to location. That's true. No one doubts that, but it doesn't speak to significance.
What do you speak to significance, then? We'll wait.
Yeah, if you did like a chi-square test, or if you looked at a p-value or had something there, because like to the extent that you did that would be the extent to which this is actually like scientific evidence, and the extent that you can't do that is the extent to which it's just an anecdote.
Wow,
you just said a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, it's nothing to someone. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm sorry.
And you said you added no values. You said p-value. What's your p-value?
Oh my god, we want to learn about p-values today?
No, like let's add
the honor of teaching the flat Earth chat. Oh my god.
No, you're saying a bunch of vague nothingness. Okay, so
I can repeat what I said. I can repeat it back to you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, say it one more time, but let's add some values. Let's add some meat to that bone.
Sure. The extent to which our good friend Killian can demonstrate significance is the extent to which what he provided is scientific evidence, and the extent to which he can't do that is the extent to which it's just an anecdote. Right?
This isn't science, Bird Brain. He's not claiming science.
No, but
talking about cause and effect relationships here.
Well, I mean, he provided it as evidence, presumably. Surely.
Yeah, but
else why would he have said that?
It's not science, though, is it?
Yeah, but we're trying
if he was able to. Hopefully it would be, right?
Here,
so hopefully we do science.
No, it's not.
We don't do science in the flat Earth chat. That's embarrassing.
Let me.
What we're talking in this very discussion isn't science.
I can turn on my Ray whisper here. What she's saying is, how often has Killian done this, and what other different results that you would put into, like, say, globe bucket or flat Earth bucket? If you do this,
temporal robustness
more often and get a globe bucket or a flat Earth bucket, which does this evidence match? Which model?
Well, no. This person already told us that there's like spatial robustness. Now you're suggesting temporal robustness, but none of this speaks to significance.
Right. Listen. Okay. Give Killian a chance to. I think Killian said they're out, right?
No, he's here.
Oh yeah,
I think he is.
You there, Killian?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah. Is there any way that you could, what you were talking about earlier, does it ever correlate to a globe, or is it always a flat Earth?
Always a level stationary topographical plane.
Thus far, it's neither, right?
No, 100. You just got the answer. So 100% of the time, it correlates with a stationary topographical plane.
100%.
No, the claim here is that there's just like no information, right? So nothing is learned.
Your p-value is a perfect 1.0.
Well, a p-value of 1.0 is really bad because that means you have a 100% chance of a type 1 error, which is something you try to avoid.
Yeah, well, your result is 1 and then zeros.
Well, the p-value is the probability that you did something wrong. It's like the probability that you done fucked up. So you want it very low. The lower, the better.
Yeah, 0 would be the best.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you got right now.
Well, p-value of 0 is not possible. It's like actually impossible.
Mathematical concepts are real.
Yeah. Well, then you just can't get a p-value of 0 because you would just need infinite sample, and that doesn't exist.
It's approaching 0.
That is true. It does approach 0 from calculus.
Yeah, as the limit approaches 0.
So let me ask you a question, Ree. From a standpoint of, again, if you were to survey the land and literally ask questions to these buildings that were built, would they all say that they were built to a principle of level?
Again, objecting to relevance.
Okay.
No, because we're talking.
Hold on, let me
Well, it is your burden, right? When you ask a question, you bear the burden
How
of relevance.
many buildings have you built?
Have I personally built?
No, for Ray.
Oh, sorry.
Have you built a building before?
I'm still objecting to relevance. I'm not sure like which facted issue is made more likely.
Are
by this
you
answer.
relevant? Are you relevant to the conversation?
Right, yeah, I am relevant because I make facts at issue more likely or not likely.
Okay, so so all the buildings you've built, has there any account for the curvature?
The other relevance.
I'm still objecting.
I'm objecting the relevance.
All right, so
That's a nice accent you got there.
Yeah, you sound like you use soy lattes out the wazoo, bro.
Dude, I had this pumpkin spice macchiato earlier today. It was so
Yeah,
good.
oh my god, I bet it was so fleek.
Oh boy. Please, Ree, again, I'm asking you.
Golly.
Do you know about construction? Like, you want to talk about science. I want to talk about construction. Do you know about level? Like, what a construction level is?
So you don't want to talk about science?
Relevance.
I don't. I want to talk about.
Don't want to talk about science? Then I'm out. I
No,
don't like.
because
I always talk about science. I'm sorry.
You don't know what science is, Bird Brain.
Here's the problem, Ree. The best way, right, to figure out what this place is to investigate the structures built upon this realm, right?
And if you're not doing that in a scientific way, it's so boring. I'm like gonna deafen. Holy shit!
Not everything is science, ding dong.
If it's not science, then I don't care. That's pretty simple.
What's the
scientific method?
Reed doesn't know what science is.
No, science.
He claims he's a mathematician. He sits in university all day on his throne studying mathematics and investigating mathematics. But no, it doesn't have anything to do with science.
You're actually right that like math is distinct from science, but they are related.
Classic.
Yeah, but the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific question, right?
You're investigating science, right?
It is a scientific question.
One sec. Are we in a category error here? Because is this about geometry or is this about science?
Exactly.
The shape of the Earth is a scientific question.
Yeah. No, it's not. Bird Brain.
It's not? Oh, my bad, Creation Bear. You're right. The Earth is 6,000 years old.
This
wow. Who hurt you, bro? Who hurt you?
They like to say
I'm actually doing really good
science.
I'm feeling great.
Great.
Someone discuss the science topic with him instead of everybody jumping.
Yeah,
No,
let's
I'm
see
gonna
what
talk about science, and that's it. I don't really care about
You don't
other
know what
shit,
science
like
is.
theology. That's really
What
boring.
shape is the Earth is not a scientific question.
What shape is the Earth is not a
maybe we should talk
scientific
about
question. Are you stupid?
Yeah.
Are you dumb?
No.
Holy shit!
Yeah, can we have a 1v1 with Creation Bear and his voice? That would be great.
Oh, they want you to do the impression again.
Go ahead,
Jedi.
Jedi.
I liked it so much.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead,
You
Jedi.
have to understand that shapes don't fall under the category of science. Shapes fall under the category of geometry and maths. So it is a category error. Science deals with cause and effect.
Wait, do you think the shape of the Earth is a math question or a science question?
It's a geometric question, not scientific.
There's nothing to do with science.
Hold on. Excuse me.
Correct.
It's a geometry question.
You
We're
guys
dealing
are
with
great. I love you guys.
Oh my God.
Okay, Reed, how about this? If it's science, go through your process. Don't worry about what flat earthers did. How did you use science to adjudicate the shape of Earth? What did you do? Step one. Let's go through it
Really
together.
good question.
Let's go
Really
through
good
it.
question.
Step one.
Well, first I thought about gas in a container, and I thought about if gas could be contained without a container. That was
Okay,
the
so
first
you
step.
got the first thing you did was you thought about something other than the Earth. You thought about gas.
You're right. You move outward before you move inward.
The states, okay, the states
start
of
broad.
matter.
Being
The to-
slimy
total-
again.
The
That's
total
right. I thought about the nature of water. That's right.
states of matter or the nature of water. Okay, now the fast forward till you get to the Earth part.
I was thinking, like, since the nature of the water, like from the Avatar, is to be flat, how could the nature of water lie in a globe?
But you only
That to
talk
me
science,
put
bro.
me into a
When are
state
we
of
gonna get to the
quandary,
science?
a state where I pondered, like the Raven Nevermore.
Where did you?
That
get
was the
to-
first step.
Okay, the science part.
Right. So I thought about the Avatar's water bending, and I thought about how the nature of water is that it lies flat, And then I thought about the Earth, and if it were a globe, how could it lie flat?
Fast forward through all that. Get to the science part.
Right. I was pretty damn confident about the nature of water.
Okay, keep fast forwarding. Push your fast forward.
Well, I precluded the globe model because it was incompatible with what I had learned from Avatar: The Airbender.
You don't have a globe model yet. You're right now.
Well, I precluded the globe model. That was the first step.
You can't make a model. You haven't done any science yet to make a model.
Well, some things are like logically impossible. They're precluded by other things I know.
Okay, don't worry about logic. Worry about the science here. What you got?
Yeah, we're supposed to get to the science.
Logic is quite useful for doing science.
Okay, let's get to the science part.
He doesn't do. Not a doer.
After I had precluded the globe model because of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
What model? You haven't got.
Then I thought about what else.
You got to use science before you construct a model.
I'm just telling you why I didn't go with the NASA narrative.
Then use the logic to then construct the model. So you're right now. You're like then use the logic, but never did the science part. Okay, so maybe rewind. Maybe I'm telling you to fast forward was the wrong option. Rewind. Okay, go. Let's try the other. We're doing cause and effect now. Fast forward got you to a model. Let's rewind back through the model. Back through the logic and into the science part.
That's actually a lot of fun. I'm glad you asked.
I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we got science. You're gonna do something scientific. What's step one?
Step one.
Got him cooked.
Is to ask a question. That's always the first step.
False. False.
Well, yeah. Don't worry about it could be wrong or right. Let's just watch the glory of Rey conducting her science.
Right. So my question was, what is the nature of water? That was my question.
Okay, rewind more. Rewind back.
What's up?
Okay, so now keep going back before that.
Oh, my question before that was what is the nature of Earth?
Okay, so now we got the nature of Earth.
Right.
Okay, so what's next then? You asked a question, what's the nature of Earth? Then what?
I need to observe. I need to look out into the world and see what I already know. Gather some information that I can process.
Earth with a capital E, or Earth lowercase e?
Lowercase.
Okay, so dirt.
Right. So I went out.
What's the nature?
I just observed.
Of dirt?
Right. I observed.
What did you observe?
What did you observe?
Well, I noticed that when you bury a tire, it seems to rise, and that got me curious.
Say that again?
I noticed that buried tires tend to rise over time, and that got me curious.
Okay. And after you observe this quasi-phenomena, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to think about it and form a hypothesis that I'm going to then validate.
Well, did you bury the tire? Or you just found a tire just in nature that was buried, tire. Gods must be crazy. You probably didn't see that movie.
Well, I think my parents had buried tires and I trusted them. But you're right. There is some trust on the burying, but that's where step 3 comes in. We're not there yet.
Yeah, we're at step 3. Parents buried tires.
No. That was step 2, where we gather information and we think about what we want to hypothesize about.
You notice buried tires rise.
Well, no, that was the thinking, the gathering of information. Now I form a hypothesis.
Just get on with it.
Yeah, let's go, bro. Hurry it up.
Right. So my hypothesis was that even in solid media, there's sorting by density, and that because the tire is buoyant, because it's less dense than the soil, it's going to rise. That was my hypothesis.
Sorry, what was the cause for it rising?
My hypothesis was differences in density.
Awesome. Well done.
Yeah. That's
okay. When are you getting your next software
Sorry, what
upgrade?
The fuck? I apologize. What the fuck has this got to do with the shape of the Earth?
We're almost there.
I'm talking about the nature of Earth.
So what did you do next? You got your hypothesis. Do you want to test it?
I hypothesized that if I buried a dense object, it would not rise. But if I buried a light object, a not dense object, it would rise, and that it would be linearly related to the density of the object. So I bought a tungsten cube on Amazon. I then bought an aluminum cube on Amazon. And I also bought a sponge on Amazon. And I buried them in my backyard.
Leading us right to the shape of the Earth, friends. We're getting there.
No, not the shape of the Earth, the nature of Earth.
That was your
That's
experiment.
what we're talking about. The shape of the Earth.
Well, lowercase e.
Are you trolling now?
So your experiment is that you buried.
Well, what I noticed is that the dense object didn't rise, and the less dense object rose, and the speed at which it rose was proportional to the density, inversely proportional to the density. And that told me that my hypothesis is probably correct. It was evidence.
He's halfway to proving relative density.
But it wasn't right until I verified it by doing it multiple times to make sure that there wasn't a fluke. So that's what I did after that. I did this experiment many times.
Awesome stuff. So you're just about to prove relative density.
I know.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, this is science.
Mm-hmm. Close.
How many times did you do the experiment?
Well, first I estimated the variance, and then I used the chi-squared test to estimate an alpha value. And from that, I determined I needed to do the experiment exactly 7 times, attaining a p-value of 0.03.
Awesome. And you got the data to show this?
Yes.
Using stats?
Yes.
Okay.
So the thing I was measuring was, did it rise or did it not rise? I found that 0 of the 7 tungsten cubes rose, but 7 out of the 7 light wooden cubes did rise.
Or the sponge?
So this was pretty significant.
Was it a sponge or a wooden cube?
You're right. It was a. I misspoke when I said sponge earlier. I was like tripping up.
So sponge was labeled wooden cube, or wooden cube labeled sponge.
I think I looked for a sponge and I couldn't find one, so I just got a wooden cube. It was like the same, just to make things nice and convenient. So what I found is that it was 1 1 1 1 1 1 for all the wooden ones, and 0 0 0 0 0 0 for all the tungsten ones, and that told me that within significance, I had met my threshold, and so that made me confident that I could publish my results on Discord.
And then what about the aluminum?
The aluminum one also didn't rise.
So they were 0?
It was also 0, correct. Now, my new hypothesis, though, my next steps, this is step 8, the next steps, is what if I buried something that had the same density as the Earth? Would it stay like a submarine? That question remains to be answered, so check back later.
I know.
What about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, when are we going to get to the shape of the Earth?
You have so you're just doing the Boolean expression 0 and 1?
That's correct.
Is there any proof of curvature?
No,
and since it was a Boolean outcome, I obviously modeled it with a Bernoulli distribution, right?
So that fucked up your p-value.
Well, no, I mean, the Bernoulli distribution is just a special case. Anyway, I think the chat is bored, so I'm going to talk about the shape, because that's where it gets fun.
That's the whole thing. You were supposed to do that 5 minutes ago, before the Appuccino?
Well, that's where the nature of water comes in.
No, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, Goofy.
So there we
You don't think the nature of water is relevant for understanding the shape of the Earth?
So this is what you got. You got 30% of the stuff you bury comes up.
Well, it seems like density, impacts.
Did you include the tire into that observation too? Did you try? You want?
No, I know, because that would be littering.
Control variable.
Well, the control variable was just the dirt. I had just a patch of dirt where nothing happened.
That was your independent variable.
Right. Well, no, I mean, you're right.
Keep the dirt the same across every burial.
Shit, what would be my control? Do I even need a control variable here? What am I controlling for?
Yeah, you do. You need to control.
Well, I guess my control variable was the shape of the cubes. I made sure all the cubes are the same, dimension. That was the control variable.
Your control variables are going to be things like temperature and pressure.
Right, the temperature of the room, the shape of the cubes, other things. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the things that you keep the same throughout all tests and experiments with regards to this hypothesis. So the pressure is the same, the temperature is the same, the depth is the same, those types of things.
Yep, all that shit. You're right.
Let's move on to the water now.
Well, then I was thinking about the nature of water and how it seems to like seek its level, which I thought was very interesting. But I had to confirm that.
Okay, and you confirm.
My hypothesis was that no matter the shape of the container, the water would still look, relatively flat. So I went on Amazon, I went on Etsy, and then I also went on AliExpress, and I bought many like differently shaped containers. There was a SpongeBob SquarePants cup for children. I purchased that one. I got a square cup, a triangle cup, a circular cup, an ovular cup, all the cups out there. I got them all. And then I put water into all of them repeatedly. And I found that they all, sought their level.
Did you change the size of the container? Big ones, small ones?
Some of them were bigger than the others, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was very striking.
More bigger.
No matter the container, it just always sought its level. It was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger. Very nice. Yeah. W grammar.
Anyway, that's where we get to the Earth. And I was like, knowing what I know about the nature of water from the scientific inquiry and from Avatar The Last Airbender, that it seeks its level. By the way, we confirmed Avatar's hypothesis that it would seek its level. How could water possibly seek its level unless the Earth is flat?
Heretic is a fucking retard.
And that's what I realized, the profundity of it all. The absolute kitschness of it all. When I realized the Earth must be flat. And it was a moving moment. I was in tears. I was weeping. I was wailing. I had been lied to. It felt bad, but it felt good as well, because I knew the truth now. And that felt amazing.
Your acting skills. Do appreciate your acting skills.
They're trash.
You felt transformed? Like a Transformers?
Right. I mean, Michael Bay's movie probably might have been somewhat of an inspiration, but I don't know if it was directly related.
Your acting is so trash.
Acting is so trash, maybe. But there was no need to act in that moment. There was come up with
acting lessons first.
I think you switched into troll mode because you couldn't think of an experiment for the Earth scientifically.
Yeah, we told him that this isn't science.
The nature of water is an experiment that speaks to the shape of the Earth. Of course.
Isn't this the case for like 99% of the Globers? As soon as they have nothing to say, they just start trolling.
Just immediately start talking about Avatar Last Year.
I'm just wondering, do you disagree with anything I've said this entire time?
Yes.
And by the way,
why?
Creation
Bear is
you don't disagree with a single thing I've said this entire time?
Yes,
bend my water, sir.
But why don't you speak up? What do you disagree?
You've been speaking up this whole time, bro.
I'll speak up right now, Care Bear.
You're talking about Avatar Last Airbender, bro. Just relax.
You do understand that water does seek its level, right?
What? I thought we were talking about the shape of the Earth.
You don't think water seeking its level is evidence of the shape of the Earth being flat?
You said science is how we determine shapes, so you never got to that part.
The shape of the Earth is discovered through science, yeah.
All right, yeah, walk us through that instead of talking about Avatar, Goofy.
Well, given what we know about given what we know about the nature of water, it was very natural to conclude the Earth was flat.
Rhea, I thought you were smarter than this.
I thought you were smarter than this. What's your objection?
It's not the flies on sheep, Doofy.
Objection, sir.
Objection.
He broke himself. There's usually someone.
What's bizarre is no one's disagreeing with anything I'm saying. It sounds like
I didn't think you would break this easily.
Am I broken?
Yeah,
I think you're broken. I think you're retarded. Holy shit.
You know what? I know you are, but what am I?
I think this Twonger dude is seriously challenged.
Let's just move on, dude. Jedi Davis, bro. This is crazy.
Christian Bear, how does I'm actually
This is my
wondering,
name out your mouth,
did the
bro.
Bible ever
Go
come
get your
into
soy
your...
latte. You've no
the
one's ever
Bible
heard me
inspire
talk
your
about any
flatter
single
thought?
Bible, not once. So just you don't know nothing about me. Just relax.
God
Like, what did you mean by creation there?
I thought study was
Are you a
the
Are you a
science of Earth, not the reason.
How about I got one for you, Ray, that I did, because one of the very first experiments I did, because I had timeshare in Florida, and also I live in northern Minnesota, so I conducted this 2 separate locations. I wanted to know what was the cause of sunset, because I was told that the physical curve of the Earth is blocking the sun.
That doesn't make any sense.
Creating darkness. That was my observation. So what I did was I sat in my backyard right before sunset. I would look up the model timeanddate.com when they would predict the sun would set. From there, I had a yardstick that was 1 yard away and 1 yard up with a W on it. And as soon as it got too dark to see, I would start the clock right when time and date would say sunset occurred. As soon as the clock started, as soon as I started it, I waited until I could no longer see the W, and I would stop the clock. Okay, I did that over a course of many days. Then, once I got all the data, I converted it to a usable form, meaning I set 0 for all the different sunset times, and then added in the duration it took for the W to disappear. This was going to give a correlation between sunset and darkness.
Right.
Then I did exactly the same thing in Minnesota. I got about 15 minutes of standard deviation. So that meant for 1 standard deviation, 15 minutes, 2 standard deviations, 30 minutes, 3 standard deviations, 45 minutes, plus or minus, with a bell curve being about 15 to 20 minutes prior.
I see.
What do you think? Did it correlate well enough, or is that pretty far off?
Let me think.
You fucked up because he said he did these experiments, but those were not experiments. Those are tests or observations. Creed, those are not experiments, bro. Come on.
Yeah, does the sun set cause or reduce the amount of ambient light?
Quite clear that it was correlational in nature.
Yeah, does the sun set cause a reduction of ambient light in the atmosphere?
It's true.
Well, it's not true.
Oh, that isn't it?
No,
I mean, I guess what Critt manipulated was time when he measured it.
The standard deviation is too far. It's too far apart. There seems to be some other variable in there that controls how much light or visible light is in the environment. Meaning that sun could set and still be pretty visible. Still enough light to see.
You found that, well, just a quick question. So you did this measurement and you found it was like a normal, distribution, right?
Yeah, well, not normal. Some of them are shorter than others.
Like a Gaussian distribution.
Well, yeah, the bell graph, the bell curve.
Right.
That's the way I parsed it out. So I subtracted the time, then squared the times, and then ran it down.
Essentially, just to be clear, you plotted the error residuals, and you found the error residuals were normally distributed. Is that what you're saying?
No, it varied. Like one day it might be 5, but the next day it was 25. But I mean,
there was variance in the error residuals. Okay.
That's what it all. So when you added, then you subtract the highest from the lowest. Then you take that number, then square it. Take that number, take the square root of that. Then once you got the square root of your high and low, then you take that number and convert it back to.
That's not how you compute variance. What?
The minutes and seconds.
That's not how you compute variance. To compute variance, you want to first calculate the mean. Once you have the mean, you want to compute the mean square error of the mean as a predictor.
You convert the mean by squaring it. You square all the means, then you add them up. Then you subtract the lowest.
Well, you square the error residuals, right?
Yeah,
you compute the mean. You
look that up again.
Yeah, you compute the mean error. Yeah.
You got to look that up.
And you subtract the mean error from all of the data points. Then you take the absolute value of all these data points. You don't have to. And you square all these data points.
Yeah, the absolute value of negative time, that wouldn't be.
And you divide by the number of data points. And then you take the square root. Yeah.
Take the square root. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up with about 15 minutes.
But you understand.
And so one of the biggest knocks was, an anti-flat earther said, what sunset were you using? Nautical sunset, celestial sunset. And he didn't realize that if you just shifted the time slot, you're increasing your standard deviation, not decreasing it. You're less likely to correlate to the sunset if you switch each time.
Mm-hmm. Did you compute like a Pearson R?
Yeah, I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar.
Like a correlation coefficient? It's a number between like 0 and 1.
So you got the civil twilight, nautical twilight, and astronomical twilight. He was saying you got to do it again, but change what twilight you use to better correlate with how much darkness you've got.
But to be clear,
that would be incorrect, right?
Well, to be clear,
would you do that, or you wouldn't do that?
About the nautical, I'm not sure.
Or would you keep the same one each time?
I'm not sure. I'm sure track. If I have civil twilight and nautical twilight and astronomical twilight.
Yeah, so civil twilight happens first, and then nautical twilight, then
civil meaning like on land.
Yeah, so you
nautical at sea. What's astronomical twilight?
Based on the model.
Oh, okay. And you found that civil came before nautical.
Yeah, you just use one of them. See what he's saying too, like say if you can still see the W after civil twilight, you shift over to nautical twilight. And if you still see the W, then you shift over to astronomical twilight. And if you still see the W, then you throw the data point out. You only use data points that actually work with the sun setting. And students, then you call that a positive result. In the rest,
what do you mean by the W? Am I like misunderstanding?
Yeah, like it's a white sheet of paper with a W written on it.
You put okay.
Why do you think you would use a W?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, can you think of a reason? What would be there is a method for why to use a W. Like why not a 0 or a Z?
You put W on a piece of paper and then you hold the piece of paper up to the sun?
No, on a yardstick that's 1 yard away. So you drop the yardstick on the ground from where you're at and then lift it up. So it's the height is 1 yard and the distance is 1 yard.
So it's actually square root of 2 away from the point at your feet?
From where you're sitting.
Pythagoras? So do you have a picture of this? I'm like a bit confused what the W is all about.
Think about why, like if you were to redo the experiment, would you use a W or would you use a different?
I'm just gonna Google
different
this.
letter
Okay.
or image or.
I just don't understand the thing that's being described here. Do you have a picture of it?
Yeah, a picture would be worth 1,000 words.
That's true.
So how about this one? Environmental conditioning. Can you experiment with environmental conditioning?
I don't know what you mean by environmental conditioning. Like if it's snowing?
No, like say, is the Earth the human environment?
Is the Earth a humid or human environment?
Human environment. Is this a habitat for humanity, the Earth?
Oh, I mean, seems like it presently is most of the places.
Okay, so could you make like a microcosm, like a smaller version of an environment that people are contained within, and then make subtle changes within that environment and see how the organisms act or react?
I mean, we already do that. Like, you can choose to live in Minnesota, where it's pretty damn cold.
Or like, say, a prison. Like, say you've got a prison that's extremely violent.
Don't they have the artificial Mars environment that they have the astronauts live in?
Yeah, they just opened it up not too long ago.
And maybe that's what you want.
Yeah, or how about a prison where it's extremely violent? So how do you want to change?
I'm just wondering how like the habitability for humans is connecting to the shape of the Earth flat thing. Perhaps I missed it.
Yeah, the environment.
We were wondering how Avatar: The Last Airbender was connecting to the shape of the Earth also.
Well, Avatar: The Last Airbender makes claims about the nature of water, which can be tested. And these claims about water are relevant for the shape of the Earth
What's the
because they make
relevancy
the
of
flat
that?
model more likely.
What's the relevancy?
Sure.
Sorry,
the
Chris,
relevancy is that these claims about the nature of water, if true, make the flat model more likely.
We're on that. The name's no flat model, dummy. Back to you, Chris.
Well, not maybe it's true. If the nature of water
microphone
is
out of
the
your
steepest
mouth.
level, that's evidence of the flat Earth, surely.
What claims?
How about
What
who
claims?
said, like, hey, Ray, who said this? Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind.
Is that Einstein? I don't know. I'm not really a fan of Einstein's metaphysics.
It's not metaphysics. This is supposedly globe science.
Oh, it is.
This isn't globe science?
No, I mean, the second you said religion, it's not science. It's
Well,
not
here,
physics.
Science or knowledge without religion is what? What do you call that?
Epistemological pragmatism? I don't know.
Lame.
Okay.
What does lame mean?
I mean, you introduced it, but I assume you mean like socially unacceptable.
No, it means that like someone
Undesirable.
that's got like a wounded leg. Like say you got a broken ankle. Are you going very far? How far do you go with a broken ankle?
Sure, you mean like debilitating.
Yeah. So you've got science with no religion. How far are you going to get?
I mean, that might be empirically true that like because religion reduces depression, it actually makes people more productive, especially in academia. Maybe that's true. Who knows?
So you've got science without religion gives you like a broken ankle. Are you going to get to the end?
Yeah, depressed researchers, yeah.
Okay. But then on the flip side of that, you've got a bunch of religion without any science. What do you got then?
I don't know. You got like star signs and astrology.
You're kind of blind. You're just sort of like like say you're in a cave and you're trying to find your way out. Just randomly feeling walls. This one feels cold. This one feels wet. I'll follow wet walls for a while. Oh, I didn't get anywhere. Okay, let me follow cold walls. Okay, this wall's not wet or cold. It's like, it feels rough. It's got like gritty. Okay, let me follow that. Just randomly, just in complete darkness, just stumbling into all kinds of shit. So how about what if you've got no science and no religion? What are you?
I don't know. A dog?
You're talking
a cow?
about you're talking about you're talking about the airbender.
Well, no, the airbenders have both science and religion, but I hear you. Like for one, the airbenders are monks, highly religious, and for two, the airbenders know about the nature of air, and that's science.
See, this is why just a little bit of scientific knowledge fixes all these anti-flat Earth issues.
I mean, with science, you just have to come to flat Earth, right?
All you got to do is just give someone a little bit of scientific knowledge. Just a little bit. Just understanding that science is a verb. That alone normally gets people to understand how to articulate for their ideas.
It's true.
See, you waited back.
I thought science was a noun. No, I'm joking. I'm trolling. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, yeah, they want to. They want to do that. They've been trying to change science into a noun for a very long time. But you tell them, not today, Satan.
Right. I don't know. I mean, it is interesting. Like, it feels like the average layperson doesn't know anything about like science or.
Well, yeah, that's granted by.
They know information.
Your government schools.
They know the conclusions, but they don't know how you get there.
Prison, your school to prison pipeline.
Your school's a prison?
Yeah. So basically, what they have here is these government schools turned into bullying factories.
Right.
Which is, I think, is interesting. I saw this funny social media post where it was like a plot device for a movie. Like a 1990s bully is transported into the future, into today's school system.
Gotcha.
They would lose their ever fucking mind. You know, like
they get cooked. So they would get cooked.
They would. I mean, they'd probably just fail out though, like realistically. Because like if you look at like our PISA scores over the past few decades, if you look at our attainment, it just seems like middle schoolers are way more competent. Probably the classes are commensurately harder in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems like the standards have dropped.
Have you actually looked at like the PISA scores of the US or other countries, or are you just like getting the intuition from like anecdotes?
Well, it could be both, no?
Is it?
The scores are inflated because the standards are lower.
No, because we can compare ourselves to other countries, right? Other countries aren't increasing, right? Shows that we are improving relative to other countries.
Okay, don't worry about that. So how about this? Like, what does science need to be successful or to flourish?
I mean, probably a lot. I don't know.
Well, can you think of some things? Like, if you were to say, I've got like a pot here, a potted plant that I'll slap a science sticker on it. What would this potted plant need to grow?
I mean, it seems like the most important thing is just going to be like the quality of our like measurement instruments. Like if we look at like advances in neuroscience and cog-sci, they're all driven by advances in imaging. As fMRIs get greater resolution, so do our conclusions get like
yeah. But how about the science in general? What would that get?
Yeah, the ability to like soberly and precisely measure is pretty important.
So just measuring the plant, you just keep measuring it over and over again, and it'll just keep growing.
I mean, if we didn't have standard units or like easy ways to measure things about the plant, it'd be pretty hard.
You just could eyeball it, couldn't you? Would you just see all that?
Wouldn't be nearly as good. No,
it's clearly taller than it was yesterday.
It's like garbage in, garbage out, right? So high quality instruments lead to high quality results.
You just stand there, give the plant nothing, no food, no water, nothing. Just keep measuring it.
I mean, stuff like that's pretty coarse. I agree.
Okay, yes, I'm saying. So, what would it need? What does science need to grow? Clearly, it's not measurement because measurement.
It's not.
No.
I mean, it seems like measurement is advancing a lot. Or rather, is causing a lot of advances, not just in like cog-sci, but also in like particle physics. Like
where?
As we get better particle accelerators, we can make more interesting conclusions. It seems like a lot of like recent physics is just coming from upgrades. Like maybe when we get a new telescope, we get new conclusions. I don't know.
You don't know.
You know why it's called the Hubble constant? It's because we didn't know until we had The Hubble. We needed that shit to like figure shit out.
James Webb, baby.
Yeah.
How about this? Who said this quote here? We spend the first year of a child's life teaching them to walk and talk, and the rest of their life to sit down and shut up.
That probably doesn't foster scientific
who
thinking.
said that?
I don't know who said that.
Well, who do you think? Was it someone on the flat Earth side or Glober side? Or
I mean, very few people historically have been flat Earths, so probably not.
Just based on that?
Well, it's really unlikely.
There have been more flat earthers than globe earthers throughout history.
What's the population of the Earth right now? Maybe like 8 billion? What was the population of the Earth 100 years ago? Much less. The vast majority of humans who have lived are globe earthers.
No, incorrect.
Oh my god. You know, there's like more people alive today.
You can do the math there. Aren't you a mathematician? You can do the math there. Just do the math and then come back.
How about does science need free expression?
No, I mean, you're probably right. Yeah, probably to some extent. Like without free expression, you have these like chilling effects.
And that would be the light that would make the plant grow.
Maybe.
How about fearless questioning of authority?
I think it's the exact same.
How about open exchanging of ideas?
Sure.
So if you've got somebody suppressing any questioning of authority, they come in here and say, flat earthers need to sit down and shut up because they're not the scientists. Those people over there are the only ones who can talk.
Well, I mean,
does that make
it is fucked up? I agree.
Are they flourishing science or are they denying science?
No, they're chilling science. They're having a chilling effect on science.
Yeah, they're killing it.
So true. But like, to be clear, if you did have a rogue doctor who was doing like DIY medical science on patients,
whoa,
might be a bit questionable.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I can't keep telling you. Medical stuff is off the table.
Okay, I won't talk about medical.
Off the table.
But I have
said they're right in the rules. Okay?
Okay.
Nothing medical.
Okay. Though I have like an encyclopedic knowledge of clinical references. I read like a page
but
a
you
day.
should really go into a medical channel then.
Maybe.
How about this? So there's a guy who said everyone should have their mind blown at least X often.
I think that speaks to natural curiosity, sure.
Is that kind of like you learn something new every day?
I mean, the easiest way to not learn something is to just not read, not think, not look.
How can you not think?
Pretty easy, actually.
Max, we're seeing it in 4K right now.
It's a good one, Care Bear.
It's intensive, Care Bear, to you. Thanks.
No, I'm sorry, Creation Bear.
How about this quote here?
Care Bear.
If you ever see me citing authority, it means that hold on, I read that wrong. I doubled. Okay.
These are poetic. I like the quotes. I'm enjoying these.
Yeah.
Oh, look who it is.
Wait, how long have you been here, Andre?
Just here to learn. I just joined.
Okay.
Please no mute.
Dude, I was teaching them about like game dev programming and like rendering pipelines. It's always so fun.
Is the room receptive to it?
Yeah.
If you ever quote a system of authority, that means they failed as an educator.
I mean, you're right. I mean, there are like norms like in some spaces where it's like, don't tell me that Jordan Peterson says this. Make Jordan Peterson's argument for us. Like, if you can't make the argument yourself, you don't really understand it. Which is probably reasonable.
The counter argument too should be able to steel man the other side.
Yeah, I mean,
but I mean that's what flat earthers have been saying all along.
Sometimes you get cringe people who talk about quantum and know nothing about quantum, and there's like no one in the room to critique them or to, curtail their ability to yap, and that's a little bit cringe. But I hear you. But there should be norms about curiosity and explanation. I think that fosters understanding and discourse.
Are there more inspirational quotes about curiosity?
About science and stuff? Yeah, I could keep going, but I mean, don't want to sit there and hog up all the airtime.
Can I talk about bioinformatics, or is that like too close to medicine?
Yeah, anything medical.
Well, that's the question. Is that medical?
Yeah, probably. Just go with it.
Really? Okay. Unfortunate.
Well, can they cook a little bit and you give them like a warning if it gets too spicy?
No, just if it's even remotely related to medical, we'll completely stay out of it. Stay away from it. This is about the physical, natural world.
Well, I mean, the physical, natural world is what created humans. But I hear you.
Yeah, biology is not inherently medical.
I respect the rules here. But yeah, it seems like that's part of the
reason
world.
why is because one of the biggest things they've done is somehow they took audiovisual clubs and slapped a flat earth sticker on it. And you're like, well, isn't your guy like Trump's picked the
it's probably like
Kennedy's a big audiovisual club. Does he globe or is he flat earth? All these sort of they say, well, flat earthers are right-wing Christian conservatives. Okay, audiovisual club members, are they right-wing Christian conservatives or are they lefties?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Yeah, look it up. Look up audiovisual clubs and see who they got. Like, do they, they got a lot of Hollywood liberals involved in it. A lot of like Democrat sort of pundits or agents like Kennedy and whatnot. So this is what they do. They find something they don't like, and then they slap a sticker on it with something else they don't like, and then sit back and wait for you to try to correct it, and then report you for medical misinformation. It's one of the most sinister things that they've done. So the way to get around that is I just say follow all CDC guidelines. If you ever got a question, anything related to medical, go right to CDC and you follow them. You make a decision with you and your doctor. No one here is going to come between you and your doctor. If you want that, go to a different channel.
But sometimes question their authority, right?
No, not here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it can't be done here because it's been weaponized. It's been weaponized to shut down other topics that have nothing to do with this topic. It's a way to silence the opposition. It's like, hey, I can't get them on their flat earth speech, but what I can do is try to bait them into a topic about something else that I can get them on.
You know what's really interesting? This chat talks about buoyancy a lot. But like, why does buoyancy depend on volume displaced but not surface area? Like, that's an interesting question.
It does depend on surface area.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, well, try to like stick your finger through a table versus a nail.
Oh, by buoyancy, I mean like when you have like objects suspended in a liquid. It seems like they sort by density. But what's interesting is that
that's one medium.
Right, but what's interesting is that the density of the objects, or the mass divided by their volume, is what matters. Actually, the surface area of the object has no effect on its, buoyant factor, which is interesting because you would maybe think that, like, intuitively, like, if you had a really thin rectangle, the orientation would matter, but it doesn't.
I have questions for you on that, Ray, or Ree, or whatever your name is. So, again, we're going to go back to the observation of constructing a deck. Do you think that the foundation area of that, how the footing is bearing on the soil, would impact its ability to stay afloat?
What's the relevancy of that?
Right? Take it to construction. See how you float.
Does this connect to the buoyancy claim, or is it different?
It is completely connected to it.
Really?
Yeah, based exactly on what Brother Crit illustrated. If you're actually asking or listening to what he proposed to you, because I'm totally catapulting off of what he proposed to you
about the finger versus the nail.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't find what Crit said to directly connect, but perhaps I misunderstood.
So if you take ultimately what this comes down to is bearing area, right? If you have a large, or let's say you have a pencil, which has a smaller profile, that pencil will be able to effectively go through that medium at an easier rate. But if you then take something of a larger, which has a larger surface area than a pencil, that would have.
Oh, it's literally just about PSI, right? Like, the smaller the pencil, the greater the PSI.
What?
Force equal. PSI will be greater if the cylinder has a smaller radius.
No, what we're discussing here, hold on a second here, by increasing the area of the object, right, you're increasing its ability to...
the radius of the cylinder.
Never mind. I'm done. I'm sorry for jumping in, brother. I withdraw.
No, go ahead.
I mean, this actually directly relates to, like, needle gauge, right? Like, why does altering the needle gauge require, like, less force to penetrate? Well, the answer is because the smaller the needle, the more focused the pressure is going to be, and so it'll have a greater PSI. There'll be more pressure per square inch.
Right. Now, do you think that that's going to increase the pressure that it's able to transfer into that pointed load, or if you then take that pointed load and spread it out, what do you think is going to traverse through the medium more efficiently?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
If you have a needle traversing through water,
sure,
right? What has greater drag on it, a needle or a submarine?
Greater drag. Sorry, I think you're not asking about drag. I think you're asking about, like, friction.
There's a greater drag on it.
I think you're asking about friction, right?
Well, drag would be a function. It would be synonymous with friction, right? So if I have a needle moving through water, that needle is going to be able to move more efficiently than the submarine because the submarine has a larger surface area, right? It has to displace more water as it moves through the water. Ultimately, this is what it comes down to, right? So when we observe buoyancy, an object's ability to float, if we increase the object's surface area, we're able to increase its ability to float, right?
What's unrelated to buoyancy, and the way that one is a static force and the other is a dynamic force, right?
Yeah. Is it actually even true that drag is strictly friction?
I'm not sure.
I think it's like a superset. I think you can have drag. Like, actually, maybe let me check that.
Yeah, but buoyancy would definitely be related to objects not in motion, whereas drag wouldn't.
Yeah. No, that's true as well. But I think the answer to, like, why buoyancy is not a function of surface area is because we assume that the substance has, like, homogeneous density. We assume the liquid has homogeneous density, and under that assumption, because of Stokes' theorem, everything cancels out, which is pretty interesting. I think everyone knows Stokes' theorem, right? It's from Calc 3.
I don't.
You don't?
I'm not very smart.
It's like a generalization of the what's the simple case of Stokes? Green's theorem. Do you remember that?
No, I didn't pay attention in calc. I'm horrible.
Basically, Green's theorem says that like if you look at like the net pressure of a gas in a container, all of the particles on the inside of the container actually cancel out. And so you only have to look at the surface or the boundary of the container to actually understand the pressure, because all the internal gas particles will just cancel out.
Okay.
And so essentially you get something similar where like doubling the width of the rectangle would double the surface area exposed to downward pressure, but doubling the height would commensurately decrease the water on top of the object. And so it would actually have the same effect.
Makes sense.
So the shape of the rectangle doesn't actually matter. But then in the real world, actually, the water gets more dense slightly as you go lower. Even it's like almost incompressible, but slightly compressible. So it's not strictly true, but it's like 99.999% true. I don't know. I feel like I need more people to be mean to me. Like I've been like unchallenged in all of my claims. It's a little bit insane. Usually I'm in here and I'm like getting yelled at.
Yeah, you're wrong.
This is not the normal flat Earth experience, by the way.
I bet you like that.
I think it's
I think I've just like intellectually dominated the chat through this like knowledge of math and physics. Such that they're like too scared to pipe up.
It's almost like you're not even saying anything.
We've all fallen asleep, dude. That's pretty much what's happened.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe we should get another pumpkin spice.
The next one I'm gonna get is gonna be the what do you call it again? The green one.
The matcha, buddy.
The matcha mocha.
Latte. Now you got to get the matcha latte, 1 pump
That's
vanilla.
for tomorrow. I only have one Starbucks today.
Ew, you go to Starbucks?
Gee, the basic bitch.
No, but I don't want to say the actual name.
It's
really seems that you would just prefer to talk like that all the time, man. You seem to really enjoy.
Bro, I just can't.
I think he
listen to this soy, bro. It's so crazy. It's like he's forcing.
Oh yeah, now you gotta talk like this, right? Yeah.
I've been talking like this all morning. What are you talking about?
Dude, I saw the funniest paper ever. Let me put a quote inside chat. I was laughing. So what have we learned from the efforts of 442 researchers consuming $288 million? According to Eric, a human blah blah blah, ENCODE is the Google Maps of the human genome. We beg to differ. ENCODE is considerably worse than even Apple Maps. Holy shit. Published, peer-reviewed, highly cited article, shitting on Apple Maps. That was so funny. And the entire paper is just like full of jokes. You should read it.
Well, Apple Maps is terrible, so I'm sure I'd enjoy the humor.
Rower 2013 is such a good paper. It's so good.
Do you know anything about quantum computing? We don't have to talk about it here, but another time, perhaps.
I read the paper from Google like 6 months ago about the sub-threshold whatever for the error correction that eventually precipitated in the Willow announcement and all the media. But
yeah,
really no.
I don't know quantum, but I'm interested.
Actually, one thing I do know about the quantum stuff is like, I have a pretty good understanding of the uncertainty principle.
Never got to the shape, would we, Jedi? We've been hovering, we're circling the drain for the like last hour.
Now that we've handled the most important topic, which is pooping on Apple,
shit,
let's
AI,
talk about the flat.
AI, you take that back right now.
All right, who's got a logical syllogism with proved premises that carries the conclusion that the 24-hour sun has any significance to arbitrating the shape of the Earth?
I already gave you that.
Sun means sky.
You gave it to me? Man, you must not have a good memory, brother.
Go for it.
I just arrived in the call, dude.
Remember, it's got to be sound as well. Didn't want to try again, Twonga? Okay.
Not right now. I'm too hungry.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so then the 24-hour sun doesn't prove anything. It was a big waste of time, and everybody got their panties up for nothing.
Pretty much. I haven't heard Rich Evans try to do it, though. I haven't seen Rich for a while. What's up, Rich? How you doing?
Here we go.
No, not bad, Jedi. How you been?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad.
Glad to hear it.
So, would you like to try and form a logical syllogism with regards to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Premise, conclusion?
Just in regards to it, it can just be about anything.
What with regards to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Right. I think what you are meaning to ask is, you want me to give you a deductive syllogism, which would mean that the only explainable shape of the Earth for a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would be the globe?
Whatever you think's best.
I was just trying to get to understand what the request is here, because I mean, I could like the fact that they saw it, I could deduce that, right? If they record it and present it to us, then they saw it. They recorded it and presented it to us, so they saw it. That's pretty easy. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Holy crap, dude.
What happened to your good mic? Did it break already?
Here we go.
Your sister borrowed it.
I have a sister. Someone lied to you.
That's what your parents. That's what your parents told you. No,
Yeah,
bro. The syllogism is
what's the deductive syllogism that I don't have a sister?
I don't need one of those, dude.
No, you're right, because you claimed I did have one. What's the deductive syllogism that I do?
Oh my goodness, dude. Painful dealing with you, Grover.
What do you want me to make this easy on you guys?
Yeah, do you have evidence for spinning wobbling to the
You are easy, just like your sister. Thanks.
Hey, I want to see some evidence for some spinning
fight
ball.
like siblings, but
spinning ball evidence.
Yeah, the syllogism you're supposed to provide is that
they spin it on
them seeing the 24-hour sun proves anything about the shape of the Earth. That's what the syllogism was supposed to provide. Not just that they saw it or didn't see it.
If the 24-hour sun is observed in Antarctica, then it is consistent with the predictions of the globe model.
It's just consistent with the fact that you're in a heliocentric cult, and in a heliocentric cult, you worship the sun. That's what heliocentrists do.
Right, Clay. So that statement he made doesn't prove anything, right? It's not definitive. It's nothing. It's just a consistency, right? Not a proof.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you have a deductive proof as to why I need a deductive proof?
They're just sun worshippers. That's what it proves.
Oh, that's wrong. I'm sorry. You okay, bro?
It didn't break. It's just the fact that you want to be us so bad. It's so cute, bro.
Yeah, the claim, Rich, was that the claim coming from the people involved with this, from a certain angle, was that this is going to prove or end the debate once and for all. That this single event is going to be the final event. That whatever happens there is going to prove it once and for all.
Right, and this—are you talking about the people that like organized it and went there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you
Well, not everybody. Hold on.
Did you see me with my shirt off in Antarctica?
Dude, that's
Did I go or organize it?
Do flat earthers now accept the 24-hour sun is possible?
Yeah, they just say that it doesn't really matter to them anymore.
It never
does. So all those years that they were saying that it wasn't possible, they're just saying.
See, what they're saying now is that they never said it wasn't possible. They said that it wasn't. What they're saying now is that they said that it wasn't. You can't freely travel around Antarctica.
Yeah, who's they, dude?
Oh, okay.
This was like Indio and you last night.
Witsit gets it for one. I'm pretty sure he's.
Last night! Wow, dude.
Is Witsit gets it? Is he a shill or something?
No, Witsit said now he's adopted the 24-hour sun into his flat Earth model, which now includes at least 4 separate suns.
What the heck?
Yeah, one real sun and 3 emotional support suns.
No, they're all together. It's called the
Do you agree with that, Crit?
Ether or what? Crap.
Ether.
No, like a dipole.
Hey, who cares, dude?
Well, no, they're wondering about. They're trying to shadow box Witsit.
Well, it is interesting
It's not
to
shadow
discuss how many suns.
There we go.
And I get AI
All right, everybody speak at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Everyone at the same time.
How many? All right, I'll go first.
Well, AI is doing like damage control. It seems like he doesn't want it to be talked about, so we can stop if it's like triggering you, AI overlord.
How many suns?
You're just done here, dude. You're done.
There's 4 South Poles.
There you go.
There's 4 South Poles.
All right, dudes. There's a singular point on the table.
Yeah, if they use Witsit, use all of Witsit. Don't be like, Witsit said there's a 24-hour sun. And?
Okay, I'll go first. So there's 1 North Pole and 4 emotional support.
Yeah, that's a disqualification.
It was good. I'll yield back the floor. But there's a claim on the table that they said such and such all this time, and then they changed their minds just recently, and then they were me and Indio from last night. So if we're talking about it last night, how's that changing our minds? And how is that proving that we talked about it for years?
Said last night. I said this is what they said last night.
Yeah, but that was last night. That doesn't count.
No, it counts, but there's this idea that all flat earthers as a class had ubiquitous claims across the entire community that one, you couldn't go to Antarctica. Yeah. Exactly, it's not true, right?
No one has ever claimed flat Earth is ubiquitous idea. No one.
The flat Earth.
Right. So then, what's your actual claim then? When you're asked who's they?
I said you.
So the question on the table. Oh my goodness, dude! Literally painful talking to retards like you.
Well, that's not very nice.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's not very nice talking to people like you.
That's also not.
You can't stand to be called out on your gaslighting bullcrap.
I just said what you said last night. Did you not say last night that the issue is that you can't freely travel in Antarctica?
Right, but the secondary issue to that is the claim that people have been saying in the flat Earth community that you can't travel there at all, and that's the canard.
I did hear someone claim that if you went to Antarctica, there would be armed guards.
Hey, I don't disagree. Listen, friend, I do not disagree that certain individuals that call themselves flat earthers may or may not have said that in the past. In fact, I've seen evidence of them saying that in the past. So you're not wrong that some flat earthers have said that.
They call themselves flat earthers, or they are flat earthers?
So each case is different. Each case is different, dude. That's the point. Okay, let me put it to you this way. It's not the case that if you say, I made it to Antarctica, therefore flat earthers are wrong as a class about going to Antarctica, because there's no such thing as a class of flat earthers that have ubiquitously agreed that you can't go to Antarctica carte blanche. So why don't you try parsing out your language with caveats to be gracious instead of trying to gaslight the audience? Okay, how about that? Would that be fair?
Well, sure, I'll do that.
Who are you talking to?
He's talking to me.
I'm talking to people. I'm talking to people that are smarter than you. How about that?
Got him.
So nobody?
That's really not nice, AI. Take that back.
If flat earthers are wrong,
no, friends, I cannot take it back because he actually came with an awesome comeback. So that has to stand.
Earther is wrong. How does that make the Earth a globe?
It doesn't.
If they're wrong about one thing that has nothing to do with the globe or this topic whatsoever, how do you connect it back to the globe?
Who said that makes it a globe? I'm confused.
That was Rich.
Rich?
What? Yeah. What? So flat earthers were wrong about the sun or restrictions on a certain area. So therefore the Earth's a globe.
No, people are wrong. Yeah, that's what I said.
You said it's consistent.
Consistent with the globe model. People are wrong all the time. That doesn't change.
It wasn't consistent with the globe
rice
model
in China.
It was inconsistent.
How would a 24-hour sun be inconsistent with the
Because it
globe
also had to go clockwise, and it went counterclockwise.
Excuse me, what?
Globalists have been saying for years that everything in the south rotates clockwise. They just recorded the sun rotating counterclockwise.
I think what we've been saying is if you're in the southern hemisphere and you face south, they rotate clockwise, right?
Well, not really, because if you're in Antarctica, in the Antarctic Circle, like for example, the sun, regardless if you look north or south or west or east, it will never set and it will always go clockwise the entire 360 around you.
Dude, you got to get a new mic.
You got it wrong, Embo. That debunks the globe. It went counterclockwise, not clockwise.
It didn't.
It did.
Wait, Embo's not a flat earther anymore?
I'm not.
No, he plays a flat earther once in a while just to fuck with people.
Oh.
He likes to farm, like part of his lore is he likes to farm rage. So if he sees somebody who's really triggered, he'll kind of play with them for a little bit just for shits and giggles.
Oh, I see.
So I think the thing is with the rotation is that if you are south of something's position on the celestial sphere, that means that it will appear to rotate, and you face it, it will appear to rotate one way. If something is south of you on the celestial sphere and you face it, it will appear to rotate the other way. So they're having to face north always for the sun, right? Or face the North Pole, even if it's not magnetic north. So the sun's going the right direction. It matches with what the model shows, right?
It's going counterclockwise.
The celestial sphere is rotating the other way.
Yeah, it's going counterclockwise. It's going right to left.
Creed, you're struggling with your syndrome of saying the opposite thing of reality again. I just posted a video from Dave McKeegan, and you can literally see it going clockwise. Can you address it instead of making baseless claims, please?
Maybe you don't understand what clockwise is. So you're looking at 12 o'clock. Which direction's clockwise from 12 o'clock? Right now, the video starts. That's your 12 o'clock position. 1 o'clock is which direction? And 11 o'clock is which direction?
One's to the right, one's to the left.
There you go. What direction does it go, Embo?
Well, from 12 to 3, it goes to the right. From 3 to 6, it goes to the left. Well, from 3 to 9, it goes to the left. And
okay, that's not Embo. Embo. So you got 12 o'clock is straightforward. That's your 12 o'clock position. 11 o'clock is to your left. 1 o'clock is to your right. Which way does the sun go?
It goes from right to left if you want to describe the motion using these terms.
Okay, which would be clockwise or counterclockwise?
Clockwise would be from right to left.
Yeah, so this
and counterclockwise would be from left to right.
Okay,
what? Are you kidding, dude?
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is why we want clear, like whoever was talking earlier. This is why we want Embo, only Embo, clean, crisp audio clips of him fucking up clockwise and counterclockwise.
Well, you got it.
So say it again, Embo. Which way's clockwise?
Clockwise, in these terms, would be from right to left. So if you imagine, right, you lay on the ground, looking out straight into zenith, and the horizon will be like a circle around you, surrounding you from 360 degrees. The sun doing an arc right above the horizon, going from right to left, it would be a clockwise rotation from this perspective.
And then what would be counterclockwise?
From left to right.
In which way is it going?
Let me just do a demonstration in Stellarium, maybe. It goes from right to left.
So it starts on the right and goes to the left.
Exactly.
In what direction is that?
I already addressed that. I have no idea why you're repeating that again.
The only reason why I want to get a couple different clips, okay? Just I want to really get you saying the complete wrong shit. But you feel confident, so you shouldn't have no problem repeating it, okay?
Okay, but after I do that and you record the clip, I will post a video backing up my assertions, and if you want to use these clips, you won't cut it out of context.
Okay.
Because this video is going to demolish you.
Okay, so Embo, if I'm looking at the clock, which way is clockwise and which way is counterclockwise?
Clockwise would be the way the things on the clock are moving, right? So
which direction?
So from the direction?
Yeah, clockwise is which direction? Is it left to right or right to left?
Well, it depends on the perspective, right? Because if what is the word for these things on the clock that are moving in English?
The hands.
Yeah, the hands. If the hands are like at the upper part of the clock, where you have like 12 o'clock, for example, right? Then the clockwise motion will be from left to right. But if the hands are currently at the bottom side of the clock, where you have like 6 o'clock, then the clockwise motion will be actually from right to left, if you imagine that in your mind.
Okay, so you're looking at the 12 o'clock position. Which way do the hands move?
They move from left to right. But when they are 6 o'clock, they move from right to left. And it's the same direction, it's the clockwise direction. But if you want to use these words left to right, which are relative, they will be different at different times. But if you want to use the clockwise terms, they are going to be the same.
So which direction does the sun move in the video? Left to right or right to left?
It moves from right to left.
And that is which way? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
It would be clockwise.
I think that's good, right? Everyone,
it's good for the globe.
No, it's good to get clips of you fucking up clockwise and counterclockwise.
So let me shortly record the video on Stellarium on my phone. Right now, I'm recording this.
The whole video, it moves left the whole time, all the way around. At no point do they change their position to a 6 o'clock position, to a 12 o'clock position, to a 6 o'clock position. The whole time, they're in one position, looking at the sun, moving left.
That's because you don't understand what way this is analogous. In the case of the clock, right? In the case of the clock, the circle, which would be analogous to the horizon, you're looking at the circle from straight, like the plane of the circle, the clock that is hanging on the wall, is basically like perpendicular to your line of sight. But in the case of the horizon, which is also a circle that the sun goes around, for it to be analogous, you would have to be basically laying on the ground, because in that case, you would be also, your line of sight would be also perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. And if you do that, as I already gave an analogy, then you will see the sun going clockwise.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you lie on your back and look at the sky, look at the south celestial pole, the sun will travel in the same direction as the other stars, which is clockwise. But if you imagine you're standing on the face of the clock...
Wait a second. You said facing south, right?
Sorry. Hang on.
Daza?
Yeah.
You said facing south,
facing
right?
the southern sky, facing the southern south pole.
Okay, so now
Directly
Embo said
over here.
facing north, and Embo said that's clockwise, and you said facing south, that's clockwise. What are you guys going to do now?
So are we talking about the path the sun traces on the ground, or the path that faces in the sky compared to the rest of the stars?
Yeah, but he said facing north, it goes clockwise, and you said facing south, it goes clockwise, so you guys have a problem.
No. Facing the south celestial pole. Looking straight up.
So you're facing towards the south celestial pole, right?
Yeah, looking straight up.
Not facing north, right?
If you're facing north, it's like you're standing on the face of the clock, right?
You're facing
and the
towards
hands
north.
are moving anti-clockwise.
You're facing out towards north.
You might be.
While you're facing the
towards
south
the northern
celestial
hemisphere.
pole. You're looking at
You
the
can also
south
be
celestial
facing-
pole facing north.
No, you can't be facing north and looking at the south celestial pole.
Right. Okay, so you said you're facing the south celestial pole, and it appears to go clockwise, right?
Yeah, the sun would go round behind you.
Yeah, and Embo said he's
From
facing
your
north,
left,
Dave
from your
McKeegan,
left,
and it's
behind
going
you to your
clockwise.
right.
So I just think you guys got to figure this out together.
You've got to pin down your orientation relative, and whether you're talking about the sun's path in the sky relative to the South Pole, or the sun's path relative to something along the ground.
Great, that's what happened, right? They both said exactly the opposite thing.
Yeah, because this is what's going on, that their model was offered up.
No, it's consistent with the model, right? We're just having some issues describing the nature of clockwise based on orientation. The model is correct and consistent. The model says that if you face north at midday, the sun will travel from right to left. If you face south at midnight, the sun will travel from right to left. If you face the sun at any time of the day, it will travel from right to left.
He fucked up already. He said the sun travels. The sun travels.
That's what you're getting.
The ground is motionless, and the sun is traveling. Good job, Daza.
Yeah,
well done.
That's
well
where they fuck up every time. They cannot refer to the sun without referring to it as an object in motion over their heads. Period.
So, as a visual aid to my argument, which kind of was diverted, you can see the video I posted in the side
the
chat.
celestial sphere has movement and is moving, observably so, and we can observe it doing so, and then you guys are negating reality and claiming the opposite of what's being observed.
No, we aren't. It's just a different topics. The one topic is describing how the celestial sphere moves, the geometry of it, and
the luminaries are moving. The sun is traveling. That's admitted that the sun is traveling across the sky. And what are you going to say against that? Are you going to say that that's because the ground is moving?
But you can argue about the geometry of the Earth without arguing about its motion, right? The Earth could be a globe and be stationary. That isn't the problem.
The sky, that's admitted. The sky is moving. The sky is the sphere. The sky is the sphere. The model is correct. That's the celestial sphere. You can observe the movement of the luminaries and the sun moving across the sky. So the sky is the sphere, not the ground. That's where you get the sphere from the sky.
So I think I have a good explanation of.
So the sun is moving.
I think I have a good explanation of how it's working, because we already have a common ground that we all agree that if you look toward the south celestial pole, you will see the sky rotating clockwise. So what's the deal in Antarctica? Basically, don't you see?
Correct. You're correct. You're correct. The sky is rotating. You got it right.
From the perspective on the Earth, the sky is definitely rotating. Absolutely. So when you're in Antarctica,
finally, you guys made it. Finally, welcome. Welcome. You made it finally. You and Daza together.
Congratulations.
We know you can be dismissive. Let's stay on topic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So in Antarctica,
consistent with the model.
Yeah. So in Antarctica,
consistent.
in Antarctica, the South Celestial Pole that we all agree, if you look towards the sky, will be moving clockwise, is basically high in the sky, is in the zenith. So, and the entirety of the sky will be moving around this point straight above your head. That's why, regardless in any direction you're looking at, it will be moving clockwise because the entire sky is basically the South Celestial Pole rotation at this point.
Hey guys,
Absolutely.
hey Globers, how do I face south when I'm at the point where all the longitudes are converging? Where do I face south when I'm at the South Pole?
Straight overhead. This is the South Celestial Pole, will be in the zenith.
Which way is it going then? Which way do I have to face?
The zenith.
To face north. Every direction would be north.
Yeah, the celestial pole is directly overhead.
Right.
And it's
So
moving,
which way
right?
is it spinning?
It's, the celestial source.
So which
the
way is it
celestial
moving?
pole is spinning.
If I'm standing on the South Pole, which direction? Anti-clockwise or clockwise?
So if you're looking at the celestial pole, you're lying on your back looking at the celestial pole, the sun will move with all the stars, which is in a clockwise direction.
How do you tell which way is clockwise? How do you tell which way is clockwise?
If you're facing the center of rotation, clockwise has a specific definition, right? If you're looking at the middle of a clock, clockwise is clockwise.
Yeah, the clock is moving. Not your room. When you're looking at the clock is moving.
So it's got nothing to.
Not your room.
Wait. So it's got nothing to do with facing north or south.
Facing north or south, you get a different perspective of things.
How do I face south when I'm at the point where all the longitudes converge?
No, you can only face north. You're right.
So it's nothing to do with facing north or south.
This is the time to bring out the cigars and the champagne. They admitted that the sky is the one doing the movement, not the ground. Ambo, they made it.
It depends on which celestial pole you're facing, not which direction you're
They never caveated with appears to, right? They said it's moving.
Yeah, he said the sun is traveling.
Appears to be traveling. The model was very precise, right? They predicted that.
The sky model, right? The celestial sphere model.
It doesn't matter what the model is, but what you take as your reference.
The celestial
model correctly
sphere
predicted the path of the sun.
Not the ground below your feet moving, like you said. The sky is doing that, not the ground.
Model predicted the apparent path of the sun. Doesn't matter which you can pick whatever reference you like, right? That doesn't change anything. Model predicted the path. You lie on your back. The sun appears to be traveling in a clockwise path with the rest of the stars. You face the sun, it appears to make an anti-clockwise path on the ground.
And you're laying on your back and you're looking up, it appears to go anti-clockwise.
No, it goes clockwise like everything else down here, Tim. So, when you look out at the Southern Cross, you find the South Celestial Pole.
You're saying it goes from west to east?
No. Everything rotates about the celestial pole, right? So if you lie on your back looking at the celestial pole at the southern pole, the sun will rotate. As the sun goes through its your midday, it'll go. We don't really have a midday if you're on the south pole. And
anti-clockwise.
It will go over your head from your left to your right. So left, head, right is the direction the sun will go.
No, you're describing watching it go in a circle, right? So which way was my head facing? Right, it's like fucking
your head is facing. I mean, your head. It doesn't matter. At any point in time, if you're on the South Pole,
let me try
looking straight up on your back.
Yeah, Dazza, you're getting a little confused here. Okay, don't worry about what you're doing. Worry about the Earth right now, the model, the globe model that all the globalists have been parodying for the last couple years until we got the final experiment done. On the globe model, what direction does the sky rotate in the south?
Sky rotates clockwise around the celestial sphere, around the celestial South Pole.
In the north,
around the celestial, and when you face away from the...
okay, dude, you're energized as all hell, okay? Just take a deep breath. These are very low level, easy questions, okay? That you guys have answered and claimed thousands of times. They don't need caveats or frantic breathing. I mean, maybe you're out for a walk, so maybe I'm not being charitable or something. Like you're out and about walking your dog or something, but you sound like you're about to pass out. So just very easy. The people on the globe model have been saying for years that the sky rotates certain directions based on what hemisphere you're in. Right?
Yeah, you're right. I'm walking the dog, so that's why I'm fine. So you don't need to serve a mutiny, so you can talk. Yeah, so the sky rotates around the celestial pole depending on which one you face. So even here in Australia, right, I can't see the North Celestial Pole, but I can see the stars rotating around a point that is, 40 degrees down below the surface. There's a rotation path of everything when I face north, and that is a anti-clockwise rotation. Things are coming up as I'm facing north in the east, setting in the west. Even stars that are part of the southern hemisphere do that when I face north. When I flip around, so I'm going up a hill, not getting frantic. When I flip around and face the southern celestial pole, everything that I can see in my southern celestial pole facing view is now rotating clockwise.
Should be going anti-clockwise. Should be going anti-clockwise now.
No. When you face north, the celestial sphere looks like it's rotating anti-clockwise. When you face south, it looks like it's rotating clockwise.
But if the motion of those stars and the sun doesn't change, right, and I get to the South Pole and lay on my back, it's now going to appear to be going anti-clockwise.
No, you lie on your back at the South Pole, it will appear to go clockwise.
Anti-clockwise. Think about it. They haven't changed. They haven't started going backwards.
Okay. Now, so imagine where you are now, Tim.
Because some of those stars now that you saw are now going to be behind you, right?
Yeah. So you have to imagine
they're still going from your left to
you.
They're still going from your left to your right, right? But they're arcing around you, right? When you lay down on your back and look up, it's anti-clockwise.
No.
No, wait. No, you're right. That is clockwise. Yeah, no, you're right. Hang on. Sorry, my bad. I'm fucked up. I'm confusing myself mentally. Okay, yeah.
We confuse the shit out of ourselves, right?
Still got
clockwise is depending on your perspective.
You're right. Does look like it's going anti-clockwise if you lie down on your back. I mean, clockwise. Sorry, clockwise. Yep.
Well, what if you're on your back and you turn around? The sky is moving. You both are correct. Not the ground below your feet where you lay on your back. That's not spinning. The sky is. So you're both correct.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't change. It doesn't change your perspective whether the sky's moving or the ground moving. You see this relative to you.
The sky is moving.
Relative to you,
don't
see it.
Don't say the ground is moving like it's doing that. You admitted that the sky is moving, but then don't say might be the ground, but that's not it. That's not it. You know what?
Right.
You know what it is. The sky doing it.
Right, yeah. If I lie down and assume I'm the center of the universe and not moving, the sky appears to rotate clockwise around the South Celestial Pole for anybody facing the South Celestial Pole.
Yeah, okay, Dan, what can you do this instead of trying to do damage control? Just pretend yesterday that you're a globalist who came into the channel. Put a globalist hat on. Does that sound? Can you do that for me, just for real quick?
What? I'm sorry, Chris.
Pretend you're a globalist, you're still advocating for the globe model.
and pretend what?
Yeah. So I mean, I know. Okay. So caveat, right? So right now we know Daza is not advocating for his own personal globe. He's advocating for the standard heliocentric model.
Yep.
Okay. So in that model, what direction does the sky rotate?
When you face the southern celestial pole and you use yourself as the fixed reference, the stars appear to rotate
clockwise around the south celestial pole.
Okay, and
From
how
anywhere.
about the north? What does it do in the north?
If you're in the north and facing the south celestial pole, stars will also appear to rotate clockwise. If you face the north celestial pole, everything appears to rotate anti-clockwise.
Okay, so what would you predict would happen in Antarctica if they were to observe a 24-hour sun? Would
Yep, if you lied on your back, you would see that clockwise rotation from the perspective of someone lying on their back.
Damn it.
If you were standing upright, you would see it rotating right to left. And as you followed it
I
around.
went to high school. I went to middle school and high school. She was an angry kid then.
All right, Moth King, you're hot micing.
In the background noise, I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, I mean, just so you guys know that there was a prediction here, and McDuffie is recorded saying that you will see clockwise rotation of the sky.
Yeah, it is rotating clockwise relative to the celestial pole when you face it.
So it could do both. It rotates both clockwise and counterclockwise, depending on which way you're facing.
Well, yeah. So if you're looking at a clock, right? You've got a clock, a transparent clock, and you're standing facing it, so the numbers the right way around. It turns clockwise. You go to the back of your transparent clock and face it. The numbers are reversed, but the direction is also apparently reversed. You know the clock is still turning clockwise, but you're looking at it from the other angle, and the direction has
but
changed.
that clock is located at the equator.
No, the clock is spinning around an axis, and you, by changing your direction that you face, you look along the axis in a different direction. So for all practical purposes, you're changing where your view of the clock face is. So the clock face is all of the stars you can see when you face a particular celestial pole. If you face the celestial pole towards the north, you see everything that's the north of you rotating anti-clockwise. If you face the south celestial pole, you see everything that's south of you rotating clockwise.
So what direction is he standing?
So when he's facing a particular direction,
the camera.
He's not facing the celestial pole.
The
sun
right now,
will
with
rotate.
With the camera.
Yeah, so if you took so from the point of view of the camera following the sun,
what direction?
The camera will start off, it'll face north, it'll spin around, it'll face south and come north again. That's tracing on the face of the Earth. That's creating a anti-clockwise path, right?
Yeah, that's a problem.
The camera's tracking anti-clockwise because the camera is effectively facing the north celestial pole.
Yeah, if you're in the North Pole and you have a clock on the floor, it's going one way. The South Pole, you have the clock, it's going the other way, right? That's pretty basic stuff.
Yeah, so what direction do those clocks rotate?
You're looking through the clock.
The southern one would both, if the sun would rotate in the south, the counterclockwise, and in the north clockwise, right?
Explain Coriolis then, if that's the case.
It's similar to handedness. Your left hand will never fit in a right-handed glove. So clockwise and counterclockwise is two different things. It's like mirrored images, like handedness. Your left hand is never going to go into a right-handed glove.
It's kind of confusing.
At Antarctica, it would just appear to go from your right to your left continually.
Yeah, that's it. You face the sun right to left, and you
Are we
spin
saying
around.
the sun is still going the wrong way in the Antarctic thing? Are we saying that? Are we saying the sun is going the wrong way?
The claim was if globe, then the sun would rotate clockwise.
Around the celestial pole.
In Antarctica.
Around
in Antarctica, right?
It ended up, the results are in, if you believe the video, because some people are saying the video, it was faked. So if you think the video's faked, then they fucked it up because they didn't account for heliocentric. If they didn't fake it, then they demonstrated counterclockwise rotation, which could mean that they're actually filming in front of a live studio audience.
No, you've got your 3D spatial awareness is not correct on this.
Are you saying that's incorrect, Daz? Are you saying, have you seen the 24-hour Antarctic thing? You've seen that, right?
Yeah. It as T-Dub said, it rotates.
You're saying,
right
is there something wrong?
Face it, right?
Something wrong with there? Is there something wrong there?
On the ground, it traces out an anti-clockwise
path. Because
I agree with you.
as you
turn to
face
the left
the
to
sun-
see it, right? Keep turning to the left
that's
to
right.
watch it. Gotcha.
Yeah. But the claim is that when you face the south celestial pole, you get a clockwise rotation. And that is still correct.
Are you claiming that?
Because that is the claim of the model. If the things
Are you
rotate
claiming
around the
that? Do you believe that's
celestial
true?
pole. I do, yep.
If my back is to the South Pole and I'm standing upside down on the ball model, then the ball that I should be rotating in this and to the right, and the sun should stay stationary. I'm facing north. Yes. My back is to the south.
So the sun is going to appear to rotate anti-clockwise for you.
Yeah. So I don't see what the contention is here. I think everything's on the level right now. We just got to fucking figure out this.
It matches the model, right?
If you view a left-handed glove from the other side, the thumb will go from your right side to your left side. That doesn't change the handedness of the glove.
Your perspective
arc
is changing.
Is there arc in the sun's path in the footage? I haven't seen any of this 24-hour footage of the sun from Antarctica.
Look up the final experiment on YouTube, and it's like the very first video they have. I think
there's 6 or 8 degrees between highest and lowest, something like that. I think they said it drops as low as 30 and gets as high as 36. Something of that. I'm not sure the numbers, but 36 rings a bell as the highest elevation they measured.
Because I was just thinking, if it actually arcs, right, and it's going from right to left, then that's anti-clockwise.
It's just a deviation up and down in its path. Its path is still broadly the same, but I think it's arcing.
And then it dips back up, does it? Does it dip back up?
It's you have to measure it to see it. It's very, very subtle, right? But over the 12 hours, it drops 3 degrees or 5 degrees.
It's going clockwise in a wibbly-wobbly fashion.
No, it's a very smooth path. Very smooth path.
I mean, if it arcs, if it deviates in degrees above the horizon, then it's not smooth and straight. It's curving up and down.
Yeah, it does. It moves up and down. Yeah.
So it's a wibbly-wobbly circle.
Yeah, right.
If I can,
isn't it?
If I can post something, I just posted a video that was recorded at the South Pole, which was recording the sun from the perspective I was describing, where the camera is basically facing the zenith, so straight up, and it captured the full 360 degrees of the horizon around it due to a fisheye lens. So you can see the sun clearly going clockwise when described from this perspective, where the horizon surrounds you basically like a circle, like the face of the clock in this analogy.
There is a big problem here because you guys are trying to attribute the movement of the luminaries to a man-made object, a freaking clock. When that's admitted that you can have a transparent clock and you're going to see both movement clockwise or counterclockwise.
We're just talking about regular clocks here, though, man.
We need
depending on the perspective that you're standing on.
Right?
So even though we observe the phenomena of the movement of the luminaries doing what they do, you cannot attribute that to the ground doing that. And that's what you guys are trying to claim. I mean, some of you.
It doesn't prove any specific thing about the model other than that the sun is where we predicted it would be when we predicted it would be there.
What do you mean predicted? The sky is doing what it's doing before you say predictions of anything.
Yeah, but we have a geometric model that can predict
of the
things.
Sky. You're saying that of the sky, the geometric model of the sky. Do you have a geometry of the sky?
No, it's a geometric model of the sky and the ground that works together. Right?
No, you don't have a geometry of the ground. Come on, stop lying. You don't have that. You claim you have a picture, depiction of something, but that's not the ground below your feet.
Yeah, well, we had a conversation before about how we could measure it, but we're diverting from what was observed and how the observation aligns with what was predicted. And the observation is exactly as what is predicted.
The observation wasn't predicted. The observation was done, the observation is you're standing on the ground, you look into the luminaries, and you observing the phenomena. You're not predicting the phenomena, you're observing it.
No, the prediction comes before the observation, and then you travel there and see if the prediction is confirmed.
Yeah. So I've never been to Antarctica. I would be able to predict based on the model where I would expect the sun to be, if I'd expect the sun to be up or not. I would go there and observe it, and the observation would match the prediction. And I could do that without anybody ever having been to Antarctica, but just knowing the shape of the Earth based on what we've measured everywhere else. So this is a good test. We've never been to Antarctica, and we've never measured Antarctica, and we go there and we get the predictions that we've gone based on the rest of the Earth that we've measured, then away you go.
You, Dasa, would come up with a sphere under your feet just by imagining the movement of the luminaries in a place you've never been to.
Well, that's kind of what you guys are doing, right? You're imagining the entire Earth is flat based on.
No, I'm not doing anything. We're observing the luminaries doing something, and you're the one claiming geometry of the ground below our feet based on the movement of the sky. The math that you're doing with the movement of the sky, I'm saying it looks like a sphere, therefore the ground is a sphere.
Yeah, but a lot of this stuff is as was mentioned before, a significant portion of the flat Earth community rejected it as being a thing.
Flat Earth community, this is the sky. We're looking at the sky, not at the ground.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we have measurements of the ground.
Are you saying that the sky is going to give you a description? The sky, we're looking at the celestial south, the celestial equator, celestial north, the movement, the path of the sun across the sky. You said that the sun and the luminaries are in motion, and you're saying now we can describe the ground, whatever, flat or sphere, because we observe the sky.
Somebody was observing the motion of the stars in the sky. No, so they noticed the patterns, right? And they noticed the rate of motion and the poles and things like that. And they did measurements of the angles, and they also did measurements of surface distances along the ground, right? And they realized that the motion of the stuff through the sky and distances on the ground relates together. They're linked together in a fairly straightforward geometrical fashion, right? And
geometry of the sky. So you can say the sky is a sphere. You're saying the sky is a sphere because it moves like a sphere, it looks like a sphere, it does circles.
It does look like a sphere.
And
we don't say the sky is a sphere, though.
What is the celestial sphere? What is that?
It's an imaginary aid to help us visualize the apparent motion of stars relative to the Earth. So we say
imaginary, just like the sphere below your feet that is being drawn based on the sphere of the sky, imaginary sphere of the sky. So you imagine a sphere of the sky, then attribute the sphere geometry to the ground. So it's all imaginary. You admitted that then. Thank you. It's all imaginary then. I mean, the globe thing is all imaginary.
I mean, the model of the stars literally being submerged in like a sphere is imaginary, but the measurements that led to the creation of this model are direct measurements. You can operate on the angles that you measure from the ground. That would be a direct measurement, direct experience, without invoking any abstract model that you use to simplify how you use these measurements.
You observe the heavens above, and then you can imagine the ground below your feet as a sphere. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it does, because the positions of the stars clearly corresponds with what the ground is doing. I mean, the entire point of the 24-hour sun is that the sun emerged from below the horizon, which is the meeting point of the ground and the sky. When they flew south to Antarctica, So the entire point of the celestial sphere tilting, apparently from your perspective, and of you seeing different parts of the sky at different places, is that the rest of the sky is blocked by the ground, and when you see the stars rising, you see them going from below the ground. So there's clear relationship with the ground that is making this visible or not.
So you and Dasa admitted that the sun and the luminaries are traveling across the sky and doing this motion, and then you attribute that movement to the ground, causing the movement of the luminaries.
No, I don't even want to right now discuss the fact
model.
that
You said the
Earth is
model.
rotating.
You said that you look at the sky and you get a model based on the sky, and you're saying that your model, the ground is spinning based on the movement of the sky.
You don't even have to say that the ground is spinning. What I'm trying to say is that the Earth is.
So the model doesn't work then. In your model, the ground is not spinning. Okay, it's motionless.
The celestial sphere model has the observer on a flat plane at the center of it, with the celestial sphere being concentric to it. So I don't know what you're babbling about.
So would you agree that the motion of the Earth can be independently discussed from the shape of the Earth?
The motionless of the Earth, because there's no motion. Because you admitted, you yourself and Dasa said that the sun and the stars are in motion. And we can observe this and record this, and it's confirmed. And now you're saying something else? That's not what's happening?
I'm not denying that, I'm not confirming that, I'm just trying to stick to the previous topic. So the topic was the geometry of the sky relative to the geometry of the Earth, and the sky can be rotating. Yeah, and the sky can be rotating from the Earth's perspective.
Imaginary. And then you're saying that imagination is, you translate it into the ground. So the ground imaginary geometry is that imaginary. Just
the angles that you measure to the sun or the stars definitely aren't imaginary. But whatever. My point is that the sky could appear to rotate from the Earth in this way, regardless if the sky is rotating or if the Earth is rotating. But what couldn't explain this observation is the Earth being flat. The point is geometry, not what is rotating. Because the Earth could be a stationary sphere or a moving sphere, but this proves the Earth is a sphere.
So you're basically saying that you're basically trying to be God and saying, hey, I know how. You said the geometry of the sky. You know that for a fact. You, Embo, know the geometry of the sky, and you're gonna attribute that geometry to the ground. So you're playing God, basically.
I don't really think that's an attribute of a god, but whatever. I can be God if you want me to. If you consider basic knowledge in astronomy to be God, that means that like basically every primary school student is a god. So that would be a pretty wide pantheon of gods.
How can you logically come to the conclusion, observing the movement of the luminaries and attributing a geometry to it, then adding that geometry to the ground below your feet, and adding all of these variables that you don't observe or measure? It's like you're building this imaginary construct on paper and saying that's what it is because you wrote it on paper, you draw it on the paper.
What are the variables?
The movement of the ground as you observe up in the sky, the curvature of the ground and the water across or below or above. It's like you're adding all of these things that you cannot actually confirm, verify. You're just adding all of these variables to the model that you're saying. But it's not there. You cannot see this stuff that you're saying the model is predicting. We're just observing a phenomena of the sky, and then you're just saying the phenomena of the sky determines all of these other variables, like the water around the spinning water ball in the vacuum of space. You're adding all of those things when you don't even have that. Denying what you're actually observing and you admitted that the sky, the sun, and the luminaries are moving, traveling in a transit, and you're saying that's because this model that you drew on the paper. Can you logically come to that conclusion when it doesn't add up?
So, kind of, what is your point? Are you trying to say that there's a possibility that this could work on a planar surface? Is there any configuration of the position of the stars and the sun where you could account for all of these celestial observations at once? Because yeah, you could definitely make a flat Earth where the sun doesn't set for Antarctica. I mean,
how can you make a flat? How can you make anything out of any type of Earth and attribute a geometry by observing the heavens above?
Because you can measure geometric things about it, like an angle. An angle is a geometric thing.
Bro,
the direction you're looking at something, if you're looking north or south, west or east, is also a geometric thing.
How can you know the depths of the Earth by looking at the sky, bro? Come on.
The depths of the Earth, I haven't mentioned anything about.
If you're gonna attribute a geometry to the ground, what's below us, and you're gonna say the ground is this big and it has all these variables, by looking at the sky, how can you logically do that? How can you step by step say, look, I saw the sun, I saw the celestial north going clockwise or counterclockwise by standing on this position, and therefore the ground is this and that? Like,
you mean the size of the Earth? Is this what you mean?
You said earlier you said that the observation of the sky adds up to the model and the predictions of the model. And what is that model that you're saying? The model is what, the globe Earth and all that stuff, or that model? Or can you you know what, post the model that you said that predicts all of this happening? Because
the model is the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and with the stars surrounding the Earth at distances that are so far away that the parallax can be neglected, so basically infinitely far away.
Can you post the model that you said that predicts everything as observed on the heavens above?
It would be the celestial sphere model combined with the model of the Earth, like WGS84.
So that drawing, or whatever it is, tells you everything about the sky and the ground and the geometry of the world.
Absolutely.
And the geometry of the sky as well, and the heavens above.
Absolutely. I mean, I can even like accept that you don't accept this, like inferring the geometry of the ground from the geometry of the sky. But why can't you tell the geometry of the sky by looking at the sky? You're just looking at the thing you're trying to measure. So what's the problem? That is pretty weird.
Yeah, it is pretty weird that you're saying that you're gonna attribute the geometry to the ground by looking at the sky. That is weird.
Is it not possible to use the powers of logic and reasoning to test those assumptions, though? So we've noticed this. Let's test it. Let's see whether our idea about the nature of the Earth and the universe is correct or not.
Possible to use logic to look at the sky and determine the shape of the ground?
Yeah, of course, you've got to make some assumption that the sky might be a physical thing, and not be a fairy dome or whatever you might want it to be. And that's part of what you have to evaluate, right? Does it have consistent physical properties? Can we understand how it might look if we move to a different location? What will
when you
the stars look like?
But when you look at the sky and take all of those variables, that observation, and then you measure the ground and it's not curving, you cannot logically come to the conclusion that the ground is curving, and you're adding these curving variables to the ground when it's not doing that. So if you're going to use logic,
I think that's where...
Yeah, the sky is doing this movement. The sky looks like a sphere, celestial sphere. Let's do all this math, even though you cannot go there and verify everything, every variable. But yeah, you could draw a schematic of the sky and do some optical readings of it and observe the sky, the way it looks and the way it moves, and build a depiction of it. Sure. Celestial sphere.
So I don't want to be inflammatory, but can I ask you a question? Have you ever told somebody that the 24-hour sun doesn't exist? Or have you always accepted that it might be a thing?
The 24 hours doesn't exist? Is that what you're claiming?
Have you ever told somebody that... Yeah, have you ever told somebody that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not a thing?
No,
I don't know whether you have or not. I was just... That's fine. Okay. So you've acknowledged it's a possibility.
We know the 24-hour sun, it's been observed, right?
Cool. Okay. So you agree with that observation, right? You've never been there. You're just using it secondhand. That's fine. So that's good.
I don't see any problem with the 24-hour sun because it's been observed in the north, and people have made videos of it in certain locations. So what's the issue?
So if you are able to work out why we get a 24-hour sun, or think you can work out why we get a 24-hour sun.
Why? Because the sky, the sun is traveling across the celestial equator, right, and doing a circuit around it, and there is this observation of the sun doing a full circle across the sky. Why?
Yeah. So you've observed it, but physically, what might you deduce about where the sun is, or what it might be? You can say yes, it does this, it moves this way, but are you a northern hemisphere person or a southern hemisphere? You live in the north or the south?
Both hemispheres.
Okay. So as a northern hemisphere person, right, you get a bit of a different perspective, but you've been in the south, so your perspective of the way things move in the sky is slightly different to somebody in the north when you're in the south.
We've been to the hemisphere. We've been under. I've been on top of the ball, on the other side of the ball. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I live in southern Australia, right, about 42 degrees south.
So you
right now
live on one side of the world, and I live on the other side of the world. Nothing to do with a sphere.
Yeah. It's 11:15, and the sun is quite high up in the sky, and in the east. This morning it rose in the southeast, and that kind of observation would lead you down a path that you might be able to suppose that the sun could eventually not set at all. Be up all
the
day
sun
or be
is
down.
submerging across the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the ground moving.
Well, whether the ground's moving or not that's secondary, right? That's something we can look at later on. But first thing is to try and work out where the sun is relative to the ground and what might make sense in a physical way.
The sun is not on the ground, but it's illuminating the ground, right? The sun is not on the ground. We know this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's illuminating the ground, right? Okay. So there's no issues there.
No issues there. You might wonder where and how it's illuminating things. Come up with an idea about where the sun might be in order to get the consistent illumination that we observe.
When it's illuminating this area of the world, it's above this area of the world, and when it's not illuminating it, it's not above this area. It's on, your side.
Okay. Yeah, so that will have some consequences, right? If the Earth was flat, and the sun,
if the Earth was a description, if the Earth doesn't, I mean, if the Earth is like a description,
you can do better than these silly arguments. This is a diversionary tactic. You're not actually trying to have a legitimate conversation about
if there is water, if there is water in the medium, if the heavens, if the sun is traversing across the celestial sphere, and there is a mechanism in place that causes the effect that we observe, and it doesn't have anything to do with a description or two words that you mentioned that say if the Earth is this, therefore the sun should be doing that because the Earth you describe it as this. Yeah, so the sun is going to do what it does, even if you describe it however you want to describe it.
Yeah.
So that means that description is the best description you have at that point in time, right? So you test it. Try and find ways to break it. Find things that don't match with what you observe.
Yeah, that's all models are.
Yeah. And the whole thing stood up pretty well, right?
So if you have a celestial sphere, so you don't have to have the sun is on the sky, is up in the celestial sphere. We have a celestial sphere model, and we know that the sun is traversing across the celestial equator. And if it's doing this movement above the ground, when it's in a certain position across the celestial sphere, it's gonna have an angle of the light is gonna have an angle, and it's gonna illuminate a certain area of the ground below it. And then when you move away from that area, it's gonna be nighttime on that area because the light also is gonna it is gonna be blocked by the medium, attenuated by the medium. So it's gonna be a limitation where the light can travel, right? So putting all of those not the one variable that you're saying, you have to put a bunch of different variables together to be able to say this and this and that can be causing the phenomena that we're observing. You can't just say, oh, if you're claiming because the Earth is flat or a sphere, that is the cause of the effect, all of the phenomena that we observe of the luminary.
But we can rule out some of the options, right? Like you mentioned the angle there.
Yeah, you can rule out the non-curvature. We can rule out that because there is no curvature.
Well, we can rule out flatness because if you can come up with a way of predicting where the sun is, if the ground is flat, even using the curvature of the celestial sphere, you won't be able to do it. There's no kind of geometric thing that you can come up with that describes the path of the sun across a flat plane.
Okay, so you're saying that we should be able to. So the 24-hour sun that we observe across the ground, that is a debunk of the curvature then, because if you're saying the sun should not be setting across the flat plane or whatever, which is the sun is not on the flat plane, it's way above it, right? So then you should be able to observe a 24-hour sun if you are on the flat plane, like you're saying.
But everywhere, all the time, right?
Not necessarily. There's stuff in the way.
Oh, so
there's
you
a medium.
Something on paper.
There's mountains.
You've got a paper model as well, right?
There's a medium, right?
But it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. Well, you don't have all of the variables. That you don't know all of the mechanisms of the heavens above, and also you could take into account something like refraction. You could take into account something like refraction, and also Snell's window, where the horizon can look like a 360 degrees circle because of the medium. You could be if you're a fish in the water and you look into you're looking from the water up to the sky, you can see the horizon as a circle, and then you can be observing a boat going going from one side to the other, but it's gonna look like it's going in a circle.
Yeah, and that'll work to some extent. Yeah, but you'll eventually.
Yeah, so if you can invert that to the mechanisms of the heavens above, and there's waters above, and you are the fish in the waters, right? In this medium that we're in, or you're the person in this medium, and you're looking from this medium to the other medium, on all of the mechanisms in place for those luminaries above, right? And you can see this light going across the sky and do a circle around it from your position. So you cannot deny the possibility that that phenomena can happen and can be observed. And you don't necessarily have to say it is because the ground it's spinning and curving. That is not
So we can
the
test that,
cause
right?
of the effect. That is the ground spinning and curving is not the cause of the effect phenomena that is being observed, the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, so we'd be looking for something above us with a refractive index similar to water or glass, right? In that situation, and the evidence for how that would look over the entire surface of the Earth, you'll get a different view of things altogether. So you can't. I'm just trying to think.
But you're trying to determine
it's pretty tough to think of a glass dome that will actually.
You're trying to say that the sun has a certain mechanism and a certain limitations, and certain thing cannot happen based on your pre-assumptions of what the sun is and how it works and the mechanisms that operates it, and the mediums between you and us and the source of the sun and the sun itself.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't line with our understanding of physics that somebody can have the sun appear. So, like right now, the sun for me is in high in the sky in the south. Sorry, in the northeast. While in Antarctica, it's very low in the sky, and they will be, looking in a different direction. The whole path of the light. If you can come up with a feasible dome that can manage the path of the light to satisfy everything for everybody at once, then excellent. But I don't think it's possible. And the other thing is then
you don't think it's possible that the light can be observed from across a plane and doing a circle.
No. It can't be observed to do that and do everything else that it's observed to do all at once, is what I'm saying. The glass dome over a flat plane model.
You cannot conceive the mechanisms of the heavens above, and how will that work, since you're discarding the possibilities and just creating some other idea.
Yeah, so I
saying
discard it for a couple of reasons,
that has
right?
to be.
So I discard it for a couple of reasons. One is because I have confidence that our measurements of the Earth are correct, and that space is not fake, and that we can put things into space, we can put things into orbit, we can verify they're there. We've measured the surface of the Earth. There's no doubt about that.
That is not curving, right? Because
no, it's curving.
You know about the infrared across the Atlantic Ocean, right? And you replied to it, and there is no curvature across the waters. So you already know that it's not curving as a globe.
There's no curvature across the waters. Wait, what?
I think you're misinterpreting that information, James.
No, I think you are.
Interesting.
That's exactly what you're doing every single time. Where's the curving at?
Jimsy, can you look in side chat and interpret that as a toroidal planetary system created by interferometer interference? It's actually flat, but the gravitational lensing causes it to be 3D. You know, the Eagles 33, haha, symmetry breaking, all that stuff.
You're saying that.
Need me to explain it?
Can you explain it? You're
sure.
claiming it.
A galaxy, right?
What's that? What is a galaxy?
A galaxy is a toroidal whip caused by a black hole. Correct?
Can you work one?
Can you make one in a lab?
Can you make one in a lab? I have an article. Yeah, you could do that. Fluid dynamics.
You make a galaxy in a lab?
You can
Do you need a
simulate-
container for that?
Dynamics, buddy.
Yeah.
Do you need a container to make it in the lab?
Oh, I'm sorry. We already know. Well, they already claim that the galaxy has a shell, a gravitational shell from the astrophysical jet whipped up on the top and bottom,
It's a turtle?
curling back around into the accretion disk and entering into the ergosphere. So the container.
It doesn't sound like you're qualified to speak about galaxies, because if you haven't figured that the ground on the Earth and the ground that you're standing on and the waters across are not curving, and you haven't figured that out yet, how are you going to be talking about imaginary galaxies?
Bro, you have an AI profile picture.
That's not an AI profile picture.
Why is the
That's pretty
separation
AI
of
to
water
me.
so hard to measure curving, you guys, from a horizontal? Just present us your aquariums that are off.
Horizon of anything.
Just show us how many aquariums you got to line up, and then point out the one that's not right, left to right, the one that differs. What the fuck are we waiting on, boys?
Yeah, in the lab that you're saying that you're gonna do this galaxy thing, that lab is in a horizontal frame of reference, and it's motionless.
Oh, it is?
You're gonna claim it's not?
I just gave you one in the side chat. Would you like me to go on with this wonderful lab?
The lab is not horizontally placed, and it's actually moving, spinning.
Excellent. Not horizontal.
Oh, look, it is horizontal. Look
No,
at the
it's
water.
vertical. The vertical. See the top? Just like a galaxy. Yeah.
Vertical is perpendicular to
like that,
horizontal, isn't it?
No, the horizontal is on the accretion plane. You see the black arm coming out right at the median of the... Yeah, they can do an accretion flow.
That green line, line,
the black.
That water level
right there,
that is
right
in
there,
that
bro.
is in the structure, the building that is in the first brick that they put to build that structure, they had to establish a water level, right? A horizontal.
Oh, let's do... Scroll up in the lab.
For that water to be inside that tank and not go to the floor and do splash, right?
Use
If it
turbulent
was
flow.
tilted.
Use vortex collisions. You see her right there, even showing it to the class?
A screen on a computer. So was
there's
the
a video.
floor? Was
Would
the
you like a
floor-
video of the
was
flow?
was the floor in the lab set up as a level or curve level?
You're missing how these things function. You basically create this.
Yeah, the plate that experiment is on is from level, not curved.
You can create curvature. Do you see the Casimir gravitational lensing right there at the throat of the little dip?
Yeah,
and then you have volume there.
That whole liquid that's down below there is all level, right?
No.
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 Where's the curve?
Okay, so you're missing how they did this. They're using lasers, right? And it shoots the pattern down. So any distortion in the surface, right, you see right there. Yeah. Vortex creates this Casimir effect, just like on our accretion plane of the galaxy we live in. Planets do the same thing. Yeah, let me get a planet.
You haven't figured that water is level and horizontal, and you think you can explain galaxies and black holes?
Right. This is how you create a planet.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
What
You
happens
understand
if-
now
what
how
happen-
you
what
create a
happens if
planet
you-
with crystals and flows and accretions and vortices eventually?
What's that got to do with water and dirt?
You can do this in a lab. They've done it.
Can you
They've already
measure
proven it.
water and dirt? Measure water and dirt?
Yeah, so how they design dams, how they design little concrete things to prevent like floods and
water
stuff. They
flows,
literally use
you can
fluid
have a-
dynamics in labs just like this. Yeah.
Water flows, you can have a vortex, but the thing is that doesn't mean that you're standing on a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space.
That's the
Well,
opposite. Yeah.
this is how you do this wonderful container thing without using a container. You can use
container.
vortex flows. Yeah.
Container without a container?
With no container, you can use a container. Is that what you said?
He said a container without a container.
Yeah, I know. I love that shit. He said, "Look at the milk jug without a balloon."
So they brought in the containerless container with a container.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do container rigidity level 0 to 100. Which number do you want to play with?
We
All
want
of
a
them at the same time?
vacuum with air balls and water balls in there, not evaporating or disappearing.
Yeah, pick a number.
Keep 14 psi in there in the center.
We'll start with level.
So you're going to have a container with
Everything you need to make a little globe. Yeah, we'll need all that. Don't separate it from itself.
So all I need is a non-zero rigidity.
No, you need reality to back your claim somehow. Goofy.
So if I lessen the rigidity, it just spreads out.
Nobody knows what you're talking about. Rigidity of no vacuum chamber with no air in it. Cool.
Can you stop interrupting him? That would be great.
Could you start demonstrating for him?
And it kind of just gets nothing. All right, excellent. All right, so you can just use liquids to model the universe at large. God bless.
Right,
water
so
is
they're
all
all
you need.
flat. So it's all horizontal. The water's all horizontal in every circumstance.
Thing is, when you don't want to decide on anything, which you guys never really define, like I can't even hold you to a piece of paper, bro.
You can't hold Brian Cox telling you the universe is
So
flat.
what I could do is take that sheet of paper and draw what I think, and if it works to the highest levels, then my model is the highest model.
Brian Cox prove it it's flat?
Anything you list.
Listen, you show in a lab a container, water, horizontal level, all of these things that we know of. And then you're saying that this stuff
Would
is
you like
the
to see it in
cartoon that
rocket
you-
physics?
Listen, but then you said that this stuff is the cartoon of the galaxy that you posted. The cartoon and the thing in the lab are not the same thing.
Would you want me to make this like a rocket engine? Do you think I can make this like a rocket engine real quick?
The thing in the container and in the water, in the horizontal frame of reference, where is that in the
Beautiful
cartoon?
rocket. What? Oh, it's in the rocket right there. It's the same dynamics. Would you like me to explain how you get rings on the edge of a rocket blast like that?
The water in the container, the liquid.
The condensed
Are we
rings.
gonna move on from that?
Yeah, the condensed rings. Do you see it in the rocket plume right there?
Yeah, rockets go up and then
How
down.
do you do that? How do
There's
you
no
put
issues with
that?
that?
Yeah, how do you put that pattern inside like a rocket plume that's pushing a certain way? How do you do this?
With a container and gas pressure.
There's no.
Yeah, we know
Look,
that.
there's
you
just
need
open
a
air.
container, pressure. And
Well,
to have that.
Sorry. The
It
rocket engine
won't
has
be
a certain design to
impossible
produce it.
workable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it requires a container. Thank you.
What's the container?
Oh, are you guys saying there's like a little hologram engine underneath Earth? Would you like me to put Earth in that picture right there? And show everybody
You
what
just
guys
moved on beyond level water. Now you're going to gas pressure within a container, the rocket engine.
He hasn't
So
figured
we're-
out
we're back-
water level yet.
Yeah, we're back on where water level is where we left off, and you tried to bypass that. So let's go back to level water.
All right, guys, I got the control sticks to Earth right now. I'm an alien. Where do you want your water level? We can get the game going.
No,
You're
just
an alien? You mean like a Mexican?
No, like a creator of you.
Race baiting?
So if you look in the side chat, where would you
Well,
like the water
aliens-
level?
aliens
So we
are
can begin this
foreigners.
game of creating Earth. I'm going to do it right
Aliens
now. in front
are
of
people from other lands.
you. Yeah, I'm not from here.
Just
What would you
show
like
us-
to do with the picture in side chat? I can create
Just-
your Earth right now.
Just make it simple. Just show us curving water anywhere in nature, not in a lab. Out
You
in
see,
nature.
he posted. Hey, Sonny, he posted the sphere. Can you show us the liquid on the outside of that sphere while the sphere is spinning and
Yeah.
in the air?
Yeah, I got a flat Earth. Would you like me to integrate the two?
You got a flat Earth.
Oh my god.
Yeah, put it in side chat. Yeah.
This is amazing.
That's
You
that's
like
paper.
this, don't you?
That's not
This is
Earth.
amazing. This is not
Earth.
like honestly,
Yeah,
we're
you like this, yeah.
You
So-
think,
This is
you think
incredible.
you're
This is
standing on
great.
that thing?
Thank
Where,
you.
where are
Thank
you?
you,
Where are
sir.
you standing on that thing? You say you got it. You mean you holding it? In
I'm
your
an
hand?
alien. I'm above it. Like I said, I created this, so I'm going to show you how I did it. If you
above
get
the
things
horizontal plane. Okay, we got you. You're above the horizontal plane. Got it.
right. So where are you? Would you like me to show you?
We're all above the horizontal plane. No one's below it or on the side of it.
Unless you're dead.
And you don't have an example of water.
Is that you right there?
You don't have
In the
any
grand scheme
example
of things?
You don't have any example of water curving in nature.
Okay, is this you in the diagram? Is this accurate?
Yeah,
to draw
just
your
go ahead
stance?
and avoid that. Just go ahead and avoid
I'm
that
gonna work you,
primary.
bro. I'm gonna work you.
Nigger, hawk, nigger, hawk.
Yeah, nobody cares, nigger. Nobody fucking cares.
Hey, it's okay if you
That guy. Okay,
Oh, hey, bro.
Guys,
Hey,
not
hey,
two at a time.
Money on the plane. You're definitely white, bro.
Hey,
I
y'all
just
chill out.
tell.
Chill out of here, bro. Like,
he was
deadass,
bringing
chill
up
out
his
of here.
daddy issues. He got it out. Now let's continue. Go ahead,
I
guys.
seriously can show you how I created you. If you would like to do this, I gave you your flat Earth map, and I can wrap it around in that wonderful device you see up there and create you right now. Would you like me to show
Bro,
you?
do you think that when you draw a cartoon of you, you
I'm
think
going to show you
are
it in
the
motion.
cartoon?
No, I'm going to show you it in motion. I'm above it. So you're in the cartoon, and I'm above you.
So when you see a cartoon of Earth, you think that you are in that cartoon.
No, when I see a
Yeah,
holographic
cartoon to
projection, holographic projection is a holographic projection, if that's causally what it is, right?
And you think that you are the cartoon?
I think you are.
So if you draw a cartoon of yourself and you don't have a mustache, but you draw a mustache,
you want me to show you where I
you
am?
think you have a mustache?
Do you want me to show you where I am?
Cartoon needs to be more lifelike. Just draw a mustache in the cartoon.
Now you have a mustache because you drew a mustache in the cartoon.
Hold on. The galaxy. Wait, do you agree? Oh, you don't.
This is not like an agree or disagree genera. Water is not curving on the outside of a
You're a
spinning ball.
cartoon in there. I'm above you, causally speaking, in the same area. I can zoom in too, right? And you're in a lower area of it. That's why I can see your whole
Look,
existence.
I'll show you an infrared across the Atlantic Ocean, not a cartoon, an infrared of 1,120 kilometers of water.
Beautiful. That
across
looks
the
like a
Atlantic
picture
Ocean.
I have ready. I'm going to zoom in for you as well. Right? Would you like me to show you on Earth?
That is LiDAR.
Got a really
Know
good
what
system.
LiDAR?
I do
Yeah?
know what LiDAR is. Yeah.
Across the Atlantic Ocean, and then you can see a horizontal line, right? Horizontal, the horizon. It has zero slope, not curving, and you are claiming that this is curving because you saw it in a cartoon.
Well, there's a certain feature on any horizon plane, equatorial plane of any gravitational body. It's really subtle. I already posted a hint in side chat, and Quetz understands the 777. I could definitely explain that to you right now to help you understand the horizon that you don't.
And you think you can explain
Quartz
this
is
stuff?
yeah, Quartz is scared. Yeah, I could explain everything.
What is this rate change slope of a horizontal line?
So do you know what happens on the equatorial plane or horizon? The two things meet.
Horizon, not curving.
No. When you decide.
No. Yeah, exactly. Not the horizontal line has zero slope.
I tried to let you talk freely. I'm going to try to explain it, but you can't keep cutting me off. All right? Okay. So
explain. If I want explanations, I could go to the crazy
I'm
guy at the corner
I'm
and ask for
explaining myself
explanations.
so that you can make a fool of me. Would you like me to give you this opportunity?
No, I don't want explanations. I want a demonstration of water on the outside of a spinning ball next to a vacuum.
On Discord.
Water on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Remember the spinning water ball that you're trying to claim that the water is attached to, and the air pressure, the gas pressure around it? You're claiming that. Can you demonstrate it?
Wait, why are you trying to hold me to an edge case scenario, which literally is the edge of existence, causally speaking? You want
Because
me to tell
I'm
you
trying
what?
to
Wait, I'm
bring you
sorry.
back- listen, I'm
Stop. I never made any claims there.
Why?
I never made any claims there.
The reason why is because I'm trying to bring you back to the ABCs that you haven't
You
figured
don't go
out
to
yet.
the shell of something. You go to the root. Nice try, buddy.
you went to bro. Your first argument says you're making claims about black holes and galaxies, and you still don't know what.
And you couldn't handle any of that. So if we're gonna get to the basics, let's start with the root, not the shell.
Get it. You think you get
Demonstrate
it?
I don't. Demonstrate I don't to the crowd with your big brain and words. Demonstrate it, right?
Because you saw a cartoon and you added imaginary stories to it.
Are you gonna block me out with words? Because this is easy for me to just be quiet then.
Bro, water level, which is realist level stuff, right? Reality.
Who put the water in the container, homeboy? Like, who put the water in it?
Exactly.
You want to play games with water? Who put the water there? Start with the basics.
That it lays horizontal.
Wait, who created all? What? Let's start with the basics. You want to play basics? Let's go all the way back to the beginning of creation. Who put this here?
You tell us the alphabet without singing it. Can you start with that?
All right. You know what? You've been very useful.
What is going on?
He's playing word games because he knows he's going to get logically defeated.
I just want you to answer just answer a simple question, bro. Just
if you claim.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm literally not understanding where these guys are coming from, bro.
They're playing language
just stay
games.
on one subject at a time, please.
Exactly, one subject at a time.
This is
so
just
let's start on the ground.
impossible.
Can we let a third party decide what the root of this topic is, so you don't take bias and I don't?
It got so convoluted.
It's just hopscotch. You just like swish between.
He's really bad at it.
I know what that is.
Do you want a third party to pick a topic so we can't use our bias?
Yeah, let's talk about water.
Listen, let me pick the topic. Altitude. Great. Explain it.
Who, me?
No, not you.
Oh, why don't we pick up and down? Isn't that more simpler?
Yeah,
let's take a sheet of paper, right? It's the equatorial plane, like I said, and then above it is up and below it is down. This is how the language I use was very basic. Now, why don't you use the same language I just used when you run your mouth, Mr. Here you are, Jimsy? Since you want to do basics, use a fucking sheet of paper, buddy, up and down, above and below. When you explain yourself, so you got water, water on top of the sheet of paper. Is that what you want to rant about?
Yeah, water.
So you want to look at the edge of the what? What are you looking at? The edge of my goofy sheet of paper.
Is the paper on a table? Is the paper on a table?
No, I'm holding it in my hand. He's got the whole world in his hands. Yeah, I'm holding it. Yeah.
Are you standing on the floor? Are you standing on the floor?
Okay, I'm looking at my screen talking to you. I have an 8.5 by 11.
Are you sitting on a chair?
I'm holding it horizontal in my hands in the air. Yeah.
Okay, horizontal.
I'm God. I created you. Yeah. So I'm holding you right now. You're flat Earth. I'm holding your flat Earth that you subscribe to. What would you like to know about this?
You're standing on the ground.
You're standing on the ground. I'm above you. Remember?
Do you have any water cups around you?
Yeah, I do. I got a solo cup right here.
Okay. Do you see the surface of that water?
I can pour some in. Yeah, there's some water in it. Now, the sheet of paper, I'm sorry, the sheet of paper is still here. Don't you avoid putting your goofy self on this because you said you're on a flat Earth. So I'm going to take this wonderful solo cup, right, and put it on top of this 8.5 by 11, bro, right?
I'm trying to bring you back to the realist level.
No, you already agreed to the paper, bro. Are you trying to make this more complicated? You trying to make it more complicated?
Because you got to realize, though, that you are not a cartoon. You are not the cartoon yet. You're not.
You're the cartoon. I'm God. I created you. Remember? Don't get the things. Why are you just playing games with my example? I gave you the details. You agreed to it. Now you're just playing games with my fucking words. Are you adult or something? You retarded?
I'm gonna post the infrared again for you. Okay.
So you're just talking about infrared. You guys are just sitting in here lying to yourselves. This is disgusting.
He can't stay on one subject.
Yeah, he can't even use a piece of paper.
Bro, you just switch between subjects.
You can't even use a piece of paper and a fucking solo cup of water to explain your dumbass beliefs, dude. You're pathetic, dude. You're fucking pathetic.
Okay. So water level. Do you know what that is?
Your dumbass doesn't. I gave you the paper, the cup, and the water. What you want to do with it, homeboy?
So the water that you have over there
in the cup,
on top of the table,
on top of the paper that I'm holding, because I'm God, holding your goofy ass while you run your mouth. Yeah.
You know that water level that was used to establish a horizontal frame of reference, right? So you can
we don't use water to play the papers here, buddy. We don't use fucking water. The water sits on top of the paper.
You don't use.
It's called sea level, buddy. That's the water resting on the fucking
sea level, right? So I show you the infrared of the Atlantic Ocean.
My G, there's depth. Yeah, you showed me a stupid fucking picture above the ocean.
So you know what
What am I supposed to
happened
do with this? Yeah.
in the building that you're standing on, and you have that paper, right?
You're on
and
the
that
paper
table.
with your goofy
To
cup
be
on the
able
horizon, taking
to
pictures
establish
of my creation, yeah?
to be able to establish a horizontal, a water level was used. Stop interrupting, okay?
Why don't you try to act like you have a fucking brain?
That's what we're hoping you'll do one day, little
I'm
kid.
doing it through and through, right? Dancing
How about
circles
Demok?
while you goofy ass. Why don't you meet me halfway,
Hold
bro?
on. Hold on 1 second. Demok, since he can't answer it, you answer it for him.
How about if you can't suck
answer
real
what?
hard, maybe he can suck harder. Listen, we don't give a fuck about what you guys are talking about. You guys are half retarded, probably.
We know you don't.
Right now, what can you
I've never seen you
demonstrate,
guys
loser
so
with no
owned.
Okay,
IQ?
I don't know who we is, bitch, but I have my own person. You can speak for somebody
Low
else. You don't
IQ,
speak
bitch.
for me. I got.
Wow,
Shut
that's
up,
just
low
like
IQ.
you've just resigned. Like,
Yeah, no. The resigner is the people who can't demonstrate fuck all but cartoons. Without a computer cartoon, without a fucking cartoon in your hand, how do you demonstrate globe physics? No cartoons, no TV, no computer. Go.
you're not even arguing with it. So you're just
Yeah, so what's there to argue with if you don't have nothing to show? What am I debating? You're nothing?
you're not debating anything. You
Exactly.
You're
You
just
don't have
you're sat
anything.
here to
So maybe
argue.
you should bring somebody
insane.
that has something to that's worth debating.
I've never seen you guys so owned. That
I've
is.
never seen you touch a ball.
I'm not gonna
What are you
be real.
talking about? Globers are allergic to do ball physics in a lab, but they come in here and talk shit to us.
Bro, y'all should have heard what Demok was saying to me earlier, bro. It was insane.
What?
What was he saying?
He doesn't have
You're
a
missing
basis
the
for
V
his,
and the W?
He doesn't have a basis for any of his ideas. He's just talking. He's
just
literally
imagine sitting in
Yeah,
this
there's a
BC
guy that
all
came in
day.
here to prove a ball without a ball, you fucking idiots.
Right,
How
that
dumb
doesn't
can you
mean
fucking be?
It was
a ball
shit
with
like
a horizontal
that.
line?
Like this.
Let's
Like,
look at a
literally, he's not
horizontal
saying
horizon.
anything.
That's definitely got to be
You're
fucking circle,
literally
right,
not
guys?
saying anything. Say something. Say something.
Yeah,
of some sort.
horizontal, not curving. Elevation, not curving, retard. Our elevation does not drop below itself. Altitude does not drop below itself and stay the same, you fucking idiots. Go demonstrate where it does, retard. You, Bob, and Billy get together. You go 1 fucking foot high. You go 1 foot high below him. You go 1 foot high below him, retard, Bob.
Hey, bro,
And
it's
see how
okay.
you're at the same
Just
fucking
calm down.
arcing elevation.
Just calm down, bro. It's okay. Take a breather.
Yeah, we'll need
It's
to
okay.
make a find the center of the earth calculator for you retards
Hey,
to
calm
show when
down.
you're away
Calm
from
down,
the center
bro.
of the earth so
Calm
you
down.
retards
Calm
understand
down. Take a deep
you're
breath.
not going to
That's
increase in
hilarious.
elevation
Take a
going
Hey,
deep
bro,
breath.
let's
horizontal.
be real, bro. You wouldn't be saying any of this
Yeah,
to our face.
yeah, bitch, I would punch you in
In
your
person.
fucking mouth, you pussy ass bitch, and choke you out.
Wow.
Shut the
Wow.
fuck up, you retard motherfucker. I would
I'm scared, bro.
fuck
I'm
you all
scared.
day.
I'm
Oh,
scared of
God.
that one.
You fucking
Inciting
retard bitch.
violence?
You be laying in a
Inciting violence? Yeah. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
bro, that's wild.
That's a ban right there. That's a ban.
I'm not gonna lie. It's like if you can't.
Oh God. It's just like when you get debunked, you have to go immediately to like, oh yeah.
Yikes. Bro, what the hell? Who's muting everybody?
It's my manager.
Well, let me speak with him.
Yeah, sure. Once again. Hey, boss.
Anybody want to have a conversation 1-to-1? Let's see who wants to speak. Let's see.
You guys are having a good time in here.
Let's have.
So we know that the anarchic sun is a real thing now, right?
What is it? Demok and Steve. What is it, Steve?
Steve, yeah, that's Steve.
Go ahead, Steve. Talk to Demok.
Steve's.
It's Steve's been being a cheerleader for the other guys, so he can now play the game. Go ahead, Steve.
What up, Steve?
Wait, sorry, what's going on? Oh, sorry, yeah, my name's Steve. Yeah, was it?
Yeah, what's up? What are we working with? What kind of spherical evidence, or like, what do you bringing to the table here?
Oh no. Let me make this clear. Like, I'm not. Oh no, I'm on your guys' side. I'm a flat universal though. Like, you know, the universe. It's just like, right. Hear me out, yeah. So, what if, like, height? That's just perception, right? Hear me out, right? You haven't actually got any evidence for that
speculation. We got a day for speculation. It's called Speculation Sunday. And then today's not Speculation Sunday. I mean, I don't know if Gen Z wants you to do that or not. I mean, but what I'm saying is the universe.
I don't know, Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z, mate. Gen Z. All right. Jim. Yeah, like Gen Z. They just suck, bro. Gen Z.
Jim, not Gen.
Yo, was it Gyms?
Yeah, Gyms. Yes, Jim Z.
What's Gyms? Jim Z. Jim Z. Who's Jim?
It's a good person. All I'm saying is, what do you have to bring if you're not a globe component? Like, what is your point?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not a globe component. That's what I'm saying. I'm
okay, I wouldn't speak up for him then, because you're probably not going to be right. Because you know, a globe physics can't be flat physics.
Yeah. I agree, bro. Completely. 100%.
Okay, got you. Just want to make sure. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
You might learn some stuff from me or these other flat earthers.
Yeah. Why don't you teach me? Yeah. Teach me. Teach me about your ways.
Don't make any stupid claims.
No. Wait, hold on. Wait. Like, just share your screen and just like teach me your ways. Like, I want to get more into
teaching you right now. You know? Write this down.
I'm teaching. I told you my theory about the flat universe.
Brother, you're not. What? I can't have a one-on-one with any of you guys. You won't stop talking for 3 seconds.
My bad. I'll just mute my mic.
Don't make claims that you can't represent, reproduce, or demonstrate in any type of lab setting with 3D physical material. Computers don't work. TV screens and cartoons. We're throwing that shit out, man. Math, that might as well be fucking garbage, like a big pile of turds. So yeah, just make no claims and then have the people present their claim. And if you do make a claim, stand on that shit. Flat Earth 101.
Wait, so you want me to stand on the flat Earth?
Yeah, stand on the flat Earth, or fly on the flat air, or float on the flat water. Whatever one you want to do, brother.
So, to
prove, you know, the Earth isn't the universe, the thing you call the universe. It's probably the Earth, since you're not going nowhere else, right? It's the only place we exist on.
Well, I mean,
you exist anywhere else on Earth?
No, I'm on Earth.
So. All of us exist on Earth, right? Even the couple guys said they went up in the air and jumped real high, fell right back down to the dirt, right? And said they ain't go nowhere. And even all the space people say they can't go nowhere, but high altitude, whatever the fuck that means, bird height or double or triple. I guess that.
When do they say that?
When does who say it? The people that can't go to the moon or do anything no more, get no picture. The people that lost all the telemetry data and can't get up in the air no more.
Can you just listen to what I'm saying? When did the space people say that they could only go to high altitudes?
I don't know. When have you seen space people go to space? What's space? I see there's air. I've never seen space before.
Oh, so we're talking about how space doesn't exist.
No, where does it exist for you? Point to what forest I can go find space in.
By far and away worse than any guest I've ever had.
What? Whoa, okay.
There's air around us, and there's water, and there's dirt, brother.
So yeah,
space word.
So you don't believe in space?
Apparently you do. Apparently it's a belief. That's all it has to be, right? It's your belief. I'm glad for you. You have Narnia and spaghetti monsters. Well, you're good to go with your belief, right? Convince yourself of your belief, I guess.
Yep.
I can't convince you of your belief, and I don't know what the hell that is. I can't jump in your brain, so I'm not going to go there.
No. That's all good. Some good stuff.
Right. Just pay attention to horizontal, you know. Elevation follows it, right? If you go horizontal that way to the horizon, you will never be able to increase in elevation. If you were on a ball That would have to happen every fucking direction you left from. Not just up, only up away from horizontal Earth. You understand that? You gotta understand that.
Oh, what are you talking about? I can't lie, I'm like half asleep. Like, what is this?
Okay, well, next. Sorry for interrupting you. Go back and take a nap.
Say what you said again.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even listening.
Increase. We don't want to hear about your nap. We can't increase elevation horizontally. Going north, south, east, or west on a ball from a ball, the top of a ball. If you go forward that way, you increase.
Oh, sorry. Okay, right.
Yeah. Now,
so you
on
can't
this earth
increase
that we live on,
elevation horizontally. Yeah, but if it's
the
an
only way we
incline,
can- yes, it's up. We go
if you
up.
walk on a ramp, what happens? Do you increase elevation? Yeah, you do.
No, we want to walk down and increase in elevation for a ball, you dumb shit.
Okay,
We're
if
on
you
the
walk
top
down
of
a
it.
ramp, what happens?
Yeah, you fucking retard. Nothing. You go down. You don't stay same elevation. We want to walk down around the ball and stay at the same
straight line.
radius away from the center part. It would be an arc straight line that wouldn't deviate from its elevation. That means 1 inch high can be above and below itself. It's funny, I know. Stop laughing and being sad because I'm proving out the globe is wrong, flat earther. You need to just shut up and learn.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. My bad.
Yeah, that made no sense. So the elevation doesn't increase going down. You can't go down to go up.
Shut up and
Can you
learn.
go down to go up, Glober?
What?
Who can go down to
Glober.
go? I'm not talking to you, flat earther. What Glober can go down to go up?
What globe
Tell us
can
where
go
you do
down
that.
to go up?
And apparently, rockets have to go down to go up around Earth and fall around it. Apparently, they have to drop around Earth. Have you ever heard that before? The dropsies.
What? No.
Yeah, they drop a rocket, they shoot it up, and it drops down past some magic curve that doesn't exist for anybody, nobody can see or look to. And the rocket supposedly goes down past your feet, down under you, back around you, back up, and then to the back of your head, and then over your fucking head to the moon. That's supposed to be rocket data telemetry to the moon. Slingshot. They call it the slingshot.
The slingshot?
Yeah.
Who calls it a slingshot?
NASA.
NASA
Warren
was-
Von Braun. the
Got
father of
it.
rocketry.
Wait. So what he's trying to explain is when you launch a rocket all the way into orbit, right?
Oh.
And then you leave orbit, and then you use another planet to slingshot yourself to another planet.
No, you don't do that. No, that's not
Yeah,
what I said.
slingshotting
they
is.
drop it.
That's what slingshot. I'll
drop
Google it right now. I'll Google it right now.
Yeah, you better learn something stupid. They
Google
drop
it.
it straight from Earth. They drop it from Earth. It goes down from Cape Canaveral. That's where they shot it from. And then it
from
went
Earth.
up in the air
They
past
dropped it.
Walt Disney's house.
Wait.
Then it went
Can
straight
you
down.
turn on your camera and use Paint on your computer
You
and show
don't
me?
need, brother. Paint's not going to show you how rockets fly.
No, I mean, like they drop it. Like they drop. There's a fucking 1,000,000-pound rocket, and they just
No,
before they
it's not dropping
they drop
anywhere.
it.
Nobody's dropping below the Earth. That's what I'm pointing out to you, retard. You would have to prove that it's doing that. You would have to be able to do that with the little rock.
drop
Don't
it.
drop
you
a little
said
rock past the Earth
slingshot.
curve.
Bro. I'm gonna mute
Bro,
myself.
what are you waiting on?
I'm gonna
Just
keep laughing.
drop a
at you.
rock. Bro, don't
Yeah,
come in here just
I
talking
just
to yourself,
dropped the
talking
brush.
over me,
Now
saying
what?
nonsense.
It's supposed
You're
to take
fucking
off
schizophrenic.
and slingshot around the moon and go.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing that is going to happen before you go on, Demok, apologies. Groblin Cloud, can you please turn your camera off as it limits our room capacity? That would be awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers, man.
Anyway, the rocket's supposed to get dropped. I just want to see if any human can see in front of them anywhere about 10 foot where the earth water stops and the earth dirt stops horizontally, and they can see something go in front of them with no dirt and water under it. Can we see that spot? Can any Glober get up some person?
By the way, the moderators aren't going to give me video abilities if I'm not allowed to use it in here. So no, I won't. What limits this room is how dumb it is.
Yeah, what limits you is the ability to not increase in elevation going that way to the horizon.
I'm going to mute
Just
myself.
go get some of that information How do we increase elevation and keep it up, boys? That's all I want to find out for the ball.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
Yeah, dig a hole and show us how you're going to increase in elevation.
Okay, well, we can't increase horizontally because horizontally is based off of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, no shit. That's how you would increase. The Earth would fall away from you, presenting itself as a fucking sphere away from your horizontal line, gradually, exponentially squared. And then you would be way the fuck out in space and way increased in elevation, just going in a fucking horizontal line past your horizon. Don't be so kooky. You want to get a ball and put a ruler on it and show everybody what I'm talking about?
I'm asking a clarifying question. Please don't insult me.
Yeah, take a ruler, put it on a ball. That clarifies. That's horizontal, away from the ball. It's going to increase in elevation.
I'm asking the question. Can you
A
please
cube
wait?
increases in elevation off of a sphere in every direction. Go ahead.
Can you please wait?
Can you shut the fuck up while I'm answering you? Real quick, shut up. Don't talk over me for 3 seconds if you know how to do that.
Well, you're talking over him all this way. Okay, hold on a second.
So don't talk over me for 3 seconds. Can you shut up?
You're just
in every direction. The corners fly away.
It's actually frustrating.
This guy is actually not smart. Anyway,
fucking cube. Put on top of a sphere. The corners go and increase in elevation. Do you understand? You understand this point?
I'm trying to answer your question, bro.
No, there's no question here. It's do you understand the point?
I'm trying to answer your question.
It's not a question, you retard.
You just asked a question and then kept talking.
I'm saying, do you understand how a cube and a sphere work? It's not a fucking question like that.
I'm not
do you just understand the two differentials? They are not the same.
Okay, the question, do you understand how a sphere and a cube work, is a question by definition.
A cube
so
goes
that's
and
not even
increases
true.
in elevation in all directions. Every corner increases in elevation away from the sphere. In all, like north, south, east, and west. Now, you as a little human, imagine you're on that ball. How do we increase in elevation any way but up? You guys surely can't fucking listen and talk to people while you're all talking over each other. You guys got to be the dumbest bunch of motherfuckers I ever talked to.
Bro, you would shut up.
It's like a class of 30 dudes talking over each other. Man, teach us something, teacher.
Tell me how gravity works. Why aren't you floating off into the space? Why are you heading in the firmament?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to show me what gravity means and how it holds spheres of air into fucking.
How is it? Yeah. How does gravity not exist, mate? I want to know, like, how does an object in the air experience force?
Question collage I've been hit with. Look, the question collage has entered the room.
I literally
can't. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you hitting your head at the top of the firmament right now?
Does it make any sense? Is it going to prove a ball?
Why aren't you hitting
your question is going to prove a ball,
right now?
Demonstrate it.
You're going to talk over me?
All we need, brother, you're not saying shit. Stop talking over everybody else. You clowns come in here.
Thank you, whoever did that.
Bro, can he stay muted? He's so loud.
Dude, you can't tell me he wasn't rapping Rap God there for a second.
It's like 8,000 words.
I mean, there's no way, right?
Like, that has got to be a troll. There's no way.
It was the Flat Earth Rap God remix.
Welcome to the democracy. You get used to him after a while. But how about if you don't want him to do that? 6 of you don't ask stupid questions at the same time. 1 question, 1 answer.
No. No. That's not what happened. He asked a question, asked someone to answer. I went to answer, and he kept talking.
Well, anyways, I don't really care.
I saw it happen. I mean, it was quite clear that he was just not willing to like listen to what anyone said. He just wanted to just like rant, like straight up.
The answer to his question is gravity pulls down. That's the answer to his question.
Gravity pulls down. You don't even know what gravity is.
Oh my god!
If there's a force that's acting downwards when an object is on Earth, then there's probably gravity because gravity is the force, isn't it?
So now it's probably gravity.
No, okay, there is gravity. I was just being facetious. There is gravity. There you go.
Awesome. So what's the causational mechanism of gravity?
What's the causational mechanism of gravity? Earth's mass, I suppose.
Oh yeah. So didn't Einstein supersede that about 109 years ago?
What I'm asking you is how can I hold an object, yeah, Drop
With your
it.
hand. You can
How
just
can I?
let go. Yep.
Yeah, let it go, and it hits the floor. Why?
That's what I'm
Because
asking.
the force
you.
acts
What's
on
the
it. Yeah,
causational mechanism of gravity?
there's a force acting on it.
So what's the force acting on it?
W equals mg. Mass
W
times
equals
gravitational
mg.
field strength, which is 9.81.
Okay, so what's gravity then?
9.81.
No, that's the average rate that things go down. We know things go down. We witness it every day. Check this out.
So how do you explain that?
Listen. See? Things go down. We know that. We want to know.
I'm asking how do you explain gravity? I'm asking how do you explain gravity?
That's what I'm asking you. Don't you fucking listen. We know things go down. Nobody's disputing that. Any idiot can walk outside and drop a rock. Congratulations, you're a scientist. What we would like to know is
loud and insulting.
the causational mechanism for the down.
Bro, I give up on this.
Mass. He said it twice. Mass. The mass of the Earth. He said it twice.
So the mass of the Earth causes things to go down. And obviously you didn't listen to anything that Einstein's done over the last, I don't know, about 109 years ago.
Hey, listen, let me...
Mass
first of
attracting
all,
mass
hold on.
was superseded by what? Come on, guys. History lesson here.
Can I ask you a clarifying question about what you're saying, please? Calmly,
Part of superseded, don't you understand?
can I calmly ask you a question?
Hold on, I've got to turn you up, bro. You're pretty quiet.
I'm going to calmly ask you a question. When you
So,
take a...
by calmly, you're now talking
Oh, my
even fucking quieter. Turn your volume up, man.
I can't turn... Okay, can you hear me? It's hard to hear me when you're talking. It's hard to hear me when you're talking. Like, really hard to hear me.
I'll tell you something now. I've got you at 200%, and you are getting quieter. You're getting further away from your
He's
microphone.
perfectly audible for me.
Yeah, I don't...
Yeah, I can hear.
What's going on then?
Okay, so 3 people can hear me.
Like, it sounds like it's your issue, mate. All right?
Yeah, it
Can you
sounds
shut
like
up?
you. Thank you.
There we go. Apologies. All good. He's back.
Thank you.
Something
Thank you. Thank you. So when you take a feather and it doesn't hit the ground at the same rate as a brick, how do you explain that?
When I take a feather and it doesn't hit the ground at the same rate as a brick. So we're assuming there's no other anything's interfering with that feather or the brick. Like, I don't know, air?
Air resistance. Right.
Yeah.
And why is the why is this so, affected by air resistance? For what reason?
Probably because it has some kind of density. And the
The air gets less dense as you go up, yeah? The air gets less dense as you go up. So if the air was acting on the object alone, then it'd be buoyancy, then the object would rise.
Excellent. So what you're saying is gravity is just relative density compared to buoyancy. That's awesome. Thanks for doing
No, I just said I just said it was buoyancy, and if it was buoyancy, then the object would rise into the sky because air is less
Why would
dense.
it rise into the sky?
Because I was saying, because air is less dense below than it is above. And buoyancy is where an object goes from a less dense area to from a higher density area to a lower density area.
Say like water to air. Like a ping pong ball would float on the water but not fly up in the air. That's awesome, yeah. So?
Yep.
You still don't know what the causational mechanism of gravity is.
He just answered his own question and he doesn't.
Listen here, guys. You all come in here stroking your cocks about, gravity proves this. They do not know, science today does not know what the causational mechanism of this downward thing is. We know stuff goes down. No one can deny it. We all agree with it. There's not a flat earther that won't say shit doesn't go down. We know it does.
It's not really down.
Why it happens, though, science today can't answer. You had Newton with his mathematical mass-attracting mass.
called gravity.
You had Einstein with his relativity, his bending and warping of space-time, both of which were just mathematical constructs to describe it. That's it. There's nothing in that can prove what it actually is.
It's called gravity.
So gravity is now going to describe gravity. This is getting worse.
Gravity is a description in itself. What are you talking about?
So gravity is the effect. Things go down. We know that. So what's the cause?
Well, that you're asking a backwards question because the question that
That's
he
not a
asked
backwards
was-
question. You
Oh,
claimed
my goodness.
that gravity is the effect. Okay, I agree with that. That's not a problem. It's just a word. You could call it pink elephant for all I care. Gravity's the effect. So what's the cause?
Okay, so I'm going to retract the conversation for you because you're not tracking. He
No.
asked,
It's you that doesn't
why-
understand.
Oh my goodness. Oh
And
wow.
if you were tracking, i.e.
Wow.
listening, you would have heard
Wow.
that you live on this gravity that you claim is a mathematical construct, nothing more. Science
just
today does not
so you're
know
wrong.
what the causational mechanism is. So anything you
So you
say now
under-
is just pure speculation.
So you understand what a mathematical construct is, but can't understand why the map is flat and the Earth isn't. That's
So
crazy.
why the what is flat and the earth isn't? I missed what that word was.
I think everybody heard me. The map is
The
flat.
map.
So you understand what a
Why maps
mathematical
are flat? It's because they're convenient to fold up. That's why they're flat. On a bit of paper, fold them up, stick them in your glove compartment, drive on. Be
Is this
fucking
guy
annoying
just
carrying a
loud?
great big ball around in your
I don't
car just to
understand.
drive across the United States.
No one does that though. They all use their phone.
Well, that's just because of technology. Whoop-de-doo.
You're still not making any sense though.
You're the one that is not thinking critically, my friend.
No, you.
So, the problem you lot have got, it doesn't matter what claims you come in here and make, none of you have got any proof of measurable curvature. You've got all these other bullshit. Oh, but
And now we've changed the subject. We've changed the subject, guys.
but gravity, but this,
It's about curvature
but that,
now.
but you still don't have any proof of curvature, which I would consider a major,
Just
major
jumping
thing.
around is hopscotch. Just hopscotch. Just jump to the next topic.
How old are you, Thumbs?
Hopscotch all over you, done. So, all the claims he's come and make with gravity and moon and rockets and all this other bullshit,
No one
still
said anything
no
about any of
measurable curvature. One thing, that's all we want, and we'll all pack up and go home. There'd be no
Bro.
more flat Earth sites. Do you understand that? Get measurable proof of curvature, and it's game over for everyone. You can go to another room and talk about religion and shit.
True.
Flat Earth is a religion.
No, it's not.
Where do you come from, Matrix?
I thought my accent might have given it away.
So it does. I haven't seen you on here
China.
before.
I'm going to say China, just for something different.
I haven't seen you on here before.
You haven't seen me in here before.
Mm-mm.
You saying China proves that flat answers can't answer a straight question.
What did I say before that, dumbass? I thought my accent would have given it away.
Once again, can't answer a straight question.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we can help you. Once again, dumbass that doesn't listen. So I am not. How come you have not have seen me in here before?
I don't know. You sound a little bit like T-Dubs.
Yeah, we get that. Apparently, myself and T-Dub have never spoken at the same time.
Boy. Sounds like a conspiracy, mate.
So have you got any proof of curvature?
I'll let you know when I find somebody.
We have tons.
You've got tons, Captain America.
Oh, that's just so loud.
Yeah, where is it?
Sorry.
$250.
Hey, Captain America, did you see I have tons of evidence?
Yeah.
Good thing we're not after tons, we're after just one.
Okay. It's fortunate for me then, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
Be easy to find.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and play my game. Okay.
Huh? Show us this tons of evidence. How about just one, actually?
Oh, I did that already.
You
No,
did
you haven't.
already.
Stop being a douche. You claimed you got tons of
That's
evidence.
still really loud.
Just bring out one little bit of it.
No, thanks.
Yep.
Like we thought. Nothing.
Okay.
Hey Matrix, would you agree that we can measure a picture of a basketball, or the curvature of the basketball picture? Picture of a basketball.
Bro, can you say that again in English?
Yeah. Sorry. Would you agree that we can measure the curvature of a basketball?
That you can measure the curvature of a basketball, yeah.
Okay. And then you would agree if we took a picture of that basketball, then we can still consistently measure that curvature?
You can measure curvature on anything that's got curvature. So what you're trying to claim is, if I get a fake picture from a violation of natural law area, then you're going to use that to measure curvature, then no.
Well, how about we let me make a claim first?
Well, I'm trying to save you the embarrassment, son.
So then, what would be the issue with, like, a satellite image?
What would be the issue of a satellite image? Well, the fact that your image is taken from a space that doesn't exist, or an area that doesn't exist.
Okay. So what would you say about, like, the GOES satellites that warn or forewarn hurricanes accurately? Or storms, I guess, because they're storm measuring satellites.
That chase weather patterns? Yeah, what about them?
Yeah, but you would agree that they're, like, in space, right?
Oh, so you're going to straw me? You're telling me I would agree?
Oh, no, sorry. I don't mean to be strong.
Neurolinguistic programming doesn't work.
It's not. So just because someone's confirming whether or not you agree doesn't make it a straw man.
And you can shut up because you didn't want to participate 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be straw manning or anything. So, but would you say that, like, these satellites that GOES, specifically like the GOES 15?
The problem is you keep saying satellites. You yourself, and I'm going to steelman you, yourself believes that these satellites are up into the vacuous environment of space. My personal opinion, and this is my personal opinion only, we do have mechanical devices above our head, filming, bouncing signals and all sorts of shit. Now, I do not believe that they are up in space. They are up in the sky, but they are not in space.
Okay.
So I agree that there's things taking photographs. I agree that there's probably things filming. I agree that there's things sending signals left, right, and centre. Like, for example, Starlink. They are up in the sky, bouncing signals across. If anyone's not used Starlink, then, hey, that's their good or bad luck. Up to you. But as far as up in space, no.
So then you would, like, agree that the GOES 15, right, if I'm quoting that correctly, is just in, like, it's not in space, but it's just in the sky.
Correct.
All right. And then the moment that we hit this, like, barrier number, right, like the GOES 17 and 18, that takes a picture of the Earth from space, right, then that becomes invalid, correct?
The problem is, mate, they don't take one image and then go, oh, look, here's an entire ball. They take hundreds and hundreds of images, small ones, and link them together.
No, they don't. So the GOES 17 and 18.
You might want to go and look up how they do their scanning and take photo and join the images together.
But the GOES 17 and 18 do not. This is just a fact. I believe. I could be wrong. I guess I could be wrong, but I've done crazy amounts of research. So
are you talking about the east to west flat hula hoop circle idea of them doing that and going over a flat plane that way versus going down and around anything? I'd be with you on that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are satellites such as GOES 18 and 19 that are able to take a full image. They're weather instruments, right? But they're able to take a full image of one face of the Earth.
How is that?
Sorry, there was 2 questions asked.
Can you post the photo in side chat?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, we want to see the whole half of Earth. How far away are they?
Hey, give me just 1 second.
Are they anywhere near the ISS?
I have no idea.
Do you know the
That weird.
altitude of this satellite?
Say again, sorry.
Do you know the altitude of this satellite?
I'm sure I can get it for you.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll need that.
So here I linked this, right? I know it's a .gov and
NOAA.
I just need two things: altitude plus photo. If that's okay.
altitude plus photo.
Yeah, so the photo of the satellite and how high the altitude of the satellite was when the photo was taken.
So, like, what's the point of these satellites if they're not
Guys,
going under
I'm
the
sorry.
ground?
Now there's 3 questions that I must go and hunt for. So you want a picture from the satellite, or you want a picture of the satellite?
A picture from the satellite and what altitude the photo was taken at.
Yeah, I will try and get you that altitude, but the photos that are currently being taken as of currently, updated every 10 minutes, is what I've linked in the side chat. And these are from the, I believe, the 18th GOES satellite. Now, let me, how high? Let me find out altitude. So, I guess I should double check that it's currently GOES 18 and not 19, but the GOES 18 satellite is, here, I can post in chat. I guess I'll just post all this. But basically, 22,000 miles above the equator.
Feet, please.
Sure. To feet conversion. Sorry, you want miles to feet?
I just want the altitude in feet.
You want to do yards because that's a bit more practical.
Feet.
Okay. Here's the conversion into feet. Let me just make sure this is correct. To do. Yeah. Okay. So here's the conversion. I'm sorry. This isn't a nice number, but this is the conversion to feet.
Are you sure?
Am I sure the conversion is accurate?
Are you sure? What is it, like 1.2 billion feet?
Sure. I don't know how to read that number. That's why I said it's not a nice number.
It's not accurate. That number is wrong. I think you did something wrong there, sir.
Yeah, so would you like to provide me the correct number instead?
Oh, I don't know. The satellite is in the sky somewhere high. You have to tell me how high it is.
No. So you're refuting that it's not 22,000.
Miles to feet. It's not hard to do. If you're on a Windows PC, click on calculator and use the converter that's in there. Comes out at 117,406,080 feet.
That's not accurate.
That's not accurate. Don't blame me. I just used the conversion from feet or miles to feet. That was all.
Yeah, that's not accurate. The mile number is wrong then. Nothing is that high in the sky. That's how far freaking Mars is, bro.
Oh, that's what you meant by not accurate. Sorry. I thought you meant that the conversion was. And I'm thinking, well, go and do the bastard yourself then.
Yeah. So then your argument's right that there's nothing
That's not an
possible to
argument.
reach
You
that
just did
mile.
something wrong. That number's wrong. That's not an argument. I'm telling you, nothing is 1.2 billion feet away from Earth. Like, that's just not correct. There's something wrong. Yeah, you found a number that's misguided or something. How far? What's the satellite called?
The GOES 18 satellite.
Just Google GOES satellite altitude. I mean,
Brother, I did.
Well, you found something wrong. 22,000 miles in the sky. Do you know how high that is?
That's not the sky.
From the floor to the satellite. Do you know how high like the Starship goes?
Yeah, he just told you.
You're not in the sky anymore at that point. You're at like Jupiter.
Yeah, you're very, very far.
What's wrong with that?
A satellite is not in Jupiter, dude.
Why?
So this is your claim. Do you have any proof of that?
Do I have proof the satellite's not in Jupiter?
Pretty
Well,
sure
yes,
we have
this is your
satellites
claim.
like way beyond that.
How far is 22,000 miles from Earth?
In fact,
The obsession with measurement is kind of strange, given that what I've heard is a bunch of mathematical skepticism and suspicion of mathematical constructs, which a measurement is.
Yeah, can I get that in inches? No, so here's the problem, right? I made a claim that I'm trying to back, and that I can successfully back using my model, and then you're making a counterclaim, but you're not
You haven't
saying that.
successfully backed it using your model. You successfully reified it because of a cool story, bro, that you've read off the internet. Now, how do you verify something like that yourself?
But you validated that, or you agreed that the GOES 15 is in the air.
Yeah, but when you say in the air, 22,000 miles away.
No, that's the GOES
yeah.
18. That's right. I understand, and so that's
You
my.
do realise
my
that
claim.
number's a bit ridiculous. That's what M. Knott was trying to get through to you.
And they're ridiculous to us, maybe, but not to like millions and millions of dollars of research, or I'd say billions.
So money now has an opinion of where a rocket is. That's awesome. That's really truly awesome.
Does it not? Technology and money, right?
Yeah,
Money doesn't
$100
care about
billion
anything, bro.
makes it possible.
All right, I heard two things.
Yeah, so pretty much the more money we throw at it, the more possible it is.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
No, I was being sarcastic.
Oh, well, so there's an invisible barrier in between the GOES 15 and the GOES 18. Do we know where that barrier is? So basically air and space, I guess. Do we have a claim on where that point is?
So what are you trying to work out?
I'm trying to work out that we can use, if we can use GOES 15, then there's no reason why we can't use the GOES 18 as evidence for then pointing to the curvature, such as we can look at a basketball and measure the curvature through an image.
So still, how are you verifying that these satellites are in their alleged locations? Other than what them telling you, here's where it is. Trust us, bro. This is where we left it.
funny you say that because I'm actually on the moon currently.
I bet you are.
Me too.
Trust me.
I trust you. Do you trust me?
No, you shouldn't trust me.
Isn't this an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
You don't trust me either?
Can we just answer the question?
What's
that? Isn't it an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
Us questioning how you're going to verify something.
Yeah, so because there's no evidence that it's true, that means it's false?
No, I want to know, how are you going to verify these said satellites, GOES 16 and 18, are in the locations that you claim they're in?
18 and 19, but
18, 19, whatever the numbers are. It doesn't really worry me. How do you verify this? Like I said, other than a web page where there's a bit of writing on it that says our rockets are here or our satellites are here, how do you verify? How do I verify this? I can sit and listen to you and you can give me all this cool information. That's awesome.
So
I want to go out in the real world.
I
want
got
to
you.
verify
Okay,
this
here,
shit.
let me try to make. Can I not rebuttal? Can I
No,
not
just one-
rebuttal this man's
just one
argument?
second. Just 1 second, please. I left my game because obviously your argument's very good, and I had to try and figure out how I can rebut your argument, right? So I did a quick Google search about the Go 18 satellite. So it's a weather satellite, right?
Yes, correct. They are weather instruments.
Yes, that take process images, right?
Uh-oh.
Can you define processing images?
They're not live images. They're images that are taken through data.
No, I would have to disagree with that.
Okay. Can you show me that live image taken by the satellite that was not based off data and taken by a camera?
Say again, sorry.
So the imagery of this weather satellite is based off raw data. It's a processed product. It's not a live image through a camera. Do you disagree with that?
The information comes from light.
It's like a telescope. It takes a photo based off AI data. Not AI, but artificial data. It processes data and converts it to an image. It's not a real image, right?
I guess you got me. I don't know. I do know that there's several. If you clicked on that link, I can reshare it. But
they're
there's
not
several.
real images. They're like, the John Webb telescope. They process images. They generated. You put data in there, and it produces an image. It's like ChatGPT generating an image based off these parameters.
But is it not just observing?
You can say it's observing, but it's a processed image.
The ChatGPT analogy is also false.
I don't think so. If I give
ChatGPT is but would you not agree ChatGPT is pre-programmed with parameters?
No, I'm giving it the parameters.
You do not agree. Wait, you do not agree that ChatGPT is pre-programmed with parameters, such as the open API that we can all download and use for ourselves?
He's giving it the parameters.
What's the parameter when I say generate an image of a kid or a bear or an apple? What parameters is it based on?
You're entering them.
You're going a layer inside though. When you're asking for a camera from a satellite, we're talking about the inner workings.
Even if we say it is based on fixed parameters, so is your satellite.
I would agree. Fixed parameters to take an image.
But it's not taking an image; it's generating an image.
Generating an image of what it sees, maybe?
No, based off what data
what you
it
input.
processes.
Okay.
Of what you input, like you just said. You said it'll do what you input it to do. And he asked you if you had to input information or does it normally do it? You said you input the information. That's what he's trying to tell you. You have to input the information. Therefore, it puts out what you put in.
Yeah, I guess I would agree that there's pre-parameters for like what it needs to take a picture of. That way it's not like taking a whole bunch of pictures of random things, which I'm sure happens.
It's not taking pictures; it's generating pictures. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Okay, so then why is the GOES 15 so accurate when detecting like hurricanes?
Okay, what does that have to do with photos?
Is it not the same satellite system?
It's a weather satellite, right? Whatever it does, I don't care, right? So you said it takes photos of the Earth. It doesn't do that.
So it's like ChatGPT where I ask it, can you generate a image of the Google, or excuse me, of the Earth?
Not exactly the same, but it has a base set of parameters which uses data to generate an image.
Okay.
So in theory, you can have ChatGPT replicate this satellite.
Let me go this way then. I would agree with you if the results were inconsistent, such as the GOES 15 being able to accurately determine weather effects.
What's the baseline to test consistency of the Earth?
Being able to have two individual tests done and aligned consistency among the results.
Show me the photo of the Earth.
I just did.
No, that's not a photo. It's a generated image. Show me the photo.
Not your accepted.
No. So we need a baseline of consistency. So we need a real photo of the Earth to base the generated images off, right? Show me the real photo of Earth.
So I'm sorry, but I believe this is what your claim is, and I'm claiming something to be where I can prove.
Okay, so you are saying that to test consistency, we need a baseline, right?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying now.
to test consistency, we would use two individual, like, let's say, measuring tools, right? Like if I got two rulers, right, and I think one's broke, right? I'm going to measure my desk.
Right?
Can I finish?
Sure.
Going to measure my desk, and if I get consistent results in the end, right, using two individual rulers, I know that they're good. If I get one wrong ruler, well, now I have to go through and very sophisticated tests.
So
Right.
you know that one ruler is good, right?
If they're both consistent results, yeah.
So you know that one is good, you know that one might not be good. To test if the one is not good, you need to compare it to the good one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Show me the real photo of the Earth that we are comparing these generated images to.
Okay, you're presupposing that these are generated images, though.
No, that's what the satellite does. It's a processed product.
Wait, so if it's pre-generated, then why are they so accurate when hurricanes and stuff
But
like
we
that?
don't know they're accurate.
We do.
Okay, go back to
The
processing
GOES
images.
15.
Let's slow down, okay? These satellites, do you agree they are generated images, yes or no?
I don't agree with your terminology.
How do you
Is it
think those images are
taking a
generated?
picture? Who are you asking a question to?
I'm asking you, am not. How do you think those images are generated?
The same way that a processed image is taken through raw data. They variously process data, like cloud cover maps or temperature readings, and they would generate
And where's that data coming from?
sensors.
What's that data?
Information input. I don't know, dude. Just input data.
So you don't know.
Just data inputted, data through sensors. I don't know, man. It's not important.
No, I mean, he's not wrong. It is coming from sensors, from satellites, from space.
It's coming from somewhere.
It's
there's
coming
sensors in
from
the ocean that are just waiting for
photons,
the
which
signal
are
to arrive.
emitted from the electromagnetic spectrum. Right, the electromagnetic field.
As long as we are
It's the
on
same.
agreement.
It's the same way that you can take a picture on your phone, right?
It's not though, because it's not a live image.
Yes, it is. Look up how satellites work.
You can sit there and automate pictures being taken on your phone. What do you mean? You don't need to tape them like all at once. You can just make it live. And that's what recording is.
The fuck you guys talking about?
I'm trying to state how a satellite's not a hoax.
So what kind of info? So what numbers or data I'm looking for depth, and then like the temperature, right?
Are we
And
done
then like the
talking about
distance back and forth, and like.
What do you mean by depth? What depth?
Well, I mean the depth of the mountains, the depth of the air, the temperature in between. Like,
What do you mean the depth of mountains and air?
Why are you staring away from my combo?
So is it like 52, 12, 9 heat depth?
Hello?
It's like 01. Was it? What kind of information does it send back? Ones and O's?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Democ is a troll. Just ignore everything Democ says.
Yeah.
Yeah, why'd you just hijack my debate?
Totally ignore everything.
I'd
Democ,
like to hear
why'd you
more.
just hijack
Ones and fives bringing you back depth information and color information and values of stuff, and you don't know what number goes to what from where.
Wait, Democ, if you lied
this beam has to be sending like 50 different informational things to you, right? How many things is this beam sending you, brother? And what kind of info?
I just want to point out that all the flat earthers have been demanding a bunch of rigorous substantiation by everybody
Brad,
else.
you know what that means.
But then they'll just make
Shut up.
unsubstantiated claim after
That's what you
unsubstantiated
have.
claim
That's
and
why
ad
we ask for
hominem.
proof. That's why we ask for you to demonstrate your unsubstantiated claims.
Well, what he's saying is that he demonstrates it every day on the weather and news, or at least his point is
No,
demonstrated every day.
the GOES provide updated every 10 minutes.
The what? The GUIs?
The GOES.
Can it tell you where the water curves so you can go stand there on it and put a stick in it? That's all I want to fucking know.
The water curve claim, so that's irrelevant to what you want to know.
What do you mean water
So the
curve?
thing can't tell you the water curve data? What's it good for then if they can't tell you the curve of an earth?
Because it's going to tell you the curvature.
So not of the water where you can put a stick in it or go stand
But
there.
at what? Hold on,
going to
Democ.
tell you the
What
curvature.
latitude is
are
the
you
curve
referring
from your
to?
house?
What point of water curving are you referring
Where's
to?
the
Democ?
water curving at? What's longitude and latitude so you can go float on it and we'll go take a peek at it floating away.
If
The
you want
water
to see
always
water
curves, though.
curving,
What do you mean?
if you
What
want to
specific
see a
point are you
fluid
referring to
curving, Look at a
I don't
spinning
know. You have
decanter.
the info. You got all the
No,
data.
Look at a spinning
that's like
decanter.
saying, oh, at what
It's like
point on the
saying you have
planet
the
do you
curve data, but you
measure
can't
the
find it.
temperature?
Now the curve data is
look how
pointless because you can't
DMOC
go where it's at.
Look how he
What curve
hijacked
data
the
do you
debate
have for what
and then
longitude
derailed it.
latitude?
I mean,
Hijacked and derailed.
Yeah, what's curve
I would like
data?
to say that I don't really think either
Supposed to be
points
proving
were
a
stupider
curve,
than
right?
the other. I think that both arguments
You're
are
not
equally
supposed to be
stupid, so we might
proving
as well hear them
horizontal
out.
flight paths of a drone, right?
Like, it's not like you were having a good argument with flat Earth. Like they're all bad, so we might as well talk to the person that's confused the most.
So Leo, what was my problem with the satellites? The GOES 18 and 19.
What do you mean? I was talking to the other guy. I don't.
Oh, okay.
Unless it was you, I mentioned satellites. Yeah, because someone was saying, "Oh, like." So they just put sensors everywhere, and I said he's not wrong. Yeah, we do measure it from sensors, but they're from satellites in space, looking down on the planet. They're not just randomly scattered around in the ocean. But yeah, I don't remember what we were talking about. I don't think we were talking about anything. I did ask you what you meant by GUI or GUI.
GOES, yeah. They're just a series of satellites. They're like weather instruments, right?
Oh, okay.
Like pointless.
No, they help us with hurricanes, such as when it happened in
Cool
Florida.
story. Yeah, heard that one before, Grandma.
Okay, then how? That's crazy. Hijack and
You're
derail.
fucking crazy. Coming here with a lot of bunch of shit. You don't even know what you're talking about. This
do know
thing
what I'm
does all this
talking about.
stuff. But I can't find a curve. We're looking for curved water.
You won't allow me to present a curve.
Demonic, that's what I was asking. What curve are you referring to? Like all water curves. So at what specific... I didn't mean to leave. What specific curve of water are you referring to? Like who mentioned anything about curving of water and measuring it?
It just
Hello?
hijacks and derails.
Well, if the world's 71% water, there must be a curve to here that's spinning around there.
No, the Earth's surface is 70% water, not the Earth.
And what happens when that's all flat horizon sea level bullshit? You're just gonna handle that shit?
Well, then the Earth's surface, if the Earth's surface is 70% water and the sea level rises, it will engulf more of the surface. So it will be more of the surface. So the percentage will go up.
We'll just make man-made islands, man. That's no big deal.
I mean, you
what China's
can,
doing.
but then if it rises continuously, then you just can't get to like natural resources.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
So none of the flat earthers was be able to debunk the GOES 18 and 19 being out there in space.
It's already hard enough to get like down to low parts of the ocean in submarines when you have resources, let alone whenever you no longer have resources and you just have to use what you were stocked up with.
Yeah, I brought us home a win, Globers.
And sea levels can't rise according to flat earthers.
Yeah.
The water just keeps going horizontally.
The Earth is constantly expanding in a disk. It's constantly
being held in by an ice wall going around the world, protected by penguins with guns.
Right. The penguin was always the most powerful villain. He's just hiding it.
Well, that's why they make sure they can't fly.
What do you think penguin tastes like, man? You think penguin tastes good?
No, they're engineered that way, so they can't fly, so they have to stay there and protect the place.
Yeah, penguins don't exist. They're engineered. They're robots.
Basically.
Is that a globe thing?
Yeah, two penguins and a ball and a string.
I'd probably eat a penguin.
Show me 3 penguins on a string in a lab.
Will the Globers make robotic penguins to watch over Antarctica?
Show me a penguin that wasn't made in a lab. And if you show me a penguin, it was made in a lab.
Show me a lab.
Show me the penguin on the bottom of a ball.
Show me the curve.
Upside down, level with a SpongeBob.
Show me how penguins stick to the bottom of balls. I'll wait. Icy, slippery ones.
Exactly. Show me your dome universe with stars.
Show me the penguin that slides up the ice hill.
What is the
all
bottom?
the way up 90-degree ice hill.
If you really think about it, man, what is bottom?
There is no bottom. That's why you
There
watch
is no
24
bottom,
hours
is there?
sun.
There is no
I wanna see
direction
the
out
ice
there
hill.
floating around on a big fucking